This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
Just by sleeping with a woman, I could gain all kinds of superpowers. But my beautiful neighbor, not believing a word of it, took advantage of her husband's absence, brought her daughter to my door in the middle of the night, and knocked, wanting to see if I really had any special abilities. Just a couple of hours ago, an unexpected storm had hit the city, and now the world outside looked like a scene straight out of a horror movie. The streets were filled with zombies, screams, blood, and chaos. I stood on the balcony, staring into this hellish landscape, my mind racing with questions. And at that exact moment, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Reproduction system successfully bound. Please strive to reproduce and contribute to the survival of humanity. Of course. An apocalypse, zombies, the end of the world, and what do I get? A damn reproduction system. What a fucking joke. But before I could fully process it, thunder crashed overhead once again, and the real nightmare began. Blue Star, a rented apartment in a coastal city. The sound of thunder rumbled continuously, followed by a heavy rainstorm. Li Fan, who had just returned from the supermarket with large bags of groceries, felt a bit fortunate as he looked at the sudden downpour outside. Good thing I got back quickly. This rain came out of nowhere. That damn weather forecast said it would be sunny all week. After putting the groceries into the fridge, Li Fan noticed that his roommate Xiaobin seemed to have gone out again. Lying on the sofa playing games on his phone, Li Fan didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly there was a sharp scream outside. It was like a strange switch had been turned on, and the screaming didn't stop. Curious, Li Fan walked to the balcony and looked down. Suddenly, a terrified voice shouted, "Monster! Help!" Following the sound, he saw a woman with disheveled hair running barefoot, screaming as she ran. Behind her, 3 figures were chasing her like mad dogs. The woman, focused only on her pursuers, didn't notice another figure suddenly leaping out from a side alley. The screaming woman was tackled to the ground and let out an even more piercing scream that seemed to tear through the sky. As the figure buried its head into her neck, the screams abruptly stopped. At that moment, the 3 figures behind her caught up and pounced on her body like wild dogs, tearing at her. It looked a lot like a zombie scene from TV. Li Fan looked around suspiciously but didn't see any filming crew. It wasn't until he saw the 4 figures stand up, looking at the woman's bloody, mangled body, that he froze. Holy shit! What the hell? Real zombies biting people? Terrified, Li Fan ran back inside from the balcony and shut the balcony door. An illusion, it must be an illusion. I must have seen it wrong. Broad daylight, clear sky, how could zombies appear in real life? Slap, slap. Sitting on the sofa, Li Fan tried to brainwash himself, lightly slapping his face. Then, trying to calm himself, he opened the balcony door again to check outside. It wasn't a hallucination. The bloody corpse had attracted more zombies, and now even more zombies were tearing at the remaining flesh. Damn it, is this the apocalypse? At that moment, the city's alarm suddenly blared, and the whole city could hear it. There were more bang-bang sounds of car crashes on the streets. The sirens seemed to trigger chaos, and the scenes before Li Fan's eyes turned into complete madness. A Mercedes crashed into a cell phone store, and soon the store's employees ran out screaming, chased by 2 zombies. Then, one of the employees was tackled by another zombie and bitten, their screams attracting even more zombies nearby. Li Fan couldn't understand how normal people could suddenly turn into zombies. Apocalyptic catastrophe is arriving, binding host, please wait. Li Fan froze, then became excited. Everyone knew about systems. Having a system meant having a protagonist's invincibility halo, all kinds of awesome powers, directly reaching the peak of life. Family propagation system has been bound. Please work hard to reproduce and contribute to the survival of humanity. Binding rewards have been issued. You can receive them at any time. Family propagation system? An apocalypse is happening, and you give me a family propagation system? Are you kidding me? Li Fan was dumbfounded hearing the system's name, stomping around his house in helpless rage. He was an orphan with no family. His roommate was also a guy. How the hell was he supposed to propagate a family? But then, resigning himself, Li Fan checked the system rewards. Binding reward 1, sure hit strike, 1 shot always hits, increasing reproduction success rate. Binding reward 2, daily family survival supplies, based on the number of family members. Binding reward 3, seeking good, avoiding evil, passive. Taking care of reproduction and survival, this family propagation system doesn't seem bad. Just as Li Fan was feeling good about the system, someone knocked on his door. Opening it, he saw his neighboring Yun, a woman about 27 or 28 years old, with a graceful figure and a strikingly beautiful face. Detected target and Yun available for strategy. Would you like to bind target? Even married women with husbands and kids count as targets? Is this family propagation system going to alert me every time I meet a woman? Li Fan thought. And Yun's husband was named Li Tianmao, a humble man. Because they shared the same surname, sometimes they would chat a bit when they met. Once, Li Fan even had dinner at their home. Unlike Li Fan, who rented, Li Tianmao had bought his marital home, a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment of 114 square meters, with help from his family. Li Tianmao worked in foreign trade, earning tens of thousands a month, and was from the neighboring western province. And Yun was a local, working as a kindergarten teacher. Her parents were both employed, and she had a younger brother about the same age as Li Fan. At the moment, she was wearing light makeup, a white short-sleeved blouse under which a faint outline of her light blue bra could be seen. She wore a blue knee-length skirt, revealing smooth and shapely legs. She had on blue high heels, clearly dressed for going out. Perhaps because she noticed the chaos outside, terrified, she came to ask her not-so-familiar neighbor for help. Xiaoli, did you see what's happening outside? It's a mess, and there are people biting others. She covered her mouth with a trembling hand, her voice quivering. Yeah, I saw. The people biting others downstairs seem like zombies, just like in TV shows. Yes, zombies. But how come so many people suddenly turned into zombies without any warning? I don't know either. I was just playing a game when I heard the screaming outside. Then what should we do now? My husband called earlier to say he was taking Chi-Chi out to play. I don't know how they are now. I don't know. Anyway, we can't go out now. It's too dangerous with all those zombies outside. Li Fan decided to stay put and see how things unfolded. But my husband and I are always busy with work. We rarely even cook on weekends. There's no food at home. If we don't go out, Chi-Chi and I won't even have dinner tonight. And Yun, anxious and scared, was on the verge of tears. Then I'll lend you some. Try calling your husband and see if he can buy some supplies on his way back. Come in and pick what you need. I just bought a bunch of stuff from the supermarket today. With the system supplies backing him, Li Fan spoke generously. And Yun, too scared to go out alone, blushed and kept thanking Li Fan. I'll pay you for the groceries, treat it as buying from you. When my husband gets back, we can go buy groceries and pay you back. Don't be so polite. I know brother Li too. I even had dinner at your place. Come in and take what you need. Li Fan opened the door and let her in. And Yun didn't take much, just a bit of lean meat, tofu, and some vegetables, and repeatedly thanked Li Fan. After returning home, Yun looked at her daughter, who was still quietly watching cartoons, and forced herself to stay calm while calling her husband, Li Tianmao. But although the call went through, no one answered. She held back her tears with great effort. The car accidents and zombies outside all suggested that her husband, who had worked overtime and wanted to take them out after work, might have really gotten into trouble. Then she called her parents, relatives, and even friends to ask about the situation. After the small episode, Li Fan continued to study his system and rewards. Outside, the thunderstorm started again. There were still occasional woo-woo sounds from cars outside. At this moment, Li Fan tried communicating with the system. System, brother system, grandpa system, can you hear me? But the system didn't respond. It seemed he couldn't chat with it. Li Fan tried to claim the daily family member supplies reward. Magically, 3 metal lunchboxes and 3 bottles of 300 milliliters water appeared in front of him. The lunchboxes were still warm. Opening one, he found white rice, green vegetables, and minced meat enough to fill an adult man. Without hesitation, Li Fan ate one box, burped, and opened a bottle of water to gulp it down. When he tried to claim the daily family member supplies again, he couldn't. Only once a day? It'll be hard to store food like this, Grandpa system. Can you let me claim it one meal at a time? Li Fan tried communicating again. Although there was no reply, the 2 remaining lunchboxes and 2 bottles of water disappeared from the table. When Li Fan tried claiming daily family member supplies again, this time only 1 lunchbox and 1 bottle of water appeared. Thank you for your understanding, Grandpa system. Long live Grandpa system. As for the seeking good, avoiding evil reward, he couldn't test it, so he gave up. Having food and water for now was good enough. He decided to stay home and watch the situation. Night fell, then dawn came. The night was anything but peaceful. Thunderstorms, strong winds, screams, roars, crashing cars, wailing alarms, and even distant gunshots and explosions. Li Fan didn't sleep well, often getting up to peek at the street through the window and listen at the door. At dawn, he got up and saw that the rain and wind had stopped, so he went to the balcony to observe the street. From time to time, groups of 3 or 5 figures shuffled by like the Walking Dead. The road was completely blocked by chaotic vehicles, some with shattered windows. Most shop doors on both sides of the street were wide open, bloodstains everywhere, but no corpses left. How many people can survive such chaos? Why did people suddenly turn into zombies? Could it be because of the rain? The system also mentioned an apocalyptic catastrophe at the beginning. Was it really the rain that caused the apocalypse? Li Fan lay back on the sofa, thinking wildly. He dozed off again until he was awakened by knocking at the door. Opening the door, unsurprisingly, it was the female neighbor in Yun again. Her eyes were red and swollen, her eye sockets dark. Her beauty had visibly dropped a notch. Clearly, she hadn't just had a bad night's sleep, but had cried for a long time. My husband didn't come back yesterday. I'm afraid something happened to him. There's no food at home. Can you lend me some more? Detected target in Yun available for strategy. Would you like to bind target? Li Fan stared at Yun, thinking about the system's prompt. Could any woman be a strategy target? After all, this thing is called the family propagation system. Maybe it prompts whenever there's a woman capable of having children. That morning, Yun was wearing silk pajamas with a purple coat over them, but her good figure was still visible. Yun misunderstood Li Fan's expression, thinking he had dirty thoughts about her. She angrily turned and went back home. By the time Li Fan realized what happened, her door had slammed shut with a bang. After returning home, Yun kept trying to call Li Tianmao, but there was still no answer. Yesterday from daytime to night, she had called over 100 times, but no one ever answered. Now, the phone couldn't even connect. It was obvious that Li Tianmao's phone battery had died. While she silently shed tears again, a sleepy child's voice came. Mom, I'm hungry. Where's Dad? Yun quickly wiped away her tears, forced a smile, and said, Chichi, you're awake. Daddy went to work. Mommy will heat up last night's food for you. The mother and daughter reheated the food from last night and ate a little. Yun thought about going downstairs to check the situation but couldn't bring herself to leave her small daughter alone. Li Fan knew his neighbor had misunderstood him, but he didn't go over to explain. Whether she would open the door was uncertain, and if he went to apologize and a zombie suddenly jumped out, he would be done for. So, Li Fan began searching around his house. Others might still be hesitating, unsure if it was really the end of the world, but his system had clearly told him an apocalyptic catastrophe had arrived. He needed to find something to defend himself. After searching hard, he finally found an old grip strength bar and a baseball bat under the bed. Having these two things made him feel more at ease. Thinking further, since the system provided him with food and water daily, he didn't have to worry about starving in the apocalypse. However, he decided he needed to start exercising. After changing into shorts and a t-shirt, Li Fan sweated profusely as he exercised according to old fat-burning videos he had saved on his phone. Then, someone knocked on the door again. Opening it, unsurprisingly, it was the female neighbor in Yun, but this time she brought her daughter, Li Yuchi. About earlier, sorry. I was just lost in thought. Don't misunderstand, Li Fan apologized first about the misunderstanding. It's fine. Could you help look after my daughter? I want to go downstairs and check things. Li Fan glanced at her daughter. She was very cute, probably called Chi-Chi, and squatted down to greet her warmly. But hearing Yun's words, he looked up at her in surprise. You still want to go outside with things like this? Right now the safest thing is to stay home and wait until the government sends help. I must go to the supermarket to get some supplies, and Yun said firmly. I can lend you some food first, Li Fan blurted out. And Yun shook her head and insisted on going downstairs. Seeing her determination, Li Fan didn't try to persuade her further. If he said too much, she might think he had bad intentions. So he escorted her to the elevator. And Yun was in no mood to worry about whether Li Fan was taking advantage of her. Having gained experience, for dinner Li Fan no longer bothered to chop and stir-fry vegetables. Instead, he used the food given by the system as leftovers, added some sausages and pickled vegetables, and made do. Neither Yun nor Li Yuchi had any objections. As long as they didn't attract the terrifying blood-covered zombies to smash the door, it was fine. It was too frightening. At night, Li Fan surfed the internet for news in the bedroom, while Yun and Li Yuchi cuddled and rested on the sofa. When Li Fan noticed, he let Yun and Li Yuchi sleep in the bed, and he laid a mat on the floor in the living room to sleep, in case zombies broke the door in the middle of the night. However, aside from Li Yuchi who slept well, both Li Fan and Yun didn't dare sleep too deeply, fearing zombies would suddenly smash through the door. By dawn, though, somehow Yun had ended up sleeping beside Li Fan. Especially in the morning, when Li Fan's brother was particularly energetic, and Yun was a woman who liked to snuggle into people's arms. Blushing with embarrassment, Yun hurriedly got up and went into the bathroom. Hearing the sounds, Li Fan's already slightly red face turned even redder. Yun almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She had held it in all night. She usually got up at night, but yesterday, worried about zombies, she had forgotten to go to the bathroom. The three of them didn't dare chop and cook food again. Although yesterday Li Fan had managed to pretend the system food was leftovers and share it, he couldn't openly take food from the system in front of Yun. After all, you can't fully trust people's hearts. So today they could only make do with instant noodles. It had rained all night, and by the morning it finally stopped, but the streets outside were already flooded in many places. Under intense pressure and supply shortages, Li Fan couldn't help but propose another idea related to the family propagation system. He said to Yun directly, "Sisterin, if I had a way to gain a powerful ability, but needed your cooperation to do it, and then I could kill the zombies outside, would you cooperate with me?" What kind of powerful ability? How would I cooperate? Just after another wave of zombies had smashed against the door, Yun, still clutching Li Fan's arm with her full chest pressed against him, asked with some confusion. "It involves cooperation between a man and a woman," Li Fan said, looking at her. Letting go of his arm, Yun blushed and asked, "Is there really such a weird requirement for a power?" "There really is. And in this situation, if we don't do something, sooner or later the zombies will break in, and we'll be dead." "I don't know how much longer this door can hold," Li Fan said seriously. Yun knew what he said was true. The door of the rented apartment wasn't as sturdy as the security door at her own home. If zombies broke in and grabbed them even once, they wouldn't survive. She thought about her missing husband, her 4-year-old daughter, her parents, and younger brother at home. If Li Fan really had a superpower, everything would be fine. Even if he lied and had no power, at worst she would only lose her body. Plus, there was already the awkwardness from last night and this morning. If they didn't deal with the zombies soon, the awkwardness would just keep happening. It was better to act now than be scared to death. After thinking for 5 whole minutes, she finally nodded. "Shaoli, I believe you. Please don't disappoint me. I'll go coax Chi-Chi first, otherwise, we won't have a chance to be alone," Yun said straightforwardly. She picked up her daughter, who was clinging to Li Fan's leg, and carried her into the small kitchen to comfort her for a long time. Finally, she came out alone and said to Li Fan, who was waiting for her, "Let's go to the bedroom." Yun was wearing blue suit pants and a shirt with white sneakers, obviously chosen for ease of movement in case she had to run. She hadn't expected to be trapped by zombies in Li Fan's rental apartment. "Any other requirements?" In the bedroom, blushing, Yun turned and asked Li Fan. "I don't know. The system only told me that doing that would grant a powerful ability. Even if there are other requirements, they should just be about mutual consent," Li Fan replied. He figured the system wouldn't ask for too much. Otherwise, how could a married woman like Yun, who had a husband and child, still be a target for strategy? It even came with a buy one, get one free deal. "Then let's just do it, quickly. If Chi-Chi accidentally makes noise and attracts zombies to smash the door, we'll be doomed if she sees us and cries." Yun said decisively. Li Fan didn't overthink it either. Afterward, the two quickly put their clothes back on. Yun's face was slightly flushed, but the first thing she asked was, "Did you gain the ability? Can you kill the zombies now?" Afterward, Li Fan felt a surge of heat flow through his body, along with new knowledge filling his mind, and a system notification appeared. Special proficiency plus 20. Sure hit effect activated successfully. Target successfully conquered. Host's full attributes doubled. Family members plus 2. First successful strategy reward package granted. Please continue expanding your family and reproducing. First successful strategy reward package available. Claim? Yes. Acquired element fireball spell, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element fireball spell, allows flexible use of fireballs. Increases body's fire resistance by 50%. Looking at the description, Li Fan wondered why it specifically said element fireball. Was it the category of the superpowers? Li Fan said, "I gained a fireball spell ability, but I don't know yet if it can kill the zombies outside." He tried to use the fireball spell according to the instructions in his mind. The heat flow in his body automatically gathered in his hands, and 2 bright, egg-sized spherical flames rose from his palms. With another thought, the heat flow dispersed, and the 2 balls of fire in his palms disappeared. "I really have superpowers." Yun was stunned, then showed a look of joy. "With superpowers, you can definitely kill the zombies outside. Having watched zombie movies before, Li Fan started putting on long-sleeved clothes and pants. He also brought out tape and books and asked Yun Yun to wrap books around his chest and limbs, just in case he got caught. Then he took out an old electric bike helmet and the baseball bat he had found earlier. Fully armed, Li Fan took a deep breath and said, "As soon as I go out, lock the door. Stay inside with Chi-Chi and wait for me. If I get bitten or caught by zombies, I won't come back, but instead go down to continue clearing zombies." And Yun Yun interrupted him. "You already have superpowers. You'll definitely be fine. There's only one zombie outside, just be careful." "Alright, you two stay at home and wait for me." Li Fan listened carefully to the sounds outside, then cautiously moved away the furniture blocking the door. Thanks to the reward that doubled all his attributes, his strength had indeed increased a lot. The sofa that previously needed Yun Yun's help to lift, he could now move alone. His speed and stamina should have increased too. Whether he had reached the human limit depended on how strong his attributes were before. Li Fan quickly dashed out the door, and Yun Yun immediately relocked the door after him. As expected, the zombie was still attracted by the smell of blood coming from the elevator and kept roaring while pressing against the elevator doors. Taking advantage of this, Li Fan slowly moved into the elevator area and threw a fireball at the zombie. Luckily, it hit the zombie's back directly. The fireball quickly set it ablaze, but the zombie didn't die immediately. It turned around and charged at the fully armed Li Fan. The zombie's running speed was slower than that of a normal human, giving Li Fan enough time to dodge. Plus, with his doubled speed, the zombie couldn't touch him at all. Because the zombie was already on fire, Li Fan didn't use the baseball bat to attack. After dodging 5 or 6 times, the burning zombie finally fell to the ground, and the flames continued to burn until it was completely reduced to a pile of black ashes. This fireball spell is pretty fierce. Once it hits, it keeps burning until there's nothing left, but the burning process takes too long. It takes at least 2 minutes to burn into ashes. If there are too many zombies, I probably wouldn't be able to wait for them to burn to death before getting caught and bitten. Thinking this, Li Fan went to knock on his own door. At this point, he also noticed that the iron-wrapped door had already been dented quite a bit. If he hadn't been decisive, just 2 more hits from the zombies and it might really have been smashed open. It could only be said that he was lucky. "Sisterin, open the door." Hearing the knocking in Li Fan's familiar voice, Yun Yun quickly opened the door and, seeing that he was unharmed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yuqi immediately hugged Li Fan's leg as he came in. After the door opened, Yun Yun clearly saw the dent in the door and couldn't help but feel glad about their earlier decision. "Bring your food and stay at my place. Otherwise, if anything happens again, we'll have to risk our lives," Yun Yun suggested when she saw the black ashes outside. Li Fan naturally had no objections. So the two began moving the usable supplies from Li Fan's rental to Yun Yun's home, letting Li Yuqi stay behind watching cartoons. However, after being terrified by the elevator bloodbath and the zombie attack on the door, Li Yuqi had become too afraid to speak or move. Whether she watched cartoons or not, she would stay very still. Very quickly, the two moved everything they could use over. After relocking the door, Yun Yun finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Now that he had superpowers, Li Fan thought he should also reveal the system's food supplies to Yun Yun. Otherwise, if he skipped a day claiming them, it would feel like a waste. Thinking of this, Li Fan glanced at Li Yuqi quietly watching TV on the sofa, and pulled Yun Yun over to the dining table. "I have another strange ability, it was just given to me." "What?" And Yun Yun hadn't reacted yet. How could there be 2 superpowers from one event? After Li Fan claimed the daily family member supplies in his mind, 3 metal lunchboxes, 3 bottles of water, and 3 apples appeared on the table. The apples were unexpected. He had thought the system would just provide basic food and water, but it even cared about the family's balanced nutrition. Doing it once gives all this? And Yun Yun's eyes lit up at the sudden appearance of food, thinking it was given every time after doing that. This was a beautiful misunderstanding. Li Fan naturally didn't explain but simply nodded. "I guess so. I'm not sure. It's my first time having this experience too. Then why don't we try again and see if it gives more?" And Yun Yun proactively suggested an experiment. Sure enough, once a woman crosses the line, everything afterward becomes natural. There were still 2 more daily supply claims left today. Li Fan, tempted, continued enjoying Yun Yun's full figure. The first time had been too rushed anyway. After checking again on her quiet daughter, Yun Yun actually pulled Li Fan into the bedroom. This time, Li Fan was much calmer. The two stayed in the bedroom for over an hour before tidying up and coming out. Li Fan saw the system prompts for 2 more special proficiency plus 20, realizing that doing this indeed helped upgrade his superpowers. Meanwhile, and Yun, carrying the 6 lunchboxes that appeared, placed them on the dining table, her face glowing with satisfaction. On the bedside table were 6 bottles of water and 6 apples. If it weren't for worrying about Li Fan's stamina and food spoilage, and Yun might have wanted to experiment even more. Li Fan also wanted to test how long the system's lunchboxes could be stored. Luckily, and Yun's home still had a working fridge and stove. Though he found Yun's change a little fast, he could understand. After all, he himself had changed greatly too. In the past, he wouldn't have even thought about women with husbands or boyfriends. Clearly, when the world changes drastically, people's hearts change too. Come eat. If I had known you had this kind of superpower, we wouldn't have hurried to move the food. And Yun said, smiling brightly. After being nourished, the dark circles under Yun's eyes weren't as heavy as before, and she looked much more energetic. Li Fan, with his superpowers and doubled attributes, seemed to have a doubled appetite as well. Previously, 1 lunchbox would fill him, now he needed 4. At this moment, he realized that with superpowers awakened, the family survival supplies were just enough for bare survival, no way to simply lie around. But he didn't think much more about it. The apocalypse had just begun, it was only the 3rd day. He had only 2 added family members, and Yun and Li Yuqi. Surely the system would change accordingly later. Having gone through heavy rain and battling zombies today, he was exhausted. After eating, he went straight into the bedroom to sleep. After putting Li Yuqi to bed, and Yun also tidied up the house, thinking about Li Fan's 1 meal per day ration. Yawning and smiling, she ran into the bedroom and slept beside Li Fan. When Li Fan woke up, it was already completely dark outside, and Yun was beside him, gazing at him with seductive eyes. Seeing him awake, she asked, "Can you keep claiming those lunchboxes and water?" "I don't know. Why don't we try again?" Li Fan's words naturally matched Yun's wishes, so the two started cloud making again. Afterwards, special proficiency plus 20. Li Fan looked at Yun, kneeling on the bed with an expectant face, and told her with some disappointment, "No more. Looks like there's a limit to how much food can be claimed." And Yun naturally looked disappointed too, but then curiously asked, "Will your fire superpower get stronger by doing this?" Li Fan thought for a moment but didn't dare tell her the truth. Otherwise, she might not even want to get out of bed. No change. But burning zombies is very effective, the fire doesn't go out midway. But zombies don't burn to death instantly. It would be better to have a stronger superpower. And Yun said, a little regretfully. Li Fan followed up, "Sisterin, I need to say something, please don't get angry." At this point, what would I get angry about? Just say it, and Yun replied casually. "It's just that, it seems I can gain superpowers by doing it with women." "No restriction on who," Li Fan said awkwardly. And Yun didn't mind Li Fan finding other women, but she worried he would abandon her and her daughter afterward, leaving them helpless. Li Fan wasn't stupid, he guessed her concern. Not to mention that the system treated them as family members, he himself wasn't someone who abandoned people. "Sisterin, don't worry. I consider you and Chi-Chi as family. I'll never leave you behind or let you starve. Then I'll find another woman for you to try. To see if you can really get another superpower." And Yun quickly decided. Li Fan really hadn't expected Yun to go this far. He thought her agreeing to let him find other women was already very understanding, but she was even more thoughtful than he imagined. "She also lives in this building. She called me the night before last. Her husband went out to buy formula and never came back. Her older daughter is in the same preschool class as Chi-Chi, and she has a younger daughter who is only 8 months old. They even hired a female nanny to help take care of the children," and Yun briefly explained the situation. Then, looking a bit worried, she said, "We're on the 8th floor. She lives on the 12th floor. I don't know if there are zombies between us. Since the phones still work, ask her what she thinks." "If it's possible, I can go upstairs and bring them down," Li Fan said without pretending to be a gentleman. He indeed wanted to try with another woman to see what rewards he could get. Would it always be superpowers? Would there be other types of rewards? The fireball spell's damage against zombies wasn't fast enough. If there were too many zombies, and he couldn't dodge or kill them immediately, he could get caught or bitten. If he turned into a zombie, everything would be over. And Yun quickly finished the call and nodded at Li Fan. "I told her we have food stored and can last for a while. They're willing to come down." There was one more thing Yun didn't tell Li Fan. She had actually mentioned to Qin Xingyan that Li Fan had the ability to conjure food and create fire, and that he needed her cooperation. She had also mentioned her current intimate relationship with Li Fan. Otherwise, she was afraid Qin Xingyan wouldn't believe her. After all, who would help you for no reason? Who would believe you without proof? If something sounds too good to be true, it usually is. Qin Xingyan didn't disappoint in Yun over the phone. She agreed right away, saying as long as she and her daughters could get some food, she was willing to do anything Li Fan wanted. It seemed that after just 3 days, the zombie outbreak had already caused huge psychological pressure on the survivors. The usual morals and values were thrown out the window. Alright, I'll go bring them down. Lock the door and wait at home. Don't open the door for strangers, and call them to let them know. Li Fan put on his thick clothes again, wore his helmet, grabbed the baseball bat, and went out. The sky outside was completely dark. The lights in the elevator area turned on as Yun closed the door. The row of buildings along the street were all separate units, one big and one small apartment per floor, with the elevator in between. There were 16 floors in total, and each unit had only one elevator, with not much public space. Li Fan figured the elevator should still work for another day or two, so he boldly walked into the bloodstained elevator. He thought for a moment, then threw a fireball at the blood on the floor. If it caught onto the elevator itself, he would immediately extinguish it. After the blood turned into a pile of black ashes and the fireball went out, Li Fan pressed the elevator button. Fortunately, the elevator smoothly went up to the 12th floor. Li Fan didn't feel any sense of danger. When the elevator doors opened, the 12th floor was very quiet. There was nothing unusual. Li Fan rang the doorbell of the apartment on the left. A frightened woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? My name is Li Fan. Sister An asked me to come get you. Click, the security door opened, and 2 women appeared holding a kitchen knife and a spatula. The woman with the kitchen knife looked about 30 years old. She wore black pants, an apron, and a round-neck t-shirt underneath. She had a full figure, slightly yellowish skin, and a dignified appearance. The woman with the spatula looked about 25 or 26, wearing a white blouse and a black knee-length skirt. She had an even better figure, probably still breastfeeding. There was a wet mark near her chest. She had fair skin and a standard oval face. Detected a strategy target, Zhao Feng. Bind? Detected a strategy target, Qin Xingyan. Bind? Li Fan had guessed correctly. As long as it was a woman capable of giving birth, the system would prompt him, regardless of appearance, figure, or age. He silently chose yes in his mind. Strategy target Zhao Feng successfully bound. Novice reminder, after successfully conquering, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please work hard to expand the family and continue reproduction. Strategy target Qin Xingyan successfully bound. Novice reminder, after successfully conquering, hosts full attributes +6, family members +3, and a reward package. Please work hard to expand the family and continue reproduction. There was no time to bother with the system now. Li Fan asked, do you have a lot of stuff to move? Not much. Since Sister Zhao bought groceries daily, we didn't stock up. We only have 2 bags of rice, a couple of sets of clothes, and some baby bottles and diapers for Xingxing, said Qin Xingyan, the woman with the oval face, shaking her head. Coincidentally, her stomach suddenly growled. Zhao Feng's stomach also growled in response. Blushing with embarrassment, Zhao Feng and Qin Xingyan explained, there's no more food at home. We haven't eaten today. Li Fan completely understood. Wasn't Yun in the same situation earlier, worried and scared, still trying to go out for food? Then hurry and pack your things. Later, Sister An can make you something to eat. We're ready. It's just these 2 bags, Qin Xingyan said, pointing to the 2 large shopping bags at her feet. It seemed they had really coordinated with Sister An. Their bags were already packed and ready. Zhao Feng picked up the bags with both hands. Qin Xingyan quickly picked up the sleeping baby in her arms and grabbed the hand of a cute little girl about the same age as Li Yuqi with her left hand. Li Fan didn't rush to help them carry anything. He pressed the elevator button, and together they entered, safely arriving at the 8th floor. At this moment, he was thinking about checking how many households in this unit were still at home and how many had turned into zombies, to make it easier for future clearing. Knocking on Yun's door, the group arrived safely. Li Fan noticed that Zhao Feng and Qin Xingyan were actually trembling. Were they really that scared? They hadn't even encountered any zombies. And Yun quickly hugged each of them by the shoulders and helped them to sit down on the sofa. Holding her baby daughter, Qin Xingyan leaned close to Yun's ear and whispered, did you really do that with him? The black ashes outside and the black ashes in the elevator, were those zombies he burned to death with his superpower? Yes. Earlier at his place, zombies almost smashed through the door of his rental room. His bedroom and mine haven't been tidied yet. If you don't believe me, you can go take a look. And Yun whispered back to her, take me to see the food he conjured first. Qin Xingyan said. She believed in Yun's words but cared even more about the food. Does Sister Zhao want to take a look too? And Yun asked Zhao Feng, who was clearly also listening to their conversation. Sister Zhao, come with us too. Before Zhao Feng could reply, Qin Xinyan had already answered for her. Seeing that they were no longer trembling, and Yun led them to the refrigerator, showing them the 4 metal lunchboxes and 8 apples that were left. Every time I did that with him before, 3 metal lunchboxes, 3 bottles of water, and 3 apples would appear. He ate 4 lunchboxes, and I shared one with Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi also ate an apple. Now these are what's left. After eating, the empty lunchboxes automatically disappear. It's really amazing. She also pointed to the 9 bottles of water placed on the counter and said, "These bottles of water haven't been touched yet. We still have water to drink." He said the outside is full of zombies now, and maybe in a few days there will be no more water, electricity, internet, or gas. After taking a nap in the afternoon, Li Fan wasn't very sleepy. Seeing the 3 women eyeing him eagerly, he said to them, "You 3 get some rest. I'm going to try my summoning skill." He said this and walked out of the room. Seeing Li Fan close the door, and Yun and the others happily gathered by the bed, and Yun smiled at Qin Xinyan, who was holding her baby, and said, "Yanzi, now you understand that pulling you into this was for your own good, right?" "Yes, thank you, Sister Yun. If it weren't for you, Sister Zhao Feng, the 2 children, and I would definitely be starving in a few days," Qin Xinyan said, hugging Yun with tearful gratitude. "I also thank Sister Yun for saving my life," Zhao Feng said, already dressed, without any particular exhibitionist tendencies. "Last night, I even thought about going downstairs to buy food, but after being scared by the zombie in the elevator, I understood. Besides, Shaoli is a good person, younger than us, not married, not even living with someone. If anything, we're the ones taking advantage of him." And Yun began instilling her open-minded thinking. Zhao Feng was 31 years old, the oldest among the 3, a married woman. She had been married for 8 years and had a son who would soon turn 7. Her family background was 2 or 3 levels lower than in Yun's and Qin Xinyan's. Among them, if anyone was really taking advantage, it was Zhao Feng. Her field hadn't even been cultivated by her husband once a year. Moreover, her appearance was much inferior compared to the stunning Yun and the pretty Qin Xinyan, who relied on her looks. Maybe only in her village could she barely count as a village flower. "You shouldn't rush to thank me. Dragging you into this wasn't just to save you. You heard him talk about superpowers earlier. As long as Shaoli does it with different women, he can get superpowers. So I hope he can get stronger quickly and help us save our family members. That's my selfish reason." And Yun added, "You mean we should help him find women?" Qin Xinyan asked uncertainly. "Preferably women in this building. No point looking too far now." And Yun said. Meanwhile, Li Fan didn't know that Yun was already helping him find more women. He was carefully standing at the door, preparing to send a summoned dog to scout the hallway. After the power outage, the elevator definitely couldn't be used. Summoning was easier than the fireball spell. With just a thought, he could summon a hunting dog. It didn't consume the internal energy flow. The summoned dog looked completely normal, indistinguishable from an ordinary hunting dog. Once the dog was summoned, Li Fan could see through its perspective, as if gaining an extra pair of eyes. He commanded the dog to go downstairs, then turned and locked the door behind him. No hesitation. First, check if there were zombies on the stairs. Going down, it wasn't until the 5th floor that he saw a figure and heard a low growl. Both sides of the hallway had open doors. Another figure ran out at the sound. 2 zombies, 1 adult and 1 half-grown child. Li Fan immediately commanded the dog to run further down. The 4th floor was quiet. The 3rd floor was quiet too. On the 2nd floor, the left door was open, with 2 zombies wandering around. Down at the 1st floor, there were 7 or 8 zombies clustered at the stairwell. A bone was propping the entrance door open, but the door itself wasn't locked. Fortunately, zombies had no intelligence and didn't climb stairs or break doors. Otherwise, the survivors in this building would have been doomed. Li Fan gritted his teeth and commanded the dog to jump from the railing to the door, grab the bone, and run outside. Bang! The entrance door slammed shut, causing a commotion among the zombies inside. Luckily, there were no residents on the 1st floor, only 2 locked storefront back doors. Soon, zombies on the nearby street, hearing the noise, started moving toward the entrance. Li Fan had to command the dog to bark furiously. If zombies gathered at the door, it would be even harder to leave later. The dog's barking worked. The zombies that had been heading for the door changed direction toward the noise. Even more zombies and some hidden survivors were disturbed. Li Fan didn't care about that. He kept commanding the dog to bark and lead the zombies farther away. But when the dog was more than 500 meters away, Li Fan lost the connection and vision. The dog was likely bitten to death by zombies lurking in the corner. Checking the system, Li Fan saw that after the summoned dog's death, the summon skill had a 10-minute cooldown before it could be used again. There were zombies on the 5th, 2nd, and 1st floors. Since zombies didn't climb stairs, their positions were unlikely to change, but it was still necessary to be cautious. The 10-minute cooldown passed quickly. Li Fan summoned another dog and sent it out. This time, he commanded it to go upstairs. All the way up to the rooftop, there were no open doors or zombies. Li Fan then commanded the dog to return to the 8th floor door. He took a small piece of meat from the fridge and tried to feed it. The dog sniffed it but didn't eat. Leaving the dog outside, Li Fan locked the door and packed all the bottled water from the system into the Qiankuan bag. Through his eyes, he could see a bright square space inside a dark void. The bottled water was neatly arranged automatically inside. Whenever he wanted, he could summon the bottled water into his hand. Seeing that he had 180 points of special proficiency, enough to upgrade his superpower, Li Fan thought. If the 3 women helped him 3 times a day, he could gain 180 points daily. There was no need to hide it. He directly spent the points to upgrade Space Qiankuan Bag. Space Qiankuan Bag, LV2, volume 500 cubic meters, proficiency 0 of 500. Li Fan saw the bright square space grow larger in the dark void. The zombies stirred by the dog earlier had quieted down. Outside became silent again. Unknowingly, Li Fan fell asleep on the sofa until morning. At dawn, Li Fan first checked the dog's perspective. The dog was still lying at the door. Looks like in the future, the summoned dog could not only scout but also guard. If he could upgrade it to summon more dogs at once, that would be even better. The bedroom door opened, and Yun Yun came out and said to Li Fan, "Later we need to go to Yen Zi's place to bring down the crib. Last night, sleeping together, we were afraid of hurting Xingxing." "Okay. I had the dog scout last night. There are no zombies upstairs, only on the 5th, 2nd, and 1st floors." Li Fan replied. "Also, the lunchboxes we got yesterday and those in the fridge, store them all in your superpower space. For now, we'll cook. Save the supplies you get from that thing." And Yun Yun said. She peeked into the room where Chi Chi and Ye Ye were still sleeping, then closed the door and came back to Li Fan's side. "Since the kids are still sleeping, why don't we first claim the morning supplies?" Li Fan, being young and strong, and with his body enhanced by the system's attribute upgrades, was very enthusiastic about doing this kind of poker activity to gain special proficiency points to upgrade his superpowers. Although the 3 women were older than him and had been married and given birth, they were essentially free women to him now, so he wasn't picky at all. Maybe in the future, when he was spoiled for choice, he would start being selective, but that would be after he became stronger. 3 women a day, 9 times, only 180 special proficiency points, still far from enough. Afterward, Li Fan didn't rush to claim supplies, because claiming once meant food for all members, and currently only Yun Yun had actively completed the contribution, while Zhao Feng and Qin Xingyan hadn't yet. If he claimed supplies now, it would immediately expose the lie he had told Yun Yun earlier. So he frowned and made up another lie. "Before, when it was just 1 woman, I could claim supplies right after. But now with 3 women, it looks like I need to complete everything before claiming." And Yun Yun didn't doubt Li Fan's words at all. She never suspected he would lie. After all, they were already his women to play with. Why would he lie? But Li Fan thought, if claiming supplies had no restrictions, they might start taking it lightly. He didn't want them casually giving out food and water to others. He wasn't the savior of the apocalypse. Later he could find an excuse to lift these restrictions, but for now, he had to make them feel that supplies required effort to get. "I'll go tell them, and bring Xingxing out. You can go find them afterward." And Yun Yun said, then turned and went into the bedroom. Soon, she came out carrying Xingxing, and warned Li Fan, "Hurry up. Don't hold back. Otherwise, when there are more women later, you'll exhaust yourself to death." Li Fan didn't hold back. Thanks to the system's attribute boosts, not only had his strength increased, but his muscles were now well-defined, and his abs were clearly visible. His second brother was also upgraded, previously lasting 3 to 5 minutes normally, or 10 plus minutes when holding back. Now, even without holding back, he could last 10 minutes, and if he tried, he could easily reach half an hour. Half an hour later, Qin Xingyan and Zhao Feng, fully dressed and laughing, came out carrying 7 lunchboxes. "So you really have to do all of them. If there are more women in the future, won't it take even more time?" And Yun Yun muttered to herself, seeing their faces glowing with satisfaction. With 60 special proficiency points gained, now Li Fan had 140 points again. Lying on the bed, Li Fan thought about upgrading all 3 superpowers he currently had. The space Jianquan bag had expanded from 100 cubic meters to 500 cubic meters with just one level up, a 5-fold increase. Following that rate, level 3 would be 2,500 cubic meters, and level 4 even larger. Moving things would no longer be a problem. Next, he upgraded Element Fireball spell to level 2. Element Fireball spell, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Element Fireball spell allows flexible use of fireballs and increases body fire resistance by 60%. The change wasn't huge, which made Li Fan a bit disappointed, but he believed upgrading superpowers was definitely useful. After getting dressed, Li Fan put the 6 bottles of water on the nightstand into the Qianquan bag and moved the milk bottles and apples to the dining table. And Yun came over again and said, "You said earlier there are no zombies upstairs and no open doors. Later, go knock on the left side doors of the 10th and 15th floors. There should be women home on weekends." She added, "If you hear a man's voice, just leave it alone." Got it. Li Fan agreed, with Yun being so thoughtful and even helping him find women, there was no reason to refuse. Besides, he did want to go door by door upstairs, to confirm survivors and zombies and to collect useful supplies early. But Li Fan still reminded, if a woman is too weird or malicious, no need to introduce her. If fights break out, it'll just be troublesome. And Yun rolled her eyes and said, "Right now, the priority is to find more women and gain strong superpowers. Later, when you're strong enough, you can build a safe base for us. If someone is stupid or troublesome, just toss her out and don't bring her alone." Hearing Yun's words, Li Fan felt a little ashamed. This family propagation system binding to him was really a waste. If it had bound to Yun, she would have used it even better. The chief lady is right. "I'll listen to your arrangements," Li Fan said, jokingly bowing. And Yun nodded and said, "Later, we should also rank by seniority. Otherwise, if a vixen comes and messes with your head, you might forget us old women." "You want to start a harem drama?" Li Fan said, stunned. "This isn't just drama. With your abilities, women will flock to you. Once you become powerful, you'll definitely dominate an area, not palace-level intrigue, but at least city-level competition." And Yun said confidently, "No matter what, in the early stages, we must keep finding women for you to gain more strong superpowers like temporary invincibility, injury immunity, or large area attack powers. If just 1 or 2 such abilities appear, we can stop and build a survivor base, recruit more female survivors, form a positive cycle, and then gather an army. Eventually, all survivors around will obey you." Li Fan hadn't even dreamed of ambitions that big. Hearing Yun's words left him a bit dumbfounded. This woman really had big ambitions. "Are you serious, sisterin? Not joking?" And Yun looked at him angrily. "This is the apocalypse. If you only want to live quietly, sooner or later someone will wipe you out. If you don't grow strong, all of us women gathered around you will be doomed." Li Fan said seriously, "I'll work hard. For your sake, I'll become stronger as soon as possible. I'll first take Xiaofang upstairs to get her things, then go knock on doors. Everyone finish washing up and breakfast first." And Yun said, seeing Xiaofang had finished tidying up the bedroom and started cleaning again. Qin Xingyan had already washed up and was feeding Xingxing with a milk bottle at the dining table. She had weaned Xingxing a month ago, but sometimes milk still leaked. "The phone isn't working anymore." And Yun said she had tried to call home, but now calls wouldn't go through. It was already the 4th day of the apocalypse. Thinking about the water, electricity, and gas situation, Li Fan said, "Today we'll cook everything into ready-to-eat meals. I'll store it all in the Qianquan bag. Better not wait until everything stops and then struggle to find firewood or gas. I'll go with Li Fan to get the stuff. Sister Zhao and sister and stay and cook and watch the kids," Qin Xingyan suggested after breakfast. Zhao Fang and Yun had no objections. Li Fan, wearing his helmet and carrying his baseball bat, left 806C with Qin Xingyan. The letter C indicated their unit building, rooms with numbers starting from 1, 2 were Unit A, and so on. Li Fan let the hunting dog walk in front, while he and Qin Xingyan followed behind. This time they didn't take the elevator, afraid they would get stuck if the power went out. As he had scouted the night before, the 9th, 10th, and 11th floors had no zombies, and no doors were open. Following behind Li Fan, Qin Xingyan briefly introduced the residents of Units 1006 and 1506. Ruan Yuan is about the same age as Sister Zhao, a good person. She's not the wife of the property owner Chen Jianxin. They both work and raise children, and have been living together in a weekend arrangement for 2 or 3 years. She has a daughter in kindergarten, and Chen Jianxin has a son boarding in middle school. but sometimes Qin Xiaoming stays at his mother's place. As for Unit 1506, that's Chao Hui, around 28 or 29 years old. She's a bit improper. Her husband works on construction sites all year and only comes home a few times. It's said Chao Hui loves playing cards and has several regular male card-playing friends. Everyone who knows her knows about her. Maybe her lifestyle has something to do with why she hasn't had children. Li Fan thought to himself, another woman who's someone else's wife, but outwardly remained calm and asked, "Do you think they'll come with me if I knock?" Chao Hui definitely will. She's very casual. She often goes out to eat when invited. I guess she doesn't have much food at home, Qin Xinyan said without hesitation. As for Wang Yuan, she probably doesn't have much food either. But whether she'll immediately come with you, I'm not sure. After all, with how the world has changed, some people adapt quickly, while others stubbornly stick to their old ways. When they reached the 12th floor, Qin Xinyan opened the door and went inside to pack things. Li Fan followed her in. Li Fan thought that the reason Qin Xinyan and Yun agreed so quickly to follow him was mostly to ensure their children had enough to eat, with survival being the second motive. As for Zhao Feng, Li Fan guessed she was somewhat influenced by Qin Xinyan and Yun, plus she still had a little hope of finding her family. He didn't think they had switched loyalties too easily. Instead, he thought they were very smart, brave, and decisive, more decisive than many others. Hesitation was the real killer. At least Li Fan thought Yun and Qin Xinyan were much stronger than he was. After packing 2 large bags, Qin Xinyan pushed out a wooden baby crib and said awkwardly, "The crib is a bit heavy, can you help?" Li Fan easily lifted the crib with one hand. "Put the bags inside the crib. When we get to the 10th floor, you go knock on Wang Yuan's door." "Okay." Qin Xinyan, who had married young thanks to her beauty and had been treated like a pampered wife, immediately put the 2 large bags into the crib and sweetly thanked Li Fan. Li Fan again let the dog lead the way. At the 10th floor, Li Fan watched as Qin Xinyan went to knock on the door of 1006. However, before she could knock, the door of 1005 opened first. A young girl on crutches, with swollen eyes, cautiously poked her head out and asked, "Brother, sister, are you looking for Uncle Chen?" "They're not here. Sunday morning, they and my parents took the elevator together and left." Detected a strategy target, Zhu Ting. Bind? As expected, the system reacted whenever a woman appeared. Li Fan was used to it by now and selected yes. Strategy target Zhu Ting successfully bound. Novice reminder, after successfully conquering, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please work hard to expand the family and continue reproduction. Sunday was the day Li Fan had gone to the supermarket and the heavy rain and zombie outbreak began. "They haven't come back? Do you still have food?" Qin Xinyan asked, looking at the 16 to 17-year-old girl. Her left leg was in a cast, she must have injured it at school and was recovering at home. "I still have some food, but I don't know how to cook. These past 2 days I've only eaten instant noodles and snacks." "Have all the people outside turned into zombies?" the limping girl Zhu Ting asked tearfully. "There should still be survivors, just like us." Qin Xinyan comforted her, then asked, "Do you want to stay with us? We have 7 or 8 people living in 806. I used to live in 1206 but moved to 806 yesterday. Can I? Won't I bother you?" Zhu Ting had been feeling lost and scared at home. Hearing human voices, she couldn't resist opening the door. Of course she hoped someone could help her. "Come with us." Qin Xinyan decided to bring her down first and let Yun and the others help persuade her later. Kids these days matured early anyway. Thus, Li Fan and Qin Xinyan didn't find Wang Yuan but picked up a lonely young girl instead. "What's your name? How old are you? Which school do you attend?" Qin Xinyan asked. "My name is Zhu Ting. I'm 17, first year at second high school. My dad's name is Zhu Wenbin, my mom's name is Su Hongxing, and I have a younger brother Zhu Yu." Zhu Ting quickly explained her family situation. Talking along the way, they arrived at 806. The smell of food inside made all 3 of them swallow hungrily. After Li Fan dropped off the stuff, he went out again. And Yun was taking care of the children, Zhao Feng was cooking, and Qin Xinyan introduced Zhu Ting to Yun. And Yun frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "She's alone?" Qin Xinyan nodded, and Yun handed the baby to Qin Xinyan, then warmly took Zhu Ting's hand and led her into the bedroom to rest. Meanwhile, Li Fan headed straight for the 16th floor. He knocked on the right door first, no response. Then he knocked on the left door, again, no response. After waiting a bit and hearing nothing, he marked the walls with an O on both sides. Next, he went to the 15th floor. When he knocked on the right side door, there was the sound of hurried footsteps and low growling, but the door didn't open. Li Fan knew that house had turned into zombies. He marked an X on the wall. When he knocked on the left side door, a woman's voice asked, "Who is it?" "I'm a tenant from the 8th floor. My name is Li Fan. Are you Chao Hui? Xin Xinyan mentioned you. She asked me to bring you down to live with us. There's Zhao Feng, and Yun, and 4 children too." Li Fan said, "I know Qin Xinyan. How is she?" The door opened slightly, revealing a petite woman in loose pajamas, fresh-faced and innocent-looking, very different from the loose woman Li Fan had imagined. Detected a strategy target, Chao Hui. Bind? Li Fan again selected yes. Strategy target Chao Hui successfully bound. Novice reminder, after successfully conquering, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please work hard to expand the family and continue reproduction. She's doing fine. Do you want to come down with me? Li Fan asked. I'll come with you. Come in and wait a moment. I'll pack a few changes of clothes. Chao Hui said, letting Li Fan inside and locking the door again. Do you have any metal rods or anything like that at home? I heard your husband works at construction sites. Li Fan asked, still thinking about finding tools to deal with the zombies downstairs. My husband does work construction, but I usually don't allow him to bring work tools home. Chao Hui answered while packing inside the bedroom. Li Fan was a bit disappointed but thought he would have to search slowly. When Chao Hui came out of the bedroom, she had already changed into jeans and a t-shirt. This woman was small but very bold. She had changed clothes without even closing the bedroom door. Such boldness explained why she didn't care about rumors and played around freely. You and Qin Xinyan are involved? I really didn't expect Qin Xinyan to have that in her. Chao Hui said playfully, carrying a shopping bag and smiling at Li Fan. Li Fan neither confirmed nor denied it, and just said, let's go, I'll take you down. Chao Hui looked at Li Fan with new appreciation. All her card-playing friends who had seen Qin Xinyan said she was beautiful and decent, so she had just teased Li Fan casually, but unexpectedly, he didn't deny it. Impressive. She couldn't help but glance at Li Fan's lower body. She thought Li Fan must have some special ability. Otherwise, why would someone like Qin Xinyan get involved with him? However, when Chao Hui arrived at 806 and saw a house full of women, she realized even if Li Fan had special abilities, it still wouldn't be enough to keep so many women peacefully together. But after talking privately with an Yun, she was truly shocked. Only 3 days, and you all decided to follow Li Fan? Chao Hui asked, both shocked and confused, and Yun nodded and said, if you're not willing, we won't force you. But if you stay here to eat and live, you must obey him. What if your husbands aren't dead and are still out there? Chao Hui asked curiously. Then when we find them, we'll explain. And Yun said, frowning, and your decision? I agree too. Since you all chose him, there must be a reason. Besides, I'm not some chaste woman. Sleeping with a man isn't a big deal. Chao Hui said, nodding. Li Fan, leading the hunting dog, started knocking on doors again from the 9th floor, marking doors with O, X, or square root. It turned out many families had been working overtime on Sunday and never returned. Going up, he marked 6 doors with O, 3 with X, and 4 with square root. The 4 households he marked with square root 1105, 1305, 1405, and 1406 were still occupied. Li Fan planned to gather some information, but only the young couple from 1405 opened the door slightly and talked to him. Detected a strategy target, Jiang Menglan. Bind? Li Fan was used to the system reacting to any woman. But since she had a boyfriend next to her, he ignored the system this time. Jiang Menglan and her boyfriend told him, 1406 is occupied by a woman with a child and 2 elderly people. The child cries a lot. 1305 has 2 female tenants, but we don't know them well, sometimes we hear arguments. As for 1105, it's likely a couple, since we've seen them in the elevator. After giving this information, Jiang Menglan asked Li Fan, we didn't buy enough food, can you lend us some? We'll pay you back later. Li Fan replied, from the 6th floor up, all stairwells are free of zombies and safe. You can try to open the doors I marked with O to search for supplies. The doors marked with X have zombies inside, be careful. Before leaving, he added, if you need help, come to 806. My name is Li Fan. After Li Fan left, Jiang Menglan grumbled at her boyfriend Zhong Hongfei. Look at Li Fan, then look at you. You don't even dare step out. Zhong Hongfei stiffly replied, maybe he trained in martial arts. He's braver and stronger. You know I'm the only son in my family, and I'm a liberal arts student, how could I act recklessly? Jiang Menglan didn't want to argue more and asked. He said the rooms marked with O are empty, are you brave enough to go search? Zhong Hongfei puffed out his chest and said, of course I dare, but our food will last 3 to 5 more days. Let's not take risks now, what if he's lying? or made a mistake. John Menglan sighed in frustration. Fine, whatever you want. I don't dare go out alone either. Li Fan returned to 806. It was almost noon, the whole morning had passed. Time to eat. Chi-Chi, yeah, come here. Li Fan called out, seeing the table full of dishes. And Yun, Zhu Ting, and Xiao Hui came out of the bedroom. And Qin Xinyan and Zhao Fan also came out of the guest room carrying children. How's the situation? Are there many zombies? And Yun asked with concern. Li Fan said. Outside on the upper floors, no zombies. 3 households probably have zombies trapped inside. I've marked everything. Any single women among the 4 households? And Yun asked. Everyone else couldn't help but glance at her. 1406 has a woman living with a child and elderly people. 1305 has 2 women living together. 1105 and 1405 are couples. Li Fan answered truthfully. So from the 6th floor up, it's safe, no zombies, and only the 5th, 2nd, and 1st floors have zombies, right? And Yun confirmed. Yeah. Let's eat first, the kids are hungry. Li Fan said, noticing the women were all watching him and in Yun talk. You and sister and are discussing exactly what we wanted to know. Qin Xinyan said with a smile. Let's eat. Li Fan said, not bothering about anything else, focusing on eating. Suddenly, the TV showing cartoons went black. Power outage? Zhao Fang stood up uncertainly, pressed the dining room light switch, no response. Yes, the power's out. She checked the gas and water, and said happily. Water and gas are still on. Li Fan frowned and said, after we eat, let's go upstairs to find buckets for water, flashlights, candles, and containers for food. No need to rush for food right now. Now he truly realized the burden of having so many women. If he were alone, he could just rely on the system's rations. After eating, Li Fan was about to take Yun and Zhao Fang out to find supplies. But Yun stopped him, telling him to first handle necessary matters. What surprised Li Fan was that Zhu Ting, a first-year high school student, was not inexperienced at all. As for Xiao Hui, that was even more obvious. Li Fan didn't feel like he was taking any advantage at all. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Then he went ahead and completed another round to allocate the food rations. By the time everything was done, it was already 1:40 in the afternoon. Looking at the 5 women, Li Fan honestly felt that it was truly enjoyable, something he would never have dared to even dream of before, but now it was really happening. Special proficiency plus 20. 1 hit certain activation successful. Target Zhu Ting successfully conquered, hosts full attributes plus 2, family member plus 1, reward package awarded. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. A first conquest reward package is available. Claim it. Change in family members detected. Remaining supplies can be claimed. Refreshes after midnight. Special proficiency plus 20. 1 hit certain activation successful. Target Xiao Hui successfully conquered, hosts full attributes plus 2, family member plus 1, reward package awarded. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. A conquest reward package is available. Claim it? Yes. Acquired Defense Protective Shield, LV1, covers 1 person, proficiency 0/100. Defense Protective Shield provides full body, no dead zone protection from attacks. Cooldown 30 minutes. Acquired Special Invisibility, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Special Invisibility allows invisibility from the naked eye. Effectiveness is halved during the daytime. Can still be sensed. Zhu Ting's reward package gave the Defense Protective Shield, while Xiao Hui's reward package gave the Special Invisibility. 2 waves of heat surged in succession, and Li Fan could clearly feel that his body became stronger again. During the novice period, the 1-hit certain activation effect was still active, which meant that apart from Qin Xinyan, who was still recovering after childbirth, the other 4 women were now all pregnant with his children. He wondered what kind of rewards there would be after the children were born. Of course, it was still too early to think about that. But if they didn't find a safe place and a doctor within 3 to 5 months, it would be much more troublesome when their bellies started to grow. Now he had 140 special proficiency points again. Li Fan upgraded the Defense Protective Shield to LV2. Defense Protective Shield, LV2, covers 2 people, proficiency 0/500. Defense Protective Shield provides full body, no dead zone protection from attacks. Cooldown 30 minutes. He explained the new superpowers to the 5 women and claimed the lunch supplies, 9 lunchboxes for lunch. The new abilities are, 1 called Protective Shield, a defensive skill, and another called Invisibility. Li Fan said, then demonstrated the abilities. A golden shield appeared around his body and then slowly faded, but the defensive effect remained. This protective shield can protect more people as its level increases. However, after being attacked and disappearing, it needs a 30-minute cooldown. As for how strong the protection is, it's still unclear. Li Fan explained carefully. This is great. At least it gives you more safety. And Yun Yun said happily. During emergencies, it can buy time for rescue too. Qin Qingyan added, should I demonstrate the invisibility too? Li Fan asked, seeing the women whispering. Of course, we want to see. Li Fan activated invisibility, but during daytime, its effect was halved, and even he could see a faint blurry outline of himself, like he hadn't mastered the skill properly. This isn't very good. We can still see you with our eyes. What kind of invisibility is this? And Yun Yun and Xiao Hui complained. I think it's fine. We can see him only because he's standing right in front of us. If he hides and uses it, it would be much harder to spot. Shu Ting said boldly. I think so too. And it would be even harder to notice at night. Qin Qingyan agreed. Alright, the results are good. With this protective shield, we can ensure Li Fan's safety. We can now start clearing zombies downstairs and explore outside. And Yun Yun said happily. She hadn't forgotten that she wanted Li Fan to visit her house. Next, Li Fan took in Yun Yun and Zhao Fong to search for useful items. Bang! Li Fan kicked open the door of Unit 905, which had been marked with an O. It was clear that Li Fan's strength was now even greater than a zombie's. Searching around, they found 2 water buckets, 2 lunchboxes, half a bag of rice, and a shopping bag full of snacks, all stored into the Chin Kuan bag. Then they moved to the next place, Unit 1006, Wan Yuan's home. The security door couldn't be forced open by brute strength without tools, so Li Fan didn't try to break it. Instead, they went to Zhu Ting's home and found a large barrel for storing rice, 2 more lunchboxes, 3 bags of rice, a barrel of cooking oil, some candles, a large flashlight, and some hardware tools. Then they tried Units 1106, 1205, 1605, and 1606. No one lived there, and without the keys, they couldn't open the security doors. In Unit 1205, Li Fan found a 1.5 meter long, 5 centimeter thick steel rod. Finally, he found a suitable weapon. With his strength now, swinging the steel rod could probably send a zombie flying. He couldn't wait to try it. So he decided not to search further and said to Yun Yun, Sisterin, I'll send you back first. You guys can start filling the buckets and wash up. Then I'll go clean up the zombies downstairs. Alright. The water buckets are enough. At most, we can stay here 3 to 5 more days before finding a better place. And Yun Yun agreed, fully supporting Li Fan's rapid growth. But first, take me to 1305. I want to ask those 2 women if they want to join us. Okay. Since it was for his benefit, Li Fan had no reason to refuse. At 1305, and Yun Yun knocked and called out. Hello, I'm Yun Yun from the 8th floor. We're preparing to go out soon to find supplies and a better place to stay. Would you like to come with us? When Li Fan had knocked before, someone had clearly been at the door but stayed silent. This time it was the same, no response. And Yun Yun added, we'll provide food, shelter, and safety. If you miss this chance, you might regret it. Think carefully, I'll wait 2 minutes outside the door. Alright, 2 minutes are up. And Yun Yun said after waiting 2 minutes and seeing no response from inside. She didn't bother saying anything more. Let's go, Sisterin. Li Fan said. The door of 1305 opened, and 2 disheveled, dirty-looking women appeared at the doorway. Detected strategy target Jiang Qiufang. Bind? Detected strategy target Jiang Dongfang. Bind? Li Fan selected yes for both. Strategy target Jiang Qiufang successfully bound. Novice period reminder, after successful strategy, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. Strategy target Jiang Dongfang successfully bound. Novice period reminder, after successful strategy, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. These 2 were actually sisters. Is it really food, housing, and safety guaranteed? They asked. Really? And Yun Yun replied. What do we need to do? They asked. Just follow and do what everyone else is doing. Do we have to fight zombies too? Mainly he fights the zombies. We haven't had to fight yet. Okay, we'll go with you. Through simple questions and answers, Jiang Qiufang and Jiang Dongfang agreed to join in Yun Yun and the others. Zhao Fong truly admired how Yun Yun worked so hard helping Li Fan find women and persuade them. When they reached 806, Li Fan didn't go inside. He waited for them to close the door before heading down to the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, there were only 2 zombies, 1 adult and 1 child, and the door was open. With a weapon in hand and his full attributes now doubled, Li Fan's physical strength was about 3 times that of a normal person. To be safe, he cast a protective shield on himself first, in case he was accidentally grabbed by a zombie. Hearing noise, the zombies rushed over. Naturally, Li Fan didn't just let them attack to test his shield, he immediately stabbed the adult zombie straight through the forehead, then stabbed the smaller one. But neither died immediately, so Li Fan had to smash their heads completely. The scene was a bit disgusting, but after seeing the carnage in the elevator, he had developed some resistance. Looks like I still need a longer knife. Using a steel rod to kill zombies is a bit tiring, Li Fan muttered. He threw 2 fireballs at the corpses and then ran down to the 2nd floor. There were also 2 zombies there. This time Li Fan didn't stab, he directly swung at their heads. Half a zombie's head flew off and they immediately collapsed. There were 8 zombies downstairs. Relying on his protective shield, Li Fan charged in. Swinging wildly, smacking everything, the zombies couldn't get close and just roared until they were all killed. After confirming they were completely dead, Li Fan withdrew the protective shield and cast fireball spells to burn the corpses. The bloody scene was quite terrifying, but burning it all clean was better. At the same time, something shiny on the ground caught Li Fan's eye. A corpse core? Or a power seed? Li Fan muttered, his imagination running wild from reading too many web novels. He picked it up, it was a crescent-shaped transparent crystal. Later, in the ashes on the 2nd and 5th floors, he found 2 more crescent-shaped transparent crystals. Judging by the drop rate, it's unlikely to be a superpower seed, Li Fan said to himself. As for what it was for, he would have to study it slowly. Then Li Fan started knocking on doors on the 3rd and 4th floors, but there was no response. Anyone inside? If no one answers, I'm going to break the door, Li Fan shouted. Because of his words, someone answered from 305 and 406. They didn't sound like they were starving. So Li Fan used his steel rod to break open the doors of 306 and 405. No one was inside, no zombies either, it seemed they had gone to work or out for fun over the weekend. He collected food and a medical kit from 306, food from 405, stored everything in the Chinkuan bag, marked the rooms, and then went to check the 6th and 7th floors. He already knew someone lived in 705, they had cursed at him earlier. Sure enough, no one was in 605 or 606, but 705 and 706 were occupied. After a quick search and marking, he didn't bother them further. Returning to 806, he showed the crescent crystals to Yun and the others and briefly explained the situation downstairs. The zombies blocking the way downstairs have been cleared. I'm thinking about using invisibility tonight to scout ahead. Good. My parents' home isn't far, about 2 or 3 miles away, at Zongguiwan Community. You can walk toward the residential area. And Yun said excitedly. Alright, I'll walk along the main road toward the bus stop. Li Fan nodded. You should take a shower and rest first. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Then you can go tonight. And Yun said, giving him a look. After washing up, Zhang Qiufang and Zhang Dongfang changed into clean clothes. They looked much better, not beautiful but delicate and neat. They were about 70% alike, but on closer look, it was clear that elder sister Zhang Qiufang was taller and thinner, and younger sister Zhang Dongfang was shorter and heavier. You could tell them apart by their size. After showering and plowing the fields, Li Fan felt 2 faint warm streams merge with the energy already circulating in his body. Special proficiency plus 20. 1 hit certain activation successful. Target Zhang Qiufang successfully conquered, hosts full attributes plus 2. Family member plus 1, reward package awarded. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. First conquest reward package available. Claim it? Change in family members detected. Remaining supplies can be claimed. Refreshes after midnight. Special proficiency plus 20. 1 hit certain activation successful. Target Zhang Dongfang successfully conquered, hosts full attributes plus 2. Family member plus 1, reward package awarded. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. Change in family members detected. Remaining supplies can be claimed. Refreshes after midnight. Conquest reward package available. Claim it? Yes. Acquired element water manipulation, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element water manipulation allows control over water. Increases body water resistance by 50%. Acquired element freezing spell, LV1. Proficiency 0/100. Element freezing spell allows freezing of liquids. Zhang Qiufang's reward package gave the water manipulation skill, while Zhang Dongfang's gave the freezing spell. Before Li Fan could even demonstrate his new powers, the system sent another prompt. Host's family members now exceed 10. Achievement reward for a 10-member family is available. Claim it? Li Fan chose yes. When the apocalypse disaster arrives, if the host of the family reproduction system expands the number of family members to 10, the family member subsystem can be activated. Currently, the number of family member subsystems that can be activated is 1. Please choose carefully one family member to bind to the family member subsystem. Newbie period tip: after activating the family member subsystem, the family reproduction system will be upgraded, unlocking the personal attribute panel, family member attribute panel, and family member subsystem panel. Li Fan felt that the system had given him another difficult problem. There were 7 women, but he could only assign one subsystem, and he still didn't know if this subsystem, like his, would grant superpowers through intimacy with the opposite sex. Was he supposed to green hat himself? If that were the case, what was the point of assigning it? But if he didn't take this step, how could he know the true nature of the family member subsystem? It was better to first test the new superpowers. This time, element, water flow technique and element, freezing technique were 2 abilities that could assist each other. Li Fan thought they were pretty good. However, when he discovered that the water flow technique, like the fireball technique, also required internal energy to condense into water, he no longer thought so. From the looks of it, he needed to prepare a large amount of water or stay near a water source, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to unleash the power of the water flow. He threw the water ball condensed in his hand and used the freezing technique to freeze it. A pile of unevenly sized ice lumps fell to the ground. One is called water flow technique, and the other is called freezing technique. They can assist each other. I choose An Yun to bind to the family member subsystem. Li Fan thought about how An Yun had devoted herself to helping him find women and soothe women. He had already made his choice. Binding successful. Family reproduction system is upgrading. Please wait. As dinner approached, Li Fan once again became like an old ox plowing the field, diligently completing the daily fixed task. The special proficiency points had accumulated to 180 points. This time, the fixed task took even more time, an hour and a half, and it was getting dark outside. At this moment, the system prompt popped up. Family reproduction system upgrade complete. New features: host attribute panel, family member attribute panel, and family member subsystem. Li Fan checked the host attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Health, 360. Energy, 360. Constitution, 36. Strength, 34. Spirit, 36. Agility, 32. Superpowers: element, fireball technique LV2, space, Shankuan bag LV2, summoning, animal LV1, defense, protective shield LV2, special, invisibility technique LV1, element, water flow technique LV1, element, freezing technique LV1. The family member attribute panel showed An Yun attribute panel, Qing Yan attribute panel, Jiaofang attribute panel, Zhuting attribute panel, Xiaohui attribute panel, Jiang Jiufang attribute panel, Jiang Dongfang attribute panel. When opening An Yun attribute panel, it displayed family member An Yun. Health, 70. Energy, 70. Constitution, 7. Strength, 5. Spirit, 7. Agility, 5. Superpowers, none. Status: critical hit effect activated. Currently in pregnancy period. The family member subsystem displayed family member subsystem bound to An Yun. Activate? Li Fan kept An Yun back, preparing to tell her about the family member subsystem, but in a different way. I kept you because I sensed that when your numbers exceed a certain amount, it seems that those who have a close relationship with me can also gain superpowers. As long as I choose someone, they can gain a superpower. I just tried choosing you, sister, and try to see if anything changes? While speaking, Li Fan decided to activate the family member subsystem. Family member subsystem activated. Bound to An Yun. An Yun's all attributes +2. Gain superpower element, fireball technique, LV1, proficiency 0/100. After listening to Li Fan, An Yun was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, she felt a faint warm current rising and circulating inside her body. In her mind appeared information about the superpower element, fireball technique. With just a thought, a small flame appeared in her hand, slowly forming a small fireball. It was much smaller than the fireball Li Fan condensed after his attributes were doubled. The fireball can only grow this big? It's so small. An Yun said discontentedly, and then the fireball dispersed with her thought. Then she frowned and said, "Isn't this the superpower you got after being with me? Now I can also have the same superpower? Then if I find another man, could I gain different superpowers?" As expected, An Yun's thinking had changed dramatically. Li Fan guessed that if he gave a positive answer, she might really go find another man. Fortunately, after activation, the family member subsystem showed, family member subsystem bound to an Yun. Deactivate? It was obvious that the family member subsystem was controlled by Li Fan, the family reproduction system host, and he could manipulate it freely. Probably not. Your superpower is under my control. It's like I'm lending it to you, you can't acquire multiple superpowers like I can. After choosing to deactivate the family member subsystem, Li Fan reminded an Yun, try again and see if you still have the superpower. Although an Yun still felt the warm current flowing inside her, when she tried to summon flames with her thought, nothing happened. The chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. She said dejectedly, it's really gone. It seems you truly are the master, and I am the servant. Don't be so discouraged. Since I could lend you one superpower, maybe I can lend you other superpowers in the future. This is just the beginning, don't you think? Li Fan reopened the family member subsystem. And Yun thought about it and agreed. If there's one, there could be a second. As long as they found the way, it would work. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Anyway, her goal was to find more women for Li Fan, so he could become stronger and stronger. And Yun asked, should we tell them about this? Li Fan considered and said, I want to hear your opinion. After all, the issue isn't about scarcity but about unfairness. A woman's heart is like the bottom of the sea. I really can't understand what you women think. I think it's better to tell them. If you are sure that later you can lend superpowers to others, then they will have something to look forward to and can integrate into our big family faster and better. Besides, they are all your bedmates. All right. Li Fan had no objections to this and felt it showed more respect to listen to an Yun's opinion. Let's eat first. After dinner, I'll talk to them, and Yun said. Li Fan got dressed and walked out of the bedroom, taking out all the dinner they had prepared for everyone. The food cooked at noon had already been packed into lunchboxes they collected today. It was still a bit warm. If one lunchbox wasn't enough to fill up, they could still eat the other prepared dishes. The two sisters, Zhang Qiufang and Zhang Dongfang, ate the most, probably because they hadn't eaten enough at home. Now seeing so much good food, they ate until their bellies were round. The others didn't eat much. The children especially ate very little, they couldn't even finish one lunchbox. Besides, there were apples they could eat as snacks. After dinner, seeing that it was completely dark outside, Li Fan said a few words and went out to scout the road. After Li Fan left, and Yun then told the others about her also having a superpower. What's going on? Sisterin, you also gain superpowers like Li Fan? The others rushed to ask the same question. And Yun shook her head and explained, this isn't my superpower. It's a superpower that Li Fan lent me. When our number reaches a certain point, Li Fan can lend his superpowers to us. Zhang Qiufang asked, so now, among the 7 of us, he can only lend a superpower to one person? Zhang Dongfang also asked, if there are another 7 people, he can lend a superpower to one more person? And Yun shook her head, indicating she didn't know, maybe. The exact situation still needs to be seen after we have more people. Qin Xinyan said, in the row houses along the street, there should still be quite a few women living alone. But Sisterin, didn't you say before that we should find a safer place to settle down? And Yun nodded and said, now, with just the 7 of us, this place is already too cramped. So we need to find a big villa first. It should be in the Riverside New Town. You should know there's a villa district there. We can find a big villa where no one is home and move in. Chao Hui was clearly unwilling. The Riverside New Town is 8 or 9 miles away from here. Who knows how many zombies we might run into along the way. There's no need to go that far. It's better to find a large flat unit in the nearby Daijing International Community. Shu Ting softly suggested, or we could break through the walls here and connect to the next units. After clearing out the zombies, this row of units along the street would be enough to live in. Plus, there are some shops downstairs, so finding supplies would be convenient. Zhao Fang stayed silent. She had already decided to follow an Yun and Qin Xinyan, ignoring the others. Living here, there's no electricity, no water, no gas. In the Riverside Newtown Villa area, there's diverted river water flowing through. No need to worry about water issues. Also, some luxury villas have independent power supply systems. With electricity, we can cook fresh food. There are fewer people, so it's a bit safer. Plus, there are big shopping malls nearby. It's better than living here, said an Yun, but 8 or 9 miles away, and only you and Li Fan have superpowers. If we get caught by zombies, we'll turn into zombies too. Better to stay here in the row houses. Chao Hui clearly opposed moving to Riverside New Town and directly supported Zhu Ting's idea of staying. We'll drive and make a path, and Yun said, looking a little angry at Chao Hui. Xiao Hui argued back, if we get blocked by zombies in the car, it'll be even harder to advance or retreat. Shu Ting also mustered her courage and said, driving isn't just about zombies. Many cars are blocking the roads. Right now, it's just Brother Fan alone. Even if we want to move, we should wait until we're stronger. Besides, it's easy for Brother Fan to get stronger. There are also plenty of women to find in the row houses, added Xiao Hui. Seeing that Qin Xingyan and Zhao Feng, along with the others, didn't support her, and Yunyun realized it was indeed a bit too early to talk about moving, so she said with a darkened face, then let's wait for Li Fan to come back and ask for his opinion. Li Fan didn't know what had happened at home. He was using the invisibility technique to move through the darkness towards Zhonggu Garden Community. Thanks to his attributes being 3 times that of an ordinary person, his eyesight had improved as well. Otherwise, in this pitch-black night, he wouldn't have been able to tell direction or see anything. He was thinking that he should have checked the situation earlier when there was still electricity and streetlights, when suddenly, a sense of danger surged up. He immediately activated the protective shield on his body. Fortunately, the dark figure crashed into the shield. Looking closely, Li Fan found that the dark figure looked like a big cat, about the size of a hunting dog, but it was already a zombie cat. It was unclear what it had eaten to grow so big. Almost at the same time he saw it clearly, Li Fan swung his steel rod at it. Unlike ordinary zombies, this zombie cat with sensory abilities was much more agile, and Li Fan's swing missed. Li Fan knew that his invisibility technique couldn't fool zombies with sensory abilities. If he couldn't kill this zombie cat quickly, and it caused a commotion attracting more zombies, he would have to retreat empty-handed. Thinking of the puddles on the ground, Li Fan swung at the zombie cat while using the water flow technique to splash water towards where the cat might dodge. Sure enough, after 3 tries, the zombie cat was soaked. Li Fan then used the freezing technique to freeze it and smashed it in half with his steel rod. Li Fan couldn't help but feel that having many superpowers made fighting much more enjoyable. Hearing no other noises, Li Fan put away his protective shield, activated invisibility again, and threw a fireball at the still-moving zombie cat. Standing nearby, he waited for the fireball to extinguish, wanting to see if there would be a glowing crystal. As expected, zombies with abilities really did have glowing crystals. Moreover, it wasn't the half-moon-shaped crystal from before, but a circular crystal with a hollow center. It looked obviously more advanced. On the way after that, Li Fan stuck close to the walls and hid in dark corners, not encountering any more sensory zombies. Once, while invisible, Li Fan was face-to-face with a zombie at a corner. He only dared to breathe out after the zombie cluelessly wandered away. The bloody, rotten stench from the zombie was enough to blind a person. Still, what he saw along the way made him feel heavy. Zombies had started mutating. Besides the zombie cat with sensory abilities, he also saw a huge zombie, 2 to 3 meters tall, that could smash walls with one hand and kick away cars with 1 foot. Li Fan admitted to himself that he couldn't handle that yet. There was also an extremely agile zombie that could leap 1 or 2 floors high in one jump, followed by screams of human survivors from inside the building. Zombies were everywhere. Especially when he passed by an office building, many figures, it was hard to tell if they were people or zombies, jumped down from the building. Li Fan figured they were likely desperate survivors who didn't want to be eaten alive. He could only hope now that more humans would awaken superpowers soon so they wouldn't be slaughtered by zombies. Finally reaching Zhonggu Garden Community, what normally took just over 10 minutes took him 30 to 40 minutes of cautious movement. Building 3, Unit 402, third building to the left after entering the community. Remembering in Yunyun's words, Li Fan quickly found Building 3, Unit 402. The door was tightly locked. It seemed that in Yunyun's family hadn't had an accident yet. He knocked lightly on the door. Inside, a young man's weak voice said, "Stop knocking. We don't have any food left either. You can tell from my voice that I'm starving. There's no way we have any food to give you." It was now the 5th day of the apocalypse. For many families who used to eat out or order takeout, it was indeed about the time when they would run out of food at home. Then they would start borrowing food from familiar neighbors. It seemed that the family's neighbors had also come to borrow food, and judging from the words, this was obviously not the first time. "I'm a friend of Yun. You must be in Tsinghua?" Li Fan said softly. "You're my sister's friend? How is my sister? Hey, where are you?" The family's door opened a crack from the inside, revealing a clean and delicate face. Fortunately, the voice wasn't effeminate. Boyish-looking, Li Fan thought of this term when he saw Tsinghua. If he hadn't known that Yun had no younger sister, he might really have mistaken this short-haired, delicate-looking boy for a girl. Li Fan revealed himself and took out the letter Yun had written to her family, saying, "This is a letter your sister wrote to you. She's doing well, but your brother-in-law Li Tianmao may have had an accident. Then he took out a bag of food from the Chinkuan bag, mainly apples and the snacks and instant noodles he had previously found in other rooms. Your sister asked me to bring you this. Save it and eat sparingly. We will come pick you up in a few days. And Xinhua never dreamed that his sister was still thinking of the family at such a time, and could even arrange for someone to bring them food. He was extremely moved. What about Chi-Chi? Do they have enough food to eat? However, Xinhua still had a conscience and did not immediately take the food. Instead, he first asked about his sister's situation. This made Li Fan feel that the family was not bad, at least they weren't ungrateful. Placing the bag at the door, Li Fan said, "They're all doing well. You just stay hidden at home and wait for me and your sister to come rescue you. Hey, big brother, don't rush off yet. I have something to ask." And Xinhua, feeling that Li Fan was about to leave, hurriedly opened the door and grabbed him. "There are 4 bandit thugs in this building. Since the 3rd day, they've been robbing food from us survivors every day. Zombies can't unlock doors or climb stairs, so they aren't a big problem. But these bandits, relying on having 4 big strong guys, bully us common folk. A married couple next door not only had their food stolen but were also assaulted. One of the bastards even wanted to force himself on me, knowing I'm a guy. Please, big brother, help us get rid of them," and Xinhua said, trembling. "Do they have guns? Knives? Are they very strong? Why don't you all fight back together?" Li Fan asked, puzzled. "They don't have guns. They have knives and iron rods. Just street thugs, not really that strong. But we can't unite. On weekends, people at home are either nerds or elderly and children. The adults are either out playing or working overtime. The man next door at 403 even watched his wife get assaulted and didn't dare resist. How could we unite?" Li Fan thought it made sense. Many people had been worn down by society and had lost their fighting spirit. So he asked, "Where do they live?" 603. They locked up the women from 602 and 604 to use as they please. The man from 604 couldn't bear the humiliation and jumped to his death. Li Fan was stunned. They weren't even afraid of death, yet didn't dare pick up a knife to fight for their wives? Isn't it ridiculous? Not afraid of dying, yet don't dare fight the bandits? And Xinhua said helplessly, "What about the women they took?" Li Fan asked, "Still alive. After all, better to live in humiliation than to die," and Xinhua shook his head and said, "Truly pitiful." Li Fan shook his head and told Xinhua, "Lock your door. I'll go kill them. Just 4 men, right?" "Right. They're fierce-looking, covered in dragon and tiger tattoos. You'll recognize them at a glance. They might also be in 602 or 604, and Xinhua reminded him. These bandit thugs were indeed arrogant, robbing food, women, and even housing. Li Fan couldn't help but sigh, such is the spirit of the apocalypse. Against a few non-mutated people, Li Fan naturally wasn't afraid at all. Even without his 7 superpowers, just his 3 times stronger attributes were enough to take down 3 or 4 people. Still, to be safe, he activated a protective shield. He listened carefully at 602, 603, and 604 and confirmed that there were people in 603 and 604. So he smashed open 603's lock with the steel rod. The people inside, busy with something, rushed out half-naked at the sound. Seeing a fat man covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, Li Fan didn't hesitate. He swung the steel rod, and the man's head was immediately separated from his body, even easier than killing a zombie. Then he kicked open the doors of the 3 bedrooms, finding women with messy hair tied to beds in each room, presumably the residents of 602, 603, and 604. The system didn't disappoint Li Fan. Every woman triggered a system notification. Detected potential target Lin Yujiao. Bind target? Detected potential target Sun Lanyan. Bind target? Detected potential target Ma Xiaofeng. Bind target? Li Fan ignored the system, ignored the women too, and rushed straight to 604. Inside 604, the scene was even messier, 3 men and 1 woman. They were too caught up in their fun to react when Li Fan burst in. One standing man just opened his mouth to curse when a sharp steel rod swung at him. His fat head flew off, his face still twisted in rage. The other 2, one lying down, one kneeling, pushed the woman away, one trying to crawl up, one reaching for a steel knife nearby. The steel rod pierced through both their throats with 2 quick thrusts. Detected potential target Pantone. Bind target? Li Fan glanced at the woman tied hand and foot, gasping for air with white eyes rolled back. He pulled the steel knife from one man's hand and cut her free, but didn't bother with her further. He then went back to 603 and freed the 3 tied-up women. One of them, Ma Xiaofeng, silently put on her torn clothes and wanted to follow Li Fan. The other two women stayed motionless, staring blankly without reacting. Li Fan turned and said to Ma Xiaofeng, "I don't live here. I live over 2 miles away at Linfu Community on Xinyuan Road. You'd better stay at home." "No, I'm alone. My parents went out earlier and never came back. Don't mind me. If I get bitten by zombies, so be it. If I'm lucky enough to follow you to the street-side buildings, I just ask for a bite of food. After that, I'll do whatever you say, even block zombies for you," Ma Xiaofeng said coldly but calmly. While they were talking in the public area, Pan Tong from 604 also dressed and came over. Since they insisted, Li Fan didn't refuse. Anyway, he had a protective shield. If they couldn't keep up and got bitten by zombies, he could just use invisibility to escape. It wouldn't delay him much. The stairwell was very dark, with a few scattered zombies. Since he couldn't use invisibility to avoid them, Li Fan simply killed each one with a swing of his rod. He easily made it to the first floor, with the two women crawling and stumbling behind but eventually catching up. Since he had the protective shield on him, to be safe, Li Fan didn't throw fireballs at the zombies just for the chance of getting a few half-moon-shaped crystals. Li Fan advised again, "Outside it's so dark you can't even see your own hand. You can't possibly keep up with me. You should just go back and hide at home. Staying at home is just waiting to die anyway. It's better to take a gamble following you," Ma Xiaofeng said with firm determination. Pan Tong remained silent, just following along. "Since that's what you've decided, then fend for yourselves," Li Fan said, no longer trying to persuade them. Good words can't save those who want to die. At the same time, he thought that maybe this was a chance to test whether system-bound characters would disappear upon death. So he bound the two women as targets. Target Ma Xiaofeng successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. Target Pan Tong successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. Now it depended on whether, if they died, the system would automatically unbind them or show some other effect. However, along the way, Li Fan still tried to stick to paths with fewer zombies, and as long as the distance between them didn't get too far, he would stop and wait for them. As long as there were no mutant zombies or groups of more than 10 zombies, he wasn't afraid of stray zombies rushing at him. Maybe the women had adapted to the darkness, because gradually they were able to keep up. After all, it was only a little over 2 miles, not far, just slow going in the dark. However, up ahead was the territory of 2 mutant zombies. Li Fan was worried that the breath of 3 living people would alert them. Thinking about it, he stopped and said, "Ahead, there are 2 mutant zombies. You two should smear some zombie blood and flesh on yourselves to cover your scent." Saying that, Li Fan found a zombie he had killed earlier, smashed it a few times with the rod, and motioned for Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to wipe some bloody flesh on themselves. Naturally, this was another experiment by Li Fan. Most of his knowledge about zombies came from TV and movies. He didn't know if it would work, but it was worth trying. Smelling the zombie's characteristic sour stench, Li Fan had the 2 women follow him. Li Fan carefully retraced his path, successfully avoiding the giant mutant zombie without incident. The agile zombie kept running and leaping towards the surrounding buildings, sometimes successfully landing on the 3rd or 4th floor and attacking survivors, sometimes failing and falling to the ground before getting up and trying again. Its head had already been flattened from the falls, and its facial features were twisted out of place. Just as Li Fan was trying to carefully sneak past the agile mutant zombie, Ma Xiaofeng was startled by a zombie that crawled out of a car, covered her mouth, but still let out a short scream, which alerted the agile mutant zombie perched on the 3rd floor. "Run quickly, now it's all up to fate," Li Fan said while running, his eyes fixed on the mutant zombie rushing at them. This creature was not much slower than him, but much faster than the 2 women. "I live about 300 meters ahead in Linfu Community, Unit C. If you can reach the entrance, I'll save you." Li Fan didn't bother with them and accelerated towards his destination. 300 meters was about 20 seconds for Li Fan, but for the 2 women, it could mean life or death. Ma Xiaofeng gritted her teeth and ran with all her might, knowing that this last stretch would decide everything. Pan Tong also knew it was a life-or-death moment. The zombie behind was too fast. If she couldn't reach the entrance, Li Fan definitely wouldn't save her. After all, he had seen the ugliest side of her. Li Fan stood at the unit entrance, opened the door, and waited. But he didn't hold out much hope. However, what Li Fan didn't expect was that the agile mutant zombie didn't attack the 2 slow-running women but instead directly charged at him. Damn it, even brainy mutant zombies are this stupid? Li Fan couldn't help but complain. With the protective shield on, Li Fan wasn't afraid of it getting close. He locked the unit door again and swung his steel rod upward. The zombie didn't hesitate at all and smashed straight into Li Fan's protective shield. /*T. Feeling the shield flicker and dim, Li Fan was slammed against the unit door, pain shooting up his back, and he couldn't help cursing. He felt he had really suffered a loss. Not only had he failed to test anything, but he had also attracted an agile mutant zombie. He threw the key on the ground and said to the two women running up, "Open the door and wait inside. I'll lure this brain-dead zombie away for a walk." At the same time, he froze a puddle of water in front of the zombie's path. As expected, the zombie slipped and fell. But it didn't get hurt, it just got up and continued. Li Fan quickly ran back along the way he came, wondering if mutant zombies would fight each other. If not, he would just hide using invisibility. Because of the darkness, Li Fan only saw the giant zombie when he was within 30 meters. He quickly activated invisibility and quietly slipped away from the other side. The agile mutant zombie behind him, however, immediately sensed the giant mutant zombie nearby. This was the edge of the giant zombie's territory. If it kept rushing forward, a fight would break out. Meanwhile, the cunning human it was chasing had disappeared. The giant zombie made roar and bang bang sounds, warning the agile one to back off, or it would really fight. The agile mutant zombie reluctantly retreated. It knew it couldn't beat the giant zombie yet. It needed to eat more delicious food and grow stronger. It took Li Fan 8 or 9 more minutes, fuming, to get back to the unit building. This agile mutant zombie was too fast. Li Fan couldn't hit it with his steel rod, and he couldn't freeze its feet like he had with the mutant zombie cat because his freezing ability wasn't strong enough yet to instantly freeze a human. He didn't want to fight it head-on either, so he had no choice but to run. He hadn't expected that the brain-dead mutant zombie would ignore the slow-running women and come straight for him. Seeing the two women in front of him, covered in blood and reeking of stench, Li Fan suddenly remembered his earlier experiment about the smell. Maybe it actually worked? Li Fan brought Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to the 8th floor, letting them stay in room 805. He gave them a bucket of water for washing, 3 bottles of system-provided water, and some instant noodles and snacks, then ignored them. Walking into room 806, he went straight into the bathroom to clean up a little. When he came out, and Yun came up to tell him about the opinions everyone had discussed earlier. Li Fan frowned and listened for a while before saying, "First, let's search the different units in the row houses. Outside, there are 2 mutant zombies. One is 3 meters tall and can flip a car with one palm. The other runs extremely fast and can jump up 3 or 4 floors high. I just tried. If I can't slow it down, I can't kill it instantly. I also encountered a mutant cat earlier, which could sense my invisibility. But it's already been killed, and I got a crystal from it, different from the ones before. And I'm sure there are far more mutant zombies outside than just these few. Let's first clean up the nearby residential blocks." While speaking, he took out the round crystal from his storage space. "Are we really going to smash through the walls?" And Yun looked and then asked the others. "Tomorrow, go to the 16th floor to smash them. If we accidentally hit a load-bearing pillar, it won't matter," Li Fan thought for a moment and said. Then he talked about Xinghua's request and the bandit thugs at Building 3 in Zhenggu Garden, including Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong, who had followed him. The women all felt sympathy after hearing about Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong's experiences and admired their courage for daring to follow. Of course, they were even more grateful to Li Fan for treating them so gently. It was truly a world of difference compared to the outside. Chao Hui, however, frowned and said, "For women like them, it's better not to touch them. What if they're sick?" Upon hearing sick, and Yun and the others also looked at Li Fan. If they really had a disease, it would spread and wipe them all out. "I put them next door, treating them as subordinates. Since you all can't come with me to kill zombies, they're just right for the job," Li Fan naturally understood. Although Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong were a bit pitiful, he indeed had no intention of touching them. Everyone sighed in relief. Just thinking about how they had been passed around by the bandits made them feel uncomfortable. Luckily, Li Fan wasn't so desperate. This time, and Yun didn't try to persuade Li Fan to make do with them either. "Get a good rest today. Tomorrow, I'll break through the walls between 1605 and 1606, then check units B and D. If there are bandits like in Zhenggu Garden, we'll eliminate them for the people. Brother Fan can also play the hero rescuing the beauty," Zhu Ting softly added. Li Fan smiled, pulled her over, and kissed her. "Yes, hero rescuing the beauty. Do you have any friends living in units B and D? I can check on them for you." And Yun smiled and said, "Of course. It's all the same community. I know Zhang Lei from B Unit 404, and Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan from 1104, they're my age and have kids about the same age. Also, Fong Dandan from D Unit 608, and Pang Yenxia from 1408. And there's also Units A, E, and F. I'll make a list tomorrow so you can check them if you have the chance. Chao Wei also mentioned a few female friends she knew from playing cards. Li Fan didn't bother remembering, he asked them to write it down tomorrow. If he could help, he would. Half asleep on the sofa, Li Fan felt someone crawl onto him. Opening his eyes, he saw it was Chao Hui. He wasn't surprised, she was never a proper woman anyway. Thus began the morning mission menu, one after another, non-stop. Afterward, dawn was already breaking outside. Li Fan got up without feeling sore or tired, washed up, and claimed the family supplies. Then he started upgrading his superpowers. This time he gained not 140 points of special proficiency, but 160 points, because In Union's family member's subsystem had gained 20 points of special proficiency, which could be returned to him. Altogether, he had 300 points. Li Fan upgraded special, invisibility, element, water flow technique, and element, freezing technique all to level 2 in one go. Element, water flow technique, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Element, water flow technique, flexible control of water, increases body's water element resistance by 60%. Element, freezing technique, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Element, freezing technique, can rapidly freeze small amounts of liquid. Special, invisibility, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Special, invisibility, method of becoming invisible to the naked eye. Weaker effect during daytime, can be sensed. There wasn't much change yet, but as long as he kept upgrading, he would definitely become stronger, that was beyond doubt. After breakfast, Li Fan went next door to call Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to go break through the walls to Units B and D with him. After cleaning up, it was clear that Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong were indeed quite good-looking. Ma Xiaofeng had a typical internet celebrity face, while Pan Tong looked a bit baby-faced. However, seeing their clothes, it was obvious they were in bad shape. Ma Xiaofeng's inner clothes were almost torn into rags, covered by a casual jacket left behind in Li Fan's home. Pan Tong wasn't much better, wearing men's clothes that didn't fit, also found at Li Fan's place. Come with me next door and find some proper clothes for you. When In Yun opened the door and saw Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong, she thought both women looked good. If they hadn't been used by 4 men, she might even have wanted Li Fan to make use of them. After all, each woman represented a new superpower in food resources. Of course, the main concern was still the fear of disease and cross-infection. It would be great if there was a doctor who could check them. Zhao Fan was inside finding suitable clothes for them to change into. And Yun remembered something and said to Li Fan, "There's a female doctor named Yu Tsaixia in Unit D, living in 1008. Her husband also seems to be a chief physician. If you see them when you go over, it would be best to have her check them, so they don't leave any health problems." Li Fan kept the doctor in mind and asked, "Is she a gynecologist? I don't remember if she's a gynecologist or an obstetrician." "You'll know once you ask her when you see her," and Yun couldn't recall clearly. They weren't that familiar, just knew that such a person existed. Ma Xiaofeng's figure was about the same as the Jiang sisters, so she wore a round-neck t-shirt and a pair of jeans. Pan Tong's figure was about the same as Chao Hui's, wearing a striped shirt and black casual pants. "Let's go. You can also search the rooms downstairs for anything useful. It's safe downstairs. There are still 3 zombie-infected apartments upstairs that I haven't cleared yet, but they are marked. Just be careful," Li Fan said as he led Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong out of the room, then turned back to speak to In Yun and the others. And Yun nodded in agreement. They walked all the way to the 16th floor. Li Fan easily smashed open the door to 1605 and walked onto the balcony, preparing to check the situation in Unit B 1604. "Is anyone next door? If you're there, answer me." The zombies downstairs at 1505 roared a few times when they heard the noise, but no other people responded. So Li Fan took out 2 small hammers and a file from the Qinkuan bag and said to Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong, "I'll first poke a few holes with the steel rod. You 2 slowly widen them bit by bit. I don't have a proper sledgehammer to knock down the wall, so we'll have to do it this way, slowly." Fortunately, the wall Li Fan pierced was not a load-bearing wall. It was built with bricks and didn't even require Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to slowly hammer it. With a few hard jabs from the steel rod, Li Fan poked out a small hole about 40 to 50 centimeters wide and 70 to 80 centimeters high. With such a loud noise, there was no sound from the opposite side. Obviously, there was no one and no zombies in room 1604. The whole process took less than 20 minutes. Li Fan went through first. There was no one inside, and it was very clean. He opened the refrigerator and found that the vegetables and meat inside had spoiled due to the power outage, which was a pity. However, there were still some meat products in the freezer that hadn't completely thawed. In the room, he found a large backpack and a pile of supermarket shopping bags and had Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong collect all usable and edible supplies. In the study, which had been converted from a guest room, there was a very long broadsword, somewhat like a mo dao, forged from steel but not sharpened. Lifting it up, it felt like it weighed more than 40 jin, about 20 kilograms. Besides this broadsword, there were also several swords and knives forged from steel hanging on a wooden rack, none of them sharpened. Li Fan impolitely stored all the swords into his Qin Kuan bag. There were also many books about swords, spears, sabers, and halberds on the bookshelf. It seemed that the owner was a cold weapon enthusiast. After cleaning up, Li Fan saw that Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong had packed a backpack full of things and 2 bags of miscellaneous items. Do you two want to head back first? You can rest at home if you want. Better to first see the situation here. We can leave the stuff in the room, Ma Xiaofeng said, putting down her backpack. Then one of you stays in the room while the other comes with me, Li Fan said, not wanting to break the room's door. Someone should stay behind to open it later. I'll go with you. Sister Pan stays in the room, Ma Xiaofeng volunteered. Fine. We'll just check the situation in Unit B and look for some friends. If everything is good, we'll leave this side alone and move to Unit D. Li Fan took the list Yun Yun had written down for him with room numbers and names, ready to help the people needing help. Let's first check if there's anyone in 1603. It'll make it easier to smash through the wall to Unit A later, Li Fan thought. He took Ma Xiaofeng to room 1603 and knocked, saying, "Anyone inside? If no one answers, I'm going to smash the door." Hearing no response, Li Fan signaled Ma Xiaofeng to step back, then pierced the door lock with his steel rod and twisted it open. A foul smell rushed out. Following the smell to the bedroom, he found a small corpse lying on the bed, clearly dead for 2 or 3 days. Li Fan threw a fireball at the corpse, burning it to ashes, then bundled up the bedding and threw another fireball. After opening all the windows to ventilate, he left the room and went downstairs. Aren't we going to search the room for supplies? Ma Xiaofeng asked. It stinks too much. We'll check later, Li Fan said, taking a deep breath. On the paper Yun Yun gave him, there were 8 women's names and room numbers for Unit B, apparently gathered together with Qin Xinyan and Xiao Wei. Each name had a note: card friend, dining friend of Xiao Wei, acquaintance of Qin Xinyan, friend of Yun Yun, whether the husband was home or away, etc. The Zhang Lei of 404 and the Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan of 1104 that Yun Yun mentioned earlier were also listed. The note for Zhang Lei said her husband worked in a nearby city and only returned home on weekends. The note for Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan said Zhang Liman had divorced and was temporarily staying at her sister Zhang Lishan's house. Zhang Lishan's husband worked long-term in another city. Li Fan planned to knock room by room and mark them. No one and no zombies in room 1503, Li Fan marked it with an O. Then he knocked on room 1504. A weak voice inside replied, "Someone's here. Are you a rescuer? Can you give us food? How many people are in your house?" Li Fan asked. 3 people, me, my wife, and my child, the weak voice said. Why didn't you come out to find food if you had none? There are zombies. We didn't dare go out, the man said timidly. Starving to death or being bitten by zombies, either way, it's death. You could have broken into the neighbor's house earlier and not starved, Li Fan said. The man argued, too weak from hunger to fight zombies. Going out is suicide. Staying home, maybe we could wait for rescue. Li Fan said darkly, I don't have much food either. How about I take care of your wife and kid? Hearing no answer, Li Fan added, as thanks, I'll give you some food. I'll discuss it with my wife, the man said. Li Fan looked at the paper of room 1504, Feng Lan, noted as Xiao Hui's card friend's wife. Husband is a useless man who lives off his family and plays cards. Soon, the door opened. A haggard woman holding a toddler asked in a lifeless voice, do you really have food to keep me and my child alive? Detected potential target Feng Lan. Bind target? Yes. Target Feng Lan successfully bound. Newbie tip, after a successful conquest, all host attributes +4, family members +2, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. It's true. Pack your things and come with us, Li Fan nodded, looking at her. The pale, thin man urgently asked, what about food for me? You come out. I'll take you to room 1503. You can find your own food there, Li Fan said. The man hypocritically said to Feng Lan, as long as you and the child are safe, it doesn't matter if I die. Holding her child, Feng Lan just let out 2 hollow laughs. After these 5 days, she was completely disappointed in her husband. Li Fan took the man to room 1503 to search for food, while Ma Xiaofeng helped Feng Lan carry the child and pack up. Li Fan told Ma Xiaofeng to take Feng Lan to wait for him at room 1604, while he went downstairs to clear out the wandering zombies. On the 14th floor's public area, there were 2 wandering zombies. Li Fan put away his steel rod and took out the newly acquired mo dao from his Chinkuan bag. With one swing, he chopped off the head of the left zombie. Because he used too much force, the unsharpened mo dao smashed a square tile on the floor. Upon lifting it, just as expected, the blade was slightly bent. Hearing the noise, the right zombie pounced toward Li Fan. Li Fan swung again, the zombie was beheaded. Now, killing ordinary zombies was as easy as cutting vegetables for Li Fan. After burning the bodies, he obtained another half-moon crystal. There were no friends of An Yun on the 14th floor, but there was a lone woman in room 1403. The two zombies had come from room 1404. Detected potential target Tanzian. Bind target? Yes. Target Tanzian successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. Li Fan now simply followed the system's pace, accepting everyone without refusal. After all, even if the conquest failed, there didn't seem to be any harm. The most important thing now was to find more women and obtain different superpowers, selecting the powerful and useful ones from among them. I'm a resident from the neighboring C unit. My name is Li Fan. Right now the outside is full of zombies. More than 10 of us are living together. Fong Lan from 1504 upstairs also agreed to come with her child. I can guarantee you food, water, and safety. If you are willing, go knock on the door of 1604. There are no zombies upstairs. If not, when I come back upstairs later, I will knock again. If you're willing, come with me then. I still need to go downstairs to find more people. Li Fan dryly said to the woman who opened the door just a crack, revealing half her face. The woman looked about 30 years old, not beautiful but not ugly either, very ordinary, and her mental state seemed quite good, much better than Fong Lan's family, who was starving with a child. Li Fan didn't hold much hope. After speaking, he left her alone. After all, he relied on willingness when rescuing helpless women and children. After all, it wasn't about finding a one-time item but family members. Using force would not be good. All the way down, compared to the bandit behavior at Junggu Garden, people in these smaller apartment buildings were more honest and scattered, with neither oppression nor unity. Of course, most households had few people, mostly women, children, and the elderly. Even if they wanted to unite, they were afraid of being bullied. There were no people or zombies on the 13th floor. Clearing the 12th floor, two zombies, a man and a woman, ran out from room 1203 when the door was opened. Li Fan burned them and quickly searched the open room. No zombies on the 11th floor. No one in room 1103. Li Fan arrived at 1104, where the sisters Zhang Lishan and Zhang Liman lived with a child. Is anyone there? I'm a friend of An Yun from C unit next door. She asked me to check if you need supplies. I know someone is home. My name is Li Fan. I can guarantee you food, water, and safety. Think about it. I'll continue going downstairs to find others. When I come back up, I'll knock again. If you are willing, follow me then. Li Fan finished his speech, but the sisters didn't show their faces. He didn't bother and continued downstairs. No zombies on the 10th floor. Rooms 1003 and 1004 were occupied. Li Fan saw no lone women, so he didn't interfere and moved to the 9th floor. On the list, room 904 had a woman named Cheng Meili with a child, marked that her husband worked away and only came home occasionally on weekends. Room 903 was occupied by two young men. When they opened the door and saw Li Fan fully armed, carrying a bloodstained steel rod, they looked at him with envy and admiration, even volunteering to be his helpers. Li Fan directly refused. He was surrounded by women. Suddenly bringing along two men would be inconvenient. Besides, Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong were still able to follow him and scavenging supplies. Maybe after finding a better place to live, he would reconsider recruiting male helpers. But he thought it was unlikely. Women not only gave him system rewards like superpowers and family supplies but could also return superpowers via the family member subsystem. Even staying hidden, he wouldn't have to worry about survival resources. Following in Union's list, Li Fan also bound Deng Xiangwei from room 704, Zhang Lei from room 404, and Shi Lingling from room 204, women who peeked out through door cracks. However, because they still had food at home, they didn't fully trust a stranger like Li Fan, even with An Union, Qin Xingyan, and Xiao Hui's names. There was also a lone woman not on the list, Zheng Wanjun from room 503. She was a single woman about the same age as Li Fan, average in looks and build, just like him. She said she used to have a female roommate who had gone out with her boyfriend on Sunday and hadn't returned. Along the way, Li Fan burned 10 zombies, collecting 2 half-moon crystals. When Li Fan knocked again while returning, only Zhang Wanjun from room 503, after quickly packing her luggage, followed him. Zhang Wanjuan's home had no food left. Hearing that Li Fan lived with a group of people, she probably felt he wouldn't be interested in someone so ordinary looking, and figured it would be relatively safe. As expected, the sisters from room 1104 did not agree to come with him. They didn't even show their faces. Tan Zian from room 1403 had originally been hesitant, but after seeing the cautious Zhang Wanjun following Li Fan, she unexpectedly agreed to join and even let the two of them into her apartment. She was the first woman in Unit B to let Li Fan into her home. Pack up all the food from the fridge. There's also half a bag of rice and some noodles and vermicelli in the kitchen, Tan Zian said, ordering them around from the bedroom while packing her clothes. Zhang Wanjun looked at Li Fan looked back at her, and she put down her luggage to help pack. After gathering everything, there was only about 3 to 5 days worth of food left. It seemed Tan Zian had originally planned to hang on for another 3 to 5 days. However, seeing Zhang Wanjun, who had no food left, maybe she saw her own future and changed her mind. At room 1604, the 6 people regrouped and locked the door, then returned to see Unit's room 1605. When they reached the 8th floor, Li Fan decided to let Tan Zian and Zhang Wanjun follow Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong into room 805, while he took Feng Lan and her child into room 806. And Yun Yun, seeing only Feng Lan, was visibly disappointed. No one else agreed to come with you? Li Fan smiled and said, no. They probably still have food at home and aren't desperate yet. I'll ask again in a couple of days. Unit B is similar to ours, many are not home and there aren't many zombies. Later I'll break through between 805 and 804, no one is in 804, so more people can move in, and it'll be easier to reach Unit B. This afternoon, after checking Unit D, we'll connect it too. After having lunch together, Feng Lan was successfully conquered. Special proficiency plus 20, critical hit effect activated. Target Feng Lan successfully conquered. All host attributes plus 4, family members plus 2, initial conquest reward pack awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. An initial conquest reward pack is available. Claim it? Yes. Acquired special, healing technique, LV1, proficiency 0 out of 100. Special, healing technique can heal injuries, illnesses, and infections of living beings, and speed up recovery of stamina and spirit. In room 1405 upstairs, Zhang Menglan was angrily scolding her boyfriend Zhong Hongfei. You're not even willing to go find food with me? You heard the noises upstairs just now. They can walk around freely, which means it's safe outside. And you still don't dare go out to find supplies and food? Do you really want to starve to death in this room? Zhong Hongfei lay on the bed weakly and argued, we haven't had a proper meal for 2 or 3 days. How can we compare ourselves to people who can eat and drink well? If they come upstairs again later, open the door and beg them for some food. Once we're full, we can go find supplies ourselves, okay, baby? Zhang Menglan was speechless, utterly disappointed in her boyfriend. How am I supposed to beg? If I beg them, they'll just give us food? Zhong Hongfei, I'll ask you one last time, are you coming with me to find food or not? Zhong Hongfei still argued, Lan, don't be like this. You saw them walking around inside the building too. Clearly, they don't dare go outside either. Just wait a bit and beg them. If they give us some food, we'll be able to eat and then look for supplies inside the building like them. Zhang Menglan no longer wanted to cry. There was no need to shed tears over such things. She didn't want to talk to Zhong Hongfei anymore. After 5 days, she had completely seen through him, cowardly, full of excuses, even occasionally revealing disgusting ideas. She couldn't understand his thinking. There were no zombies banging on their door, no evil people coming to oppress them, yet he actually wanted her to use special methods to beg for food. Zhang Menglan had already decided that if Li Fan's group came upstairs again, she would grab her backpack and follow them to find food, leaving Zhong Hongfei to his fate. She had made up her mind the moment Zhong Hongfei showed his disgusting thoughts. The same situation was happening in room 1105. However, over there, it was the girlfriend Zhang Yi who was too scared to go out, while the boyfriend Wu Fei, after scavenging for food from rooms Li Fan had already searched, was trying to support her. Let's go together to search the unoccupied rooms for supplies. After we're full, we can try looking in shops outside. If we keep wasting away like this, we'll eventually starve to death at home. Zhang Yi was a legal loli who, before the apocalypse, made money by posting short videos on Douyin, earning more than Wu Fei, and thus always dominated their relationship. Cooking and cleaning were all done by Wu Fei. Wu Fei, I can't even hold a knife steadily or run fast. You want me to go out and get bitten by zombies? If you want to kill me, just say it. Before, I fed you. Now you have to feed me. If not, I'll just find a man who can feed me, like that Li Fan who knocked on the door before. Look at how brave he is, and look at you, so useless. Wu Fei felt very upset, but, being long used to Zhang Yi's PUA manipulation, didn't explode. He could only say helplessly, "Then I'll go check the rooms they searched again. Maybe they missed something." Meanwhile, in room 1406, there lived a family of 5. Although the 2 elderly had gone without food for a day to save some for their young grandson, the family's food was running out. If they didn't go out to find food, they would all starve. The 2 elders and their son finally stepped out of their home. Other occupied rooms, like the couple in room 705, the family of 4 in room 706, the single man in room 305, and the family of 3 in room 406, all had to leave their homes and search empty apartments for food. They consciously only searched the floors near their own homes, avoiding unnecessary conflict with other residents over supplies. However, rooms that had already been scavenged by Li Fan and In Yun naturally didn't have much left. In room 805, where food was plentiful. After filling their stomachs, Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian, curious about the man who dared to go out killing zombies and rescuing them, started asking Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong questions. Does Li Fan know martial arts? He seems so strong and brave. Are all the women living next door his? How many women has he rescued into his home? Why aren't you living in 806? Is it because he doesn't want you? How long have you been here? Have you really never starved? Can Li Fan really feed so many women? Their questions were endless, making Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong a little overwhelmed. Mainly, they didn't want to talk about their own relationship with Li Fan, so they answered selectively. We don't know if Li Fan knows martial arts, but he's definitely strong and brave. All the women living next door are his. Including the kids, there are about 10 people. With Feng Lan and her daughter from yesterday, now there are 12. Looking at how those women treat Li Fan, it's clear he can support them. Otherwise, they wouldn't serve him so quietly and obediently. Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian couldn't help but sigh. Li Fan is really amazing. It seems we made the right choice following him. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong knew that their own experiences had been seen by Li Fan, and it was very unlikely they would become Li Fan's women. At most, they would follow him to scavenge supplies and maybe fight zombies when needed. Women like Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian, who were brought back clean, might become like Feng Lan, living quietly under Li Fan's protection without doing anything. They definitely envied them, but there was nothing they could do. Their first meeting with Li Fan had been too ugly. The 4 women fell silent when they heard certain sounds coming from the room next door. That sounds like Feng Lan, right? So fast? Tan Xian asked uncertainly. Zhang Wanjun replied, "There's food now." Which woman would resist? Especially since Feng Lan has a kid. Ma Xiaofeng said sourly, "You can't imagine Li Fan's stamina. This is just the beginning. You'll soon understand how much he'll overturn your view of men." Pan Tong looked at the similarly bitter Ma Xiaofeng and shook her head with a bitter smile, remembering the symphony she heard for nearly 2 hours that morning. Sure enough, half an hour later, Tan Xian's expression changed, holding back her questions. Zhang Wanjun was the same. An hour and a half later, Tan Xian and Zhang Wanjun both looked terrified, thinking in their hearts, "What kind of monster is this Li Fan?" More than 2 hours later, the noise finally stopped. Tan Xian and Zhang Wanjun couldn't help asking, after doing that with them in broad daylight, will Li Fan still have the strength to go out later? Ha. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong smiled at them meaningfully. After receiving lunch, Li Fan gained another 180 points of special proficiency, so he upgraded the special healing technique obtained from Feng Lan to level 2. Special healing technique, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Special healing technique can heal injuries, illnesses, and infections of living beings, speeding up recovery of stamina and spirit. As with the previous superpowers, there was still no visible change after upgrading. After tidying up briefly, Li Fan promised in Yun, who was lying on the bed, "When I go to Unit D, I will bring back the 2 doctors, even if I have to tie them up. As for the other women, it will depend on fate." And Yun could only helplessly say, "It's a pity we can't make phone calls now. Otherwise, we could help persuade those women. For now, you go take a look. Once you've cleared the zombies from the building, we can try knocking and persuading again. Then I'm leaving. Now most residents' food supplies are almost gone. To avoid uncontrollable danger, you all should stay at home. Anyway, our supplies are enough for a while." Li Fan nodded and gave a reminder. And Yun wasn't worried about the food, nodded her head in agreement, and smiled, saying, "Bring the 2 women you brought from Unit B over later. We'll have a chat with them." "Alright," Li Fan also replied with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the 8 women, Li Fan, fully equipped, walked out of room 806 and knocked on the door of room 805. "Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, pack your bags and come with me. Tan Xian and Zhang Wanjun, you 2 go next door to meet the others first. We'll talk when we come back," Li Fan said from the doorway. Tan Xian and Zhang Wanjun blushed, glanced at Li Fan, and lowered their heads, obediently walking next door like shy daughters-in-law. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong deeply hid the disappointment in their eyes, emptied their backpacks into shopping bags, hid them in the fridge, and then followed Li Fan with empty bags. After seeing that the door to room 806 was closed, Li Fan led Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong toward room 1606, planning to break through the wall between 1606 and 1607 this time. When they reached the 14th floor, Jiang Manglan, who lived in room 1405, heard movement and quickly followed with her backpack. Weren't you living with your boyfriend? Why are you coming out alone? Li Fan asked curiously, stopping to look at Jiang Manglan. He had an impression of the survivors in Unit C, especially the women. Don't mention him. Just thinking about him makes me angry. I'm just following behind to pick up anything you don't want. When I come back, I'm not going to see him again. Anyway, there are plenty of empty apartments now, Jiang Menglan said directly, dissatisfied. As long as you don't cause trouble, it's fine. We're about to break through the wall between 1606 and 1607 and check if there are any survivors in Unit D. If you're not scared, you can also search Unit B. We already cleared the zombies there this morning, Li Fan said as he led the way. You're really amazing. Really, comparing people makes you angry. Why did I end up with such a cowardly boyfriend? I must have been blind before, Jiang Menglan muttered behind Pan Tong. They quickly arrived at room 1606. After breaking the lock, Li Fan went to the balcony to check the situation at 1607. This time, he didn't call out. He directly found the right spot and started smashing the wall. With the experience from room 1605, breaking the wall was faster and better this time. In less than 20 minutes, he had dug out a square door hole about half a meter wide and 1 meter high. There was still no movement on the other side, so it seemed there were no people in room 1607. At this moment, Jiang Menglan also realized that Li Fan was no ordinary man. After all that hammering, a normal man would be gasping for breath, but Li Fan looked completely unaffected. She was certainly shocked, but even more delighted. Grabbing onto such a powerful backer, even if she couldn't eat meat, she could at least drink soup. Li Fan applied a protective shield to himself and was the first to crawl into room 1607. Although there were no people or zombies, there were also no usable supplies. It seems Unit D also has people as brave and active as me, Li Fan thought to himself. Out loud, he said, judging by the situation, the people in Unit D should have already cleared the zombies and scavenged supplies from the apartments. Their next step would either be to search the shops outside or, like me, target the neighboring units. You all need to be careful. I'll give you weapons for self-defense. As he spoke, Li Fan took out the swords and knives he had collected from the Qinkuan bag and distributed them to Ma Xiaofeng and the two other women. The four of them then checked room 1608, but again, there was nothing, everything had been scavenged clean. Li Fan led them straight downstairs. The 15th floor was the same, and so was the 14th. Li Fan had a premonition that this trip to Unit D might end up empty-handed. It wasn't until they reached the 10th floor that they finally found people. In room 1008 lived Yu Tsaixia and her husband, both doctors, the main targets of Li Fan's trip to Unit D. Without hesitation, he knocked on the door of room 1008, but there was no answer from inside. Is this Dr. Yu Tsaixia's home? Li Fan asked aloud. Still no sound from inside, but room 1007's door opened, and two arrogant-looking men came out. The two men had flushed faces. One was a thin, tall man with glasses, about 35 or 36 years old. The other was a chubby young man about 23 or 24. Inside their room, there were faint sounds of indulgence coming from the bedroom. Seeing Ma Xiaofeng and the two other women, the two men's eyes lit up and they said, "Who are you people? This building is under Brother Guang's protection now. The female doctor next door is already reserved for Brother Guang. You better get back to where you came from, or don't blame us for being rude." Li Fan frowned and asked, "Have all the other survivors in this building been gathered by you? Brother Guang has awakened superpowers and become a mutated new human. Controlling a small apartment building like this is nothing. Later, Brother Guang will lead us to unify the entire Lingfu community. Following Brother Guang, we'll live in luxury and abundance. The goddesses from before are now all Brother Guang's playthings," the fat man said proudly. Li Fan was speechless. Even though he had 8 types of superpowers, he wasn't as arrogant and flashy as this so-called Brother Guang. These two lackeys were really skilled at bullying by relying on others' power. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were the ones with superpowers. Tell this Brother Guang you talk about to come out. I want to see what kind of so-called superpowers he has, Li Fan said, slamming the steel rod in his hand onto the ground, embedding it more than 10 centimeters deep into the floor. Damn! Such strength. The tall man saw this and immediately ran back into the room to exaggerate Li Fan's actions to the young man who was busy working hard inside. Yu Mingguang was annoyed by the interruption, directly throwing off the former goddess entangled with him, putting on just a pair of big shorts and coming out bare-chested. Then he immediately noticed the three women behind Li Fan. Ma Xiaofeng and the other two were all very good-looking. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been picked out by others for entertainment. Men were always interested in beautiful women they hadn't played with yet. Yu Mingguang used his superpower to transform his otherwise ordinary body into a muscular hunk, then looked arrogantly at Li Fan and said, "Kid, Yu Mingguang, was a taekwondo black belt before, and now I've awakened superpowers. If you don't want to die, hand over the three women behind you, kneel and worship me as your boss, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death." This was the first mutated human with awakened superpowers that Li Fan had encountered. Compared to himself, who received superpowers through the system gifting him women, it was clearly different. However, Li Fan could not agree with Yu Mingguang's behavior of bullying the good and oppressing others after gaining superpowers. Instead of dealing with the zombies outside, he turned around to oppress survivors and act tyrannically inside the apartment building. His character was truly despicable. Stop the nonsense. Come on, either you beat me to death and steal my women and supplies, or I beat you to death and take your women and supplies. By the way, have you already ruined all the survivors in Unit D? Li Fan said bluntly, unwilling to waste time with him. With 8 types of superpowers, he shouldn't have trouble defeating this lucky guy who had only awakened one. Not to mention, he had a protective shield that made him invincible. So arrogant. Looks like you're a mutant too. In that case, we're the same kind. There's no need to fight to the death and let these useless people benefit. Zombies outside are a disaster for them, but to us, they're just bigger ants. Yu Mingguang, unexpectedly, withdrew his previous arrogance and spoke calmly. This surprised Li Fan. Then if I want to take a few women away, would you let me? Li Fan asked, trying since Yu Mingguang didn't seem eager to fight. If you exchange the 3 women behind you, then yes. Yu Mingguang nodded and said, now it's the apocalypse. Women are just our playthings. If you agree, I'll go to Units E and F and capture all the women there for our brothers to enjoy, and then slowly expand to the nearby communities. There are still plenty of women. Sorry, but I don't have such disgusting hobbies. What's mine is mine. I don't share. Li Fan rejected him directly. Yu Mingguang got angry and cursed. Since you refuse a toast and want to forfeit, don't blame me. As he spoke, he flexed his muscles and charged at Li Fan, throwing a big fist straight at him. Behind Li Fan were Ma Xiaofeng and the other 2 women, all defenseless, so he couldn't dodge. Instead, he gathered all his strength and the energy within his body into his hands and met Yu Mingguang's punch head-on. Yu Mingguang's originally fierce expression instantly turned to fear the moment their fists met. He realized he had underestimated Li Fan and hadn't used his full strength. Before the thought even finished, his body flew back at double the speed he charged, crashing several meters away into the living room of room 1007. He spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't even get up. Clearly, he was seriously injured. Li Fan was a little surprised this supposedly muscle-packed Yu Mingguang couldn't even withstand a full force block. But thinking about his own physical attributes, several times stronger than a normal person, plus the energy enhancements from 8 superpowers, it quickly made sense. From Yu Mingguang's condition, after awakening superpowers, his attributes had at most doubled. Using a bit of superpower energy, he could easily bully zombies and ordinary people, which gave him the illusion of being strong. At the same time, Li Fan thought about the mutant zombies. At the beginning, they should have been about the same level as Yu Mingguang. However, the zombies could keep getting stronger by eating people, unlike Yu Mingguang, who hadn't found a way to enhance his powers and wasted his strength on women. Since Yu Mingguang was the kind of person who would use his powers for evil, Li Fan naturally wouldn't let him live to be a future threat. He immediately walked into the room and pierced Yu Mingguang's throat while he was begging for mercy. As for the 2 arrogant men from before, Li Fan didn't spare them either. Since he had already started, these treacherous lackeys with bad characters were not worth keeping alive. 2 strikes of the steel rod ended them. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong, seeing Li Fan kill 3 men without even blinking, were still relatively calm. After all, they were getting used to it. But Jiang Menglan couldn't lift her legs, clinging to Ma Xiaofeng's arm, covering her mouth and dry heaving. At that moment, the door to room 1008 opened, and a woman around 27 or 28 years old walked out. When she saw Yu Mingguang and the 2 men dead, she let out a sigh of relief. After killing them, Li Fan also checked the 2 bedrooms inside. There were 3 women with disheveled hair, and from the system's prompts, he learned that one of them was the person he was looking for, Pang Yanxia. Detected potential target Pang Yanxia. Bind target? Detected potential target Kong Xiaoyun. Bind target? Detected potential target Li Muhua. Bind target? To avoid the system constantly popping up messages, Li Fan, now used to it, simply bound them all. Target Peng Yanxia successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +4, family members +2, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Target Kong Xiaoyun successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Target Li Muhua successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Peng Yanxia, where's your child? Li Fan asked. The originally dazed Peng Yanxia immediately came to her senses and muttered, "Right, I still have a child. I can't die. They locked my child downstairs in room 906. Without caring about her disheveled clothes, she stood up and rushed out, her exposed white body quite eye-catching. The other two young women also regained their senses. Although they didn't have children, they had families. Put on your clothes first. Find your children and families afterward, Li Fan reminded. The three women quickly dressed in their tattered clothes. Seeing the three blood-soaked corpses in the living room, they couldn't help picking up whatever junk they could find and venting their anger on the corpses. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong actually felt a little sympathy for the dead. Li Fan also noticed the female doctor standing behind them. Detected potential target Yu Caixia. Bind target? Li Fan didn't hesitate, this female doctor must be brought back. Target Yu Caixia successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Hello, Dr. Yu. Li Fan politely greeted Yu Caixia. Hello, thank you for killing that evil Yu Mingguang and his lackeys. Otherwise, I would have eventually fallen into his hands and become his plaything. Yu Caixia sincerely thanked him. You're welcome. I actually need your help with something. But first, I need to rescue the others. I'll explain everything to you in detail later, is that okay? Li Fan saw that Peng Yanxia had already rushed downstairs, so he decided to go down and check the situation first. As for Yu Caixia's matter, it wasn't too late to deal with it afterward. The group arrived downstairs at room 906 and found that the situation inside was not optimistic. The women and children being guarded by 4 lackeys were very weak, obviously from hunger. Moreover, when Li Fan rushed into the room, the 4 male guards were abusing the women under their watch, using small amounts of food and water as leverage. It was a display of human cruelty, and Li Fan was very angry, directly killing the 4 male guards. Then he distributed the food in the room to the women and children. There were 4 women and 3 children inside, no other men. Detected potential target Lin Yue Wu, bind target? Detected potential target Zhao Anping, bind target? Detected potential target Fan Dandan, bind target? Detected potential target Xie Lei, bind target? When did Yu Mingguang gather all of you together? Li Fan asked. Yesterday afternoon. It seems he awakened his superpower the night before. Yesterday morning, he couldn't wait to trick Li Muo's family into opening the door with food. Later, while threatening Li Muo to submit to him, he secretly ordered his 2 lackeys to kill Li Muo's parents, Kong Xiaoyun answered. Any man who dared to resist him was killed. Those 6 lackeys followed Yu Mingguang and humiliated us women, Xie Lei said hatefully. She was one of the women being humiliated by the 4 male guards just now, along with Zhao Anping. When Li Fan and the others entered, they had seen them being forced to bark like dogs. The reason must have been that they were trying to get some food and water for the children. Otherwise, the 3 children would not have survived till morning. It was only the 5th day of the apocalypse, and Li Fan dared not imagine the scenes when more people like Yu Mingguang appeared later. Without the constraints of morality and law, the bottom line of humanity might drop indefinitely, maybe even disappear completely. Is all the food here? Is there food somewhere else? Li Fan asked again. No one answered immediately. Instead, a woman asked, Are you planning to take away all the food? I live in 806 next door. I plan to break through room 807 downstairs, so it's easier to move between units, Li Fan explained his plan. You surely don't want to meet someone like Yu Mingguang again, right? If you are willing to search for supplies with me, I can take you along. Also, I plan to clear units E and F, gathering all survivors together. With more people, we'll have more strength. Afterward, we can go outside to find supplies and better living places. Yu Caixia asked, How many people are there in your C unit? Have you gathered them all? There should be about a dozen. Those willing to follow me live in 805 and 806. I didn't force anyone who wasn't willing, Li Fan explained. You're so strong, yet there are still people unwilling to follow you? Pang Yanxia, feeding her child, asked curiously upon hearing this. They don't know how strong I am. In fact, I didn't even know I was this strong. If it wasn't for you Mingwan, I would have thought I was just slightly stronger than you, Li Fan said with a smile. You are truly a good person. If you don't mind, I'll follow you from now on. Pang Yanxia was the first to pledge loyalty. The others also quickly spoke up. We also want to follow you. Of course, as long as you are willing to go out and search for food with me, I don't mind bringing you along. Li Fan nodded in agreement. There were too many women to take care of all at once, so he would first select the obedient ones. Since he needed to gather survivors from the whole Lingfu community, he would know their usefulness as time went on. Youth Saixia, the doctor, was especially important. She could help check the women's health. If they were sick, they would be abandoned. If they were healthy, they could provide him with superpowers and family member resources. When the number of family members reached 20, he could also appropriately reduce the burden of the daily 3-meal task, shifting it onto those women with the family member subsystem. This could serve as a convenient excuse. It was already the apocalypse. Purity could no longer be demanded from these women. As long as they were healthy, that was enough. When he had gathered enough powerful superpowers, he could then be selective about the women he chose. Most of the food is here. There should still be some in room 1007. Zhang Lei, holding a child, pointed towards the bedroom and kitchen. Alright, you collect the food and save it. I'll go break through the wall of 807 first, Li Fan said, not taking the food away immediately. He left room 908 with Yu Tsaixia, Ma Xiaofeng, and the others. You're really not taking any of the food? Ma Xiaofeng asked in a low voice after leaving the room. Without electricity or gas, it's hard to cook rice or noodles. A few snacks won't last 2 days. We'll come back later if needed. Anyway, we still have food, so there's no rush, Li Fan said casually. The main thing is the shopping malls and stores outside. How much can a household have? You're so powerful. Didn't you think about going out to find supplies earlier? Now, since others haven't adapted yet, if you go out early, you can gather more supplies, Yu Tsaixia said from the side. But there are also more zombies outside, don't you know? Just like humans can awaken superpowers, zombies can too, Li Fan said indifferently. Zombies can have superpowers too? Have you seen them outside? Yu Tsaixia asked in surprise. You tell her about your experience, Li Fan said to Ma Xiaofeng. Ma Xiaofeng explained in detail to Yu Tsaixia about the giant zombie they encountered at Zhonggu Garden and the agile zombie that chased them. Zhang Menglan was already stunned. If zombies were that powerful, ordinary people like them had no way to survive. It was basically waiting for death. And the number of zombies might already exceed that of humans. The number of awakened zombies might also be more than awakened humans. Plus, among human awakeners, there are also evil ones like Yu Mingguan. Imagine what this world will become, Li Fan emphasized. There will always be good people like you who uphold justice, Yu Tsaixia flattered. Then now, this good person hopes you'll join his team. Are you willing? What do I need to do? Yu Tsaixia asked. Li Fan replied, check the health of our people and treat them. Also, you will have the privilege of not needing to go out and take risks. That's all? Yu Tsaixia asked again. If you don't mind that I'm younger than you, I also don't mind that you're older than me. We can also do some intimate things, Li Fan said with a smile. Yu Tsaixia looked at Li Fan in a new light. She really didn't expect him to talk about such things so openly and confidently. How many women do you have now? Yu Tsaixia asked. Not many, only 8, Li Fan answered straightforwardly. Yu Tsaixia and Zhang Menglan hadn't expected that ordinary-looking Li Fan would have managed to conquer 8 women in just 5 days. Yu Tsaixia looked at him with surprise and said, you really are a fighter in that area. Zhang Menglan thought about how her own boyfriend couldn't even handle 1 woman, and then thought about how Li Fan had to manage 8. She couldn't help but feel admiration. It's just a little hobby. I can't spend every day just looking for supplies and fighting zombies, how boring that would be, Li Fan said with a chuckle. Are those 2 also part of the 8? Yu Tsaixia kept asking questions one after another. Li Fan stopped smiling and said, they are not yet. I want you to first check their health. I don't have equipment, I can only do a simple check. If you really want me to be your long-term personal doctor, you must take me to a hospital to find the necessary equipment and stock up a large amount of essential medicines, Yu Tsaixia said seriously. Don't worry, I definitely plan to do that. Actually, if it weren't for the 2 mutant zombies outside, I would have already taken people to find a better place to live. This place is too small, it can't fit many people, Li Fan nodded and said. Yu Tsaixia asked, where were you planning to go? Li Fan said, the villas in the riverside new town. They have water and independent power systems. Maybe they even still have electricity. Utsaisha said, that's a bit far. It's better to go to the nearby Dijin International Community. I heard they also have independent power systems. Once the zombies in the building are cleared, it should be suitable for living. Plus, there's a Dijin International Hospital and a shopping mall next to it. It would be much more convenient than the Riverside New Town. Li Fan said, I heard that only rich people live there. I'm afraid we'll be stopped at the gate. Utsaisha said, in this situation, wealth means nothing. Strength is everything. You're strong enough, just beat down anyone who tries to stop you. Li Fan said, that's fine too. I'll discuss it with the family later before making a decision. The five of them reached room 807. Li Fan tapped on the wall twice. A voice came from the other side. Is that Li Fan? Are you going to break through this wall? Yes, everyone stepped back a little. With his now experienced skill, Li Fan easily broke open a hole about 1.5 meters high and half a meter wide. Alright, Dr. Yu, these are my 8 women. Everyone in this room is my family, Li Fan said, leading Utsaisha and the 4 women into room 806. And Yun and the others looked rosy and full of energy, obviously not lacking food or clothing, which made Utsaisha and Jiang Menglan admire them and further confirmed that Li Fan was a good man. Should I pack my things and move here now, or wait until you're ready to leave? Utsaisha asked. Move over now. The 2 rooms are connected, and there's enough space, Li Fan said. Will you come with me? I'm a little scared alone. Utsaisha said. Li Fan looked at the women and pointed to Jiang Menglan, then said to Ma Xiaofeng, give her some food. She came with us for nothing today. Next time, I'll take her out to search for food. Then he said to Yun, I'll accompany Dr. Yu to get her things. Fang Dandan and Pang Yanxia are still in room 908. Do you want to come with us to see them? Have you cleared the zombies outside Unit D? And Yun asked. Li Fan said, you better stay home for now. I'll check later. Unit D was taken over by a superpowered guy called Yu Mingguang. He killed all the men, leaving only 8 women and 3 children. Such cruelty? Then all those women must have been. Chao Wei trailed off, glancing at Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong. Li Fan's thoughts changed again. Before, he felt there was no need to touch those women. But now he thought for the sake of family resources, he should at least bond with them even if not handling the 3 meals task every day. Besides, he couldn't keep babysitting these women forever. They needed to go out and run with him, so they wouldn't tremble in fear every time they saw a zombie. That's why I found Dr. Yu to check if they're healthy. Also, in a few days, we'll move to Dijin International Community. There's a hospital and a mall next to it, making it easier to gather supplies. Li Fan's words made Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong smile. They knew very well the hidden meaning behind his words. Li Fan and Utsaisha went to room 1008, while Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong took Jiang Menglan to fetch some food. After seeing Li Fan raise and support so many women, Jiang Menglan made up her mind. Instead of staying with the useless Zhong Hanfei and waiting for death, she'd rather hold on to this powerful backer. Thus, when Ma Xiaofeng was getting her food, she actively asked, can I just live here? In room 1008 of Unit D, Utsaisha was packing and asked, are you planning to make me their midwife? Li Fan nodded and said, that's the plan. I wonder if you know any OBGYN colleagues nearby. If possible, I'd like to find a few more, preferably young and experienced like you. Carrying her suitcase and medicine box, Utsaisha said, I'm a gynecologist, not an obstetrician. Although I've seen it done, I haven't actually delivered a baby myself. Relying on me alone would be overestimating me. But I believe there should be good obstetricians at Dijin International Hospital. It was built for rich families. Then tonight, I'll go into the community to check the situation. Li Fan nodded. With so many women, can you even leave tonight? Utsaisha teased. Precisely because there are so many women, I have to go early. If we delay longer, there will be more people, the zombies will become stronger, and it will be even harder to leave, Li Fan said with a smile. Utsaisha said, if only we had enough guns and bombs, we could blast our way through with so many people. Li Fan said, unless it's the military, it's impossible to find enough guns and ammo. Utsaisha curiously asked, since the world has fallen into this state, why haven't the countries with nuclear weapons launched them? Why? Who knows? Returning to room 807, entering room 806, Li Fan went to call Ma Xiaofeng and the others from next door 805. Why are you still here? Li Fan asked, a bit surprised when he saw Jiang Menglan. I want to leave here with you all. Jiang Menglan stood up, blushing, and said, where's your boyfriend? Li Fan asked. He just wants to wait for rescue, without any desire to step out and survive. I don't want to stay with him waiting for death, Jiang Menglan said. Alright, you all come over together, Li Fan nodded, not minding, after all, His approach now was not refusing anyone as long as the system rewarded him. Then Utsaisha, wearing a white coat, began checking all the women's health one by one in the bedroom, screening for gynecological issues and potential infectious diseases. Meanwhile, Li Fan continued to check around Unit D for any zombies that might have slipped through, burning the corpses with fireballs. 13 zombie corpses were stacked in the stairwells, killed by Yu Mingwang and the others. Li Fan collected 3 more crescent-shaped crystals. When he arrived at room 906, he found that the women inside had already left, and most of the food had been moved by the 7 women. Li Fan thought about it and decided not to care. When he was about to leave, he bumped into a woman entering the door. Upon closer look, it was Li Muhua. Among the 8 women from Unit D, Li Muhua was the prettiest, the youngest, and had the best figure. Next were Kong Xiaoyun and Pang Yanxia. The others were ordinary-looking unless they dressed up carefully. After all, besides the face, a woman's figure also added points. "You all moved back to your own homes?" Li Fan asked as he helped Li Muhua up. "Yes. Now that there are no more zombies in the building and the men are all dead, it should be safe for a while. We plan to ration our food and wait, maybe the rescue team will come," Li Muhua answered, lowering her head. "If you change your mind, you can come with us. There's still time. You can think it over and knock on room 807's door if you decide," Li Fan said and returned to 807. Since there was no electricity, it was gradually getting dark outside, and candles were lit in 806. Utsaisha, wearing a white coat and glasses, was checking Pantong's body with some tools. Li Fan didn't join the crowd around her. "No infections detected, but you must still pay attention to personal hygiene. We'll check once a week from now on. Early detection, early treatment. Now, I am your private doctor. If you feel any abnormal symptoms, tell me," Utsaisha said after finishing the check. Apparently, the examination was over, and Yunyan quietly came over and asked, "Tanzian, Zheng Wanjun, Ma Xiaofeng, Pantong, Jiang Menglan, and Utsaisha, so many people. Who will you start with?" They all agreed? Li Fan asked in surprise. Once they entered this door, how could they disagree? "I told them about your superpowers and food," and Yun explained. 6 people at once, plus the 8 of you, that's 14 people. If we don't get at least 1 or 2 invincible superpowers, it would really let down our hard work," Li Fan muttered to himself. Following the principle of dying from exhaustion if necessary, Li Fan completed 6 conquests. 1-hit success effect activated. Target Tanzian successfully conquered. All host attributes +2, family members +1, and initial conquest reward pack awarded. Please continue to expand the family and prosper. An initial conquest reward pack is available. Claim it. 1-hit success effect activated. Target Zhang Wanjun successfully conquered. All host attributes +2, family members +1, and initial conquest reward pack awarded. Please continue to expand the family and prosper. An initial conquest reward pack is available. Claim it. Yes. Obtained Element Thunder Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Thunder Technique can flexibly use lightning and increase body's lightning resistance by 50%. Obtained Defense Liquefaction, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Defense Liquefaction automatically liquefies to save life when suffering lethal damage, increases body's resistance to sharp weapon damage by 50%. Obtained Space Teleportation Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Space Teleportation Technique can teleport within 100 meters, ignoring obstacles. Obtained Special Copy Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Special Copy Technique can copy the awakened superpower of a lifeform, can store one permanently. Obtained Element Explosion Flame Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Explosion Flame Technique can cause objects it touches to explosively combust and increase body's fire resistance by 50%. Obtained Control Mental Command, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Control Mental Command can issue commands to control groups of lifeforms, currently up to 5. Tanzian's reward pack gave the Element Thunder Technique. Zhang Wanjuan's reward pack gave the Defense Liquefaction. Ma Xiaofeng's reward pack gave the Space Teleportation Technique. Pantong's reward pack gave the Special Copy Technique. Jiang Menglan's reward pack gave the Element Explosion Flame Technique. Utsaisha's reward pack gave the Control Mental Command. Family Breeding System family members now total 32, meeting the system upgrade conditions. Upgrade now? Was this including the 1-hit success effect? Otherwise, counting carefully, it should only be 19 people. How did they suddenly count the little tadpoles in the women's bellies? Although Li Fan couldn't figure it out, he still chose to upgrade the system. System upgrade requires special energy value. Insufficient energy detected. Energy crystals owned by the host have been automatically converted into special energy. System is upgrading, please wait. Then, the system prompts finally stopped. Li Fan tried and found that system upgrading did not affect the daily family supplies collection, just in time to cancel the 1 meal per day setting. And yeah, my superpowers have changed again, and from now on the supplies won't require completing daily mandatory tasks anymore, Li Fan said to An Yun Yun, who had the family member subsystem. He didn't explain what superpowers he had gained this time, because as more women joined, he didn't want to demonstrate every new ability for them. As long as they knew he had many powers and he could provide for them, it would be enough. Special energy value needed for system upgrade? Energy crystals? Li Fan recalled the system's prompts and searched inside his Qiankuan bag, discovering that the 10 crescent-shaped crystals and 1 round crystal he had collected earlier had indeed disappeared. It seemed that after this system upgrade, he would need to collect more crescent-shaped and round energy crystals. Maybe the system found that using special proficiency points on the women took too long, so it switched to needing special energy instead. Now, Li Fan possessed 14 kinds of superpowers, including defense, control, movement, area attacks, and healing. He already had the initial ability to clear groups of zombies. Plus, zombies would drop energy crystals to increase special energy. Finally, he could proudly say he had become strong. Quietly waiting for the system upgrade to complete. This time, with so many people eating dinner, one dining table was already not enough. Luckily, this problem had been considered before the meal. All 19 people ate boxed meals, so they didn't have to squeeze around one table. After dinner, Li Fan planned to wait until the system upgrade was complete to see whether special energy value was truly required. If it was, then he would have to go out and try clearing the zombies downstairs. He could also take An Yun Yun, who had superpowers, to train a bit, and use the protective shield on her to keep her safe. It took 2 full hours, but the system upgrade was finally completed. After the upgrade, the system popped up a bunch of notifications. Family member daily supplies have been changed into 4 categories: men's nutritional recharge package, women's beauty and wellness package, children's comprehensive growth package, and infants comprehensive growth package. New addition, male favorability in female loyalty ratings. New addition, family female member selection criteria. New addition, methods to obtain special energy value. New addition, non-family lifeform viewing function. New addition, family development construction mall. New addition, fusion of same attribute and same type superpowers. Family member number achievement reward updated calculation method, 1-hit success effect can be included. Family member subsystem can now bind 2 more female family members. Please choose as soon as possible. Element Explosion Flame LV1 and Element Fireball LV2 are of the same attribute and type. They can be fused into Element Sea of Fire Lava LV1. Proceed with fusion. Element Water Flow LV2 and Element Ice Freeze LV2 are of the same attribute and type. They can be fused into Element 3 Feet of Ice LV2. Proceed with fusion. Space Qiankuan Bag LV2 and Space Teleportation LV1 are of the same attribute and type. They can be fused into Space Control LV1. Proceed with fusion. Defense Protective Shield LV2 and Defense Liquefaction LV1 are of the same attribute and type. They can be fused into Defense Liquid Form LV1. Proceed with fusion. Li Fan didn't hesitate at all. If the fusion could upgrade the superpowers, then it definitely needed to be done. Consuming 100 special proficiency points to fuse, fusion in progress, please wait. Consuming 100 special proficiency points / special energy points to fuse, insufficient energy, fusion failed. Detected energy crystals, automatically converting, obtain 600 special energy points. Consuming 100 special energy points to fuse, fusion in progress, please wait. Consuming 100 special energy points to fuse, fusion in progress, please wait. Consuming 100 special energy points to fuse, fusion in progress, please wait. Element Sea of Fire Lava Fusion complete. Element Sea of Fire Lava, LV1, fire range extension with continuous damage, fire resistance increased by 80%, proficiency 0/1000, energy consumption 10. Element 3 Feet of Ice Fusion complete. Element 3 Feet of Ice, LV2, ice range entrapment damage, water resistance increased by 60%, ice resistance increased by 60%, proficiency 0/5000, energy consumption 20. Space Control Fusion complete. Space Control, LV1, active abilities, pocket space, space movement, position exchange, etc. Proficiency 0/1000, energy consumption 10. Defense Liquid Form Fusion complete. Defense Liquid Form, LV1, actively obtains 3 to 5 liquid protective shields, reduces 80% of own damage, reduces 60% damage for others, automatically triggers Liquefaction Form when taking fatal damage, reducing 90% damage. Passive effect only applies to oneself. Proficiency 0/1000, energy consumption 10. Detected that family member subsystem binder in Yunyun's superpower is element Fireball, meeting the conditions to replace with element C of Fire Lava. Approve replacement? Yes. Family member subsystem binder in Yunyun's superpower element Fireball has been successfully replaced with element C of Fire Lava. Li Fan didn't bother with the newly added system features for now, he just finished all the fusion prompts first. Li Fan checked the host attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Health, 500. Energy, 500. Constitution, 50. Strength, 48. Spirit, 50. Agility, 46. Superpowers, Summoning Animals LV1, Special Invisibility LV1, Special Healing LV2, Element Thunder LV1, Special Copy LV1, Control Mental Command LV1. Fused Superpowers, Element C of Fire Lava LV1, Element 3 Feet of Ice LV2, Space Control LV1, Defense Liquid Form LV1. He then opened in Yunyun Attribute Panel. Family Member, in Yunyun. Health, 90. Energy, 90. Constitution, 9. Strength, 8. Spirit, 9. Agility, 7. Rating, 80. Favorability, 69. Superpower, Element C of Fire Lava LV1. Status, 1-hit success effect activated, currently pregnant. He then checked Ma Xiaofeng Attribute Panel. Family Member, Ma Xiaofeng. Health, 60. Energy, 80. Constitution, 6. Strength, 7. Spirit, 8. Agility, 7. Rating, 70. Favorability, 81. And then Pan Tong Attribute Panel. Family Member, Pan Tong. Health, 70. Energy, 60. Constitution, 7. Strength, 6. Spirit, 6. Agility, 7. Rating, 50. Favorability, 65. Comparing Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, and in Yunyun, it was clear that the system's ratings varied greatly. Li Fan thought for a moment and felt that the system ratings probably had a lot to do with his personal perception as the host. Li Fan hadn't seen what happened to Ma Xiaofeng with his own eyes, but Pan Tong's situation had been directly witnessed by him, hence a 20-point difference in their ratings. As for favorability, since he hadn't known most women long, those with higher favorability like Ma Xiaofeng probably trusted and were more grateful to him. Most of the other women had favorability in the 60s. He then opened Family Development Construction Mall, which only had one lonely item. Family Base requires energy points to redeem. Note, energy points can be obtained by killing zombies, from energy crystals inside zombies, and from energy crystals inside mutants. After finally finishing reading the update content, Li Fan stood in the middle of the hall and said to the women, "Now 2 more people can gain superpowers. Because your superpowers are linked to the ones I obtained from you, you can discuss among yourselves which 2 should receive the superpowers. Also, and yeah, the 2 superpowers I got from you and Jiang Menglan have fused and evolved into Sea of Fire Lava. Your superpower has changed from small fireballs to Sea of Fire Lava. Maybe because I have obtained a lot of superpowers, same attribute and type abilities can now fuse and evolve. Also, the abilities I got from Qin Xingyan and Ma Xiaofeng fused and evolved into space control. This superpower can store things, allow short-distance teleportation, and even position swapping. The abilities from Zhu Ting and Zhang Wanjun fused into liquid defense, providing 3 to 5 liquid protective shields to protect others, reducing most damage. The abilities from Jiang Qiufang and Jiang Dongfang fused into 3 feet of ice, which can freeze people or zombies. I've explained the superpowers to you clearly. You can discuss whether to assign the superpowers based on the order of arrival or based on usefulness. I'll listen to your decision." After saying that, Li Fan stopped speaking and looked at the female targets he had already bound in B Unit and D Unit. This time, the system restricted Li Fan from randomly exploiting it by binding any woman but did not cancel the previously bound targets. Thus, Li Fan's current plan was to quickly complete all the previously bound targets from B and D units and get the rewards. Otherwise, if the system later raised the rating standards and made restrictions harsher, he might not get a chance to obtain superpower rewards again. He knew that each female family member not only gave him a superpower but also added to his overall attributes. Even if each added just 2 points, Li Fan's stats had already increased to 5 to 8 times that of ordinary people. What did this mean? An 8-fold boost in all attributes meant his combat power had multiplied dozens of times. It meant strength multiplied by 8, speed multiplied by 8, endurance multiplied by 8, reaction speed, and everything else multiplied by 8. With his current power, he could easily kill ordinary zombies, and even the mutant zombies he previously feared should now pose little threat. Moreover, clearing zombies would quickly help him collect the 100,000 energy points needed to buy the family base. Li Fan believed that the family base purchased from the system would definitely be better and more suitable than any high-end apartment or villa he could find outside. 14 women gathered together sounded like thousands of ducks quacking. Except for Yun Yun, who already had a superpower, the others all wanted to gain one. Having a superpower yourself was different from just seeing someone else have one. Li Fan's personal picks were Ma Xiaofeng and Zhu Ting. Ma Xiaofeng's space ability was very practical, and her favorability score was high. Zhu Ting had a defensive ability, and being young, her adaptability was likely the strongest among the women. Compared to the others, who only had favorability scores in the 60s, Ma Xiaofeng's score of 81 truly moved Li Fan. This system's favorability score made Li Fan realize that women really could separate emotion from desire. Originally, he thought that having physical relationships with these women would make their bonds strong. He never expected that once the favorability scores were shown, it would hit him like a heavy blow. However, Li Fan could understand it. Even in TV dramas, powerful male characters always had accessory female characters like Yanning, proving this point. For most women, when faced with the instinct to admire strength, love and affection could easily be thrown aside. Maybe it's better to vote, otherwise we'll never decide even after days of discussion, and Yun Yun suggested when she saw no conclusion being reached. Xiao Hui, knowing she was unpopular and that she would surely lose if they voted, objected. Voting would just mean voting for friends. Anjia, since you already have superpowers, you shouldn't participate. Let's discuss it more and reach a conclusion. Some agreed with Xiao Hui, some with Yun Yun, and soon the 14 people split into two sides, arguing about whether to discuss or vote. The married women like Yun Yun, Xin Xingyan, Zhao Fang, and Feng Lan were the majority and supported voting. Jiang Menglan, being new, abstained. Xiao Hui, Zhu Ting, Jiang Qiufang, and Jiang Dongfang were the minority. In the end, the minority obeyed the majority. Voting. 14 people voted among 13 candidates. Whoever got the most votes would gain the superpower. The result surprised Li Fan. The winners were Feng Lan and Yu Caixia. Feng Lan got 12 votes, Yu Caixia got 13 votes, even beating the originally intended Qin Xingyan and Zhao Feng. It was clear that Xiao Hui's group had voted for Feng Lan and Yu Caixia. Li Fan didn't fully understand why, but it didn't affect him binding the family member subsystems to Feng Lan and Yu Caixia. Feng Lan's superpower was healing, and Yu Caixia's superpower was mental command. Both were somewhat useful. Alright, now that there are no zombies or bad people left in B Unit and D Unit, you can help find your female friends and persuade them to join our family. Then we can move either to the nearby Daijing International or farther away to Yinzheng New Town, or even find a place in the countryside to farm. Li Fan clapped his hands and said, in the next 2 days, I'll clear all the zombies on the nearby streets. Then, anyone who can drive can just take a car and go wherever they want. Now that he knew his relationships with these women didn't involve much real emotion, Li Fan felt even freer when talking about recruiting more women. As long as the system kept rewarding him, he would continue. Soon, he would complete all the rewards from the women bound in B and D units, gaining 8 to 10 superpowers and doubling or tripling his attributes again. After that, the system might not frequently pop up new targets for binding anymore. But gaining superpowers and attribute points from over 20 women was enough to make him very powerful and very satisfied. Most importantly, he could free himself from being everyone's caretaker, staying closer to the women he liked and keeping an eye on those with lower favorability scores. Perfect. As for zombies, they probably wouldn't pose a threat to him anymore. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, after Li Fan received breakfast, he finished eating and went out. He walked out of the apartment building, carrying the unfamiliar broadsword, heading toward the street, and used the view function on one of the 3 zombies outside the building. Monster, level 0 zombie, 50% evolution rate. Strength, 100 kilograms. Speed, 5 meters per second. Chance to generate energy crystal. Level 0? Zombies can level up? The strength and speed aren't points, but actual values? Interesting. Li Fan thought. Easily chopping off the 3 zombies' heads, a system prompt appeared. Gain special energy +1. Gain special energy +1. Gain special energy +1. Killing 1 zombie only gave 1 point of energy value. This ratio was a bit outrageous. 10,000 points of energy value were needed for a family base, meaning killing 100,000 zombies. Li Fan thought he should now be able to go and kill the 2 mutant zombies nearby. so he headed toward the area where the mutant zombies were. His appearance naturally attracted the attention of zombies on the street and on both sides. Soon, zombies began rushing toward him. Li Fan activated a liquid shield on his body, looking like a layer of liquid ripples, then it faded and disappeared. No visible trace remained, but he knew a defensive shield was there, ready to activate when he took damage, consuming energy. Of course, he wouldn't deliberately let zombies scratch him just to test it. Zombie poison was no joke. Anyway, he had to clear all the zombies in this area. After chopping off the attacking zombies' heads, he smashed a nearby car with his sword. The triggered car alarm beep 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 loudly, attracting all nearby zombies. Some survivors even peeked out of their windows. Li Fan ran around gathering the zombies together, then spent 20 energy points to test the 3 feet of ice ability. Because there was still water on the ground, the freezing effect was excellent. All the chasing zombies were frozen starting from their feet, and the ice continued spreading up their bodies. This superpower is awesome. Seeing such an exaggerated effect, Li Fan couldn't help but scream with joy. He wasn't afraid of others finding out he had multiple superpowers. After all, others could have powers too, and with the system showing favorability and loyalty ratings, he wasn't afraid of dealing with actor-level pretenders. Besides, he wasn't planning to recruit little brothers yet. Water flow and freezing had been weak before, but the fused 3 feet of ice was amazing. Not only could it control zombies' movements, but the freezing effect could spread. However, after chopping off the zombies' frozen heads, Li Fan found the freezing was only superficial. It hadn't completely frozen the zombies from the inside out. After clearing all the frozen zombies and collecting energy points, seeing no more zombies following, he continued toward the mutant zombies' location. He also threw a view at it. Monster, level 1 mutant zombie, 25% evolution rate. Strength, 175 kilograms. Speed, 15 meters per second. High chance to generate mutant energy crystal. The agile zombie was still tirelessly jumping between buildings. Li Fan rushed over like a gust of wind, kicked the zombie preparing to jump, and before it could get up, he rushed over and decapitated it with a slash. Gained special energy plus 50. Easily taking care of this mutant zombie that used to chase him down, Li Fan sighed. Sure enough, I'd become stronger. Now zombies are just moving energy points for me, and a level 1 mutant zombie gives 50 times the reward of a normal level 0 zombie. Very worthwhile. He also triggered another car alarm to gather zombies together, froze them with 3 feet of ice, and then harvested them. Li Fan felt that clearing zombies was even easier than gaining special proficiency points. Then he started searching the mutant zombie's body for a mutant energy crystal. It turned out the mutant energy crystal was in the zombie's hindbrain. This mutant energy crystal was a solid glowing sphere, brighter and more complete than the one he had found from the mutant cat. Detected mutant energy crystal, speed type, can enhance evolution degree, can recharge, 90% purity, can exchange for 1000 special energy points. 1000 points? That much? Just kill 100 such mutant zombies and I can buy a family base? Li Fan thought excitedly. And it can also enhance evolution. Really good stuff. Looking at the scattered, dismembered zombie remains, he felt nostalgic for the fireball spell's clean efficiency. The ground was wet and the zombies were frozen. He was too lazy to burn them because the newly fused abilities would consume energy. Ahead was the giant mutant zombie. Monster, level 1 mutant zombie, 65% evolution rate. Strength, 425 kilograms. Speed, 8 meters per second. High chance to generate mutant energy crystal. Smashing another nearby car, the beep 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 alarm immediately stirred up a hornet's nest. This time, the number of zombies alarmed was more than the first 2 waves combined. Li Fan glanced at the dense mass of at least over 200 zombies rushing toward him. The giant mutant zombie maintained a 5-meter clear area around itself. This time, he didn't dare kite them around. He immediately used 3 feet of ice on the dense front of the zombie horde. However, because the area was too large and the number too many, only the dozens of zombies at the front were frozen. And as the zombies behind rushed up and crashed into the frozen ones, the ice around their feet shattered, stopping the spread of the freezing effect. Li Fan could only cast 3 feet of ice one more time. After casting 3 feet of ice again, all the level 0 zombies, except for the giant zombie, were frozen. Before harvesting, he had to deal with the giant zombie first, and at the same time prevent it from crashing into and freeing the frozen zombies. The giant zombie had a big body and strong strength, so even after 3 casts of 3 feet of ice, it wasn't frozen. However, its speed was faster than other zombies, and it had already moved to the very front, so there was no worry about it turning back to break the frozen zombie's ice layer. The more than 3-meter-tall giant zombie gave Li Fan a strong sense of pressure. He swung the broadsword at the zombie's neck. The giant zombie actually stopped and dodged the slash. Damn, it can even dodge attacks? Li Fan was a little surprised but could guess that the mutant zombie had become stronger. The reason he was able to kill the agile zombie before was entirely because of catching it by surprise. After a few more slashes, he realized this zombie could indeed dodge the blade and even use its hands to block attacks. It had probably developed intelligence and knew how to protect its vital points. Also, since this broadsword wasn't a legendary weapon or anything, it naturally got blocked each time. Unable to freeze it and unable to cut it, Li Fan had no choice but to burn it. Fire Sea Lava, activate. A sea of fire ignited within a 3-meter radius around the giant zombie's feet, and the fire continued spreading outward, but the spread was limited, finally stabilizing at a 5-meter range. This sea of fire did not disappoint Li Fan. Just like the previous fireball technique, as long as even a bit touched the body, it would burn the entire body until it turned to ashes. It burned for a full 5 minutes before the giant zombie finally turned into a pile of black ash. In the black ash was a shining round crystal. Detected mutant energy crystal, strength type, can enhance evolution degree, can recharge, 90% purity, can be exchanged for 1000 special energy points. Li Fan picked up the round crystal, looked at the more than 200 frozen zombies, and was too lazy to chop them one by one, so he directly unleashed a sea of fire to finish them off. After burning them, he picked up 32 crescent-shaped crystals. Detected inferior energy crystal, no attribute, can enhance evolution degree, can recharge but has a high probability of infection and turning into a zombie, 10% purity, can be exchanged for 10 special energy points. 10 points? That's a ridiculously big difference. Li Fan exchanged all the energy crystals into special energy points. Now he needed to save up 100,000 points to purchase a family base, and afterward upgrade his superpowers. After some actual combat, Li Fan realized that the fused and evolved superpowers were much more useful and powerful than before, so he became even more eager to deal with the already bound targets in Building B&D. After clearing almost all the zombies on the street for several hundred meters, Li Fan turned back and purified the previously headless zombies again using Fire Sea Lava. He checked the system's special energy points, only 2,877 points. Looks like I still have to find more mutant zombies. Getting one mutant energy crystal is worth as much as clearing an entire street of zombies. It was still early, and Li Fan still had 360 energy left, so he walked toward another street leading to the Dijin International Residential Area. Li Fan had lived in this area for too little time and wasn't very familiar with the surroundings. It seemed he would need to study and understand the nearby streets at noon to figure out the best place to establish the family base. When Li Fan was about to leave, someone from the residential building opposite finally couldn't hold back and shouted from the balcony, "Boss, don't leave, please help clear the zombies in our residential area. We're all trapped by zombies and can't get out." Li Fan glanced at it. This residential area seemed to be the one where the mutant agile zombie had been jumping from buildings to bite people. Below the 4th floor, there were almost no survivors. The person calling out stood on the 7th floor balcony. Besides the young man calling him, Li Fan's enhanced vision also spotted a few others watching him from their balconies. But the number of survivors was still small, even fewer than those in Li Fan's own building C. Are there any mutant zombies? Li Fan didn't directly agree but asked first. "Boss, you kill zombies so easily, please help us. Otherwise, we'll starve to death in here," the young man pleaded from the balcony. A middle-aged woman also helped plead from the balcony. "Young man, please help. That monster that jumped from the building killed a lot of people before. We've been too scared to show ourselves. Since you kill monsters so easily, please help clear our residential area too." Li Fan thought for a moment and still didn't immediately agree. He asked, "How many people are in your residential area? How many zombies?" The young man said to Li Fan, "We haven't counted exactly, but Huayuan residential area only has 4 buildings, each with 24 floors and 4 units per floor. About 60 to 70% were occupied, around 500 people. If you subtract half who were out working or away for the weekend, maybe about 250 people. Now the entire area might not have more than 50 survivors, so there should be around 200 zombies." Li Fan calculated, dividing 200 zombies among 4 buildings, each building would have at most 50 zombies, and each floor only 2 to 3 zombies. "Looks like the zombies inside shouldn't pose much of a threat to me. I can go clean them up, and maybe also trade for 1 or 2 women the system approves." Thinking this, he headed toward a food store nearby, planning to collect some supplies to later use for trading with women. Li Fan then remembered that he also had a mind control type superpower, mental command. Perfect to experiment with using the scattered zombies here as pawns, seeing if they could block other zombies for him. Mental command required him to lock onto a target and issue a command. If the target's spirit was lower than his, it would be controlled. No doubt, these ordinary zombies' spirit was far lower than Li Fan's. Thus, with a spirit stat of 50, Li Fan could control 5 zombies at once. Issuing commands was simple, just like commanding hunting dogs. It opened up a new vision and an empty mind, where he could implant simple instructions like moving forward, biting, pouncing, blocking, etc. Soon, he locked onto 5 targets, controlled 5 little brother zombies, and let them scout ahead, making noise. Whenever any zombie appeared, he ordered his zombie minions to pounce. Once the enemy zombie fell, Li Fan would walk over and chop off its head, then check for an energy crystal at the back of the head. Walking up to the floor where the young man was calling for help, Li Fan climbed the stairs. Since there were no mutant zombies, almost no zombie could stand after his 5 zombie minions attacked. He quickly cleared his way up to the 7th floor. Hearing the commotion, the young man and a woman opened the door and thanked Li Fan. "Boss, you're amazing. Thank you so much for saving us." This time, the system indeed did not pop up the binding target prompt when he saw the woman. Li Fan glanced at the woman. She was probably the young man's girlfriend. Her looks were decent. If it were before, the system would have immediately jumped out asking him to bind a target. It seemed the system had really changed its standards after the upgrade, now aiming for quality. "No need to thank me. Let me ask you, is there any single pretty woman left in this building?" Li Fan asked directly, then added, "Divorced with kids also works." The two were stunned by how blunt the question was. After exchanging looks, the woman gave Li Fan a strange look and said, "There's one on the 6th floor, right below me, a divorced woman with a child. Very pretty, great figure, a company executive. But she's probably over 30 years old." The man smiled and said to Li Fan, "There should be one each on the 9th and 13th floors, beautiful with good figures. We used to run into them sometimes commuting, but we don't know much about them. You can go upstairs and check." Li Fan nodded and said, "Thanks." Then he turned and continued climbing. Watching Li Fan disappear up the stairs, the woman glared at the smiling man and ordered, "Now that the zombies downstairs and outside have been cleared by that amazing guy, go quickly and find some food. Let's go together, so we can watch each other's backs." The man's face fell, speaking in a low voice. "Aren't you a man? Look at how that amazing guy handled it. Did he bring women with him?" the woman said discontentedly. "Maybe the boss doesn't have any women yet, or else why would he ask about pretty women?" the man mumbled. "What did you say? Are you going or not?" the woman pressed. I'm going. If not, we'll just starve to death." "Better take a chance while the boss cleared the way," the man said while clenching his fists. "Besides, maybe I can follow him down." Of course, Li Fan didn't know about this downstairs. He continued clearing zombies up to the 13th floor. Each floor had no more than 4 zombies, posing no pressure at all to him. Thus, he knocked on the door, preparing to see if the system would react when encountering a beauty recognized by others. The security door quickly opened from inside, and a mature woman as charming as In Yun stood at the door, looking at Li Fan with a face full of joy, saying, "Little brother, I saw everything when you were clearing zombies downstairs. Can you take me downstairs to find food?" What surprised Li Fan was that the system didn't pop up any prompt. Even a high-quality woman like this didn't meet the conditions? What was going on? "System master, with this woman's looks and figure, can't we overlook her age and the fact that she has a kid?" Li Fan asked the system in his heart. "This woman is sick. Not suitable to get involved with." Li Fan was startled and subconsciously took a step back, thinking to himself, "You really can't judge a book by its cover," and coldly replied, "All right, you can follow me downstairs later, but I won't bring you back. I've already cleared the zombies in the residential area. As long as you're careful, there shouldn't be much danger. Also, let me ask you, are there any women in this building as beautiful and charming as you, but unmarried?" Li Fan added. The mature woman immediately showed a disappointed expression. When she saw Li Fan entering their building, she had even specially changed into a sexy tight battle outfit. In the end, he preferred unmarried pretty women. Still, making some connection with such a strong person was better than nothing. So, after thinking for a moment, she said, "I know most of the people in this residential area. There are women who meet your requirements, but whether they are home now, I can't guarantee." Hearing this, Li Fan didn't want to bother anymore. He had helped the young man on the 7th floor enough, and he considered his conscience clear. If the others didn't speak up, he naturally wouldn't meddle. "Let's go. We're going down. You're not going upstairs anymore?" The mature woman pointed upstairs and asked in confusion. "They didn't call for help. I won't bother with them." Li Fan shook his head. "Oh, okay. Right, I still have a daughter. I'm not comfortable leaving her alone at home," the mature woman said, pointing at her daughter still playing with puzzles inside the house. A 5 or 6-year-old, not exactly a toddler. Obviously, this woman was making excuses after hearing that Li Fan wouldn't bring her back. I advise you to take advantage of the time now, after I cleared the zombies, to find as much food as you can. And I don't have any food on me, Li Fan said, frowning. Without bothering anymore, he continued up to the 9th floor and knocked on the door. Only one household opened the door, and the system immediately popped up a prompt after seeing the woman. Target detected, Zhou Shu-1, eligible for strategy binding. Bind now? Yes. Strategy target Zhou Shu-1 successfully bound. Friendly reminder, after successful strategy, posts all attributes +6, family members +3, and a reward package for first successful strategy. Please continue to expand the family and thrive. A double package? Li Fan was a bit surprised looking at the woman in front of him. She looked about 28 or 29, had a great figure, pretty face, about 168 centimeters tall, with long straight legs, long hair, no makeup, and stunning beauty. Zhou Shu-1 had naturally heard the young man's shouts and saw Li Fan easily clearing the zombies. She teared up and pitifully pleaded, "Awesome little brother, can you take me downstairs to find food? Take your kids and come live with me in Linfu residential area. I'll guarantee your and your children's safety for food and living. How about it?" Li Fan said directly. Maybe it was too straightforward. Zhou Shu-1 was a bit stunned, staring at Li Fan for a while before blushing and asking, "Really, you'll guarantee our food and safety?" "Yes. Are you coming?" Li Fan nodded and asked again. "All right. But I have 2 kids. You really don't mind and will still guarantee our food and safety?" Zhou Shu-1 clearly wasn't sure of Li Fan's character and asked worriedly again. "I'm not just taking care of you and your 2 kids. You'll know after you arrive. Also, we're planning to move to Dijin International. Today we're out clearing zombies along the road," Li Fan said impatiently, urging, "Make up your mind." "Okay, I'll go with you." Zhou Shu-1 gritted her teeth and agreed. When Tao Jianxin came down carrying a travel backpack, she happened to see Zhou Shu-1 following Li Fan with one big and one small child, looking confused. "What's going on? Didn't he say he wanted unmarried beauties? Why would he accept one with 2 kids but not me?" But she didn't dare question, still needing Li Fan's protection to find food safely. She silently watched Li Fan and Zhou Shu-1 walk ahead and followed carefully. On the 6th floor stairs, the 3-year-old daughter nearly tripped, but Li Fan quickly caught her in his arms. Looking at the 3-year-old girl in his arms and the 1-year-old girl in Zhou Shu-1's arms, Li Fan noticed something and asked the system in his heart, "Why are all these women with kids bringing daughters? Did you filter them?" Previously, no filtering. After the update, women with daughters won't lower the score, but women with sons will lower the score. After the system update, it could finally communicate. Li Fan was overjoyed. Why set it like that? Because women with sons, the host might not be able to handle. What else can lower a woman's score? Major illnesses, promiscuous lifestyle, extremely malicious or overly kind-hearted nature all will lower a woman's score. Am I strong enough now to resist the zombie virus? Will I turn into a zombie if scratched or bitten? Even though your stats are strong, the zombie virus corrupts genes. Even if you become 10 times stronger, you still can't resist the infection. While Li Fan bombarded the system with questions, they reached the 5th floor, and the young man who had called for help earlier also joined the group. But when he greeted Li Fan was busy talking with the system and didn't respond. The young man reminded, "Boss, didn't you say you were looking for beauties? Not anymore?" Coming back to himself, Li Fan realized he had walked past the 6th floor where the beauty lived. He quickly ran back down to the 6th floor and knocked on the door. Tao Jianxin and Zhou Shu-1 both glared hard at the young man. If looks could kill, there would be another murder here. "Anyone there? Need to go downstairs to find food? Hurry up and come out," Li Fan shouted through the door. 2 households opened their doors, and 3 people came out, a woman and a man and woman pair. The system didn't pop up any prompts. Apparently, the system now eliminated 90% of women at the start. Without any reward, Li Fan naturally wouldn't treat them the same way he treated Zhou Shu-1. With a cold expression, he led 6 adults and 2 children downstairs, heading straight out of the residential complex. Maybe someone had been watching Li Fan all along. Seeing that he was about to leave, people from the other 3 buildings shouted loudly, "Big bro, save us, take us with you." But this time, Li Fan ignored them and directly led the 6 adults and 2 kids onto the street. At this moment, 1 or 2 zombies suddenly appeared from somewhere and, smelling the group, rushed toward them. With a mental command to stop, Li Fan controlled the rushing zombies, then immediately pulled out his iron rod from the spatial pocket and, with a slash, 2 heads fell to the ground. Previously, everyone had seen Li Fan from a distance using his ice and fire superpowers to clear zombies neatly and easily, but now seeing him directly kill with a weapon at such close range, they were all a bit stunned. Wasn't this a little too fierce? But thinking that Li Fan had superpowers, they quickly understood. Go into shops with open doors, there shouldn't be any zombies inside. Don't go into places with closed doors, there might be zombies hiding inside, Li Fan instructed. Big bro, could you wait for us a bit? Just 2 minutes, the young man who had asked for help pleaded again. All right. Since it was just this once, Li Fan didn't mind waiting 2 minutes. But after 3 minutes, they were still gathering things. The young man was the first to return, seriously thanking Li Fan before running back into the residential complex. Perhaps because Li Fan and the others were still on the street, some survivors from the previously cleared buildings also began rushing out from the stairways. 3 men and 1 woman directly ran past Li Fan and rushed into the stores. Li Fan was a bit annoyed and decided not to bother, leading Zhou Shuwan and the 2 girls back towards Lingfu residential complex. You're not going to protect them? Zhou Shuwan, holding her little daughter, asked softly. They have hands and feet, and they didn't ask me for help. Except for that young man, I don't want to be a saint, Li Fan replied while carrying Zhou Shuwan's older daughter under his arm. Oh, why did you only take me home? Those other 2 women were also very beautiful. Zhou Shuwan changed the topic and asked curiously. You're so capable. Do you already have many women? She asked again. Seeing how many questions she had, Li Fan smiled and said, You might not believe it, but I actually became strong because of women. So yes, I have quite a few women. You'll see soon. As for why I only brought you and not the other 2, maybe it's because you're better and more suitable than them. Of course, Li Fan couldn't reveal the system's existence. Even in Yun Yun and the others only knew he had strange superpowers. But maybe they had some guesses. After all, there were many novels and TV shows like that nowadays. Why didn't you bring a backpack or something to gather food when you went out? Zhou Shuwan asked another question that she cared about. We have enough food at home. I'll explain everything once we get there, Li Fan said. After all, they weren't really part of his family yet, so he wouldn't reveal the spatial pocket that produced food. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Linfu Residential Complex's C block. Along the way, they didn't encounter many zombies, though some brave people were rushing out of their homes into snack shops, restaurants, and supermarkets to grab food. Of course, some unlucky ones were attacked and bitten by hidden zombies. This kind of thing could only be blamed on bad luck. In the apocalypse, dying for food was a normal thing. Li Fan brought Zhou Shuwan and her 2 daughters home, handed them over to Qin Xingyan and Zhao Fang who were looking after the kids, and then took out 25 lunchboxes, 15 bottles of water, and some snacks and fruits from his spatial pocket. Then he said to Qin Xingyan, Sister Qin, did Sisterin and the others go to blocks B and D? I put the food in the kitchen. Eat when you're hungry. I'm heading toward Dijin International. Qin Xingyan saw Li Fan bring back a mother and her 2 daughters and immediately understood. After briefly instructing Zhao Fang, she led Zhou Shuwan and her daughters to wash up while explaining the situation with the other women. Hearing there were 14 women, Zhou Shuwan was shocked but quickly understood Li Fan was so powerful. Even if he didn't take the initiative, women would throw themselves at him. However, when she heard about the experiences of Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, and the women from Block D, she felt admiration for Li Fan, thinking he was a good man. At the same time, she was even more puzzled as to why Li Fan hadn't taken an interest in the other 2 beautiful women. Could it be that he really is helping women who are struggling to survive, like me? Standing outside the bathroom, Qin Xingyan answered, Yes. Sisterin took Fenglan and some others to Block B. Doctor, you took Chao Hui and some others to Block D. Now that you've cleared out the zombies, the building is safe. They should be able to bring some people back. By the way, you're going out again? You didn't do anything this morning or at noon? Qin Xingyan asked, a little curious. With so many women, each time it would take at least 2.5 hours, and Li Fan was no longer obsessed with gaining special proficiency. Killing zombies now yielded more rewards. After the past few days of exercise, he had become a lot more casual. I forgot to tell you all, my superpowers have changed. Now I only need to do it once a day, not 3 times a day. I'll take care of it tonight after I come back, Li Fan explained. Oh, really? Qin Xingyan had always found Li Fan's abilities hard to understand, but with the results right in front of her, she couldn't argue, and it gave them all a chance to become superpowered too, so she naturally trusted him even more. Otherwise, why would Yun Yun and the others work so hard to find women for him? Li Fan said goodbye and left the house. This time, he headed straight toward Dijin International Residential Complex. It was about 1,800 meters away, even farther than Zhongguiwan. Within Li Fan's line of sight, there were only some scattered zombies on the streets, and none behaving abnormally, so he immediately used teleportation, jumping forward 100 meters at a time. However, each teleport cost him 10 energy points. After 5 consecutive uses, Li Fan stopped, looked back, and summoned a hunting dog to lure the scattered zombies within 500 meters. Watching nearly 30 zombies chase the dog, Li Fan placed a sea of molten fire behind the dog. The zombies caught fire as they chased. When they were about to reach him, they were almost burned to death. Li Fan slightly moved aside, waited until the zombies were completely reduced to ashes, then picked up 5 shining half-moon-shaped crystals and exchanged them for special energy points. It seems that someone has already cleared the zombies along this road, Li Fan thought as he continued heading toward Dijin International Residential Complex. As expected, there were only a few scattered zombies along the way. Large zombie groups like before were rare. It was likely that someone had already cleared the zombies along this street. The shops on both sides also showed signs of being scavenged. Even though the zombies were sparse, Li Fan still used the hunting dog to gather them together and burn them, then collected the energy crystals. All the way, controlling the hunting dog to pull zombies and setting fires, Li Fan safely arrived at Dijin International Residential Complex. On the way over, Li Fan thought it would be possible to drive here, though at the entrance of the complex, cars were piling up, making it impossible to drive into the parking lot. In the adjacent Dijin Plaza, zombies were dense, just a glance showed at least 300 to 400. All of these were potential special energy points. Li Fan didn't hesitate. Seeing no one around, he immediately sent the hunting dog to lure dozens of zombies from one side, then set them on fire so that flames ignited on the zombies. He and the dog dodged behind the zombies until the zombies burned into ashes, and then he picked up the energy crystals lying on the ground. Using the same method, he burned 2 more waves of zombies. The special energy value reached 3,384 points. Li Fan now was even hoping to encounter more mutant zombies. However, after burning all 300 zombies in the plaza, no mutant zombies appeared. Feeling slightly bored, Li Fan occasionally checked the zombies' evolution levels. Most were only at 40 to 50%. It seemed the apocalypse was still in its early days, and mutant zombies were not yet numerous. Similarly, human awakeners should still be rare. Li Fan figured that with his current abilities, he could easily crush all awakeners and zombies. Thinking about this, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, he was a systems worker bee, and it was different. After clearing the plaza, Li Fan led the hunting dog toward Dijin International Complex. This complex only had 6 buildings, with 3 entrances and exits, all surrounded by high walls. However, the situation inside the complex was clearly not good. Security guards wearing uniforms had turned into zombies, patrolling inside the complex, along with some scattered residents who had also turned into zombies. Some zombies were even leading zombie dogs. Because he had previously guessed someone had cleared nearby zombies, Li Fan also observed the surrounding residential areas. Most were still surrounded by zombies. However, a place called Ising Community looked very clean, suggesting the zombie clearing team probably came from there. But when Li Fan passed by, no one inside paid attention to him. I wonder if an awakener appeared, or if it's just someone bold, careful, and with leadership skills, Li Fan thought as he entered Dijin International through a small side door. The complex still had power, the security booth obviously had air conditioning running, and the ventilation fan was buzzing. It seemed the emergency generator had automatically started. Hearing movement, the security guard zombies immediately lunged at Li Fan, while the resident zombies reacted a bit slower. But none of them could withstand even one slash. Li Fan swiftly chopped off their heads. After killing about a dozen zombies, he found 2 energy crystals. Li Fan then headed toward Building A. The tall, transparent glass door was now stained with blood. Inside, the staff and residents had all turned into zombies. One zombie was missing half its body, dragging its intestines across the floor as it moved, making Li Fan almost vomit. Li Fan smashed the glass door, and with a crashing sound, the door shattered to pieces. More than 10 zombies inside rushed at him. Using the long reach of his iron rod, Li Fan swept through them, killing all 10 zombies. These level 0 zombies were no more difficult for Li Fan than crushing ants. Inside the elevators, as Li Fan expected, the scene was even bloodier. Opening the elevator doors, the inside was covered in flesh and blood, with a pile of zombies mostly reduced to just skulls and skeletons. Even after being eaten like this, they could still turn into zombies? Damn! Li Fan was amazed at their resilience. After cleaning out both elevators, Li Fan dumped all the zombie corpses into one elevator and set them on fire, burning them to ashes. As he had expected, the sea of molten fire still only burned flesh and zombies without damaging the floor or elevator itself, but the area still smelled disgusting and was filthy. Li Fan didn't go upstairs but instead started calling every apartment from the lobby. Busy with this for a while, it was nearly noon. He marked the rooms where someone answered. Among the 128 units in this 32-story building, the number of survivors wasn't high. 22 rooms had someone respond. While chatting with one of the soft-voiced women, the system suddenly popped up with a prompt. Detected a target suitable for strategy. Jin Yuanxiang. Bind target? Although Li Fan was puzzled that just hearing a voice could trigger a target binding, he habitually chose yes. Target Jin Yuanxiang successfully bound. Friendly reminder, after successful strategy, hosts all attributes +8, family members +4, and an initial strategy reward package. Please continue to expand the family and thrive. Buy 1, get 3 free? Li Fan was surprised. System Lord, are you serious? Do more kids mean higher scores? He asked the system. 3 daughters, bonus +10 points. Jin Yuanxiang's comprehensive score reaches 95. But didn't you say earlier that kids wouldn't affect the score? Why add points now? Although Li Fan was confused, it didn't affect his determination to pursue Jin Yuanxiang. In his eyes, these women were simply tools for gaining superpowers and attribute points. Besides, considering he had already accepted women like Pan Tong and Xiao Hui, any woman recognized by the system couldn't stop him from claiming his rewards. In the apocalypse, strength was everything. As long as he could become stronger, even if the system ordered him to do something absurd, he would have no complaints. Perhaps it was precisely this fearless, ambitious attitude that had frightened even the system, prompting it to urgently upgrade and impose restrictions on this hungry dog who accepted everything. If he had continued finding women at the previous rate, within a month he would have conquered hundreds or even thousands of women, reaching the peak of life, killing gods and Buddhas alike. After getting information from the survivors in Building A, Li Fan headed to the security office, planning to eat lunch before continuing. The security office was very clean, with no one inside and no zombies, showing the security guards here had decent discipline. None had hidden inside playing on their phones. While eating, Li Fan watched the surveillance footage of the complex. Each of the other 5 buildings also showed bloodstains and zombies in the lobbies, just like Building A. Thus, while eating, Li Fan continued calling each apartment. When Li Fan was making phone calls, if he heard a woman's voice, he would chat a little longer, hoping the system would react. If it was a man's voice, he would directly and bluntly tell them that he would be clearing zombies in the afternoon, and if they didn't come out, he would drive them out of the community. He switched the surveillance screen once, and this time, the updated images showed the basements and entrances of the 6 buildings. There were a lot of cars and zombies in the basement. It was obvious that when the toxic rain broke out, many people, seeing the abnormal changes around them, rushed home and got trapped in the basement. Some turned into zombies inside their cars, some turned while heading toward the elevators, and some turned while inside the elevators. Thus, the entire basement was extremely bloody and violent. However, besides all that, Li Fan also spotted a giant meat pile near the elevator in Building C's basement. At first, he thought it was just a pile of dead people, but then he realized it couldn't be. If it were just flesh, the zombies would have eaten it up immediately. Because he couldn't use the system's scan function through the surveillance screen, he could only guess. Still, he decided to wait until the afternoon zombie clearing to check it out. Compared to the reception desks inside the buildings, the records at the security office were much more detailed, which gave Li Fan more precise targets when making calls, though many rooms still didn't answer. Li Fan knew that those who didn't answer might be trapped in the basement. As for whether they were still alive, Li Fan didn't hold much hope. Staying in a car without food or water for 5 or 6 days, it was almost impossible to survive. The air conditioning in the security office was so cool that Li Fan didn't want to leave, but he forced himself out with strong willpower. He continued clearing zombies in the other 5 buildings. Apart from the lobbies and elevators, Li Fan didn't plan to clear the floors yet. He hadn't even decided which building to move into. Clearing building by building, floor by floor, would take too much time. Besides, he also wanted to be a little lazy and later bring in some women with superpowers to help clean up the scattered zombies on the floors. Facing zombies earlier and defeating them would help their growth, too. Moreover, in this Dijin International Complex, there must be women who met the system's selection criteria. If all zombies were cleared out and life became too peaceful, it would be even harder to make them submit. Just thinking about the women in Building B was enough to realize how foolish it was for him to clean up floor zombies so thoroughly before. After finishing clearing the outside, Li Fan came to the elevator beside Building C, ready to go down and check on the meat pile he had seen in the surveillance earlier. If he guessed correctly, that meat pile must be a mutant zombie too. He also planned to clean out the basement zombies, much easier than clearing floors, and all of it counted as energy points. As soon as he opened the elevator, a zombie lunged at him. The broadsword was too unwieldy inside the elevator, so Li Fan switched to a machete. He wasn't used to it. The machete was too light and felt like a piece of paper in his hand. Even so, he still managed to chop off zombie heads in one swing. The meat pile was right next to him. Li Fan checked it with the system. Monster, level 1 mutant zombie, currently evolving. Strength, 2,000 pounds. Speed, 5 meters per second. Guaranteed to produce a mutant energy crystal. This is about to evolve into a level 2 mutant zombie? Damn, all the other zombies are only level 0, and this one is upgrading to level 2? Li Fan was shocked, not expecting mutant zombies to turn into a giant meatball while evolving. If I let it finish evolving and then kill it, will I get a level 2 mutant crystal? Li Fan thought greedily. But what if it becomes too powerful and I can't beat it? Li Fan also worried. It shouldn't be stronger than me. My abilities are also level 2 now. The upgrades don't seem too exaggerated. Besides, if I can't beat it, I can still run. After thinking it through, Li Fan decided to wait and see after it evolved. If he couldn't beat it, he would run. If he could, he would fight. Since his superpowers could also fuse and evolve, Li Fan believed that even if he couldn't beat it now, he could find more women over the next 2 or 3 days, get more rewards, and then defeat it. But first, he had to clear the basement zombies. Otherwise, facing a level 2 mutant zombie while being suddenly attacked by normal zombies would be too tragic. Li Fan used his old trick. He set off a car alarm to lure all the basement zombies together. Then he cast ice freeze and started chopping heads tirelessly. In just over 10 minutes, he slaughtered over 100 basement zombies. Looking at the traffic jam of abandoned cars, Li Fan set the ground zombies on fire, carefully watching the spread of the flames to avoid burning the vehicles. 5 minutes later, the fire went out, and about 20 or 30 sparkling energy crystals were left on the ground. After exchanging all the inferior energy crystals for special energy points, Li Fan's total special energy value reached 4,986 points. No mutant crystals at all. Just clearing these ordinary zombies and collecting inferior crystals, it'll take at least 20 days of hard work to gather 100,000 special energy points. Just imagining 20 days of chopping zombie heads made Li Fan dizzy. I hope this level 2 mutant crystal will be more rewarding. While Li Fan was fantasizing about the future and looking at the giant meatball, the system suddenly popped up with a prompt. Detected a target suitable for strategy, Yuan Bu. Bind target? At the same time, a weak woman's voice called out for help. Big brother, can you lend me some food and water? I haven't eaten in days. You've been trapped in your car for 6 days and you're still alive? Li Fan looked at the woman whose hair was disheveled, wearing a dress that was black and dirty, making it impossible to see what she originally looked like. But since she was approved by the system, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Target for strategy Yuan Bu successfully bound. Friendly reminder, after a successful strategy, the host's full attributes +2, family members +1, and a first successful strategy reward package will be given. Please work hard to expand the family and thrive. He took a lunchbox and a bottle of water from his storage space and walked over to hand them to the woman. However, Li Fan noticed a small bite mark on the woman's outstretched hand. You were bitten by a zombie? Li Fan asked. No, that's a bite mark from my son earlier, Yuan Bu immediately denied. But Li Fan, being experienced, had already roughly guessed the truth. Therefore, he didn't ask further and instead said, "What's your apartment number?" 3100C, thank you for the food and water. I'll pay you back once I get home, Yuan Bu said gratefully, stuffing food into her mouth without any regard for her image. Do you have a lot of food stored at home? Li Fan couldn't help but ask. Not a lot, but enough for 1 or 2 people to eat for half a year. How did you survive 6 days in the car without drinking water? Besides you, it seems like no one else in the basement survived. I could create water, but now I can't anymore. If you had come even a little later, even if I didn't die of thirst tomorrow, I would have starved to death, Yuan Bu said with relief after taking a sip of water and swallowing her food. So you also awakened a superpower, Li Fan thought. Using the system's scan function, Li Fan checked Yuan Bu. Level 0 mutant, Yuan Bu, 5% evolution progress. Strength, 100 gene. Speed, 9 meters per second. Appearance, 87. Purity, 98. Mental state, 82. Fertility, 0. Overall score, 82. Awakened ability, water element. Compared to the family members' attribute points and affection levels, the updated system scan of non-family members' information was much more direct and detailed. However, this awakened ability water element made Li Fan feel that it seemed a bit different from the system-rewarded superpowers, so he couldn't help but ask the system to confirm. Lord System, is Yuan Bu's awakened water element ability different from the rewarded superpowers? Naturally awakened abilities are broad categories, with various directions for usage and evolution. Depending on the individual, the powers rewarded to you are small subcategories, which need continuous fusion and evolution to become major types of abilities, like elemental, spatial, control, special types. Naturally awakened abilities only include three main categories: elemental, enhancement, and special, which differ slightly from the system's rewarded superpowers. After Yuan Bu finished eating, she burped, smiled at Li Fan, who was slightly dazed while looking at her, and gratefully invited, "Little brother, you saved my life. Let me invite you to my home and give you more food." Then she asked, "Are there a lot of zombies outside now?" There were a lot on my way here, but I've been staying at home before, so I'm not too sure about the exact situation," Li Fan answered truthfully. Since he didn't know how long it would take for this mutant zombie to evolve, Li Fan wasn't planning to foolishly wait around here. Moreover, this mutant zombie was a strength type, not some strange type, so he wasn't too worried about it escaping. He had already spent most of the day here and decided he should go back and discuss moving plans with the women. Earlier, in the security room, he had already checked that at least 70% of the rooms in the Dijin International Complex were vacant. He planned to bring back the security records for them to review themselves. As for the survivors in the complex, Li Fan was only interested in the women recognized by the system. He had no intention of bothering about others' lives or deaths. At some point, preserving oneself had become the wise choice. Li Fan didn't want to be used as a tool by women, so he rejected her invitation. No rush about food. "I haven't even moved into the complex yet. See that meatball? It's a mutant zombie, much stronger than ordinary zombies. If you have nothing else, try not to come to the basement. Also, if you take the elevator yourself, be careful of zombies. But the top floor should be a large unit and probably doesn't have zombies." After saying that, he went to the elevator and pressed the button to leave. Yuan Bu didn't expect Li Fan to leave so decisively and hurried to catch up. Getting closer, a foul stench hit him. Li Fan covered his nose and glanced at Yuan Bu. Staying cramped in a car for 6 days, he really admired this woman's endurance. Special circumstances, special circumstances. "I'll take a good bath once I get back. Don't worry," Yuan Bu said openly, already used to her own smell, facing Li Fan's disgust calmly. Then she asked again, "Since you know that Big Meatball is a mutant zombie, why not just burn it down?" "I'm waiting for a better time," Li Fan said expressionlessly, not wanting to chat with a stinky woman, and walked into the elevator. "You go first. I won't come in and stink you out," Yuan Bu said awkwardly. "Aren't you afraid a zombie will suddenly jump out and bite you?" Li Fan asked calmly after removing his hand from his nose. "All right, thank you, lifesaver," Yuan Bu said, blushing and stepping into the elevator, finally looking a bit like a normal woman. Li Fan didn't respond and kept a stern face. Exiting Building C's lobby, Li Fan went straight to the security room, found a lock to seal the small gate, and had already locked the other 2 gates earlier. He then took the community access records and left the Dijin International Complex. On his way back, he ran into a fully armed group of about 20 people, each carrying a large backpack, obviously fully loaded. They were young and strong, aged between 20 and 40, likely from the Eason complex. Among them were 8 young women, and the system popped up a prompt. Detected a target suitable for strategy, Li Huifei. Bind target? After checking the 2 most beautiful and best-built women in the group, Li Fan confirmed that the system identified Li Huifei was the beauty following a man, not the one in the group of women. "Lord System, you really have a fine taste inherited from Chao Wei times. So many women, yet you chose the one already taken. Thanks a lot," Li Fan mocked in his heart. Still, he honestly chose yes. Target for strategy: Li Huifei successfully bound. Friendly reminder, after a successful strategy, the host's full attributes +4, family members +2, and a first successful strategy reward package will be given. Please work hard to expand the family and thrive. Another buy one get one free deal. Lord System, you really can't get over this married woman hurdle. If the host disagrees, you don't have to bind. The system does not have the ability to force the host to bind targets. It's your hobby, not mine. I just want to become stronger. Women mean nothing to me, Li Fan said stubbornly. Next time, I'll find you some ugly women. Let's see how determined you are to get stronger. Li Fan tried to trick the system. If you have the guts, let me bind all 8 of these women. It's not like I've never eaten pickled vegetables before. Provocation attempt detected, ineffective. Li Fan checked Li Huifei's information. Human, Li Huifei. Strength, 55 gene. Speed, 7 meters per second. Appearance, 92. Purity, 99. Mental state, 80. Fertility, 1 daughter. Overall score, 100, full score. Awakened ability, none. There's even a full score woman? Li Fan asked the system in his heart, a little surprised. Women who have given birth to 3 or 4 daughters can possibly reach or exceed full score, no need to be too surprised. Li Fan was speechless. Meanwhile, the group of more than 20 people also noticed Li Fan openly sizing them up. Among the 4 people walking in front, there was a short man who whispered to a couple beside him, "Brother Zhao, that kid keeps staring at sister-in-law." Zhao Baishan frowned and said, "Monkey, stop stirring up trouble. We're out here searching for supplies together, not to fight or pick quarrels with other survivors. Besides, looking at how relaxed he is walking alone, he's probably not an ordinary person." Li Huifei also said with an annoyed expression, "Exactly. Didn't you see all those ashes back there? They weren't there when we passed through before. Maybe he's the one who killed all those zombies. Mutants aren't like ordinary people. Ho Jiangwo, if you're really unhappy, go curse him yourself. Stop saying these stupid things to my husband and trying to provoke him." Ho Jiangwo chuckled awkwardly and said, "I was just thinking that Brother Zhao is strong, and it felt creepy seeing someone stare at sister-in-law like that. Just wanted to give a reminder, didn't mean anything else. By your logic, whenever the other men in the community look at me, should my husband go and curse or beat them up too?" Li Huifei was beautiful but definitely not a simple-minded person. She especially disliked people like Ho Jiangwo, who had no skills but loved to incite trouble and stir up drama. If it weren't for Zhao Baiyuan's family being kind-hearted and traditional, insisting on taking the whole community along to search for food, she would have already moved with Zhao Baiyuan's family to live in the neighboring Dijin International Complex. However, being too traditional also had its downsides. Because she only gave birth to 1 daughter, some people had been intentionally currying favor with the elders in the family, and there were already some complaints about her. And her husband Zhao Baiyuan was a typical obedient filial son. Li Fan checked the man next to Li Huifei. Level 0 mutant, Zhao Baishan, 20% evolution progress. Strength, 1000 gene. Speed, 12 meters/second. Awakening ability, strength enhancement. This was the second mutant Li Fan had encountered today. Including Yu Mingguan, whom he had killed earlier, there were already 3 mutants around here. It seemed that as time passed, more and more human mutants would appear. Li Fan felt that this time, the system's target, Li Huifei, might not be successfully conquered. It was obvious she wasn't like other women, desperate for food and shelter and needing to cling to a powerful man. Her husband was a mutant and capable of collecting supplies for her, but Li Fan didn't dwell on it. He had bound plenty of women already, a few failures wouldn't matter, and the system didn't penalize failure anyway. He didn't want to waste effort chasing women, he just wanted mutual agreement. One side provides protection, the other provides service, plain and simple. Before the apocalypse, he spent money for services. After the apocalypse, he used strength to buy services. He suddenly thought of another question. System boss, if a family member dies, will I lose the superpower and attribute rewards too? Yes. If a female family member dies, the superpower reward will disappear. If it's a fused evolved power, it will regress. However, attribute rewards will not disappear. Then doesn't that make me their babysitter? Li Fan sighed internally. You already have the family member subsystem. They also have superpowers. Make them stronger so they won't die. Li Fan thought helplessly, that's the only way. As they brushed past each other, Li Fan quickly returned to Lingfu community. But what he saw at home left him stunned for a long time. The 806 room was packed with more people than he expected. Although some were still in 807, the number was still surprising. What did he see? Zhang Lei, Xi Lingling, and Deng Xiangwei, who he had previously bound in Unit B, and 2 unfamiliar but similar-looking sisters, presumably Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan, who had refused to show themselves before. This time, the system kindly cooperated and popped up a prompt for Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan as well. Detected strategy target, Zhang Liman. Bind target? Detected strategy target, Zhang Lishan. Bind target? Since they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, Li Fan naturally didn't miss out on the rewards. Successfully bound strategy target, Zhang Liman. Friendly reminder, after successful strategy, all host attributes +4, family members +2, initial strategy reward package X1. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. Successfully bound strategy target, Zhang Lishan. Friendly reminder, after successful strategy, all host attributes +4, family members +2, initial strategy reward package X1. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. 7 women previously bound in Unity, Feng Dandan, Peng Yanxia, Li Moa, Kong Xiaoyun, Lin Yuwu, Zhao Anping, and Lei were also now in 806. What happened? What had these women been secretly up to today? Welcome home, my great lord. And Union led 10 women who had already been conquered, all giggling as they greeted Li Fan, making him feel as if he were dreaming. The newly arrived women also followed suit, greeting him. Welcome home, Lord Li. Although it was scattered and not very coordinated, the wonderful feeling in Li Fan's heart was beyond words. Big sister and, what's going on? Li Fan grinned, feeling very satisfied, and Yun rolled her eyes and teased, what else could it be? Don't play dumb, my great lord. We promised to bring these women here for you. If you don't find us a good place to live and feed us until we're fat and happy, we'll lose our credibility. Where are Sister Qin, Sister Zhao, Dr. Yu, and the kids? Li Fan asked again. You still want the kids to witness this scene? You're such a pervert. Yanzi and the others took the kids to live next door in 805. Everyone's made up their minds. It's time to witness a miracle. And Union clapped her hands and said, don't be shy. You're not little virgins who've never seen a man. Getting struck once by Li Fan won't cost you anything. He can guarantee food, shelter, and even grant you superpowers like me and Sister Lon. The precondition is obedience. You're already here, so you understand what this means. From now on, we're one big family. Whoever betrays us will be punished by everyone. Alright, Lord Li, let's begin. 5,000 words omitted here. Afterwards. Special proficiency plus 20. One-shot success effect activated. Strategy target Zhang Lei successfully conquered. Host all attributes plus 4. Family members plus 2. Initial strategy reward package X1. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. An initial strategy reward package is available. Claim. One-shot success effect activated. Strategy target Qi Lingling successfully conquered. Host all attributes plus 4. Family members plus 2. Initial strategy reward package X1. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. An initial strategy reward package is available. Claim. 13 consecutive strategy success notifications. Li Fan's attributes once again soared. Li Fan checked the host attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Health, 940. Energy, 940. Constitution, 94. Strength, 92. Spirit, 94. Agility, 92. Superpowers, being regenerated. 13 women, all of them fierce like wolves and tigers. Li Fan couldn't help but admire Yunyan's skill. In just half a day, she managed to find all the women on the list for him. And they lined up voluntarily. He truly admired her. But now wasn't the time to think about it. He turned his focus to the 13 reward packages. Obtained Element Sandball Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Sandball Technique can form sand into a ball to cover the whole body, increasing earth element resistance by 50%. Obtained Enhancement Perception, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Enhancement Perception can sense all objects within a 300-meter range, ignoring obstacles within the area. Obtained Enhancement Purple Eye Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Enhancement Purple Eye Technique, eyes turn purple, glaring at someone can injure them. The greater the strength difference between user and target, the stronger the effect. Easily causes backlash, use cautiously. Obtained Enhancement Giant Strength Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Enhancement Giant Strength Technique, temporarily gains several times greater strength, lasting 5 minutes, with a 60-minute cooldown. Obtained Enhancement Giant Transformation Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Enhancement Giant Transformation Technique, temporarily grow the body several times larger, lasting 5 minutes, with a 60-minute cooldown. Obtained Element Wooden Shield Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Wooden Shield Technique, can form a wooden shield and increase wood element resistance by 50%. Obtained Control Gravity Field, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Control Gravity Field, increases gravity several times within a 10-meter radius. Obtained Element Wild Growth, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Wild Growth, accelerates plant growth and increases wood element resistance by 50%. Obtained Element Water Flow Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Water Flow Technique, can flexibly control water, increasing water element resistance by 50%. Obtained Summon Firearms, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Summon Firearms, can summon real-world firearms and equipment. Obtained Element Wind Glide Technique, LV1, proficiency 0 of 100. Element wind glide technique, can use wind to glide short distances and increases wind element resistance by 50%. Obtained element flame maniac, LV1, proficiency 0 out of 100. Element flame maniac, temporarily transforms into a body wrapped in flames, can only be countered by an equal level ice snow maniac. Other powers cannot harm it. Lasts for 3 minutes, with a 60-minute cooldown. Obtained control ice prison, LV1, proficiency 0 out of 100. Control ice prison, can lock a target in an ice prison, freezing them into an ice block. The greater the strength difference, the faster the effect. Lasts for 5 minutes, with a 60-minute cooldown. Zhang Lei's reward package granted element sandball technique. Qi Lingling's reward package granted enhancement perception. Deng Shangwei's reward package granted enhancement purple eye technique. Zhang Liman's reward package granted enhancement giant strength technique. Zhang Lishan's reward package granted enhancement giant transformation technique. Zhou Shuwan's reward package granted element wooden shield technique. Fang Dandan's reward package granted control gravity field. Pang Yanxiao's reward package granted element wild growth. Li Muhua's reward package granted element water flow technique. Kong Xiaoyun's reward package granted summon firearms. Lin Yuewu's reward package granted element wind glide technique. Zhao Anping's reward package granted element flame maniac. Xia Lei's reward package granted control ice prison. Family expansion system, total family members have reached 66, including one-shot success effect. The family member subsystem can now select 3 more female members for binding. Please choose soon. Element water flow technique is a duplicate. It can be fused again with element frozen 3 feet. Fuse now? Enhancement giant strength technique LV1 and enhancement giant transformation technique LV1 are of the same type and can be fused into enhancement giant's heart LV1. Fuse now? Element wooden shield technique LV1 and element wild growth LV1 are of the same type and can be fused into element wood order LV1. Fuse now? Summon firearms LV1 and summon animal LV1 are of the same type and can be fused into summon gunsmith LV1. Fuse now? Control mental command LV1 and control gravity field LV1 are of the same type and can be fused into control mental storm LV1. Fuse now? Of course, Li Fan chose to fuse them. However, seeing that the repeated element water flow technique could still fuse with the already fused element frozen 3 feet surprised him. It wasn't just replaced, but further fused. Thus, by logical deduction, the more repeated abilities he acquired and fused into evolved abilities, the stronger those abilities would become. Element frozen 3 feet has been successfully fused. Element frozen 3 feet, LV2, ice attribute wide area immobilization damage, water element resistance increased by 70%, ice element resistance increased by 70%. Proficiency 0/5000, energy cost 20. Enhancement Giant's Heart LV1 has been successfully fused. Enhancement Giant's Heart, LV1, under the support of a powerful Giant's Heart, gain 10 times strength and 10 times body size for 3 minutes, cooldown 60 minutes. Element Wood Order LV1 has been successfully fused. Element Wood Order, LV1, active abilities include Accelerated Plant Growth, Wood Escape, and Wooden Shield, proficiency 0/1000, energy cost 10. Summon Gunsmith has been successfully fused. Summon Gunsmith, LV1, active abilities, summon wolf dogs, sharpshooters, etc., proficiency 0/1000, cooldown 60 minutes, energy cost 10. Control Mental Storm has been successfully fused. Control Mental Storm, LV1, active abilities, Mental Seed, Remote Gravity Field, Mental Impact, etc. Proficiency 0/1000, energy cost 10. Family member subsystem detected that bound member Utsaisha's ability is Control Mental Command, matching the condition to replace with the fused ability Control Mental Storm. Allow replacement? Yes. Family member subsystem bound member Utsaisha's ability Control Mental Command has been successfully replaced with Control Mental Storm. After getting familiar with the new abilities, Li Fan briefly explained the fused and evolved superpowers, as well as the new abilities each person had gained. Next came the part they cared about the most, selecting new family member subsystem bindings. Alright, I've explained all the superpowers. This time, 3 more people can gain abilities. Because your abilities are related to the superpowers I obtained from you, you can discuss among yourselves who the 3 should be, just like last time. The women were naturally full of joy and anticipation, genuinely excited about the opportunity to gain superpowers. Although only 3 people could receive abilities this time, the fact that gaining a superpower simply by finishing the process was far easier than the 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening naturally outside. In the past, they wouldn't even have dared to dream of such a thing, but now it was right in front of them. Even if you don't get it this time, don't worry. From now on, for every 5 new members added, you can get 1 share of superpowers. However, future candidates can't be as casually selected as now. Women with serious illnesses, questionable private lives, malicious or overly soft-hearted nature, or those bringing sons, we will no longer accept them. For the sake of keeping our family harmonious and loving, I hope everyone works together to build an all-superpowered large family. Li Fan thought for a moment and then explained the system updates as well, so that the women enthusiastically helping him find rewards wouldn't feel discouraged. While they were discussing the 3 candidates, Li Fan once again checked his attributes. Host, Li Fan. Health, 940. Energy, 940. Constitution, 94. Strength, 92. Spirit, 94. Agility, 92. Superpowers, Special Invisibility LV1, Special Healing LV2, Element Thunder LV1, Special Copy LV1, Element Sandball LV1, Enhancement Perception LV1, Enhancement Purple Eyes LV1, Element Wind Glide LV1, Element Flame Maniac LV1, Control Ice Prison LV1. Fused Superpowers, Element Sea of Fire LV1, Element 3 Feet of Ice LV2, Space Control LV1, Defense Liquefaction LV1, Summon Gunsmith LV1, Control Mental Storm LV1, Element Wood Command LV1, Enhancement Giant's Heart LV1. It seemed there was no pattern to the rewards, just random superpowers, and then fusion and evolution for those that could be combined. However, even without using superpowers, Li Fan felt that with nearly 400 attribute points, he could easily crush a level 2 mutated zombie. If 400 points weren't enough, using giant strength would boost his strength to 940, which would definitely be enough to beat a level 2 mutated zombie. What impressed him the most were Purple Eyes and Flame Maniac. One could injure enemies with a glare, the other could turn into a fire element body, becoming invincible, only needing a higher level than the opponent. Good thing I didn't rush to kill that upgrading mutated zombie earlier, otherwise I'd really regret it now. I can kill more zombies to earn energy points, and after buying the family base and settling the family members, I can upgrade all skills to the highest level. Then I'll be truly unstoppable, Li Fan thought happily. But there's still the energy limit, higher attributes are still necessary. In the end, the key was still finding more women to expand the family and strengthen himself. Lord System, now that you've imposed these restrictions, it's hard for me to randomly rescue and take in women anymore. Aren't you depriving me of my right to be a good man? Can I protest? Protest invalid, the system holds final interpretation rights. Lord Li, we've made our choice. This time, we pick Xu Ting, Zhang Liman, and Peng Yanxia, and Yun Yun interrupted Li Fan's conversation with the system, charmingly leaning against him as she spoke. Her body was soft and fragrant, but Li Fan, having just finished a major battle, although holding her and letting her sit on his lap, felt calm inside. He nodded and immediately bound the family members subsystem to Xu Ting, Zhang Liman, and Peng Yanxia. Alright, familiarize yourselves with your superpowers. Tomorrow we'll move to DG International Community. Here's the access record I got from their security room. That place isn't exactly 10 rooms empty out of 10, but at least 8 out of 10. Plenty of space for us to live, you can pick rooms. The 6 of you who received powers will also need to face zombies and practice your abilities. Feng Lan will serve as your support healer. Since Yun Yun had completed the task of expanding the family ahead of schedule, Li Fan decided they would move into DG International Community the next day. Better to occupy it early, clear the surroundings, and then plan the family base construction together. The meals had improved again after the system upgrade, now with nutritious soups strengthening men and beautifying women. After dinner and washing up, it was fully dark outside. Li Fan didn't want to go out at night, so he worked hard again for the family's meals. With 14 women, plus the 13 from before, Li Fan gained a total of 660 special proficiency points today. Li Fan felt that with his current physical strength, if he really did 3 fixed tasks a day, he might just end up bedridden. A peaceful night passed. At dawn, the women started packing, chattering in groups, showing no awareness that the world had ended outside. Li Fan was also woken up, and when he glanced at Yun Yun, who was affectionately waking him, he knew she hadn't had enough. After all, it used to be 3 meals a day, now only once a day. Of course she was still hungry. Moreover, with so many women around now, Yun Yun's contribution was huge. Given her efforts and hardships, Li Fan naturally wouldn't treat her poorly. Afterward, by full daylight, Yun Yun walked out of the bedroom radiant and refreshed, catching the eyes of all the women. Though no one said anything, they all understood Yun Yun's status. Among them, the most resentful and displeased was probably Chao Hui, but she didn't dare confront Yun Yun in front of Li Fan and could only endure it for now. Many of the 13 new women smartly and quickly gravitated toward Yun. Humans naturally grouped together, women even more so. Looking at the 6 women who now had superpowers and Yun, Fenglan, Zhuting, Zhang Liman, Yuxaixia, and Peng Yanxia, only Zhuting was unmarried and childless. The others were all married women, and 4 of them had daughters. Zhuting now fatally seemed poised to surpass Chao Hui as the leader of the unmarried and childless women's group, while Chao Hui, a married woman, seemed to have muscled in awkwardly. Maybe the inner court battles that Yun mentioned before weren't so unlikely. Once Li Fan built the family base, it would surely attract more people. By then, he really would be like a feudal lord, picking women at will. Of course, the prerequisite was still strength. Otherwise, he'd just be paving the way for others, something he must guard against. After everyone finished packing their luggage, Li Fan used his spatial ability to store all the luggage into the different space. Although the fused different space was only level 1, its storage capacity had become much larger, now reaching 1,000 cubic meters, which was enough to hold a lot of things. As for Yun's suggestion to bring her family over to Dijin International Community, Li Fan kept it in mind and said he would go and pick them up as soon as possible. Li Fan was also thinking that while the power outage was still recent, he could go find a large supermarket or storage warehouse to gather a batch of supplies, to prepare for recruiting underlings and fighters in the future. A total of 41 adults and children walked out of the apartment building, and it could truly be called a grand procession. Are you planning to drive over? Li Fan pointed to the many cars blocking the street and asked. There were many empty cars along the edges, but most cars with keys inside also had zombies or corpses. And Yun shook her head and said, forget it, later we can find a forest dealership to get new cars. Besides, with so many cars blocking the way, even if we drove, we wouldn't get through. Dijin International Community is right there. You can see it from here, just a kilometer or 2 away. And there don't seem to be many zombies on the street, so let's just walk, Xiao Hui said with a smile, pointing at a row of glass buildings not far away. I've cleared the way ahead once already, but there might still be some zombies left. You 6 who have superpowers, keep an eye on the surroundings, Li Fan said, specifically reminding Yuxaixia and Peng Yanxia. Dr. Yu, your ability can control zombies. You should be able to control a zombie with simple commands like making it stop or turn around. Sister Peng, your wooden shield can block sneak attacks from zombies. Zhuting's liquefied shield wasn't effective against the zombie virus, and it was actually weaker than the previous non-fused protective shield. From this, it could also be seen that not all fused superpowers were necessarily stronger than the awarded ones. A distance of 2,000 meters, before, when Li Fan was clearing zombies while walking, it only took him a little over 10 or 20 minutes. But now, with 41 people walking and stopping constantly, it had already been half an hour, and they were still 500 meters away from Dijin International Community. It could practically be called a turtle's pace. Naturally, this was because when Li Fan was clearing zombies ahead earlier, he hadn't completely cleaned them out, allowing some stragglers to attack the group. Fortunately, Dr. Yu maintained her composure and controlled the zombie that suddenly lunged out right away, while Yun reacted slightly slower and directly cast a ball of fire at the zombie's feet. Although it was the same fused superpower, Fire Sea Molten Lava, when Li Fan used it, it formed a small sea of fire 3 meters wide. When Yun used it, it was just a small ball of fire less than a foot across. Even so, under Dr. Yu's control, the zombie was burned for a full minute and eventually turned into a pile of black ash. The crisis was resolved, but the women instantly became excited, so their walking pace grew even slower, almost to a halt. What could Li Fan do? He could only wait for them to finish chatting. After all, they were not in a rush. However, when Xiao Hui suggested raiding shops along the street, a suggestion that many women responded to, Li Fan had to step in to stop it. If someone were scratched and turned into a zombie by a hidden zombie, he would lose his superpower rewards. With so few people and abilities available, he couldn't afford to take risks, and naturally, neither could his women. This was the rule in his heart. After delaying another 10 minutes, the group once again moved towards their destination. Up ahead, a group of people came out from Eason Community, about 20 of them, including men, women, the old, and the young, with some new faces among them. However, Li Huifei and Zhao Baiyuan were still at the front of the group. Strangely, this time they didn't seem as close as yesterday. Instead, a young and beautiful woman was holding onto Zhao Baiyuan's arm. Did Zhao Baiyuan start keeping a harem and make Li Huifei unhappy? Since the system didn't react to these women, Li Fan checked the woman next to Zhao Baiyuan. Human, Wu Yudi. Strength, 50 gene. Speed, 7 meters per second. Looks, 82. Purity, 93. Mentality, 65. Fertility, 1 child died in the womb. Overall score, 78. Awakened ability, none. All of them carried backpacks, wore thick clothing, and carried kitchen knives, sticks, and similar weapons. When they saw this group of women, dressed lightly, carrying nothing, chattering in groups like on a picnic, they were stunned. A middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s worriedly asked, "Aren't you afraid of zombies attacking you all? Thank you for your concern. We have our master to protect us." "We are not afraid of zombies," Yun said with a smile, pulling Li Fan close. "That's not something to joke about. You should be careful, and dress more securely when going out. Aren't you carrying any backpacks to gather supplies?" Another middle-aged man curiously asked. "We're not out looking for food. We're moving houses, to live in Dijin International Community." Xiao Hui, seemingly wanting to show off, directly revealed their destination. "There are more zombies near the mall by Dijin Community. The roads are clogged with cars, and zombies are in the cars too. It's not safe inside the community either." "And you're still moving there?" a young man asked while his eyes kept roaming over the women. "Even if we can't clear zombies, our men can," and Yun said confidently. "If you can stand firm in front of zombies without your legs giving out, that's already impressive." "And you want to clear zombies?" the young woman next to Zhao Baiyuan said sarcastically. "Even if we can't, our man can." Xiao Wei leaned against Li Fan and lifted her chin proudly as she spoke back to the young woman. "Your man?" This surprised everyone, especially those who thought the earlier "our master" comment was just a joke. They all turned to look at the ordinary-looking Li Fan. Li Fan, though currently with 8-pack abs and strong muscles, and even capable of taking on 27 people by himself, looked very ordinary when dressed and standing still. 78 meters tall, average looks, nothing special. "Yes, our man. He provides food, shelter, and protects all of us," Xiao Hui said cheerfully on purpose. "So many women? All his?" Xiao Hui's words completely shattered the worldview of the Isin community group, and many couldn't help but ask. Even Li Huifei, who might have been sulking, turned to look at Li Fan. Xiao Hui wanted to lift Li Fan's shirt, but Li Fan glared at her to stop, and then kindly said to the Isin community group, "Alright, we're leaving now. If you need anything, you can come find me at Dijin International Community. My name is Li Fan. If you encounter mutated zombies that you can't handle, you can tell me. I'll trade food for information." "Aren't there 2 mutated zombies just ahead? One over 3 meters tall and another that could jump over 10 meters high. Scared us to death. We didn't dare go that way," said a short woman. "I've already cleared them out. You can go that way now. If you encounter any more mutated zombies, you can come to the security office at Dijin Community to find me," Li Fan said with a smile. "And you can tell other survivors too. It's up to you. As long as there's intel about mutated zombies, I'll trade food for it." "How much food for this kind of intel?" "A bag of rice, flour, or a bag of instant noodles and snacks, anything is fine," Li Fan replied. Most of the food he had collected earlier in the different space was rice, flour, oil, instant noodles, and snacks. This was why he wanted to collect supplies, to trade materials for information about mutated zombies and quickly accumulate 100,000 special energy points to purchase the family base from the family mall. Once he had the family base, he could recruit more women who met the system's selection criteria from the nearby area, as well as some principled outsiders who could provide him with information. Before he could fully support himself and fight alone against tens of thousands, he couldn't afford to take in subordinates casually. Finally, Zhao Baiyuan, who was leading the group, couldn't help but ask, "Did your awakened ability level up? How did you upgrade it?" Naturally, Li Fan wouldn't reveal anything about the energy crystals. The fact that mutated energy crystals could boost superpower progress needed to be hidden for as long as possible, so he could gather enough special energy points early on. Otherwise, relying solely on clearing zombies to gain 1 point of special energy value at a time, how long would that take? Right now, he was taking advantage of the fact that other evolved humans were still weak and might not yet be able to defeat mutated zombies, hence the plan to gather intelligence. "It's just that killing zombies and using superpowers skillfully led to the upgrade," Li Fan casually replied. "I've probably killed over 1,000 zombies. Clearing street zombies, plaza zombies, community zombies, and basement zombies all added up. It was indeed close to 1,000 zombies." Everyone present was stunned by this number. Compared to the people from Isin community, the women within Yun knew more clearly. Apart from starting to clear zombies in B, C, and D units on the 4th day, Li Fan had only really gone out to clear zombies for the first time yesterday. That meant he had killed 800 to 900 zombies in just one day. Is it really possible to become so powerful just by sleeping with women? This was the common doubt in the hearts of Yun and the other women. The two groups went their separate ways, and even now, Zhao Baiyuan's heart was still filled with shock. He had also awakened his ability 3 days ago, but in these 3 days, he had killed at most 100 zombies. Hearing that Li Fan had killed over 1,000 zombies made him feel that no wonder Li Fan could level up so fast, while he himself had not yet managed to. The 31st and 32nd floors of the Daijing International Community were both large flat units, extremely spacious, and connected by a staircase, which greatly broadened Li Fan's horizons. Indeed, the lives of the rich were sometimes beyond the imagination of the poor. The lobby alone was over 200 square meters, the master bedroom more than 100 square meters, and there were also a study, gym, home theater, entertainment room, collection room, and a walk-in closet. Every room had floor-to-ceiling windows offering beautiful views of the outside, simply stunning. On the 32nd floor, about one-third of the outdoor space was separated by transparent glass, forming a balcony, where a small swimming pool about 4 or 5 meters long and 2 meters wide was built, along with some sun umbrellas and a row of lounge chairs. Another third was taken up by a bedroom featuring a huge waterbed. Lying on it felt like floating in water, soft and weightless, completely overturning the country bumpkin Li Fan's understanding of luxury. It even made him feel grateful for the apocalypse. If it weren't for the end times, a house like this, left vacant, would have never been his to live in. And Yun Yun and the other women were not much better than him, acting like country folk entering the city, constantly exclaiming wow, wow, wow. The children were even happier, running and jumping around. Laughter and joy filled the 2 floors. Luckily, there were not many survivors now, and the soundproofing of the building was quite good, otherwise, it would have been truly embarrassing. I said we should move to Daijing Community. Living in a house like this is real living. Even the villas in Riverside New Town can't compare. Chao Hui laughed, grinning as she took off her clothes to play in the swimming pool. Li Fan checked the sealed environment. The poisonous rain shouldn't have entered. This household likely had professional maintenance. The water had been stored for only about 6 days, so it should still be fine. Thus, he did not stop them. With Chao Hui taking the lead, some other women even brought their daughters to jump into the pool. Soon, the pool was crowded, the small heads of children making up most of it. Li Fan, on the other hand, took in Yun Yun to experience the giant waterbed. Before long, the waterbed was also packed. The specific situation is indescribable. By the time everything was settled, it was already 1 in the afternoon. They ate, packed their belongings, and prepared for work. Before heading out, Li Fan instructed, "You don't need to worry about other buildings for now. Focus on organizing the people in our building. If someone refuses to cooperate, have the sharpshooter kill them directly. Also, keep an eye on the meatball in the C-block basement. That's a mutated zombie in the process of evolving. It's very dangerous. Don't get too curious and approach it." You can also call the survivors in each building to understand their situations. If there are polite people asking for help, note them down, and we'll prioritize rescuing them. If someone is brave enough to come down by elevator, calm them down, give them some food and water to survive, and if they're willing to go out and look for supplies, don't stop them. However, Li Fan didn't hold much hope. People living in this community were mostly rich or noble and likely lacked the spirit for risk-taking. The women knew he was going to clean up zombies nearby, and clearing the surrounding area would indeed make things a bit safer. Li Fan planned to clear the mall and hospital nearby, especially the hospital, as he would later need Yu Tsaixia to collect useful medical equipment and medicine. Today, Li Fan was even twice as strong as yesterday. His attributes were now 15 or 16 times stronger than an average person's, and clearing level 0 zombies was still as easy as ever. Still, Li Fan remained cautious and steady. He used his sensing ability to scout the zombies in the mall first, then used the spiritual seed ability to control 5 zombies outside the plaza to crash into the mall's glass door and lure out more zombies. Compared to using the hunting dog, zombies didn't react much to other zombies, and the plan to gather and burn them failed. Li Fan thought, let's try the flame maniac ability. There are over 100 zombies on the first floor, clean them up in 3 to 4 minutes, then run out and wait for the cooldown? The flame maniac lasted 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. According to the knowledge he had received, Li Fan activated Flame Maniac mode. In this state, he wouldn't be affected by the corpse toxin, making him invincible, unless faced with an Ice Snow Maniac of the same level. Li Fan's entire body burst into flames, even his internal organs seemed to burn, transforming him into a human-shaped flame with no human features left. After charging into the mall, the zombies, unaware of fear, still rushed toward him, attracted by the lingering human aura on his body. But the flames of Flame Maniac were even fiercer than fire sea lava. Any zombie that touched him immediately turned to ashes, just like a special effect in a movie. In just 4 minutes, over 100 zombies were reduced to ashes around Li Fan, leaving behind more than 20 low-quality energy crystals and 1 mutated energy crystal. Li Fan hadn't even noticed there was a mutated zombie among them. Everything that touched him instantly burned to ash without exception. Some zombies from the second floor were missing limbs and crawled toward Li Fan. He quickly finished them off. After collecting all the energy crystals into his storage space, Li Fan ran out of the mall and stood in the open plaza to wait for the ability's duration to end and return to normal. The flame maniac form could not be reversed early, he could only wait for the time to end. Afterward, there would be 1 minute of weakness. Li Fan ran out mainly to experience how weak he would feel during that minute. His fire could harm both friend and foe, so he needed to use it carefully. This was part of the knowledge embedded when he received the ability. After 5 minutes, the flames on his body receded like a tide, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, bending him over and forcing him to support himself on his knees, gasping for air. However, he could still activate abilities. With his sensing ability, he could detect all zombies and people within a 300-meter radius. Inside the mall's second, third, fourth, and fifth floors, there were dense patches of gloomy energy indicating zombies. On the road behind him, many cars were parked with gloomy energy trapped inside. One particularly dense patch of gloomy energy caught Li Fan's attention. The 1 minute weakness period quickly passed, and no zombies attacked. Following his sensing ability, Li Fan found the zombie he had noticed, trapped inside a car. It was a tall SUV, with 2 corpses inside that had been gnawed to pieces. The zombie inside also looked strange. It seemed like it had no bones, crawling around inside the narrow car space like a snake. Mutated zombie. Li Fan also checked its information. Monster, level 1 mutated zombie, 70% evolution progress. Strength, 200 gene. Speed, 25 meters per second. High probability of generating a mutated energy crystal. Seeing that the zombie couldn't break the glass, Li Fan used the spiritual seed from the spiritual storm to control this mutated zombie. Compared to the earlier spiritual command ability, the spiritual seed in spiritual storm was much more effective at controlling zombies. Because the spiritual seed could be planted in the zombie's brain, making it obedient for a long time without going out of control or betraying him. Moreover, the number of seeds he could use had doubled. He could now plant 20 spiritual seeds at once. Unfortunately, spiritual seeds could not control humans, possibly a restriction from the system. He had never heard of an ability having such a limitation. The spiritual seed was an invisible energy link from Li Fan's consciousness, capable of penetrating obstacles into the zombie's brain. Of course, Li Fan's spiritual strength had to be higher than the zombies, otherwise, the seed could backfire, at best causing a sharp mental pain, at worst causing long-term headaches. Now, Li Fan's spiritual strength was close to 100, so it was unlikely that any zombie or mutant would surpass him. Thus, he successfully planted the seed into the zombie's brain. The mutated zombie calmed down and stopped crawling or ramming against the car windows. Crawl to the window, Li Fan tried commanding it through his thoughts. Sure enough, the zombie crawled to the window and stood still, seemingly waiting for Li Fan's next command. Li Fan faintly sensed that the zombie's emotions were calm, but he wasn't completely sure if it was absolutely loyal. At least compared to summon hunting dogs or sharpshooters, these zombies controlled by seeds couldn't stray too far from him. Thinking it over, he still felt this ability was somewhat underwhelming. But if zombies evolved higher intelligence in the future, controlling them through spiritual seeds could become very useful. Still, Li Fan was concerned if the zombie virus problem wasn't solved, he wouldn't dare keep zombies around as subordinates. It was too risky. He opened the car door, chopped off the zombie's head, retrieved the mutated energy crystal, and walked back into the mall. Today, he hoped to clean all 5 floors of the mall and sweep useful items into his space storage. The first floor of the Daijing International Mall sold jewelry and cosmetics. The second floor was a home goods shopping center and family entertainment center. The third floor was mainly young fashion brands. The fourth floor was children's clothing and sports brands. The fifth floor mainly had restaurants, a movie theater, and a children's playground. Li Fan packed all the cigarettes, liquor, tea, and similar items from the first floor counters into his space. He also collected some jewelry to bring back for Ren Yunyun and the others to see if they were interested. Then he went up to the second floor, picked up a fire hydrant nearby, and smashed several glass cabinets with loud bangs, attracting nearby zombies. Soon, many zombies rushed toward the noise. Li Fan cast a fire sea lava on both sides and ran downstairs while smashing glass panels next to the elevator with the hydrant. The loud noise even alarmed the zombies on the third floor. Many smashed through the glass railings and fell like dumplings from above. Seeing the zombies falling and crawling toward the sound, missing limbs and all, Li Fan couldn't bear it and walked over to finish them off. When flames started rising on the second floor and the zombie noises gradually faded away, Li Fan ran back up. Although some scattered zombies remained, he had cleared about 70% of the second floor zombies. He picked up a dozen low-quality energy crystals from the ground and exchanged them for special energy points. His special energy value reached 7,452 points. If he worked hard, he might break 10,000 today. He dashed over and cleared the remaining scattered zombies on the second floor, collecting another 6 low-quality energy crystals. After sensing the position of the mutated zombies on the third floor, he went up and repeated the trick: 2 fire sea lava spells to burn the incoming zombies. Soon, the third floor was cleared, yielding 27 low-quality energy crystals and 1 mutated energy crystal. After finishing off some scattered zombies, Li Fan charged up to the fourth floor. 2.5 hours later, he had cleared all 5 floors of the mall, including the basement, and his special energy value reached 9,980. His energy attribute was running low, only 120 points left. The basement's mutated zombie was a special zombie that could turn invisible. If not for his fortune avoidance ability and several emergency teleports, today might have been the day he got infected. Eventually, using his sensing ability, he burned the invisible zombie to death. This encounter made him even more eager for the system to produce a cure for the zombie virus. System Master, can you release the cure for the zombie virus sooner? Maybe give it to me as a reward. Currently unavailable. It's too early, the zombie virus hasn't been cracked yet. You're supposed to be all-powerful. Being all-powerful also takes time. Fine, you're the boss, whatever you say. Li Fan could only temporarily stay cautious and act as a summoner and mage, not a frontline warrior. He collected a large pile of expensive clothing he normally wouldn't even look at, along with home supplies, then swept through the 5th floor's kitchen freezers and restaurants. He was preparing to head back and planned to clear the hospital next door tomorrow. Target detected. Yu Nuanyuan. Bind target? The system's sudden alert made Li Fan instinctively teleport away from the kitchen. Although he didn't sense danger, he chose to leave first. Then he used sensing to check the kitchen. And chose yes. Target Yu Nuanyuan binding successful. Newbie tip: after successful capture, host gains +2 to all attributes, +1 family member, and 1 first capture reward package. Please work hard to expand your family and thrive. Sensing into the kitchen corner, Li Fan found a ball of fiery red aura, but no visible person. Clearly, this was also a mutant who had awakened invisibility abilities. The system could still use the inspect function on Yu Nuanyuan in her invisible state. Level 0 mutant, Yu Nuanyuan, 45% evolution progress. Strength, 100 gene. Speed, 15 meters per second. Looks, 91. Purity, 99. Mentality, 95. Fertility, 0. Overall score, 91. Awakened abilities, invisibility, speed enhancement. Seeing that Yu Nuanyuan's looks, purity, mentality, and overall score were all above 90, and that she had awakened 2 abilities, even Li Fan couldn't help but feel a bit eager to see her true appearance. Perhaps sensing that she had been discovered, Yu Nuanyuan revealed herself. She wore a clean, expensive branded sports outfit that tightly hugged her graceful figure, a cute pink bunny helmet, and held a 7-foot-long sword with a tassel in her hand. Her face wasn't visible, but her body looked strong and well-proportioned. Her appearance didn't seem like the typical cutesy, coquettish type. Handsome guy, how many abilities have you awakened? Instant movement, storage space, fire sea, fireman, and probably sensing ability too. Otherwise, you shouldn't have been able to detect my invisibility, Yu Nuanyuan said with interest, analyzing him. You've awakened multiple abilities too? Li Fan frowned and asked, following her words. I awakened too. I thought I was already special, but you awakened 5 abilities. Are you the chosen one or do you have protagonist's aura? Yu Nuanyuan laughed. Li Fan thought, I have more than 10 abilities. If I told you, it would probably scare you to death. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal such information to a stranger. Anything else? Li Fan guessed she appeared because she wanted food. After all, he had just swept through all the kitchens and the restaurants here. Of course, Yu Nuanyuan nodded. You have a storage space, but you can't just take all the food, right? Leave some for me and my sisters. I've already cleared out the zombies in the mall. You and your sisters can go find food yourselves. Li Fan shook his head. If you don't mind, I can take care of you, even your sisters. I'm Li Fan. I live at Daijing International Complex next door. If you think it over, you can come find me, he said. After speaking, Li Fan instantly teleported outside the mall and started walking toward Daijing International Complex. Yu Nuanyuan watched him leave, and instead happily turned and walked into an employee passageway. She quickly returned to her hiding place, a 100 square meter storage room on the 5th floor filled with clothes, jewelry, and food. On the ground were 2 or 3 quilts spread out. 3 people were sleeping there, and 1 person was handling food. Xianjie, a badass, showed up in the mall just now. He cleared out all 5 floors of zombies. We can go out now. Yu Nuanyuan excitedly shouted at Ning Yuxiang, who was preparing food. With a clatter, the knife in Ning Yuxiang's hand fell onto the table. She then asked in surprise, "Really? Nuanyuan? We can really go out?" "Really?" Truer than pearls, Yu Nuanyuan nodded seriously. "That badass burned all the zombies to death, even the agile zombie on the third floor that Meng Meng and I couldn't handle. He even went down to the basement, probably cleared that too. He's a real zombie Terminator." "Go out? Go where?" The noise woke the three sleeping women. A big-breasted girl, completely naked, rubbed her chest, still swollen from someone grabbing it in her sleep, and asked absent-mindedly, "Li Xioma, you're still sleeping naked. Don't you know what's going on outside? What if a zombie barges in? You gonna run around naked?" Yu Nuanyuan scolded Li Xioma angrily, glaring at her fair and tall chest. "I thought it was fine with you and Meng Meng here. You guard in the light, Meng Meng guards in the dark, no zombie could get through you two," Li Xioma said as she helped Chen Mei Meng up. "Damn, you even stripped Meng Meng's clothes too. You pervert." Yu Nuanyuan shouted even more angrily when she saw Chen Mei Meng was also naked. "Fei Fei is naked too. Sleeping naked is really comfy." Meng Meng and Fei Fei both agreed to it, Li Xioma said righteously. "I really want to smack you to death, you damn pervert." Yu Nuanyuan took off her helmet, revealing a youthful and beautiful face. She shook her hair and glared at the three naked girls. She really didn't get the obsession with sleeping naked, but under Li Xiama's bad influence, Chen Mei Meng and Yu Fingfei also joined in. Normally, Yu Nuanyuan and Ning Yuxiang slept in a separate quilt. Otherwise, they might have been corrupted too. "Get up, get dressed, we're going home. A badass just cleared out the mall's zombies. We can try finding a car and go home," Yu Nuanyuan shouted. Amid flashes of springtime scenery, the three girls quickly got dressed. 2 minutes later, they were ready, all yelling like hyperactive huskies, "Go home, go home. I'm never staying in this damned mall again. It's such a big mall, and only we survived. Who knows what it's like outside? I'm scared to go home, afraid of seeing what I don't want to see," Ning Yuxiang said, crying as she covered her face. "Xiang Jia, you need to stay positive. Live well while we're alive. Don't cry all the time. Dead people won't come back. We'll go home and check things first." Yu Nuanyuan held Ning Yuxiang's face with both hands seriously. "Right, we five will check our homes starting nearby. I'll scout ahead using invisibility. Meng Meng's strong and good at killing zombies, so she can protect everyone in the car. As long as we don't get swarmed, we'll be fine. Let's eat first, then we'll go home," Ning Yuxiang said, forcing a smile and wiping her tears. "My home's too far, I won't be able to check," said Li Xioma, a fiery girl from Xiang province, whose hometown was over 1,000 li away from Yangjiang. "My home's also a bit far," said Yu Fingfei from Chunling City, 300 or 400 li away. She also quickly gave up on returning. "My home's in Huangjiang district, about 10 li from Yangjiang. No idea what it's like now." "Let's check Meng Meng's home first, it's only 4 or 5 li away, a half-hour walk," Ning Yuxiang said. Yu Nuanyuan agreed. "My home's in Baojiang district, also about 10 li from here. Let's go to Meng Meng's place first, then Xiangjia's, then mine." When Li Fan returned to the community, he found that Yun and the others had been quite efficient. There were actually other residents now guarding the surveillance room, a young couple who recognized Li Fan, having seen his monstrous strength when clearing out zombies in the community. The young woman, more able to lower her pride, smiled flatteringly and said to Li Fan, "Brotherly, Sister Chow assigned us to guard the security room and said in the future we could also go out with you to find food." Li Fan habitually checked the two of them. The woman was named Zhang Yan, and the man was Wang Haoming. Neither was a mutant. Before the apocalypse, those living in this community were either rich or powerful. Wang Haoming seemed to still have a bit of pride, reluctant to lower himself to flatter Li Fan, while Zhang Yan was more like the Zhou Yixuan and Zhou Jinxian sisters, women accustomed to attaching themselves to power so she could easily humble herself. Li Fan ignored them. Women who could not trigger the system's attention equally could not attract his attention. He simply nodded and headed for Building C's basement. He intended to use a mental seed to control the mutant zombie that was currently upgrading to level 2. After all, if he didn't control zombies, the ability would be useless. Even if there was risk, he couldn't give up on it. If evolving to level 2 was easy for zombies, then a level 2 zombie would probably still be weak, and he could simply kill it and take the mutant energy crystal. But if evolving was difficult and slow, a level 2 zombie could already be very strong, worth trying to control with a mental seed to observe, preparing for future control of higher level zombies. Monster, level 1 mutant zombie, evolution upgrade about to complete. Strength, 2000 gene. Speed, 5 meters per second. Guaranteed to generate a mutant energy crystal. The mutant zombie had changed, now showing that it was about to complete its evolution. Li Fan took the opportunity to plant a mental seed into the zombie's brain. Then he switched his vision to the zombie, but aside from total darkness, he couldn't experience the evolution process firsthand, so he gave up the view and returned home. Li Fan's activities at home were also quite routine. Afterwards, one-hit success effect triggered. Target Zhou Yixuan/Zhou Jinxian successfully conquered. Hosts full attributes +4, family members +2, first conquest reward package ×1, please continue to expand your family and propagate. 2 first conquest reward packages detected. Would you like to claim them? Yes. Gained element metallization, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element metallization can flexibly control body metallization. In a metallized state, damage received can rapidly heal, and metal resistance increases by 50%. Gained element metal control, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element metal control can flexibly control and use any metal. Metal resistance increases by 50%. Element metallization and element metal control are the same attribute and type abilities. Merge into element metal frenzy? Yes. Consumes 100 special energy points for fusion. Please wait. Element metal frenzy fusion completed. Element metal frenzy, LV1, metal transformation, metal cold weapons, metal shields, metal manipulation, metal resistance increases by 60%. Proficiency 0/1000, energy consumption 10. Zhou Yixuan's reward package contained element metallization. Zhou Jinxuan's reward package contained element metal control. Li Fan tested the new ability. He could transform his whole body into common metals like gold, silver, copper, and iron, condense metal weapons and shields using energy, and manipulate all metal items in the house. However, due to limited imagination, he couldn't create fantasy metals. Now with too many women around, Li Fan sometimes even experienced face blindness, unable to call out their names, so he uniformly called them baby or sister. He could imagine that later, when even more women joined, it would be even worse. Not to mention what Li Fan was busy with at home on the other side, and Yun Yun was leading Feng Lan, Pan Tong, and Feng Dan into apartment 1802 on the 18th floor, persuading Kong Linghui and her daughter to join their family, truly putting in great effort for the expansion of the family. And Yun Yun mainly tried to persuade Kong Linghui, explaining to her the current situation of Li Fan's harem and only mentioning the ability to receive supplies, without telling her that they could gain superpowers or that Li Fan could gain multiple superpowers through them. He already has so many women, and you're still helping him find more? Kong Linghui couldn't understand Yun Yun's reasoning, but knowing the situation outside, although she was unhappy, she still smiled and asked, "He's strong, and given the situation outside, we want to help more sisters who have fallen into hardship, providing them with a stable place to stay. It's a mutually beneficial thing. Sister Kong, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your daughter," and Yun Yun earnestly persuaded, then motioned Pan Tong and Feng Dandan to share their own experiences. After listening, Kong Linghui was finally moved and developed some curiosity toward Li Fan. This man was strong, yet instead of being extremely selective, he accepted almost everyone. Was he really, as Yun Yun said, helping women in desperate situations? But this ability was indeed strange, needing to have a relationship to receive daily supplies. She and her daughter had been holed up at home for 7 days. Though they had no immediate food problems, in 1 or 2 months, food would definitely become scarce. Then they would have to risk their lives outside. Will he really not mind about us? I'm already 38, almost old enough to be his mother, Kong Linghui said, still a bit uneasy. Sister Kong, we have no reason to lie to you. You'll see for yourself when you come. Plus, you look no different from us. I'm already 33. Most of us are over 30, and many have 1 or 2 kids, and Yun Yun smiled. As for your daughter, as long as you don't want to, Li Fan definitely won't force anything. Having rich experience in persuasion, and Yun Yun knew once food and safety were involved, no woman had been able to refuse so far. Then I'll go talk to my daughter. Are we going over now? Kong Linghui asked, blushing. Yes, you need to verify the food situation too, right? And Yun Yun nodded. Meanwhile, besides Yun Yun, Chao Wei, Zhang Qiufang, Zhang Lei, Zhang Menglan, and Ma Xiaofeng were also persuading other qualified women. However, there were only about 20 households of survivors in Building D, and more than half were couples or families. Therefore, they only targeted 4 or 5 households. And Yun Yun suddenly realized and said, so that's how it is. I was wondering what kind of strange superpower this is, doing that kind of thing with women and continuously gaining superpowers and supplies. Then she asked, since you told me about this, does it mean I can tell others too? Since the system didn't require secrecy, Li Fan wasn't too concerned about keeping it hidden. Judging by the increase in Yunyun's favorability, it seemed there was no problem telling her. Anyway, he could tell at a glance if someone was being dishonest. Among his women now, only Yunyun, Qin Xingyan, Ma Xiaofeng, and Pan Tong had favorability above 80. The others ranged from 60 to 70. Li Fan figured that if a woman's favorability dropped below 60, it likely meant she had divided loyalties, and he needed to prepare accordingly. Up to you. By the way, about bringing your family over, you mentioned it before. I think it would be better to wait until we exchange for the family base. Recently, I've mainly been thinking about where the family base should be placed, Li Fan said. Of course, that would be best. Thank you, patriarch. And Yunyun smiled at Li Fan, her eyes sparkling like water. The meaning was obvious. Li Fan saw her favorability immediately rise to 90 points, which gave him even more motivation. As for where to set up the family base, I think the suburbs would be best, fewer people, fewer zombies. Plus, I heard there are a lot of villas and countryside ghost houses. It would be good to check them out, Yunyun said. The two chatted for a while about the location of the family base, and Yunyun had already climbed onto him. Since he hadn't yet cancelled the dinner refueling session, Li Fan struck while the iron was hot and began a 1-on-34 session. Afterwards, the newly arrived Zhou Yixuan, Kang Linghui, and others were dumbfounded seeing the endless line of women walking into the large bedroom. 34 women took nearly 6 hours to settle. Li Fan gained 800 points of special proficiency value. His special energy value reached 9,602 points, and special proficiency value reached 1460 points. After that, they claimed survival supplies issued by the system in front of the women and had dinner. As for Zhang Jing, Lu Binglan, and Meng Yao, they also ate. Li Fan certainly didn't treat them differently. However, since they weren't recognized by the system and didn't receive supplies, he would have to gather supplies to feed them himself. He would even have to find a way to help them awaken naturally in the future. The best method was to have them give birth to more children. Without the one-hit success effect, it was uncertain when these women might get pregnant. After settling the children, Li Fan took out some food, clothes, and useful things he had collected at the Dijing International Mall and let the women pick what they needed. He also asked them to make a list of items they would need him to gather in the future. Although living in the penthouse was getting crowded with so many people, no woman was willing to move to another place. This made Li Fan even more excited about the family base available in the system shop. Maybe it would be a palace? Afterward, Li Fan bound Xiao Hui to the family member subsystem and told her she now had the invisibility ability. Among envious gazes from the other women, Xiao Hui excitedly insisted on going downstairs to test her invisibility ability, wanting to see if she could really fool zombies. Li Fan stopped her, warning, "It's not very safe at night. If you accidentally get scratched or touched by a zombie, you'll turn into one. Even with superpowers, we still can't resist the zombie virus?" Xiao Hui asked, puzzled. Even now, the system had no way to resist the zombie virus. They could only hope there would be a solution in the future. Maybe there's a way, we just haven't found it yet. Being careful is always better, Li Fan said. If we can't go outside, can I at least go to another building to test it out? Xiao Hui asked, still unwilling to give up. Li Fan didn't refuse this time and nodded, just be careful. They went downstairs together, Li Fan to the security room, Xiao Hui to building C. There were 2 new people in the security room, a married couple in their 50s. Li Fan knew Yunyun had used food as a wage to get building D's people to volunteer to take shifts guarding the security room. If anything happened, they would immediately ring the doorbells at 3100D and 3200D to inform them. The wages were paid daily, mostly instant noodles and snacks. Before the apocalypse, these people wouldn't even look at such food. Now they risked their lives for it. Seeing nothing unusual, Li Fan casually found an empty room, ensured it was safe, and entered the training subspace. It was a space full of various round stakes, and Li Fan fumbled around trying to understand it. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoma's chest was practically resting on the steering wheel as she drove a salvaged car toward the Huangjiang district, while comforting the tearful Chen Meiming sitting in the passenger seat. Since Chen Meiming's home was nearby, the driving-skilled Li Xiaoma took her to Guanlin community to check her home situation, while Yuanyuan, Yu Fingfei, and Ning Yuxiang went together toward Huangjiang district. Chen Meiming's home was empty, the door was wide open, and there were many dark bloodstains inside. It was clear her family had likely turned into zombies. Luckily, they had good luck on the way to Guanlin community, no mutant zombies, no huge traffic jams, and no big hordes. Thinking of the fierce man who cleared zombies in the mall, Li Xiaoma guessed that some people, like Yuanyuan and Chen Meiming, had awakened superpowers, which was why the streets were somewhat cleared. Along the way, they also saw people scavenging food in shops. After they left, Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng entered and took some food and water to store in the car. They didn't know if the trip to Huangjiang district would be as smooth, so they were making long-term plans. Meimeng, we'll need to rely on you along the way. You can't keep being so sad. Eat, drink, sleep when you can. It's getting darker, should we find a place to rest for the night? Li Xiaoma asked seriously while driving. Xiaoma, it's not good to drive with the headlights on at night. It might attract zombies. I wonder if Sister Xiang and Nguyen have arrived, Chen Meimeng said worriedly. It's my fault for wasting too much time at home earlier. It's okay as long as you're fine. We can go tomorrow. There's no rush. It's already been 7 days since the apocalypse started. Life and death are fated. No need to be too sad, Li Xiaoma said, shaking her head. Let's rest at that shop up ahead that's already been scavenged. We'll stay there for the night and head out tomorrow, Chen Meimeng said, pointing to a shop with its door open. No one expected that for the next 3 days, torrential rain would pour down, as if the sky had opened a hole and water from the ninth heaven was cascading down. In just half a day, the entire coastal city turned into a vast ocean. This heavy rain blocked the journeys of many and dragged many who were still harboring illusions straight into hell. Li Fan's plan to clear zombies and accumulate special energy points was also interrupted by this rainstorm. It was at this moment that he finally recalled the apocalyptic natural disasters mentioned by the system when it first bound to him. It seemed this rainstorm was just the beginning of the natural disasters. Because they feared the rain might be the true cause of people turning into zombies, no one dared to leave their homes. Li Fan and the 51 others squeezed together on the top 2 floors, watching the rain fall like a waterfall. In just half a day, the ground had turned into a vast flood. And Yun said worriedly, if I had known it would rain this hard, I would have gone to check on my family yesterday. Many of the other women had already made calls before the internet and electricity went out, learning that their families' situations were not optimistic. Now, with this torrential rain, it was likely even worse. For a moment, the atmosphere at home became silent due to this sudden downpour. Your house is close by, don't worry. As soon as the rain stops, I'll go send some food to them, Li Fan comforted. In the training space, he had discovered that many of his abilities could be combined for use. For example, the wind glide skill allowed him to briefly fly or glide in the air, and combined with instant movement, spatial shifting, and metallic transformation from metal craze, he didn't have to worry about falling to his death. At the same time, metal transformation also solved his problem of being infected by the zombie virus. Originally, he had planned to go out today and collect a big wave of special energy points, but who could have expected such a heavy rain? Also, ice prison could be used to freeze and kill enemies, or to freeze himself for self-rescue, a truly invincible defense and offense combined skill. Because in the training space he didn't need to worry about energy consumption or death, Li Fan learned many ingenious uses for his powers. However, after the fusion and evolution of space control, the training time in the special space had been reduced from 2 hours to just half an hour per day, which left Li Fan speechless. With nothing else to do, Li Fan could only earn special proficiency value from the many bored and gloomy women around him. It also helped to soothe their gloomy moods, a win-win. Relatively speaking, Li Fan preferred women like Yun, Qin Xingyan, Yu Xaixia, Fenglan, Jiang Menglan, the Zhou Yishuan sisters, and the Kong Linghui mother and daughter, sensible and understanding. Moon Yinqin met the system's requirements, but like Zhang Jing and the others, she didn't trigger any rewards. Of course, Li Fan wouldn't use force. But the rainstorm made the Kong Linghui mother and daughter rethink many things and they voluntarily came to him. Compared to Zhu Ting, the better educated and better off Moon Yinqin truly didn't disappoint him, becoming his first truly perfect woman. This surprise made the newly arrived Kong Linghui and her daughter very much favored by him. Women like Ma Xiaofeng and Li Monhua had unpleasant past experiences, while Zhang Lei and Dang Shangwei hadn't yet adjusted their mindsets and were relatively passive. Xiao Wei, Zhu Ting, and Jiang Qiufang's sisters were proactive but had too much of their own small thoughts. When night came and the rain still hadn't stopped, Li Fan and the others lost interest in other activities, staring instead at the endless rainwater visible even in the darkness, worrying that the supplies in the shops would be ruined by flooding. These supplies were critical to the survival of many. Everyone had family, and they all hoped their families would survive, so the worry in the air was thick. At this point, the floodwaters on the ground had already reached their calves. If it doesn't stop raining tonight, by tomorrow the water might be over the knees. By then, forget about killing zombies, we might not even be able to walk far, Li Fan said worriedly. By the way, aren't the generators for the community in the basement? Will they be flooded and cause a power outage? Kong Linghui asked anxiously. Everyone was stunned for a moment, realizing the problem, and Li Fan immediately ordered, hurry, cook as much rice and dishes as you can. Use the rice cookers in the vacant rooms downstairs. After cooking, I'll store the food in the space. If not, we'll only have snacks and instant noodles left. Over half of the 50 people rushed off with keys in hand to find rooms to cook in. If only the special space allowed for cooking, Li Fan thought to himself. Then he started thinking about the basement generators. Though he didn't know how to handle them, he figured that as long as he had good generators in hand, he could always find someone to fix and use them later. Hastily cooking food and storing it in the space wasn't a long-term solution. He had to think ahead. So he pulled Kong Linghui aside and asked about the exact location of the generators, planning to go retrieve them into the special space after a few more hours to prevent water damage. Apparently, many survivors had thought of the power outage problem, as there were busy figures in every room. After collecting all the cooked food into the special space, Li Fan took the elevator down to the second floor and walked to the first floor, finding that the lobby was already flooded. However, because much of the water was draining into the basement, the lobby was only shallowly covered, unlike the half-meter deep water outside. Standing at the basement stairway, Li Fan stopped. The water inside was already nearly halfway up the staircase. Going down would mean the water would be up to his chest. Activating metallic transformation, electricity sparked around his body. The basement water was already electrified. Luckily, metal transformation covered his whole body inside and out, so Li Fan only felt a slight numbness, without it affecting his movement. Thus, he didn't have to fear being scratched or bitten by zombies hidden in the water. He couldn't help but feel grateful for this timely ability. Otherwise, realizing now that he needed to get the generators would have been too late. Worried about the transformation's time limit, Li Fan rushed to the generator room and found 520 kW generators. By now, the generators were already smoking and probably wouldn't last much longer. Seeing this, Li Fan gave up on trying to store these generators into the space. He decided he would find better generators outside as soon as the rain stopped. Returning home, he once again vented his energy on the women. Although he hadn't killed a single zombie today, he gained 18-20 points of special proficiency value. At dawn, Li Fan was woken up by Chao Hui's playful morning bite. His bed was full of fair, delicate figures. Last night had indeed been a rare moment of wild indulgence. Outside, the rain was still pouring down. Lying there, Li Fan watched the rain curtain while recalling his water flow skill that allowed him to control water, and he wondered if this rain was still capable of turning people into zombies like at the beginning. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to risk trying. However, in the Yisan community, someone was indeed willing to go into the rain to test if it would still turn people into zombies. Brother Zhao, Uncle Zhao, please let me go out and try. If I turn into a zombie, you don't need to go out. If I don't turn, I'll bring back some food. Otherwise, my wife and kid are going to starve to death. A chubby round-faced man was blocked by Zhao Baiyuan's people on the second floor of the community, pleading bitterly with Zhao Baiyuan and his father who had rushed over. Zhang Xiaoping, after the last rain, many people turned into zombies. During this time, you had food at home but refused to come out with us. Now it's pouring rain and you want to rush out? This rain won't last more than a day or two. Even if you go hungry for 2 or 3 days, you won't die. What are you testing for? If you really want to test it, can't you just stand on your balcony? Zhao Zhongzhu scolded with a stern face. Zhao Baiyuan thought to himself that this Zhang Xiaoping was just making trouble. He didn't really want to go out, he just wanted to mooch food off those who risked their lives to search for supplies. If he truly wanted to test, he could have stood on his own balcony to get rained on. Uncle Zhao, my little Bao is only 3 years old. Adults can endure hunger for a few days, but children can't. Please lend us some food. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaoping began to ask for food. Zhao Baiyuan could only blush and glance at his father. In truth, although he had led people out to scavenge food these past few days, half of their supplies had already been given away because his father Zhao Zhongzhu liked to lend food to old neighbors and friends. Moreover, 2 young women had been forcibly moved into their home. What was once a 5-person household had suddenly become 7 mouths to feed. One of them was the daughter of an old neighbor, a recent university graduate who stayed at home. To take her in, half of their food had been given away. His parents had made the decision, and he had begrudgingly gone to bed with the woman. This had already made his wife, Li Huifei, very upset. And just last night, another girl was forced into their home, only 18, freshly graduated from high school, and again, half of their remaining food was given away. Zhao Baiyuan felt guilty, afraid that Li Huifei would explode. Last night, no matter how his mother shouted, he refused to enter the guest room where the high school girl was staying. But the girl still stayed in their house. He knew his parents were dissatisfied that Li Huifei had only given birth to a daughter and had refused to have another child for 3 or 4 years. Their daughter was almost 5 now. In the eyes of the older generation, especially in times of crisis like the apocalypse, having a grandson was still more important than a granddaughter. Enough, enough. Give them 2 packets of instant noodles. Zhao Zhangzhu wanted to show kindness again. But Zhao Baiyuan immediately interrupted him, his face flushed. Dad, half of our food was given away yesterday. Even if we ration carefully, 7 of us can only last 2 or 3 more days. We don't know how long this rain will last. If you keep handing out food, we'll starve ourselves. What? Are you yelling at me now? Trying to scare your father? Giving away 2 packets of noodles will kill our whole family? You can't even eat a little less? Zhao Zhengzhu shouted with wide eyes. Fine, do as you like. But don't say I didn't warn you when we're all starving later. Zhao Baiyuan, having summoned all his courage to interrupt his father, now felt completely powerless. Even superpowers couldn't save this kind of situation. This father-son exchange was still relatively peaceful, just a couple of raised voices. But Zhao Baiyuan's household was truly a mess. Li Huifei, who never got along with her mother-in-law Chen Chunhua even before the apocalypse, used to just endure. But now, she couldn't anymore. Her mother-in-law had stolen the food she had saved for her daughter and given it to the lazy girl who had just moved in. She suddenly realized that her in-laws were insane. Her father-in-law was a complete saint who handed out food left and right, and her mother-in-law was obsessed with having a grandson. In the apocalypse, the ugly side of human nature was fully exposed. She thought bitterly, the husband who once swore eternal love was now cuddling other women after just a few days. There was another woman waiting in the guest room. Her father-in-law wasted their precious food. Her mother-in-law didn't cherish her or her daughter and even stole food from her daughter's mouth. What kind of hellish family was this? She no longer wanted to stay, she would rather die outside. But thinking of her not quite 5-year-old daughter, her anger deflated. She couldn't abandon her daughter. Without her, what future would her daughter have? She would probably starve to death. She definitely would. In the apocalypse, there were naturally people who didn't understand the situation and wasted their food, but there were also those who understood and treasured their supplies. In Building E, room 1803 of the Dijin International Community, a rich second-generation heir particularly cherished his food. He even tied up his disobedient girlfriend, who had no idea how serious things were, to stop her from eating freely. Although the food at home could last another week, he was already very alert, and had started trying to break into neighbors' homes to scavenge for more supplies. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't good. As soon as he broke into a neighbor's house and before he could even be happy about it, he was bitten by a nanny-turned-zombie inside. And his girlfriend, still tied to the bed at home, was likely doomed as well. Other residents in the community had also started to economize, just like the rich kid. But now that the community's generators had been flooded, every household was without power to cook food. From now on, they could only eat dry food. No matter how carefully they rationed, they wouldn't last long. For example, Jean Yuanxiang from room 2201 in Building A, who lived with her 3 daughters, was among the first to face this hardship. Her 4-year-old daughter could still manage dry food, the 2-year-old might get by with some snacks, but the 5-month-old baby absolutely couldn't eat dry food. She never expected a sudden heavy rain would flood the community's generators. Without hot water to make formula or cook meals, her family could only starve slowly. Moreover, they didn't even dare to drink the rainwater, not knowing whether it contained the zombie virus. Even if they didn't starve, they would eventually die of thirst. Her family's nanny had been sent downstairs to check the situation on the first day of the apocalypse and, like her family members, had never returned. Single mothers like Jean Yuanxiang and other single women were numerous in Dijin International Community. Most of the residents were women who stayed home, relying on their husbands to earn money outside. Otherwise, so many women wouldn't have longed to marry rich men because marrying the right man really could guarantee a lifetime of worry-free, luxurious living. For example, Yuan Biyu in room 3100C was just such a single and refined woman. However, now even she was starting to panic. Although she still had plenty of food and wasn't worried about dry rations, her real panic came from water shortage. Her home had always used a water purifier, and she had no stockpile of clean water. This was largely because she had been trapped in her car. Had Li Fan not cleared the basement and accidentally rescued her, she might have already died in the car. When the heavy rain came yesterday, she finally realized she needed to boil water, but she didn't manage to boil much, barely enough for 10 days. What about after that? What if the rain continued for a long time? Just thinking about it made her panic. Also panicking were Zhang Yan and Wang Haoming in room 1501 of Building D. 2 days ago, they had just found a job guarding the community gate in exchange for food. Then yesterday's rainstorm put them out of work, and today it still hadn't stopped raining. Before, they rarely cooked in this apartment, surviving on snacks Zhang Yan had stockpiled. They had barely made it through the past week. Just when Li Fan came with his large group and started hiring people, they lost the opportunity after just one shift because of the rain. Now Zhang Yan was persuading Wang Haoming to break into the empty apartments of other residents to search for food. Waiting around would only lead to death, but Wang Haoming was timid and hesitant. In the end, Zhang Yan convinced him by saying that the rain might last a long time. The two geared up and carefully extended their greedy hands toward their neighbors' doors. Meanwhile, someone unexpectedly knocked on the door of Li Fan's 3100D, and Yun Yun peered through the peephole and saw the elderly couple from room 402, the same couple who had guarded the security room 2 nights ago in exchange for a bag of snacks. They now looked particularly kind and amiable, and Yun Yun frowned slightly and went to Li Fan. "It's the old couple from 402. I guess they want to borrow food," she said. "This rain might last a long time. We have a lot of people to feed, so we absolutely can't lend food. If they really came to borrow, drive them away, or it'll open the floodgates," Li Fan replied with a frown. If it were just lending food to this old couple, he wouldn't be stingy. But he knew that the entire building was watching them. If word got out that they had lent food, there would be endless trouble. Sure enough, a soft-looking woman nearby said worriedly, "Since you can get food through your superpowers, why not give them some instant noodles or snacks?" Li Fan didn't remember her well, but seeing her sitting with Zhang Liman and the others, she was probably from Unit B, either Qi Lingling, Deng Shangwei, Zhang Wanjun, or Tan Xian. There were too many women now. He was starting to mix up their faces. But in Yun Yun and Chao Hui recognized her. Chao Hui sneered coldly, "Deng Shangwei, you make it sound so easy. Why don't you give your and your daughter's share of food to them instead? There's plenty of food." "I was just making a suggestion," Deng Shangwei mumbled, lowering her head while holding her curious little daughter. "What do you all think?" Li Fan asked, glancing at Deng Shangwei, then at the others. "I think having food on hand brings peace of mind. We absolutely cannot lend food to anyone. Once you lend, it's like feeding meat buns to dogs, you'll never get it back." Ma Xiaofeng spoke up immediately. The other women echoed the same sentiment. Li Fan nodded and said, "I do want to help more people, but I am not a savior. None of us are saviors. First, we must survive ourselves. We don't know how long this rain will last. If it's just 2 or 3 days, fine. But if it's 7 or 8 days, when the rain stops, most of the food will have rotted away or been washed out. Send them away," he concluded. And Yun Yun and Chao Hui opened the door and asked the old couple about their visit. It turned out they just wanted to confirm they could continue guarding the security room after the rain stopped. The old couple happily took the elevator back down. "We guessed wrong. They just wanted to make sure they could keep their spot guarding the gate after the rain," and Yun Yun laughed. On the second day of the rainstorm, the water had already flooded over the walls of the community, and more than half of the lobby on the first floor was submerged. In Li Fan's big family, aside from occasional crying and fussing from the children, the household remained relatively peaceful. With food in hand, there was no panic in their hearts. After another day of wild indulgence, he earned 2,120 points of special proficiency value from the women. On the third day of the rainstorm, everyone began to feel numb. The floodwater outside was about to reach the second floor and was pushing toward the third floor. Now, it was really possible to sail a boat through the streets. In Building D, the survivors who had been living on lower floors had already moved to higher floors yesterday, including the elderly couple who had previously taken shifts at the security office. Early in the morning, just as everyone was having breakfast, there was a knock on the door. Xu Ting and Moon Yanqin, who were sitting near the door, peeked through the peephole and came back with a strange expression, telling everyone, "It seems to be one of the women we tried to persuade earlier, a resident of room 2801D, named Lu Lianqing. Yes, her name is easy to remember. At that time, she refused us outright, not even giving us a chance to speak. Now, she's standing there with her daughter, dressed quite seductively. Apparently, after realizing the rain wasn't going to stop, with no electricity and unsafe tap water, she had finally changed her mind." Li Fan put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and walked to the door. Some curious women also got up and gathered around to watch the mother and daughter standing outside. The system popped up a prompt. "Target Lu Lianqing detected. Bind as target? Yes. Binding target Lu Lianqing successful. Friendly reminder, after successful binding, all attributes +4, family members +2, and a special initial reward pack. Please work hard to expand your family and thrive." Lu Lianqing wore a semi-transparent, tight-fitting long dress, apparently without underwear underneath. Her face was flushed as she humbly sought refuge. At this moment, she truly regretted refusing earlier offers from Chao Hui and the others. There was no choice. Without safe drinking water, even with some food left, It would die of thirst in 3 to 5 days. She was a little younger than Kong Linghui, and her daughter was a bit younger than Moon Yanqing, probably a middle schooler. Even though the entrance was a bit crowded, Lu Lianqing and her daughter could still see a big table full of food and drinks inside, women feeding children, which made the two of them gulp hungrily. "Come in. From now on, we're family. If you haven't had breakfast, eat with us," Li Fan said as he nodded to An Yun, who immediately pulled them in with a joyful smile. After this little episode, the house calmed down again. However, just as Li Fan was working hard for his rewards, his sharp senses caught the sound of knocking again. After hurriedly finishing his business, he didn't check the reward immediately but climbed off Lu Lianqing's plump body and got dressed. Sure enough, Yu Xixia opened the bedroom door and asked him to go check. Since the rules for selecting female members had changed, everyone knew not to bring in people blindly. They needed Li Fan's confirmation first to avoid burdening themselves with women who couldn't receive supplies. This time, it was another mother and daughter, but the mother had accompanied her daughter. And Yun whispered the situation to him. Residents of 2504. Previously, Zhang Lei and I tried to persuade them. They were hesitant but didn't decide. Maybe this rain forced their hand. The mother is called An Hame, 39 years old. The daughter is Zhao Qingxue, 20 years old. They should also have a younger daughter named Zhao Hanxue, 17 years old. Target Zhao Qingxue detected. Bind as target? Switch to An Hame. Binding An Hame would grant 6 points to all attributes and 3 sets of family supplies, while Zhao Qingxue would give fewer. Li Fan was still good at doing this math. Target An Hame detected. Bind as target? Yes. Binding target An Hame successful. Friendly reminder, after successful binding, all attributes plus 6, family members plus 3, and a special initial reward pack. Please work hard to expand your family and thrive. Bring them in, give some food to Zhao Qingxue to take home, and keep An Hame, Li Fan whispered to An Yun. An Yun looked at An Hame and Zhao Qingxue at the door with a bit of surprise and suspicion, wondering if Li Fan had some odd fetish, like being called daddy? But she still did as Li Fan asked, pulling An Hame inside and whispering to her affectionately. Meanwhile, Zhu Ting and the others welcomed Zhao Qingxue, offering her some leftover breakfast. An Hame was dumbfounded. After hearing An Yun's words, she blushed as red as a cooked shrimp, feeling numb and soft all over. She had really come intending to offer her older daughter in exchange for food and water to support her and her younger daughter. But young Li Fan actually chose her instead. Such a surprise. She realized not all men preferred young, tender girls, some actually like mature women. Feeling relieved, she quickly changed her thinking and eagerly nodded to accept. The rain outside continued to pour, but Li Fan's home grew more lively. Several women who had previously resisted persuasion now humbled themselves and came knocking. After careful vetting, Li Fan took in 3 more mother-daughter pairs, all about the same age as Lu Lianqing and An Hame, and he bound the mothers as the targets. As for women secretly brought by husbands or boyfriends, Li Fan refused to accept them. In the past, the system might have allowed it, but not anymore. The house was already overcrowded, and the family base was still far away from being built. If not for the rainstorm, Li Fan's number of women might have stabilized for a while. But the storm forced him to accept a few more helpless women. Afterward, Li Fan somewhat regretted selecting so many women in their 30s just for a few attribute points. It was a bit overwhelming to handle their enthusiasm. It seemed he'd need sensible women like Kong Linghui and Moon Yanqing to guide and manage them, or else things might really get out of hand. One-hit kill effect successfully activated. Conquest targets Lu Lianqing, An Hame, Gu Xian, Su Ronqing, and Zhang Xiaoa have been successfully conquered. All attributes of the host increase by 22. Family members increase by 11. One reward package has been granted for each successful first-time conquest. The host is advised to work hard on expanding the family and continuing the lineage. There are 5 first-time conquest reward packages available. Would you like to claim them? Yes. Acquired ability, defense, tough skin. Level, 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Description: this ability allows the user to harden their skin, thereby enhancing physical defense. Acquired ability, control, mental bomb. Level, 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Description: a spiritual bomb that detonates directly within the opponent's mind, causing brain death. To succeed, the user must possess significantly stronger spiritual power than the opponent. Otherwise, mental backlash may occur. Use with extreme caution. Acquired ability, element, Fire Fist. Level, 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Description: the user can ignite flames when clenching both fists. There is a chance to instantly incinerate an opponent who is weaker. The success rate depends on the power gap between the two parties and their relative levels of fatigue or injury. Acquired ability, element, pitfall technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Description: allows the user to manipulate the earth to create sudden depressions in the ground and bury individuals. Increases the user's resistance to earth element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, element, water slash. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Description: allows the user to manipulate water pressure to slice through objects. Effective only when the user's power significantly exceeds that of the opponent. Control, mental bomb and control, mental storm are of the same type and attribute. They can be fused into control, mental storm. Proceed with fusion? Element, water slash an element, 3 feet of ice are of the same type and attribute. They can be fused into element, 3 feet of ice. Proceed with fusion? Element, pitfall technique and element, sandball technique are of the same type and attribute. They can be fused into element, earth pit sand collapse. Proceed with fusion? Element, fire fist and element, sea of fire magma are of the same type and attribute. They can be fused into element, sea of fire magma. Proceed with fusion? Yes. 400 special energy points consumed for fusion. Fusion in progress, please wait. Control, mental storm fusion completed. Control, mental storm, level 1. Active abilities include mental seed, remote gravity field, mental shock, mental bomb. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000 points. Energy cost, 10 units. Element, 3 feet of ice fusion completed. Element, 3 feet of ice. Level 2. Type, area of effect ice damage and entrapment. Effects, can construct ice walls and form water-based shapes. Increases resistance to water and ice elements by 90% each. Proficiency, 0 out of 5000 points. Energy cost, 20 units. Element, earth pit sand collapse fusion completed. Element, earth pit sand collapse. Level 1. Type, area of effect earth damage and entrapment. Effects, can create sandballs. Increases resistance to earth element attacks by 60%. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000 points. Energy cost, 10 units. Element, sea of fire magma fusion completed. Element, sea of fire magma. Level 1. Type, area expansion with attached continuous fire damage. Effects, allows the user to coat both fists with sea of fire magma. Increases fire resistance by 90%. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000 points. Energy cost, 10 units. The reward package from Manhwa contained defense, tough skin. The reward package from Lu Lianqing contained control, mental bomb. The reward package from Guxian contained element, fire fist. The reward package from Jiang Shoa contained element, pitfall technique. The reward package from Su Ronqing contained element, water slash. A female family member may now be selected again for binding with the family member subsystem. Please make a choice promptly. After briefly introducing the newly obtained superpowers, this time Li Fan did not consult the women and directly bound Qin Xinyan to the family member subsystem. She possesses spatial abilities. As the number of women with superpowers increases, the training space can now be utilized. Last night, Li Fan confirmed he could bring Yin Yun, Fenglan, and Yu Caixia into the training space. However, only 3 individuals can be brought in per day. For 4 individuals, each receives 30 minutes of training, which totals exactly 2 hours. Therefore, it seems the fused training space now possesses a hidden feature that allows group training, compressing individual training sessions to 30 minutes each. Currently, the family member subsystem includes 8 women, and Yun Yun, Qin Xinyan, Fenglan, Zhu Ting, Zhao Hui, Zhang Liman, Pan Yanxia, and Yu Caixia. Li Fan glanced at the group and said, "This time, I have already chosen Sister Qin. Last night, I took Sister An, Sister Feng, and Sister Yu into the training space to practice their superpowers. Her ability also grants access to the training space, so she can take all of you inside for training. Since it is pouring rain outside, we might as well stay in and practice using our superpowers. From now on, Sister Qin's storage space will be used to store supplies and handle logistics for our family, so I will not have to manage these matters every time." After making the assignments, Li Fan continued to work on improving his special proficiency levels. He now has intimate relationships with 40 women. However, only 36 are recognized as family members by the system. Including the one-hit kill effect, the total number of family members is 89. In reality, the total should also include Zhang Jing and 2 other individuals not recognized by the system. Just 5 or 6 more women are needed to surpass 100 family members, which will certainly trigger an additional reward. Host, Li Fan. Health, 1280. Energy, 1280. Constitution, 128. Strength, 126. Spirit, 128. Agility, 126. Superpower, currently regenerating. Compared to An Yun Yun and the others, whose individual attributes did not exceed 10 points, Li Fan felt much more at ease when he looked at his own values while multitasking, not to mention the sheer number of superpowers he possessed. After finishing the tasks, another 1,120 points of special proficiency were obtained. Indeed, the saying that women in their 30s are like wolves and in their 40s are like tigers is no exaggeration. Even though Li Fan had transcended the limits of an ordinary human body, he still felt a bit exhausted. After lunch, Li Fan asked Kong Linghui and Hame and the other recently arrived women whether they wanted to return to their own homes to live. This house is still a little too small. With so many people living here, it is quite cramped. Perhaps it would be better if you all went back home to stay? However, none of the women were willing to leave. On the contrary, they insisted on bringing their home supplies up to the house. With both floors combined, the space exceeds 1,000 square meters. With only about 60 people, it is not overcrowded. At worst, we can squeeze in a bit and make do. For now, it is better that we all stick together and keep warm. We will bring up all the food from our homes this afternoon, Li Fan said to Qin Xinyan. Sister Qin, this afternoon you can help them move the food into the alternate space. That way you will not have to move things back and forth. In the afternoon, Li Fan brought Chao Hui, Zheng Liman, and Pang Yanxia into the training space, each for 30 minutes of training. With both instruction and sparring to handle, he had no time to train himself in the 4 newly fused superpowers. The rain outside had not stopped. However, using his extraordinary vision, Li Fan noticed someone in the residential compound across the way who had walked out of their unit and stepped onto the rooftop, standing in the rain. He watched this person for over an hour, yet discovered that they did not turn into a zombie. After waiting for another hour, the person returned to the building. Not long afterward, a group of people carrying wooden planks, foam sheets, and plastic wash basins threw these items onto the water from the shared third-floor area of their building. One by one, people stood on top of these floating items, ignoring the heavy rain, holding various sticks and similar tools in their hands as they paddled off into the distance. Can medical equipment still be used after being soaked in water? Li Fan asked Yu Tsaixia, who was groggily trying to get up from the bed beside him. Yu Tsaixia had realized that Li Fan especially liked exhausting the women with superpowers among them. While others only had to endure once, they had to go through it 2 or 3 times. As a result, she had been completely drained for the past 3 days, severely dehydrated. Aside from eating, drinking, and relieving herself, she could not even get up from the bed. It is fine. A lot of the equipment is waterproof and moisture-proof. The problem is, the water outside has already reached the 3rd floor. If we try to get equipment from the nearby hospital now, it will be difficult to locate. Most diagnostic equipment and medicines are usually on the 1st and 2nd floors. Yu Tsaixia answered while getting dressed, completely unbothered by exposing herself. 3 days of heavy rain had caused the water level to rise over 10 meters. What once would have sounded like nonsense was now an undeniable reality right before their eyes. If the rain does not stop by tomorrow, I will go to the hospital to look. If we wait any longer, I am afraid everything in the hospital will be washed away by the flood. There must be a lot of zombies in the hospital. Before Yu Tsaixia could finish speaking, Li Fan suddenly remembered the matter of zombies. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. Speaking of zombies, I just remembered there is a mutated zombie in the basement of Building C. I have had the feeling I was forgetting something these past 2 days. Turns out this was it. No, I need to go check. Since the heavy rain outside does not seem to turn people into zombies anymore, I should take a look at the other buildings as well. If mutated zombies appear, they must be dealt with in advance. Otherwise, the survivors will be in danger. Yu Tsaixia reminded him, you might as well knock on some doors and ask if anyone wants to go with you. I will go get that resident registration book for you. All right. Li Fan nodded in response, then got out of bed and began getting dressed. There were more than 10 women beside him. He could not help but sigh, what a large bed, and what a blissful doomsday. Tucking the register into his chest, Li Fan stepped out the door, transformed into his metallic form in the public corridor, and instantly teleported to Building D. From there, he saw Building C still over 100 meters away. He teleported again and fell into the water. He found the main entrance on the 1st floor and walked down the stairs into the basement. The pile of evolved flesh that had been there before was now just an empty shell. Clearly, the mutated zombie had completed its evolution and disappeared somewhere. Fuck! The metallic voice rang out in the water as Li Fan ran through the basement, searching and hoping that the level 2 mutated zombie was still within the sensory range of his mental seed. Unfortunately, it was not. Li Fan could not help but regret spending the last 3 days indulging in the tenderness of women without restraint. The level 2 mutated zombie's brain could have contained a level 2 mutated energy crystal, which might have been worth several thousand special energy points. But because he was too obsessed with pleasure, it had escaped. Still, he concluded that the real problem was his own cowardice. He lacked ruthlessness. He had never sent anyone to test the toxicity of the rain, which led to them being trapped at home, and ultimately losing this energy crystal potentially worth thousands. At the same time, he was puzzled. How did this level 2 mutated zombie evolve so quickly? Most zombies outside were still at level 0. Even level 1 was rare. Yet this one, trapped in the basement, had somehow jumped to level 2. Fortunately, the mental seed could remain in a zombie's brain for 7 days. If Li Fan could sense it within 1,000 meters during that time, there was still a chance to regain control. But after that period, it might be lost for good. Now, a level 2 mutated zombie was definitely a rare specimen. The previously arranged exchange of information had also been interrupted by the heavy rain. No one had come to exchange intelligence with him. Plants truly could not keep up with the pace of change. Also thrown off by the chaos were Chen Meimeng and Li Xiaoma, who had been trapped in an empty building by the roadside for 3 days. If they had not gathered some food and water in advance, they would have starved to death by now. Meimeng, look quickly, there is someone outside. For the past 3 days, Li Xiaoma had often watched the outside world, hoping to see someone brave enough to run into the rain to test whether the rain would turn people into zombies. Unfortunately, no such brave soul had ever appeared. They did not turn into zombies. It seems the rain no longer transforms people like it did in the beginning. Li Xiaoma happily grabbed Chen Meimeng's arm and said, "So what if we can go out? Without a boat, we cannot get far." Chen Meimeng was exhausted and full of despair. Her family was gone, and she had no one left. Aside from her friend Li Xiaoma, she had absolutely nothing. "We are not going to Huangjiang district anymore. Did you not hear Nguyen say that Brother Meng lives in the Dijin International Community? His name was something Fan. We will just go ask him. Then we can ask him to take us to find Nguyen, Feifei, and Sister Xiang," Li Xiaoma said with optimism. "That works too. Nguyen did say if she could not find her family, she would go serve Brother Meng. Being his subordinate would at least mean a good life." Chen Meimeng remembered what Nguyen had said, but still asked, "Are you not going to find your family? After seeing your home, I am honestly too scared to go back and look for mine. I am afraid it would be the same situation. Then I would not even be able to hold on to the hope that they are still alive." Just a moment ago she was smiling, but now Li Xiaoma's tears fell freely. In fact, after seeing what happened to Chen Meimeng's family, she believed that the chances of her own family's survival were very low. It had already been 10 days. Even if they had not turned into zombies, the lack of food and the streets full of zombies would have been enough to trap most people. Now the entire city was flooded. Without a proper boat, relying on just wooden planks and their poor paddling skills, it would be impossible to reach Huangjiang district more than 10 kilometers away. It made more sense to find shelter nearby and wait for the waters to recede before making further plans. Once Li Xiaoma calmed down a bit, Chen Meimeng asked, "Why do we not just follow them and look for some food first?" "Let us go." Li Xiaoma nodded in agreement. She began putting on thick clothes and a helmet, even asked Chen Meimeng to help her bind her chest, making her large breasts appear flat and unremarkable. Over the past 3 days, they had gathered a few useful items from the building. Chen Meimeng also wrapped her own chest. Although she was more than a C cup but less than a D, any reduction was helpful under the circumstances. Soon, the two of them dismantled 2 door panels and followed the group outside in the rain from a distance. Their destination was clear, a large supermarket not far ahead, one that both Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng had noticed before. But no one had entered it for fear of the zombies inside. A big supermarket definitely has mutated zombies like the ones in shopping malls. Without Nguyen, we do not know what is in there. We had better not go in, Chen Meimeng said to Li Xiaoma with hesitation. Then let us go to the Dijin International Community instead. If we pass by any shops along the way, we can pick up supplies. Li Xiaoma was also afraid of mutated zombies. After all, even when Nguyen and Meimeng fought together, they could not kill one. At that moment, Li Fan was searching the residential complex for mutated zombies while also clearing out the zombies in each building. Earning even a small amount of special energy points was better than staying at home, lost in indulgence with women. In just 3 days, 3 more mutated zombies had appeared in the complex. Although they were all at level 1, it still came as a pleasant surprise to Li Fan and prompted a thought. Could it be that every natural disaster accelerates the evolution of zombies or humans? If that was true, then apart from zombies, humans, and zombie cats, those known creatures, could other animals and plants also evolve due to the disasters? It was an open question. For now, Li Fan was confined to one location and could not investigate, but as long as he kept growing stronger, the answers would eventually reveal themselves. He swiftly cleared out the 5th floor of the building complex, collecting 3 mutated energy crystals and 36 low-quality energy crystals. After converting them into special energy points, his total reached a significant figure. His special proficiency points also increased to 6,520, bringing the combined total close to 20,000. If the rain continued tomorrow, Li Fan planned to brave the storm and make a trip to the hospital to gather medicine and medical equipment. Otherwise, items left soaking in water might become unusable. This concerned the survival rate of his future offspring and directly affected his rewards and attribute points. There was also the issue of having a doctor. Relying solely on Utsaishia was not enough, especially since she would soon be heavily pregnant and likely unable to help. In the future, when he found a female doctor, he would have to be careful not to touch her too soon. This was a top priority and worth writing down in his little notebook. Only afterward would come the search for a base where the family could settle. Based on his understanding of the system, it was likely that he would eventually need to recruit people capable of farming, planting, and animal husbandry. Resources might also be restricted, like the selection of women. If he failed to prepare, hunger would become a real problem. Of course, it was also possible that Li Fan was overthinking, but being overly cautious now meant better preparation if something went wrong later. Some bold survivors, hearing movement, opened their doors and asked Li Fan, who was clearing zombies, if they could borrow food and water, promising to do anything in return. Li Fan had no intention of taking in any men. Instead, he gave food to system-recognized single women or women with daughters, collecting system rewards within 10 minutes. However, he neither brought them home nor immediately claimed the rewards. Detected target available for conquest, Luo Danchi. Bind target? Detected target available for conquest, Li Kaiwan. Bind target? Detected target available for conquest, Ren Yuzhen. Bind target? Detected target available for conquest, Huang Lingdeling. Bind target? Yes. Conquest targets Luo Danchi, Li Kaiwan, Ren Yuzhen, and Huang Lingdeling successfully bound. Friendly reminder, upon successful conquest, the host receives plus 18 to all attributes, 9 new family members, and 1 first-time conquest reward package. Please strive to expand the family and propagate the lineage. In Building A, there were 5 system-recognized women, all of whom were married with daughters but had no men at home. It had to be said, women from wealthy households were generally above average in appearance. Even if not stunning, they were certainly not ugly. Moreover, their noble upbringing added to their charm. Among them was Jin Yuanxiang, who had been bound days earlier via phone call. She was not especially beautiful but had a delicate, refined appearance. More importantly, she was still breastfeeding. In a rushed encounter, Li Fan ended up drinking a bellyful of milk. Feeling guilty for taking food from the baby, he immediately placed the bottle he received beside Jin Yuanxiang's bed. After hastily dealing with these women, the system popped up with another message. Host's family members have surpassed 100. One achievement reward package for reaching 100 members is now available. Would you like to claim it? Li Fan did not deal with it immediately and instead went to Building B. The heavy rain had become his accomplice, pushing previously hesitant women straight into his arms. In Building B, 4 system-recognized women were identified, 1 single, 1 married with no children, and 2 with daughters. In Building C, 6 women were recognized, 2 single, 2 married without children, and 2 with daughters. To Li Fan's surprise, not entirely unexpected, Yuan Bu, who had been previously system-recognized, was not among them, nor had she sought help from Li Fan. He recalled that her ability was water elemental, and she had food at home. It made sense that she did not need assistance. Building Z and F had 9 recognized women in total, 3 single, 2 married without children, and 4 with daughters. In total, Li Fan distributed 40 sets of snacks, boxed meals, and water throughout these 5 buildings. The family member subsystem can now bind 7 additional female family members. Please make your selections promptly. The number of family members calculated by the system had jumped from 89 to 153. Li Fan was startled. How had the number increased so rapidly? Still, he had no plans to bring these people home immediately. He would return briefly, then focus on collecting resources and killing zombies to exchange for a family base. And there was still the 100-member reward waiting to be claimed. After selecting it, the system indeed upgraded once more. But it also displayed several messages. As the apocalyptic disaster unfolds, the family reproduction system has detected that the host has expanded the family to over 100 members. The family member teleportation gate can now be activated. Family member teleportation gate. The host can teleport any family member and their direct blood relatives within 2 generations to his location. The maximum teleportation capacity is twice the number of family members. The cooldown period is 12 days. Note, the cooldown countdown begins from the first teleportation. The maximum number of people per teleportation depends on the host's attributes. The current limit is 12 individuals per use. System upgrade will take effect upon completion. After reading the explanation about the family member teleportation gate, Li Fan realized that the system, as always, was attentive. It knew some women close to him were not counted as official family members, so the teleportation limit was set higher than the total number of registered family members. It was also a subtle reminder that women like Zhang Jing, Lu Binglan, and Manga should not be too numerous, and they must become pregnant to qualify for teleportation. At the same time, the teleportation gate seemed to solve another problem: the distant parents and children of the women around him who might still be alive. However, since the number of people was capped, he hoped it would not exceed the limit when the time came. System is currently upgrading. The upgrade was still in progress, but it did not prevent Li Fan from claiming his rewards. Conquest targets Luo Danqi, Li Kaiwan, Ran Yuzhen, Huang Lingling, Jin Yuanxiang have been successfully conquered. All attributes of the host have increased by 80. Family members have increased by 40. One reward package has been granted for each successful first-time conquest. The host is advised to continue expanding the family and propagating descendants. There are 24 first-time conquest reward packages. Would you like to claim them? Yes. Acquired ability, defense, petrification. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables the user to petrify the skin, enhancing defensive capabilities. Acquired ability, control, mental seed. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, allows the user to implant a mental seed into the opponent's mind to control them. A significant mental disparity is required between the user and the opponent, otherwise, mental backlash may occur. Use with caution. Acquired ability, element, fireball technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables flexible use of fireballs and increases the user's resistance to fire element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, element, earth spike technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, allows the user to control the ground and instantly create sharp spikes that inflict damage. Increases the user's resistance to earth element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, element, water light blade. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables the manipulation of water into light blades. Adapts to the opponent, stronger against stronger enemies, weaker against weaker ones. Acquired ability, defense, radiant shield. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, allows the user to summon a radiant, multicolored shield for defense. Acquired ability, element, plant seed. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables the user to obtain various plant seeds by interacting with different plant types. Acquired ability, element, steel torrent. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables the manipulation of steel into a flood-like torrent that attacks and overwhelms targets. Increases the user's resistance to metal element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, special, pneumatic wave. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, allows the user to condense ambient air into offensive or defensive techniques. Acquired ability, element, freezing technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables the freezing of liquids. Acquired ability, special, invisibility. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, grants invisibility to the naked eye. Effectiveness is halved during daytime, can still be sensed through other means. Acquired ability, enhancement, perception. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables perception of all objects within an 800-meter radius. Perception is blocked by physical obstructions. Acquired ability, element, thunder chain technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: enables manipulation of lightning into thunder-shaped chains for attacking or restraining targets. Increases resistance to lightning element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, enhancement, phantom technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: increases speed to the point where the user appears as a phantom, confusing targets. Acquired ability, enhancement, stomach expansion. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: allows the user to ingest and store food for up to 15 days within the stomach. Acquired ability, summoning birds. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: allows the user to summon various birds. Quantity, 2. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Acquired ability, enhancement, ground listening technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: allows the user to lie on the ground and detect movement or sound within a 5 li, approximate 5 kilometers, radius. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Acquired ability, enhancement, heavenly eye technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: when activated, the heavenly eye reveals both hidden and visible objects within a 2 li, approximate 1 km, radius, ignoring physical obstructions. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Acquired ability, element, sand binding technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: controls sand and gravel to bind the target. Binding duration depends on the power difference. Increases resistance to earth element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, element, binding technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: uses vegetation to bind the target. Binding duration depends on the power difference. Increases resistance to wood element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, enhancement, light eyes. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: eyes that emit light, illuminating the path ahead. Can unexpectedly blind targets. Acquired ability, spatial, chaos. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: a chaotic alternate space that the host can explore and develop at will. Acquired ability, special, healing technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: heals injuries, illnesses, viral infections, and broken limbs in living beings. Acquired ability, element, ice and snow berserker. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: transforms the user into a being encased in ice and snow for a limited duration. In this state, the user is invulnerable to all attacks except from a fire element berserker of equal level. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Luo Danchi's reward package contained defense, petrification. Late Saiwan's reward package contained control, mental seed. Run Yuzhen's reward package contained element, fireball technique. Huang Lingling's reward package contained element, earth spike technique. Jin Yuanxian's reward package contained element, water light blade. Zhang Meili's reward package contained defense, radiant shield. Zhao Jilian's reward package contained the ability element, plant seed. Zhou Liron's reward package contained the ability element, steel torrent. Niao Xiaoxiao's reward package contained the ability special, pneumatic wave. Gongsun Ruyu's reward package contained the ability element, freezing technique. Li Xiangqin's reward package contained the ability special, invisibility. Wu Liang's reward package contained the ability enhancement, perception. Xiao Hao's reward package contained the ability element, thunder chain technique. Kai Lanji's reward package contained the ability enhancement, phantom technique. Du Xiaodia's reward package contained the ability enhancement, stomach expansion. Jia Mingfang's reward package contained the ability summoning, birds. Si Luyao's reward package contained the ability enhancement, ground listening technique. Wan Fuling's reward package contained the ability enhancement, heavenly eye technique. Dingdu Weiji's reward package contained the ability element, sand binding technique. Yi Xiaoyun's reward package contained the ability element, vine binding technique. Xing Xuan's reward package contained the ability enhancement, light eyes. Shi Xinghua's reward package contained the ability spatial, chaos. Xian Lingli's reward package contained the ability special, healing technique. Shangwan Xinghong's reward package contained the ability element, ice and snow berserker. Among the 24 reward packages received this time, there were 6 abilities that were duplicates: control, mental seed, element, fireball technique, element, freezing technique, special, invisibility, enhancement, perception, and special, healing technique. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that even though some abilities shared the same name, their effects varied slightly. Additionally, there were 5 auxiliary abilities among them: Element, Plant Seed, Enhancement, Stomach Expansion, Enhancement, Ground Listening Technique, Enhancement, Heavenly Eye Technique, and Enhancement, Light Eyes. Perhaps due to the ongoing system upgrade, the prompt to fuse same type, same attribute abilities did not appear immediately. Nevertheless, Li Fan could roughly guess the situation and did not concern himself with it any further, deciding instead to wait and see after the system upgrade was completed. Because he had once again expanded the number of family members, by the time Li Fan returned to Unit 3100D, it was already very late. Much of the supplies had already been transferred to Qin Xingyan. The women at home had clearly finished dinner and were chatting in groups of 3 or 5, passing the time while waiting for him. Although the system upgrade had not yet completed, Li Fan still briefly shared with the women what had occurred during the more than 7 hours he spent in the residential complex. Upon hearing that he had brought back more than 20 women, and Yun, Qin Xingyan, and the others who had been with him from the beginning were not surprised. On the contrary, they were pleased, because the more women he had, the stronger Li Fan became. However, those who had only recently joined him, such as Kong Lingwei and Hame and Lu Lianqing, were wide-eyed in shock, as if they were witnessing a deity, just as they had been when conquered by Li Fan's unbelievable prowess in bed. That night, however, was a rare one in which Li Fan did not engage in intimacy with the women, leaving several who had just experienced it for the first time deeply disappointed. In the middle of the night, Li Fan was awakened by the system, which had just finished upgrading. Looking around the large waterbed bedroom where a dozen or so women lay sleeping, he shook his head, placed his hands on his hips, and walked out to the enclosed glass balcony. He suddenly noticed that the pattering of rain, which had persisted through the dark night, had ceased. Only then did he realize the torrential downpour had stopped. Even so, he did not dwell on it. If this was truly an apocalyptic catastrophe, peace would not last long. Another natural disaster might strike soon. Therefore, he needed to gather 100,000 special energy points as quickly as possible to exchange for a family base. Only with a base would he have no future worries. The system had issued many prompts. First came a long list of superpower fusions, which Li Fan only skimmed through, proceeding straight to the final upgrades. Number of family members exceeds 100. Daily supplies upgraded to banquet class: male nutritional recharge banquet, female beauty and rejuvenation banquet, children's comprehensive growth nutrition banquet, infant and toddler growth nutrition banquet. New feature unlocked: one-way family member teleportation gate. New host cultivation technique acquired: dual harmony of dragon and phoenix arts. New detection panel added for non-family female individuals. New feature unlocked: family supplies mall. New feature unlocked: superpower trade and exchange mall. New feature unlocked: nearby search function. The family member subsystem can now bind 7 more female family members. Please select promptly. Due to the excessive number of superpowers requiring fusion, the system will no longer prompt the host and will now perform automatic fusion, consuming 1,800 special energy points for fusion. Fusion in progress, please wait. Control, mental storm fusion completed. Level 1. Active abilities: enhanced mental seed, remote gravity field, mental shock, mental bomb, etc. Proficiency: 0 out of 1000. Energy cost: 10. Element: 3 feet of ice fusion completed. Level 2. Type: ice element area control damage. Effects: can build ice walls and shape water, increases resistance to water and ice elements by 100%. Proficiency: 0 out of 5000. Energy cost: 20. Element: earth pit sand collapse fusion completed. Level 1. Type: earth element area control damage. Effects: can form sandballs and sand bindings, increases resistance to earth element by 70%. Proficiency: 0 out of 1000. Energy cost: 10. Element: sea of fire magma fusion completed. Level 1. Type: fire element wide range persistent attachment damage. Effects: allows fire magma to coat both fists, increases fire resistance by 100%. Proficiency: 0 out of 1000. Energy cost: 10. Space, control fusion completed. Level 1. Active abilities: storage alternate space, training alternate space, chaotic alternate space, spatial movement, position swap, spatial throne. Proficiency: 0 out of 1000. Energy cost: 10. Defense, liquid state fusion completed. Level 1. Effect: actively generates 5 to 8 liquid radiant shields, reduces incoming damage by 90% for self, 70% for others. Upon receiving a fatal blow, automatically transforms into liquid form and activates radiant shield, reducing damage by 110% for self and 70% for others. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000. Energy cost, 10. Summoning, Gunmaster Fusion completed. Level 1. Active abilities, summon wolfhounds, falcons, sharpshooters, etc. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Energy cost, 10. Element, wood command fusion completed. Level 1. Active abilities, instantly acquire plant seeds, accelerate plant growth, perform wood elemental movement techniques, summon wooden shields, vine bindings, etc. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000. Energy cost, 10. Acquired enhancement, intangible perception. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Effect, perceive all objects within an 800-meter radius, ignoring physical obstructions. Acquired special, phantom invisibility technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Effect, invisibility technique undetectable by the naked eye. Unlike ordinary invisibility, its effectiveness is not reduced in daylight. If detected through other means, a phantom illusion is automatically projected to confuse the opponent. Acquired special, comprehensive healing technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Effect, heals injuries, diseases, infections, and severed limbs in living beings. Also accelerates physical and mental recovery. Element, Metal Frenzy Fusion completed. Level 1. Effects, enables metal transformation, summoning of cold weapons and metal shields, and manipulation of metal. Allows free liquefaction and solidification. Increases resistance to metal element by 70%. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000. Energy cost, 10. Element, Thundercloud Light Chain Fusion completed. Element, Thundercloud Light Chain, Level 1. Can summon nearby thunderclouds from heaven and earth, wield chains of lightning to bind or strike enemies. Increases resistance to lightning element by 60%. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000. Energy consumption, 10. Acquired enhancement, Purple Radiant Heavenly Eye, Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Enhancement, Purple Radiant Heavenly Eye, the eyes can freely change between purple and white. Staring with purple eyes can kill the target. If the opponent is stronger, both parties will be injured. White eyes can survey an area within 5 li in radius, approximately 2-5 kilometers, and emit light that illuminates the same range. The newly added detection panel for non-family female members currently included only 3 individuals, Zhang Jing, Lu Binglan, and Meng Yao. The panel displayed the following for each. Zhang Jing does not meet the overall qualification rating, not counted as a family member, not pregnant, no adverse conditions, no harmful habits, no malicious intent, cannot use the family teleportation gate. The status panels for Lu Binglan and Meng Yao were nearly identical to Zhang Jing's. The newly added family supplies mall included various household necessities such as quilts, pillows, and mats for the bed, pots, bowls, plates, and chopsticks for the kitchen, tables, chairs, and cabinets for home use, and towels, tissues, toothpaste, and toothbrushes for hygiene. However, purchasing all these items required either special energy points or special proficiency points, with the cheapest items costing at least 100 points. The newly added Superpower Trade and Exchange Mall displayed every superpower Li Fan had ever obtained or fused, over 80 in total. The exchange and selling prices differed by a factor of 10. For example, to redeem Fireball Technique, Li Fan would need 1000 special energy or proficiency points. But if he wanted to sell it, the system would only offer 100 points. This infuriated Li Fan, who cursed the system as a shameless profiteer. It was clearly starting to fleece him for all he was worth. The newly added nearby search function was extraordinarily powerful. It could not only detect the number of nearby zombies, but also the number of monsters, male survivors, and female survivors. It could even scan for areas with high zombie concentrations, locations where mutated zombies were most prevalent, and when Li Fan attempted to search for suitable sites to establish a family base, multiple recommended results actually appeared. This made him feel that, after all, the system did still care for its hard-working servant. Time was tight, and Li Fan did not bother with any democratic process. He directly selected 7 women with high affection levels and suitable superpowers to bind to the family member subsystem. After all, even if he selected someone unsuitable, he could simply disable her superpower. The system's thoughtfulness was truly embedded to the core. Zhao Fang, Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, Zhang Qiufang, Fang Dandan, Li Mua, and Zhou Yishuan, 7 individuals. Zhao Fang's superpower was summoning, Gunmaster. Ma Xiaofeng's superpower was spatial, control. Pan Tong could replicate any superpower. Zhang Qiufang's superpower was element, 3 feet of ice. Fang Dandan's superpower was control, mental storm. Li Muo's superpower was also element, 3 feet of ice. Zhou Yixuan's superpower was element, metal frenzy. He planned to take 2 or 3 women with superpowers out to kill zombies and test whether they would also generate special energy points. If it worked, he could go to an area with a high concentration of zombies and use the family member teleportation gate to summon some combatants to assist him in cleaning out the zombies. That would definitely be faster and more efficient. However, for today, he still needed to visit the hospital and nearby warehouses to scavenge supplies. With the search function available, Li Fan immediately searched for nearby supply warehouses, planning to loot them thoroughly. The sky outside was still dark. After finalizing his plan, Li Fan, in a good mood, climbed into bed, sought out one of the women he favored, and used the wild energy within him to awaken her. It was worth mentioning that the newly added system technique, Dual Harmony of Dragon and Phoenix Arts, would directly increase the proficiency level of a corresponding superpower during intercourse with a woman who possessed that power. However, each session only granted an increase of 5 to 10 points. Moreover, it did not affect the acquisition of special proficiency points. Naturally, it likely also served to protect his waist and kidneys, but the time had been too short to see long-term effects. As dawn broke, Li Fan wrote down his upcoming plans in a notebook and left it on the dining table at home for the women to see and discuss once they awoke. Li Fan used water shaping combined with 3 feet of ice to form a simple, compact ice boat and began rowing toward Dijin International Hospital. Shortly after he left, Li Xioma and Chen Meimeng finally arrived at the Dijin International Residential Community. "So annoying, we went the wrong way yesterday and wasted half the day for nothing," Li Xioma said irritably to Chen Meimeng. "At least we found the place. But the neighborhood is so quiet, and we have no idea where that strong guy lives. Should we knock on doors and ask?" "We should. But we need to be careful of zombies. That strong guy already went to the mall to clear out zombies. The zombies in the residential area have probably already been cleaned up." "True, but we still need to stay alert. That zombie that jumped out of the water yesterday nearly scared me to death." As the 2 women sat in a large plastic tub paddling through the neighborhood to ask for directions, another woman in the nearby Isin community was also paddling with her daughter in a tub, heading directly toward the Dijin International Community. Li Fan soon arrived at the hospital. The 6-story building had been half submerged. He transformed into his metallic form and leapt from the iceboat into the water, diving straight toward the hospital lobby. Seeing the dismembered corpses of zombies scattered by the flood, he impaled one through the skull with a single ice spike. But when he saw that it cost 20 energy points, he immediately stopped. Li Fan's current energy had reached 2080 points, and all his attributes had surpassed 200. With his physical strength alone, he could destroy these level 0 zombies with a single punch. There was no need to waste energy. Entering the lobby, his targets were the pharmacy and obstetrics department. Along the way, he cleared out zombies and extracted energy crystals from their brains. Soon, he had collected a sufficient amount of medicine and obstetric instruments. Li Fan exerted all his strength and leapt upward, his metal body crashing through all the floors like a cannonball. Looking at the vast blue sky, Li Fan felt a wild arrogance as though the world lay open before him. Landing on the rooftop, he stood tall and triumphant, filled with optimism. "System, can you calculate my current strength and speed?" The host's current maximum speed is 120 meters per second. Maximum strength is 2 tons. However, breaking through 6 floors was simply because you are a lump of metal, not due to the strength of your physical body. Do not be overconfident. Your body cannot even resist the zombie virus yet. Well, that is still impressive. I did not realize that transforming into metal made me this strong. In your current state, all monsters before you are nothing but vegetables. Does that mean I am invincible? Yes. Which is why you should seize this time before the next natural disaster to clear out zombies, instead of wasting it chasing women. In the future, women will be cheaper than any resource and free for you to choose from. Alright, I will devote myself to clearing out zombies during this period. Using the newly added system search function, Li Fan began scanning for the nearest areas with dense zombie populations. When he saw the answer Chienda Shopping Mall, he was briefly puzzled. He suddenly realized that he had forgotten to ask Yun Yun and the others about the surrounding area. He only knew the rough location of some places and how to get there by bus, but not how to walk there. However, such matters could now be asked of the system. "System Lord, does your new search function come with navigation?" "Now it does. I did not know you were such a hopeless directionless fool." With no time limit on his metallic transformation, Li Fan swiftly followed the system's guidance and charged toward the nearby warehouses. After raiding supplies from 3 warehouses in succession, he was still tempted to go even farther. But in the end, he decided that it was more important to redeem his family base first. With a single bound and leap, he reached the rooftop of the Chinda shopping mall, where zombies were relatively concentrated. Since the rain had stopped and water naturally flows to lower ground, the surface flooding was gradually receding. Chinda shopping mall was even larger than the previously visited Dijin International Mall. There were far more zombies, with many floating in the water and even more lurking below the surface. The residential buildings around the mall were eerily quiet, indicating that the survivors did not have the courage to confront such a dense concentration of zombies. Li Fan charged straight into the water, swinging metal weapons he had transformed from his body, cutting through the zombies like chopping vegetables. It took him only 1 hour to completely slaughter the thousands of zombies surrounding the mall. The water became even murkier and filthier. If not for his ability to transform into solid metal, Li Fan would never have dared act so recklessly. If he accidentally swallowed even a mouthful of that water, he would have ingested zombie blood and flesh. What if that turned him into a zombie? After taking a short break, Li Fan endured his disgust and began searching the zombie corpses for energy crystals. These were his primary source of power. Without them, his motivation to kill zombies would drop by at least half. He harvested 352 low-grade energy crystals and 2 level 1 mutated energy crystals. That one haul earned him a total of 6,871 special energy points, utterly satisfying. After converting all the crystals into special energy points, he charged into the interior of Chinda Mall to continue clearing out zombies. While Li Fan was engaged in zombie extermination, survivors in buildings near Chinda Mall in the Yuding community, and a massive residential area called Bigue noticed him moving in and out of the zombie horde like a golden armored warrior. That man's superpower must be metal control. He can both transform into metal and generate metal weapons. He must be at least a level 2 mutant, speculated a middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader of a group of 7 or 8 men and women inside a fully connected floor of the Yuding community. And the transformation lasts an absurdly long time. He's maintained his metal form for over an hour without any sign of stopping. My flame form only lasts 5 minutes. Damn, comparing yourself to others just pisses you off, said a young bald man with a bare torso, clearly frustrated. His strength and speed are outrageous. I doubt even most level 2 mutants could be this powerful, said a young woman with a high ponytail, holding a sword in her hand. As far as we know, mutants can evolve into superpowered beings either by being bitten by zombies or by being drenched in the initial torrential rain. Aside from that, there are the spherical crystals from mutated zombies. These spherical crystals can further enhance evolution. This method certainly was not known at the beginning, and even if he kept consuming them non-stop, it would be impossible to reach level 3 in just 10 days. That kind of progress is simply inconceivable, said a plump woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses as she adjusted them. So there must be another way to level up that we do not know yet. Let us go down later and ask him, the middle-aged man in charge decided. He may not be willing to tell us, a square-faced, burly middle-aged man said with a frown. He is also a mutant. Exchanging information should not be too foolish a proposition, said the leader. He probably knows more than we do. The problem is, he might not value the information a group of level 1 mutants like us can offer, the bald young man said with a hint of self-doubt. Regardless, we should still try to approach such a powerful figure. Who knows? He might be willing to trade useful information, the young woman with a high ponytail added. Then let us wait for him to come out of the mall. Also, aside from us, there are groups of mutants in Yuding community and Bigue community as well. They will probably want to contact this powerful man too, said the leader, glancing toward the direction of the 2 other neighborhoods. After slaughtering zombies like chopping vegetables, Li Fan was starting to feel a bit tired. He checked his special energy points. They had reached a substantial number, meaning he had killed nearly 3,000 zombies in the mall. No wonder he felt exhausted. Even though he was a hunk of metal swinging a blade through water, which did not generate much resistance, extended combat still led to mental fatigue. Once I finish collecting these energy crystals, I am calling it a day. I cannot take any more. I will continue tomorrow. While collecting crystals, he thought about resting. Mindlessly clearing out zombies like this required occasional breaks, or it could drive one mad. However, the harvest on this run made Li Fan euphoric. 989 low-grade crystals, 6 level 1 mutated crystals, and 2 level 2 mutated crystals, an incredible haul. When the system indicated that each level 2 mutated crystal could be exchanged for 5,000 special energy points, his joy turned into uncontrollable laughter. But remembering how the level 2 zombie he had implanted with a mental seed had slipped away right under his nose, he stifled the laugh. Spending just 3 to 4 hours in a zombie-dense place like Chinda Mall yielded as much as 3 to 4 days elsewhere. Over 30,000 special energy points gave Li Fan confidence that he could redeem the family base within 3 days. Afterward, he would upgrade all his usable superpowers to the highest level, and his strength would soar again. But just as Li Fan was imagining ruling the apocalypse from a palace-sized family base, surrounded by 3,000 beauties in a grand harem, something outside the mall caught his attention, a group of people paddling toward him in a rubber boat. He instinctively examined their details. Level 1 Mutant, Li Longlin, 25% evolution progress. Strength, 1,225 kilograms. Speed, 18 meters per second. Awakened ability, enhanced strength. Level 1 Mutant, Zhao Anshan, 1% evolution progress. Strength, 90 kilograms. Speed, 65 meters per second. Awakened ability, enhanced speed. Level 1 Mutant, Yubin, 6% evolution progress. Strength, 1,075 kilograms. Speed, 15 meters per second. Awakened ability, enhanced strength. Level 1 Mutant, Yu Qinghuan, 1% evolution progress. Strength, 55 kilograms. Speed, 10 meters per second. Awakened ability, water element. All four on the rubber boat were level 1 mutants, which surprised Li Fan, who had been scavenging household supplies. Until now, he had only met 4 mutants total, and all of them were at level 0. To encounter 4 level 1 mutants at once made him feel disoriented. He had assumed most mutants were still stuck at level 0. Clearly, he had underestimated the pace of others' evolution. Brother inside, clearing out the zombies, can you hear me? I am Li Longlin, also a mutant, although I lack the strength to take on thousands alone like you. I would like to make your acquaintance and exchange some information, a courteous and deep male voice called out from outside. Li Fan had no reason to fear 4 level 1 mutants. He had just finished clearing out the zombies and was ready to go home. This was a good time to hear them out. With a light jump, he leapt to the mall's 3rd floor, smashed a nearby window with ease, and looked at the 4 people. Just say what you want, he said. Li Longlin asked politely, brother, are you a level 2 mutant, or level 3? Level 3, Li Fan replied. Although he did not evolve like normal mutants, the system's assessment of his attributes equaled that of an early-stage level 3 mutant. Including all his superpowers, he could almost reach the threshold of level 4. The 4 exchanged glances. Li Longlin extended an invitation. I am a level 1 mutant from the nearby Bigue community. If you are interested, we would welcome you to join our mutant group. Our goal is to build a large sanctuary together, to protect more survivors and restore production. Where do you plan to build this large sanctuary? Here? Li Fan asked with interest. We are considering the villa districts in either Yinzhong or Qingzhong. The elevation is high there, so we would not have to worry about flooding, Li Longlin answered honestly. That sounds like a good plan, but I probably will not be joining anyone's team. I know what you really want to know, how to level up quickly. 4 words, not telling you. Then, with a smug smirk, Li Fan added, however, I can help you deal with level 2 or even level 3 zombies that you cannot handle along the way. Think it over. I will come back tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fan launched himself into the air like a cannonball and vanished in the distance. Level 3 mutants are that strong? Is he even human anymore? Even Superman would not be this powerful, Yu Qinghuan exclaimed, stunned, as she watched Li Fan disappear like a beam of light. His speed is at least 200 meters per second, several times faster than me, and I specialize in speed, Zhao Anshan added, equally amazed. Let us go back. It seems he will not reveal his method for leveling up, Li Longlin said with some disappointment. He said he would return tomorrow. Do you think he really will? Should we tell him the location of that level 2 zombie we encountered earlier? Asked Yubin, who was only 18 years old. We cannot tell him. Zombie crystals are the only method we know for leveling up. If we give that away, how are we supposed to evolve? Li Longlin replied, shaking his head. But we still cannot defeat a level 2 mutated zombie. Would it not be better to let him clear the way for us so we can move to our target location sooner? Yubin asked, puzzled. By the time Li Fan returned to the Dijin International Residential Complex, dusk had already fallen. When he entered Unit 3100D, he found that 3 more women had joined the household. Among them was Li Huifei, who had previously been with Zhao Baiyuan, which momentarily puzzled him until the system issued a prompt. Detected conquerable targets, Li Xiama and Chen Meimeng. Do you wish to bind them? Yes. Conquest of targets Li Xiama and Chen Meimeng successful. Friendly reminder, upon successful conquest, all attributes of the host increase by 4. 2 new family members added. 1 reward package for each first-time conquest. Please continue expanding the family and propagating descendants. After a whisper from An Yun, he learned that Li Huifei had been kicked out by the Zhao family. Li Xiama and Chen Meimeng were friends of the dual-ability mutant Yunuanyuan, whom they had met at Dijin Mall. They came seeking shelter with this fierce man who could clear an entire shopping mall by himself. Why did you bring them into the house? Would it not have been simpler to arrange for them to stay in one of the empty rooms downstairs? Li Fan asked, somewhat confused. Of course we brought them up so you could take a look. If it seems appropriate, we can all help persuade them, and Yun Yun replied, her face full of sarcasm. Given all that Li Fan had done in recent days, none of the women were unclear about his intentions. As long as a woman's appearance was decent, he never hesitated. Just look at Pantone, Mangyao, and others. Then you all work on persuading them over the next few days. I need to rest and recover so I can clear more zombies for the sake of building our family base. Once we have the base, we will finally be able to live truly worry-free, said Li Fan. Now that Yun Yun knew about the system, he no longer had to make things up. He turned and asked, have you eaten dinner? No, we were waiting for you. Otherwise, none of us can enjoy a meal, and Yun Yun replied teasingly. Alright, then let's eat. Have those three join us as well, Li Fan said as he retrieved 5 banquet tables worth of food from the system. These included steaming hot dishes in large bowls, buckets of rice, baby food, and bottles for infants. It was like a real banquet, no longer the boxed meals from before. The system's attentiveness needed no further praise. The mere act of producing food out of thin air stunned the 3 women Li Xiama, Chen Meimeng, and Li Huifei into speechlessness. And it was not instant noodles or military rations, but hot, aromatic dishes. Li Xiama and Chen Meimeng were still composed, as they had managed to eat well in the mall thanks to Yuanyuan's invisibility-based scavenging ability. Only during the recent 3 days of torrential rain had they been reduced to eating instant noodles and snacks. But Li Huifei and her daughter had gone 5 or 6 full days without a single bite of hot food since power and gas had been cut. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the feast, and they swallowed their saliva hungrily. The other women were surprised as well, but most of them already knew Li Fan had a power to produce food. The few women particularly close to Yun Yun who also knew about the system quickly accepted this development. After dinner, Li Fan did not concern himself with the 3 newcomers and went upstairs to sleep. He was exhausted but in good spirits. Just knowing he had over 50,000 special energy and proficiency points made him immensely satisfied. In the middle of the night, he woke to find himself surrounded by a group of enticing women. Li Fan could not resist. Hours of intense engagement continued until dawn broke, and only then did he rest, content. Another 640 special proficiency points were gained, and the superpower proficiency of Yun Yun, Qin Xinyan, and others increased by 5 to 8 points each. Seeing women like Zheng Lei and Li Muhua gradually becoming more proactive in bed, Li Fan could not help but feel smug. In an apocalypse, power ruled. Once the family base was established, he was certain he could live a life as decadent as an emperor. And Yun Yun's palace intrigue was not far off now. Because there were 3 outsiders present the night before, Li Fan had not discussed the matters he had written in his notebook with Yun Yun and the others. So early in the morning, he gathered the scantily dressed women in the bedroom. Did all of you read what I wrote yesterday in the notebook about the teleportation gate and training? All 15 women who had gained superpowers nodded in confirmation. The women who had not yet received superpowers felt a mixture of hope and disappointment. But they knew they had joined Li Fan too recently. In due time, their turn would come. You do not need to worry about safety. I may not be the strongest in all of Dragon Country, but in Yanjiang City, I am definitely number 1. Now that you have superpowers, you should go out and face the zombies. I always wanted you to become a post-apocalyptic superpowered female squad, Li Fan declared confidently. Is it not true that if zombies catch and bite you, you will become a zombie? Shu Ting asked softly. Yes. And there is still no cure for the zombie virus, Li Fan replied, fully aware of their concerns. Would it not be safer for us to wait until there is a vaccine before going outside? Qin Xingyan, who was timid and afraid to face zombies, asked. Ironically, her space-based power was quite strong. You all need to get used to it. If someone with superpowers still gets bitten by a zombie, they deserve to die. I did not give you powers so you could sit at home and wait to die, Li Fan said sternly. It seemed discussion was useless, only dictatorship would work. Li Fan's expression turned dark as he continued. I will give you 2 more days. Pantone, copy Ma Xiaofeng's ability. You and Qin Xinyan will take turns leading training sessions for half an hour per day. With such good conditions, if any of you still go out and get bitten to death by a zombie weaker than a dog, then do not ask for powers again. Your only role will be staying home and having children. Zhou Yixuan raised her hand and asked, if I transform into metal, does that mean zombies cannot bite me? Yes. Yesterday, I was in metal form the whole day while clearing out zombies. As long as you conquer your fear and use your powers effectively, Zombies are actually very weak. Xiao Hui said in a deliberately coy voice, I can turn invisible, so I am just a scout, master. Shu Ting echoed the tone, saying, all I have is the liquid shield. It cannot even resist the virus, master. Zhang Limo, my giant's heart requires close combat with zombies. I am not brave enough, master. Peng Yanxia, my wood command is better used for gardening and having children, master. Although An Yun Yun and the others said nothing, it was clear they did not want to face zombies directly either. Li Fan declared, this is a mandatory rule. From now on, anyone who gains a superpower must go out and train. The only exception is pregnancy. Other than that, even during your period, you must follow the schedule. Otherwise, with nothing to do at home, you will start stirring up trouble. The women looked at Li Fan with a mixture of frustration and protest. We are not causing any trouble. In addition, the portal can also summon your parents and son who are far away. If you are an only daughter, let me know your situation. As long as your parents are still alive, I should be able to summon them to my side. After saying this, he ignored the women and pulled Yu Caixia, Qin Xingyan, Ma Xiaofeng, and Pan Tong into another room to show them the medicines and equipment he had collected yesterday, as well as the supplies gathered from Qianda Mall. Each of you three take a portion of these medicines, equipment, and daily necessities and store them in your space. The spatial superpower now has an additional, chaotic space. When you have time at home, study how to use it. I believe it might be a type of alternate dimension where you can plant, raise animals, and build a small world to live in. Use your brains, Li Fan said. Yu Caixia nodded and said to Li Fan, with these tools and medicines, we can definitely help deliver babies. But now there are too many women, and when the time comes, they might go into labor one after another. I alone will not be able to handle it all. When we relocate again, we will recruit more people. There is no rush right now. Li Fan nodded. He had already considered this matter before. Then, he took out the food portions from yesterday and today's feasts for Qin Xingyan to keep, and asked Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to assist her in her work. After all, she had to manage the logistics and maintain relevant records. After that, he no longer paid attention to those women who only sought comfort and pleasure. Under the system's guidance, he transformed into a metallic being and leaped back to the rooftop of the Qianda Mall, where he had made a big haul yesterday. At the same time, he began searching for other places nearby with high population density, similar to Qianda Mall. Pingyang Pedestrian Street. Looking at the system's navigation, he saw that Pingyang Pedestrian Street was slightly farther away. It was already near the edge of the Yangjiang district, not far from the Huangjiang district. However, for the sake of special energy value, he was naturally not going to back down. After waiting for about 5 minutes, 6 inflatable boats arrived. Upon inspection, they were all mutants. But this time, there was no shock like yesterday. Most of them were still level 0 mutants. Across the 6 boats, there were only 10 level 1 mutants. So, have you decided whether you need my help clearing out the level 2 or even level 3 mutated zombies? Since they came, they obviously needed Li Fan's help. Nevertheless, Li Fan still asked the question. Now being a humanoid metal figure, speaking posed no problem. There are at least a dozen level 2 mutated zombies within a 3-kilometer radius of us. However, only 2 of them, the ones with enhanced psychic abilities, require your help to deal with. But we hope you can give us 1 energy crystal, said Li Longlin, who had met Li Fan yesterday. Heh, you must be out of your minds. Then go on and grow some more, wait until they evolve to level 3 and try to gang up on them again. Goodbye. Naturally, Li Fan was not about to agree to this. The apocalypse was upon them, and they still expected him to do free labor just because they asked? Dream on. Sir, do not be angry. As long as you can help us deal with those 2 mutated zombies, that will be enough. A young man from another boat bowed slightly and spoke. Li Fan sneered and said, I changed my mind. Perhaps what I said yesterday, along with waiting here for you today, gave you the wrong impression. I do not want to help you kill level 2 zombies anymore. Unless, Li Longlin, feeling disgusted by Li Fan's attitude, impatiently asked, unless what? Find me 5 women that I find satisfactory, Li Fan chuckled. Of course, I will provide them with food, housing, and safety. I do not think that is a difficult request. He then added, oh, and preferably ones you have not touched. Sir, please do not misunderstand. We are not the kind who bully men and dominate women in our community. We are decent people, another middle-aged man said, visibly displeased. Li Fan replied, I do not care. I am not a decent person. I just happen to like women. And now, I have a lot of them. Actually, it is fine if you refuse. Who knows, maybe one day I will just go over there and eliminate those zombies myself. All you have to do is wait quietly. Sir, please do not go. Those two level 2 mutated zombies with enhanced psychic powers are not far from here. Please, help us get rid of them. I am Mo Xiaokai from Muting Community. I might be able to find 5 women, but whether you will be satisfied with them is another matter, said a young man with a beer belly, smiling. I will go with you to see the women first, and then I will take care of the matter, Li Fan chuckled. He leapt hundreds of meters away, then jumped again, hopping all the way to the Muting Community to the left. Mo Xiaokai and the other 3 men and 1 woman followed slowly in their inflatable boats. Sir, all the survivors in our community now live in Building 1. Food is distributed uniformly. Some women have already voluntarily followed us mutants, while others are still independent, Mo Xiaokai explained. Li looked at him and said, impressive that you did not use force. Mo Xiaokai did not shy away, no need. After going hungry for a few days, they naturally come around. We are not lacking in women now. What we lack is manpower. We can barely keep up with the fun. Seems like you have plenty of women. Mo Xiaokai smiled awkwardly, just a fair number. Sir, this way. Floors 8 to 14 are occupied by women who still cling to hope for rescue. They are a bit stubborn, but there are a few good-looking ones among them. He knocked on a specific door. A beautiful woman behind him handed a packet of instant noodles and bottled water to the woman who opened it. Zhou Minghui, wipe your face clean. The rescue you were waiting for has arrived. Target Zhou Minghui detected as capturable. Bind target? Though the woman looked disheveled, the system approved her. Li Fan took out a meal box from his space and said to Zhou Minghui, who was wiping her face with a towel, follow me from now on, and there will be plenty of meals like this. How about it? Do I only have to sleep with you, or with all the men? Zhou Minghui did not take the box. Instead, she glanced at Mo Xiaokai and the others. Only with me, Li Fan replied, also glancing at Mo Xiaokai and the attractive woman beside him. These people sure knew how to enjoy themselves. Li Fan stopped walking and said, alright, I will take her first, as a down payment. Once I clear the 2 mutated zombies, I will continue selecting the remaining 4. How about that? The 5 of them, naturally, had no objections. They paddled their boats and led Li Fan, who followed underwater, to the zombie location. A hotel's underground parking lot. They are right below. We are too weak, so we will not go down. The psychic illusions of those level 2 mutated zombies can make us kill each other, Mo Xiaokai said from atop his boat. Li Fan activated his invisible perception and quickly located the 2 level 2 mutated zombies in the basement. However, contrary to Mo Xiaokai's claim of 1, there were 2. One of them was surprisingly familiar. It was the power-type mutated zombie from Basement C that had previously been controlled by a psychic seed. What a pleasant surprise. Controlling the defected power-type mutated zombie, Li Fan effortlessly slaughtered the psychic-type mutated zombie. Within less than a minute, he had obtained 2 level 2 mutated energy crystals. This reaffirmed to him that killing mutated zombies in exchange for special energy value was far more efficient. Simply clearing out ordinary zombies was both exhausting and yielded poor returns. As for why he did not bring along the power-type mutated zombie, Li Fan could only say it was inconvenient and unnecessary. With a single leap, Li Fan sprang out of the water and headed toward the Muting Community. Mo Xiaokai and the other 4 looked at each other and hurried to follow. He killed it already? That fast, the woman leaning against Mo Xiaokai asked in surprise. Let us go back and see. A boss this formidable would not bother lying to small fry like us, Mo Xiaokai said as he used his water control ability to accelerate the speed of the inflatable boat. They regrouped at Building 1 of Muting Community. Li Fan took out a round crystal the size of a pigeon egg to show them briefly, then put it away again. Where is the other one? Do you need me to take care of the other level 2 mutated zombies for you? Li Fan asked. Mo Xiaokai pointed into the distance and said, the other one is a bit far. It might take over half an hour to get there by boat. The way the water looks, it might completely recede in a few days. When that happens, we can ask you to come and kill it. Li Fan asked, are all of you planning to move to the Villa District? Mo Xiaokai nodded. The Villa District is elevated and does not fear heavy rains like the last time. Also, as long as we find enough diesel and generators, we can have both electricity and running water. Li Fan looked at the 5 of them with a smile and asked, I will take that woman back a bit later. As for the other women, do you want me to choose now or after I finish the task? Mo Xiaokai said, you can choose now or later, however you prefer. We will do as you say. Then I will return in 3 days to choose. Saying this, Li Fan leapt away, heading toward Pingan Pedestrian Street. That is insane. He jumps over 100 meters at a time. With that speed and power, will we really be that strong when we reach level 3? Keep a close watch on Zhou Minghui. Do not let anyone near her. Try to preserve the other women over these 3 days too. Building a good relationship with someone like him might let us latch onto his coattails in the future. You guys play so dirty. That look in the boss's eyes just now was far from admiration. With the current situation, rescue is out of the question. The only hope is whether the country has a shelter we can go to. Everything else is complete bullshit. Pingan pedestrian street stretched for 1,500 meters. On both sides were many street vendors where people used to eat and stroll. The sides were lined with 3-story shops and multi-story commercial residential buildings. Before the apocalypse, it had been a bustling place. There were even more zombies here than at Chianda Mall. If it were not for the 3 to 5 meter deep floodwaters, Li Fan would have easily seen the densely packed horde. Even so, some zombies floated on the water's surface, and many lurked below. Li Fan glanced at the buildings on both sides and felt there were likely still survivors inside. Soon, he indeed saw some survivors speaking out, observing the outside world. Clearly, many survivors still lacked the courage to fight zombies and would rather wait at home for death. Li Fan rushed into the water and swung his transformed metal weapon, slashing through zombies like chopping vegetables. He cleared the surrounding area and extracted energy crystals from the brains of the zombies to ensure none were missed. In such flooded conditions, he could not use fire to incinerate the zombies. He could only proceed step by step in this manner. Soon, the water of the pedestrian street became turbid and filthy. Yet after 2 or 3 hours of slashing, Li Fan had only advanced less than 200 meters. The number of zombies in the shops on both sides was overwhelming. At the scent of flesh and blood, they would surge outward, making Li Fan feel as if he could never kill them all. Although transforming and fighting did not consume his energy, Li Fan still felt hunger and mental fatigue. He leapt to a nearby rooftop to rest briefly and eat something to regain his strength. Looking down at the still dense crowd of zombies, Li Fan estimated that there were at least 20 to 30,000 zombies on Pingan Pedestrian Street. If he could kill them all today, his special energy value would definitely surpass 100,000 points. Using his invisible perception ability to assess the zombies' levels, Li Fan discovered there were at least 100 level 1 mutated zombies and nearly 10 level 2 mutated zombies. Clearing this place could make him filthy rich. However, judging by his slaying speed, it was unlikely he could finish today. It was a pity the entire area was flooded, with depths reaching 5 meters. His sea of fire magma and freezing abilities were not much use in such conditions. He had also tested his purple glow celestial eye on the zombies, but it was not particularly effective. Even glaring at the zombies was slower than cutting them down with his blade. Now, he realized the downside of having too many superpowers. It left him no time or focus to study them deeply. He could only hope the women staying at home would use their brains and think of something useful for him, then tell him. After resting, the zombies on the street began to crowd in again. Most of them gnawed on the corpses of their kind, making the floodwaters even more bloodstained and foul. Transformed into metal again, Li Fan jumped off the building and resumed killing zombies. This was the very fuel for his rise to the pinnacle of life. Unlike before, when he steadily pushed forward, this time Li Fan was different. The 100+ level 1 mutated zombies and 9 level 2 mutated zombies he had noted earlier became his targets. On his way to them, he casually eliminated any level 0 zombies in his path. However, with more and more zombies converging, he no longer had the leisure to carefully retrieve energy crystals. He could only aim to slice off half a zombie's head in a single stroke and dig at the back of the skull. If there was a crystal, good. If not, he would not bother searching further. So long as he acquired over 100 level 1 and level 2 mutated energy crystals, it would be enough to exchange for a family base. Since he did not have to worry about being scratched or bitten and turning into a zombie, Li Fan naturally wielded his several-meter-long broadsword with unstoppable momentum, heading directly for the mutated zombies that stood out from the level zeros. By the time night fell, Li Fan had finally collected 112 level 1 mutated energy crystals and 9 level 2 mutated energy crystals. In addition, he had found 482 low-grade crystals through only cursory searches. He also discovered 2 shops containing large flesh mounds that were currently evolving. Monster, level 2 mutated zombie, undergoing evolution and upgrade. Strength, 3000 gene. Speed, 5 meters per second. Guaranteed to generate mutated energy crystal. They were 3 mutated zombies evolving toward level 3. Besides these, 6 other shops contained evolving level 2 flesh mounds, though on a smaller scale. This made him a bit greedy. He wanted to see how much mutated energy value a level 3 zombie crystal would yield. At the very least, it had to be worth something. I will wait. Anyway, I will be coming back in the next few days. When the time comes, I will also test the strength of level 3 zombies. Li Fan ultimately decided to be a bit greedy. After all, even if he could not beat them, he could still run. Special Energy Value Points, 71,600 points of special proficiency value. After exchanging all the energy crystals, Li Fan looked at the number displayed on the system interface and burst into hearty laughter. It seemed that 100,000 special energy points were not so difficult to obtain after all. He directly spent the points to purchase a family base. Available locations for settling the family base: 1. Lianqiu Mountain, Yangjiang District; 2. Biyun Mountain, Baojiang District; 3. Jingyi Mountain, Huangjiang District; 4. Peninsula Lake, Yanjiang District; 5. Luohu Mountain, Baoshan District. Please choose. Li Fan was in no rush and decided to make the choice later. In the Yuding community, Zhou Minghui had been sitting in her room in a daze for a long time. Ever since Li Fan had given her a full meal, she would frequently fall into a trance. Her neighbors, with whom she had formed a bond over the past few days and who shared her expectations, were all aware of what had happened that morning. They came to her home to talk and try to persuade her. Yes, they all advised her not to leave with that strange man. Just look at what Mo Shaokai and the other mutants were doing. That alone was enough to see what the future might hold. They said they would rather starve to death than be at the mercy of others, turned into men's playthings. That was the bottom line of human dignity. But Zhou Minghui knew that some women had already traded themselves for a packet of instant noodles or a single sausage. She felt that if she stayed any longer, she would inevitably end up the same. It would be better to cling tightly to a powerful thigh and give herself up, just like Zhang Jiejia had done. Unfortunately, Zhang Jiejia had misjudged Mo Shaokai and had become the shared pet of all the male mutants. She looked like she was doing well, at least on the surface. Zhang Jiejia was the one who had given her the instant noodles and water earlier, and she had been following Mo Shaokai ever since. Now, in this world, the world outside the house belonged to the zombies, and the world inside belonged to the mutants. Li Fan arrived at the Yuding community after dark. Without greeting Mo Shaokai or the others, he simply carried Zhou Minghui away and ran. The ride was like a roller coaster, at times flying, at times falling, and Zhou Minghui felt even more thrilled than being on one. About 10 minutes later, Li Fan landed in the public area of the third floor of Building D in Dijin International Community. After putting the woman down, Zhou Minghui finally removed her hand from her mouth and managed not to vomit. He led her into Unit 3100D. After briefly explaining Zhou Minghui's situation, Li Fan gathered everyone to discuss the plan to move and asked them to vote on one of the 5 locations, also explaining their reasons. You all saw the heavy rain for 3 days. I believe such storms may become frequent in the future, so I plan to choose a mountain location for the next base. Here are the 5 options. Choose one and write down your reason. Option 1, Lianqiu Mountain, Yangjiang District. Option 2, Biyun Mountain, Baojiang District. Option 3, Jingyi Mountain, Huangjiang District. Option 4, Peninsula Lake, Yanjiang District. Option 5, Luohu Mountain, Baoshan District. While the women pondered their choices, Zhou Minghui once again fell into a state of blankness. There were simply too many women and children in the room, far more than she could have imagined. What astonished her even more was that they all appeared calm and content. It was a stark contrast to what she had witnessed in the Yuding community over the past few days. She even saw several children eating fruit, large, fresh apples and bananas. Where could one even buy such things now? She felt like she was dreaming, as though everything before her was an illusion. Until she heard Li Fan shout, "All right, then we will choose Biyun Mountain in Baojiang District. Surrounded by mountains and water, with a farm, and even a small scenic area, surely the scenery will be beautiful. I will go there tomorrow to build the base, and I will bring all of you over by the afternoon," Li Fan decided. Since the family member portal was a one-way transmission, as long as the host, Li Fan, willed it, he could summon people to his side. The summoned individuals had no choice in the matter. "System Lord, I have chosen the location for the family base. How long before we can move in?" Li Fan asked in his mind. 2 hours. Hearing this response, Li Fan felt reassured. He was in no hurry to finalize it right now and decided to check out Biyun Mountain first. However, there was the issue of Zhang Jing, Lu Binglan, and Meng Yao, whom he still needed to bring over. That made things a bit inconvenient. Without being able to activate his one-hit effect, his elite soldiers could not exactly conquer cities, which left him somewhat speechless. Lu Binglan does not meet the overall score requirement, not counted as a family member, not pregnant, no negative conditions, no bad habits, no ill intentions, cannot use the family portal. He thought to himself, should I just leave them behind? As the executor of the family reproduction system, if the host abandons a woman with whom he has had relations, it will affect the system's evaluation of him, hindering future upgrades and family development. Then why are you restricting how many women I can bring in? Li Fan asked in confusion. The area of the family base is limited. In the apocalypse, women are easy to find. Some restriction is necessary. Can the family base area be expanded? No. What about when there are more people in the future? You will have to buy more. I can buy more family bases? No, only houses. Li Fan checked the family shop in the system and found that the original family base had indeed disappeared. Replacing it was an icon of a small house, and its exchange price was also 100,000 points. Additionally, the family shop now had icons for water, electricity, firewood, fuel, coal, gas, and internet, all priced cheaply at 100 points. What surprised Li Fan was the inclusion of internet, so he asked the system, there is still internet access. Satellites still exist, so naturally, the internet still exists. One small house still costs 100,000 special energy points? Is that not a bit outrageous? As more energy crystals are obtained later on, inflation will occur. This price will change. How long does 100 points worth of water, electricity, firewood, fuel, coal, gas, or internet last? Per person, per day. So for 153 family members, how many points are needed per day? The one-hit effect is temporarily not included. Children under 10 years old are not counted. Only female family members and non-family individuals are included. Fine. Do all supplies in the family base have to be purchased from the family supplies store? Thinking of the supplies shop, Li Fan rubbed his forehead. There is a 2-week grace period. After that, external items can no longer be placed into the family base. Everything must be exchanged from the family shop. That was going to be expensive. It turned out even a pair of chopsticks in the family shop cost 100 special energy points. To fully equip all family members with household items, it would take at least over 1,000,000 points. Grinding out 1,000,000 points in half a month seemed doable for him. Still, it was better to focus on collecting supplies and getting through this initial 2-week period first. After deciding to move all the family members into the family base, Li Fan planned to talk to them about the cost of maintaining the base only afterward. He had to get them motivated. They could not spend their days comfortably doing nothing but eating, drinking, defecating, and sleeping. After briefly mentioning the need to collect household goods, Panton and Ma Xiaofeng took the keys and went downstairs. As for the women in the other 5 buildings, I will write out a list for you later. Tomorrow morning, assign someone to inform them to pack and prepare. Zhang Jing and her daughter, Lu Binglan, and Meng Yao stay at home and wait for me to come pick you up. You cannot use the family member teleportation gate. From now on, we will live at Biyun Mountain in Baojian District. Most likely, we will not move again. After Li Fan finished speaking, he noticed many of the women at home appeared confused. It was clear they were wondering about the situation at Biyun Mountain. But he did not care, since the system gave him these 5 options, there would be no problem. Only those close to an union, such as Qin Xingyan and Zhan Lei, looked calm. They probably already knew about the system. Soon after dinner and washing up, Li Fan conquered Li Xiaoma, Chen Meimeng, Li Huifei, and Zhou Minghui. He received a reward of 10 points to all attributes and 5 types of superpowers. Chen Meimeng was the first naturally awakened individual he had conquered, so her superpower reward included 2 abilities. The special proficiency value received was not 20 points as usual, but 100 points equivalent to 5 other people, making Li Fan feel extremely satisfied. The superpower granted by Li Xiaoma was Elemental Skill, Water Flow Technique. The superpowers granted by Chen Meimeng were Elemental Skill, Fireball Technique, and Enhancement Skill, Physical Strength. The superpower granted by Li Huifei was Elemental Skill, Sandball Technique. The superpower granted by Zhou Minghui was Defensive Skill, Diamond Skin. Acquired Defensive Skill, Diamond Skin, First Level. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Diamond Skin, the user can transform their entire body, inside and out, into a diamond-like state. Even if shattered, regeneration is possible. Once energy is exhausted, regeneration becomes impossible. The family member subsystem can now designate another female family member for permanent binding. Please make your selection soon. Since some of the same superpowers had already been obtained, Li Fan only received 1 new ability this time. However, the 5 existing abilities were automatically fused and evolved. After some consideration, Li Fan bound a new slot to Chen Meimeng. Then he attempted it again and gained 200 points of special proficiency value and an additional 18 points of proficiency for superpowers. 500 special energy points have been consumed. Fusion is in progress. Please wait. Elemental Skill, Deep Freeze has successfully fused and evolved. Elemental Skill, Deep Freeze, 2nd level. Ice Element Area Control and Damage Ability. Can form ice walls and shape water. Increases resistance to water-based skills by 100% and to ice-based skills by 100%. Current proficiency, 125 out of 5,000. Energy consumption, 20 units. Elemental skill, Sand Collapse has successfully fused and evolved. Elemental skill, Sand Collapse, first level. Earth element area control and damage ability. Can form sand-based weapons. Increases resistance to earth-based skills by 70%. Current proficiency, 72 out of 1,000. Energy consumption, 10 units. Elemental skill, Sea of Fire and Lava has successfully fused and evolved. Elemental skill, Sea of Fire and Lava, first level. Fire element wide area continuous damage ability. Can coat both fists with molten lava. Increases resistance to fire-based skills by 100%. Current proficiency, 98 out of 1,000. Energy consumption, 10 units. Enhancement skill, Heart of the Giant has successfully fused and evolved. Enhancement skill, Heart of the Giant, first level. Grants tenfold physical strength and tenfold physical size for a duration of 3 minutes under the support of the giant's heart. Current proficiency, 108 out of 1,000. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. Defensive skill, Solid State has successfully fused and evolved. Defensive skill, Solid State, first level. Allows the user to designate 10 solid state forms. Reduces incoming damage by 100% for the user and by 80% for others. In the event of a fatal strike, the user automatically enters solidified form immobile but completely immune to damage. Others cannot acquire this passive effect. Proficiency, 0 out of 1,000. Energy consumption, 10 units. Li Fan then checked his host attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Vitality, 2,160. Energy, 2,160. Constitution, 218. Strength, 216. Spirit, 218. Agility, 216. Superpowers. Special ability, Duplication Technique, first level. Elemental skill, Wind Glide Technique, first level. Enhancement skill, Phantom Technique, first level. Enhancement skill, Earth Hearing Technique, first level. Control skill, Ice Prison, first level. Elemental skill, Fire Frenzy, first level. Elemental skill, Ice and Snow Frenzy, first level. Fused superpowers. Elemental skill, Sea of Fire and Lava, first level. Elemental skill, Deep Freeze, second level. Elemental skill, Sand Collapse, first level. Elemental skill, Thunderstorm Chain, first level. Elemental skill, Metal Frenzy, first level. Elemental skill, Wood Command, first level. Spatial skill, Mastery, first level. Control skill, Psychic Storm, first level. Defensive skill, Liquid State, first level. Defensive skill, Solid State, first level. Special ability, Complete Healing Technique, first level. Enhancement skill, Intangible Perception, first level. Enhancement skill, Purple Light Celestial Eye, first level. Enhancement skill, Heart of the Giant, first level. Special ability, Phantom Invisibility Technique, first level. There were now so many superpowers that even Li Fan was beginning to lose track. Seeing that he had 7,720 points of special proficiency value, Li Fan upgraded his frequently used elemental skill, Metal Frenzy, from the first to the third level. Elemental skill, Metal Frenzy, third level. Grants the ability to transform into metal, create cold weapons and shields, manipulate metal freely, and change between liquid and solid states at will. Increases resistance to metal-based abilities by 90%. Current proficiency, 68 out of unknown total. Energy consumption, 30 units. Still no change? Does it require a certain proficiency threshold? Is the upgrade from level 3 to level 4 a major breakthrough? Li Fan was a little frustrated after reading the skill description, but he did not dwell on it. He still believed that upgrading superpowers would definitely prove beneficial. Now that the family base had been exchanged, he could take his time improving it step by step. There was no need to rush. A night of debauchery yielded 2,160 points of special proficiency, along with scattered additional proficiency points. In the morning, when daylight was already bright, Li Fan finally woke up. Last night had been a little too intense, especially because the women without superpowers had been so obedient, and things had gone on far too late. Li Fan briefly checked the family member panel again and discovered that the mother-daughter pairs of Kong Linghui and Hame had suddenly risen to the top in terms of favorability, now reaching 92 points, surpassing even In Yunyun's score of 90. All the women with superpowers now had favorability ratings above 80 points. In Yunyun had the highest at 90, followed closely by Qin Xingyan, Ma Xiaofeng, and Pan Tong, each with 89 points. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei, Deng Shangwei, and Kong Xiaoyun, women who had come from the Linfu community, had increased their favorability from the 60s to the 70s. Women who had joined later, such as Zhou Jinxian, Yuan Luohua, and Anhame, who lived and ate together in the Dijin international community, had their favorability levels fixed in the 70s as well. As for the women who were still in their own homes, their favorability ratings had not changed and remained in the 60s. Among them, Jin Yuanxiang had the highest favorability, at 69. Yes, Li Fan still remembered the milky fragrance on her body. He took out breakfast and had Qin Xinyan put it away, then reminded the women not to forget to tidy up the house and inform the women in the other 5 buildings. After that, Li Fan transformed into his metal form and leapt toward Biyun Mountain in Baojiang district. The wind glide technique was rather useless, it simply could not support his metallic mass. Beyond Mountain Park was a small scenic area in the coastal city. It featured mountains, water, and rural houses. Previously, there was no admission fee, and many people visited. Later, when they started charging for entry, the number of visitors declined until the place eventually became desolate. Before the apocalypse, there had been plans to convert the park into a villa district, but nothing had ever come of it. Baojiang district was located south of Yangjiang district. Biyun Mountain was roughly 30 Chinese miles away from the Dijin international community. With Li Fan's current speed, 120 meters per second, if it were not for the floodwaters still more than 1 meter deep, it would have taken him less than 5 minutes to run there. 20 minutes later, Li Fan leapt to the foot of Biyun Mountain. On the way, he casually eliminated 3 level 2 mutated zombies and 11 level 1 mutated zombies. Now, the number of mutated zombies was increasing rapidly. The number and strength of human mutants could not even begin to keep up. Available settlement locations for the family base: 1. Lianqiu Mountain, Yangjiang District; 2. Biyun Mountain, Baojiang District; 3. Yijingyi Mountain, Huangjiang District; 4. Peninsula Lake, Yanjiang District; 5. Luohu Mountain, Baoshan District. Please make your selection. I choose option 2, Biyun Mountain in Baojiang District. After making his selection, Li Fan felt an image of a small base rapidly being constructed in his mind, as if watching a movie in fast forward. In the blink of an eye, the base was complete. Following the system's guidance, Li Fan arrived at the mountainside. A massive circular fortress caught his attention. According to the accelerated construction imagery in his mind, Li Fan understood that this enormous circular fortress extended beyond what was visible outside. It also included part of the mountain's interior. This was a high-tech base produced by the system, with a self-sustaining infrastructure. It was equipped with independent electricity, heating, water, gas, communication, and internet systems. All living facilities were included, and there was even a large water reservoir. The thick black metal doors, made of refined steel, slid open from both sides. Upon entering, Li Fan could not help but exclaim, "Spacious and luxurious indeed." It was vast beyond measure. From the outside, one could not see in, but from the inside, the outside view was perfectly clear. After walking through a passage about 200 meters long, there was a staircase leading both upstairs and downstairs. Both levels featured massive halls, suitable for gatherings and similar events. Further inside was another large door. Beyond it lay the true living quarters, 3 levels of single occupancy rooms, each spaced 1 meter apart. All rooms were of a uniform layout, each approximately 100 square meters in size, with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. There was no kitchen. Li Fan counted and found that there were exactly 3,000 rooms. The system was truly generous. It seemed that his harem was indeed destined to grow to 3,000 women. The family member capacity would likely reach into 5-digit figures. After passing through the residential section, there was another large hall, and beyond that a massive water pool. Behind the pool stood a large greenhouse filled with flowers, grasses, and trees. Li Fan suspected that the trees and soil from the original mountain had been moved here. The total area of the family base was estimated to be around 300,000 square meters. It was worth noting that none of the single rooms currently had any furniture, not even beds, cabinets, or sofas. Clearly, Li Fan would have to earn special energy points and redeem all furnishings from the family supply shop. Li Fan did a quick calculation. To fully furnish a single room with bed, cabinets, sofa, appliances, and other essentials would cost nearly 50,000 special energy points. Just thinking about furnishing 3,000 sets made his head ache. It would require at least several billion special energy points. It seemed he would never be able to shake off the title of system laborer in this lifetime. Forget it. First, bring the people over. I still need to go back and fetch others. Li Fan did not dwell on it. More people meant more strength. When the time came, everything would fall into place. There was no way he alone would continue earning all the special energy points. With so many women and children, they were bound to be of some help. Activate the family member teleportation gate. Teleport the following family members: Zhao Feng, Zhao Wei, Zhu Ting, Zhang Qiufang, Zhang Dongfeng, Feng Lan and her daughter, Zhang Menglan, Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, Zhang Lei and her daughter. Li Fan silently recited the names in his mind. With half-squinted eyes, he saw a horizontal portal of light appear in front of him. One after another, people began falling out of it. Because the height difference was just over 1 meter, those who fell out only gave surprised cries like ah, or ouch, before quickly getting up. After glancing curiously at the portal, they were soon drawn away by the surroundings. There were many exclamations of wow, 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 but no one came to bother Li Fan. Li Fan paid them no attention and continued teleporting more family members. Activate teleportation gate. Teleport Zhang Liman and her daughter, Zhang Lishan and her daughter, Zhang Wanjun, Tan Zian, Fang Dandan and her daughter, Peng Yanxia and her daughter, Yu Xaixia, Li Moa. Teleport Kong Xiaoyun, Lin Yuewu, Zhao Wanping and her daughter, Xia Lei and her daughter, Zhou Shuwan and her daughter. Teleport Li Huifei and her daughter, Zhou Yixuan, Zhou Jinshan, Kong Lingwei and her daughter, Yuan Luohua and her daughter, Li Nianya and her daughter, Chen Neimeng, Li Xiaoma. Teleport and Hame and her daughter, Lu Lianqing and her daughter, Gu Xian and her daughter, Zhang Xiaohua and her daughter, Su Rongqing and her daughter. Teleport Luo Danqi and her daughter, Li Kaiwan and her daughter, Ran Yuzhen and her daughter, Huang Lingling and her daughter, Jin Yuanxiang and her daughter. Teleport Zhang Meili, Zhao Jilian and her daughter, Zhou Li Rome and her daughter, Miao Xiaoxiao, Gong Sun Ruyu, Li Shangqin, Wu Liang, Xiao Hawa and her daughter, Kai Lanjie. Teleport Du Xiaoye and her daughter, Zhao Mingfang, Si Luyao and her daughter, Wan Fuling, Ding Guizhi and her daughter, Yu Xiaoyun and her daughter. Teleport Zheng Qiwen, Qi Shangyue and her daughter, Xian Lingli, Shangwan Xinghong, Zhou Mingwei and Yun Yun and her daughter, Qin Xingyan and her daughter. In total, 64 women had been fully conquered as family members. 63 women had been marked by the one-strike pregnancy effect. There were 22 girls under 10 years old, 13 girls above 10 years old, 3 non-family members, and 1 girl under 10 among them. After everyone had been teleported, Li Fan's head felt heavy and ached dully. He summoned in Yun Yun, Xin Xingyan, Xiao Hui, Ma Xiaofeng, and others. I need to rest. You take them and arrange the rooms. Try to keep them close together. There are 3,000 rooms available. Half an hour later, Li Fan felt his condition had returned to normal, so he went over to check on how the women were settling into their rooms. Even before reaching the rooms they had chosen, the sound of their complaints could already be heard. How are we supposed to live here? There is nothing at all. It was so nice living in the residential community. Why did we suddenly have to move? Now we can only sleep on the floor. What is going on with the Lord this time, suddenly putting us here? There are no beds, no sofas, not even stools or chairs. Have you noticed? These rooms do not even have kitchens. The area was filled with noisy complaints. Li Fan furrowed his brow and walked to the rooms they had chosen. With a single thought, the walls of the rooms were all retracted into the floor or ceiling. With a stern expression, Li Fan said, "This is a high-tech, fully intelligent doomsday base that is earthquake-proof, flood-resistant, cold-resistant, and heat-insulated. You have all witnessed the recent heavy rain. I can tell you clearly, there will be more extreme weather in the future. If you believe that living in the Dijin international community was so comfortable and good, say so now. I can immediately send you back." No one dared to breathe too loudly. All of them lowered their heads and listened quietly. The room walls rose once again, restoring the partitions. This massive family base, operated by the system, could be freely modified inside it will as long as Li Fan spent special energy points. Just the act of raising and lowering the walls had cost 2,000 points. Li Fan found in Yun Yun and Qin Xingyan and told them he needed to return to bring back Zhang Jing and the other 3. He also asked in Yun Yun whether she wanted to bring her parents and younger brother over. However, he made it clear in advance that they would not be allowed to stay in the rear living quarters. They would have to make do in the front hall. Naturally, and Yun Yun agreed with joy. Li Fan nodded and then asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to bring their parents over?" There are definitely quite a few people who want to bring their parents over, but in the end, not many can be confirmed as safe to bring. Also, we have not yet asked the women in the other buildings. Should we ask them as well? You come with me to the front hall first and let us try whether your parents can be summoned through the teleportation gate, said Li Fan. After thinking it over, he took her hand and led her toward the front hall. Upon reaching the front hall, Li Fan spoke, "Tell me your parents' names. My father is in Jianjun, and my mother is Li Yuelan." Li Fan silently recited in his mind, "Teleport second-generation direct relatives of family member, and Jianjun, Li Yuelan, and son." Collateral relatives cannot be teleported. Teleport second-generation direct relatives of family member, and Jianjun and Li Yuelan. A vertical portal of light appeared, through which two individuals, a man and a woman in their 50s or 60s, could be seen. They seemed to sense something unusual and appeared visibly frightened. This state lasted for several seconds before the portal suddenly vanished, and Yunyun's parents had not been teleported. System Lord, what is going on? Li Fan asked in confusion. Second-generation direct relatives not counted as family members possess the right to refuse the summoning through the family teleportation gate. If they mentally resist, the teleportation will fail. Li Fan explained the reason to Yunyun, then added with delayed understanding, it seems the teleportation gate can currently only summon family members. Other people, when confronted with such an anomaly, would instinctively reject it. He continued, I will send some more supplies to your family. Let us get settled here first before talking about bringing them over. Now that there are more people, we will also need rules. You all take the lead in drafting some rules for now. I will explain the details of the family base to everyone this evening. Time to go. There were new warehouses near Baojiang district. The first thing Li Fan wanted to do now was collect supplies. Within an hour, he had transferred the contents of 4 nearby warehouses into his dimensional space. Fortunately, only half of his storage space was occupied. The other half was with Qin Xingyan. Otherwise, he would not have had room for so many goods. Due to the recent heavy rain, a lot of the supplies had been soaked and spoiled, but Li Fan did not bother to sort them, he simply stored everything. Now, the supplies he had gathered should be enough to support 200 to 300 people for several years, even without relying on system provisions. Next, Li Fan transformed into his metal form and arrived at the Zhongguiwan community, in front of apartment 402, building 3. He returned to his human appearance, took out a bag of instant noodles and snacks from his dimensional space, and knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the voice of Xinhua, though it sounded weaker than before. It is me, the one who came last time to bring you supplies. Before Li Fan even finished speaking, and Xinhua had already opened the door much quicker than last time. Benefactor, how are my sister and niece doing? And Xinghua's face was pale, and her previously short hair had grown out somewhat. They are doing well. Here is the food I brought you. Hold on for a few more days. We just moved to Biyun Mountain. Once things are organized, I will come get you. Li Fan handed over the snacks and casually checked in Xinghua's status. Human, and Xinghua. Strength, 70 gene. Speed, 5 meters per second. Loyalty, 82. Condition, hungry. This was the first time Li Fan had seen a loyalty stat on someone else's profile, and it was quite high. You have not gone out even once? Apparently, and Xinghua was even less courageous than her sister, and Yunyun. And Xinghua's face flushed with embarrassment. No, I did not dare. And my parents did not let me. Then hold on for a few more days. Also, tell your parents that if something like that strange sensation happens again, they need to stay calm and not resist, Li Fan instructed. Oh, all right. And Xinghua answered without hesitation. It seemed she fully trusted Li Fan, the man who brought them food. Li Fan then vanished using his invisibility. He did not reveal himself until several hundred meters outside the community, where he transformed back into metal and leapt toward the Dijin International Community. Having already experienced carrying someone while leaping the day before, today he needed to make 4 trips while also collecting more usable household goods along the way. However, Zhang Jing's group of 3 adults and 1 child had significantly less tolerance than Zhou Minghui. They could not bear the journey and had to stop before reaching Biyun Mountain so they could vomit before continuing. The total time spent was about 50% more than what it took Li Fan to make the trip alone. After having lunch together in the rear hall, Li Fan emptied all the household goods from his dimensional space into the hall and left them for the others to sort and organize. In the afternoon, he returned to Pingan Pedestrian Street to continue killing zombies. Since the level 1 and level 2 mutated zombies were no longer present, the special energy value gained was less than half of what it had been the day before. The evolving flesh mounds he had seen yesterday still had not completed their transformation. As evening approached, survivors on the upper floors suddenly called out to Li Fan for help. Mr. Superhero downstairs, please help us. We have no food or water left. Following that woman's call, pleas for help echoed from both sides of the upper floors. With his enhanced vision, Li Fan only needed one glance to clearly see the condition of everyone asking for help. They were all people who had been too scared to go outside and were now starving. I will be back tomorrow. If you can come downstairs, then we can talk about rescue. Li Fan no longer wanted to be a babysitter. The total dependence of the women and children he had already rescued was starting to wear on him. The day after tomorrow would mark the end of the 3-day deadline. He wanted to see how many of the 16 women with superpowers would actually dare to come with him. As for those without powers, they needed to leave the base as well and start doing something useful. Relying on him alone to support so many people was clearly not a sustainable solution. Superman brother, please do not go. I know something you might be interested in, a plant that can move, shouted the woman who had first called for help, seeing that Li Fan had no intention of rescuing anyone. That did catch Li Fan's interest. A plant that could move? Could it be that plants had also mutated? It was not impossible. So he leapt up onto the balcony of the floor where the woman was and landed with a light crash, causing a few ceramic tiles to break and scatter. Superman brother, come in and take a look. It is a spider plant I have been growing. Just in the past couple of days, I noticed it started to move on its own. Look, said the woman. She was petite, with a delicate oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and cherry lips. She looked like a young girl, not very old. Inside the apartment, there were two others who looked very similar to her. Were they triplets? The system seemed a moment slow before finally displaying the notification. Target detected, Mao Wanwan. Would you like to bind this target? Target detected, Mao Pei Pei. Would you like to bind this target? Target detected, Mao Hanin. Would you like to bind this target? After confirming the bindings, Li Fan looked at the potted spider plant that Mao Wanwan was holding. Evolved plant, level 0 spider plant, evolution progress, 30%. Lifespan, 60 years. Evolution fluid, 1 drop. Ability of evolution fluid, accelerates awakening and evolution. It had indeed evolved, and there was 1 drop of fluid capable of accelerating awakening and evolution. It seemed Li Fan's previous suspicion that plants and animals might also mutate and awaken into monsters had not been mere speculation. This is an evolved plant. How about I trade food for it? Li Fan tested the waters with a question. Superman brother, can you take us to your place? We are willing to do anything, Mao Wanwan pleaded with a flushed face as she handed the spider plant to Li Fan. Are you triplets? How old are you? Li Fan asked as he took the spider plant. We are not triplets. I am the eldest. Pei Pei and Hanan are twins. I am 20 years old, and my sisters are 18. You are sure you are willing to do anything? Li Fan looked at the 3 sisters and asked. As long as we can go to your place, I am sure, Mao Wanwan replied with a firm nod. She held her sister's hands and stepped forward together. Only when they stood side by side did it become clear that the 3 looked about 80% alike. Mao Wanwan was slightly shorter than her twin sisters, which explained why, at a glance, they appeared to be triplets. All 3 of them seemed unlikely to be taller than 1 meter 50, perhaps even shorter than Lu Lianqing's 12-year-old daughter. My place is a bit far, in Biyun Mountain of Baojian District. The floodwaters outside have not fully receded yet. I will give you some food for now. Once the water goes down tomorrow or the day after, I will come and take you there. How about that? Li Fan had no intention of carrying the 3 sisters back and forth 3 times again. He figured he would wait until the water had receded to carry all 3 at once. Of course, the best plan was to make them his people and teleport them using the family member teleportation gate. Then why do you not sleep with me first, take a little down payment, and when we get to your home, my 2 sisters can sleep with you too, Mao Wanwan said directly, her face flushed red. Li Fan had absolutely no resistance to women who offered themselves willingly. 15 minutes later, the conquest was successful. He gained 2 attribute points across the board and a relatively new superpower, special ability, mind reading. Acquired special ability, mind reading, level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Mind reading allows the user to read the inner voice of a targeted living being. He tested the ability by locking onto Mao Wanwan, and indeed, he heard her thoughts. This superpowered man probably will not just use me and toss me aside, right? Even though I did not bleed, that is because I broke it myself before out of ignorance. Dear Superman brother, I hope you are not obsessed with virginity and think I am unclean. Then he tried locking onto the spider plant in his hand, and he could hear it, too, damn it. Falling into the hands of a bipedal creature, nothing good will come of this. This mind-reading ability was impressive, reading the inner voices of living beings, not just humans. Li Fan thought for a moment and then said to the 3 sisters, since Wanwan, you are now my woman, and since the 3 of you have agreed to follow me, I will tell you something. Once you become my woman, I can summon you to my side no matter how far away you are. Wanwan, go out to the balcony. I will show you this ability. Mao Wanwan obediently went to the balcony. Li Fan entered the bedroom and used the family member teleportation gate to teleport Mao Wanwan from the balcony into the bedroom. Soon after, Mao Peipei and Mao Hanan also offered themselves willingly. Half an hour later, the conquest was complete. He gained 4 attribute points across the board in 2 additional copies of the same superpower, mind reading. By spending 200 special energy points, he fused and evolved them into a new ability, special ability, rapid mind reading. Acquired special ability, rapid mind reading, level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000. Rapid mind reading quickly reads the inner voice of any seen living being. Activation consumes 10 energy points. This confirmed Li Fan's earlier suspicion. Conquering sisters could result in receiving the same type of superpower. Now with rapid mind reading, there was no need to lock onto the target in advance. Just one look, and he could immediately hear the thoughts. Mao Wan Wan, that was reckless. What if he uses me and then denies it? Mao Pepe, Superman brother's waist is really strong. Mao Hanin, Superman brother is a beast. Spider plant, lust-crazed female. Li Fan stored the rapid mind reading ability and said, "It takes me a little over 10 minutes to return home. I will teleport you to my place afterward. Pack up everything you want to bring." Soon, the 3 sisters packed 6 suitcases and 3 backpacks. After putting all the luggage into his dimensional space, Li Fan also stored the living room sofa and bedroom bed, held the potted plant, and said, "Wait here." Then he turned into metal and flew away. 10 minutes later, Li Fan returned to the Biyun mountain base and teleported the 3 sisters there. He led them toward the residential area. Activating rapid mind reading, he scanned the people around him. And Yun, he just brought back 3 sisters. Looks like I need to help him find more. I wonder how long his kidneys will last. Qin Xingyan, so many women, and not one who can fight. I am the most beautiful. Zhao Feng, I do not have any superpowers, and he is not helping me find my family. I need to find a chance to talk to him. Xiao Hui, damn it. I really regret messing around in the past. If not for that, I would at least be more useful than that decorative doll Qin Xingyan. Deng Shangwei, I am doomed, he has not touched me the past 2 nights. Li Fan must be disgusted that I was too soft-hearted before. Zhou Shuwan, now that Li Fan is so powerful, will he really build a harem of 3,000? Kan Lingwei, my daughter and I together are surely number 1 under heaven. Any man would love us. Too bad I am already 38. And Hame, should I bring Qingxue or Hanshu over? Zhang Jing, my daughter is only 14. I wonder if she can come along. Zhou Yishuan, I need to work on getting my younger sister superpowers sooner. Kai Lanjie, so many women, is he just going to burn out his kidneys and liver? Shangwan Qinghong, so many women, if he does not manage them well, this will become a massive catfight. Wan Fuling, I want to be queen, but this man is just too powerful. Before gaining the mind-reading ability, Li Fan could never have imagined what all these women were thinking. But now, with this incredible power, no living being could hide anything from him again. Deactivating rapid mind reading, Li Fan let out a long breath and said to the Mao sisters beside him, "Pick whichever rooms you want. Once you have chosen, I will bring your belongings out." As they chose and organized their rooms, the 3 sisters exchanged looks of delight. This was indeed a thick thigh worth clinging to, so many women, occupying such a large space. In the room prepared by Yun, Li Yuqi sat nearby reading picture books. Li Fan sat on the bed and smiled at her as he said, "Sisterin, you do not need to worry about my kidneys. Even if I sleep with 1,000 women, I can still get up the next day and go kill zombies." You got the mind-reading ability? From those 3 sisters just now? And Yun was rather perceptive. She also knew of many superpowers and had seen movies and shows, especially Andy Lau's What Women Want, which was about mind reading. "Yes. From now on, I will never again have to worry about you saying one thing and thinking another in front of me." Li Fan joyfully pulled her into his arms and rolled onto the bed. "Chi is right next to us, do not, and Yun's voice trailed off. She could not resist Li Fan at all. Especially back when they were living in the Dijin international community, where 60 or more people shared a small space. It was impossible not to see anything. Kang Linghui even took the initiative to bring her daughter Moon Yanqin to join the action. Such things had long since ceased to be taboo. After the debauchery, they entered the large water pool to bathe. The other women, who had not yet been intimate with Li Fan, took this opportunity to gather around him. Li Fan was passively pulled into another round of debauchery. There were too many people, and it was obviously impossible to distribute everything evenly every time. Li Fan was not a preacher of balance. His debauchery was mainly for acquiring special proficiency points to upgrade his superpowers. Then he remembered the spider plant that could induce evolution. Li Fan planned to let Zhang Jing and the other 2 unbound women try it. If it worked, perhaps it could be used in the future to trade for energy crystals. However, with only 1 drop of evolution fluid, it might not be enough. Then he thought of the wood command ability. He would try stimulating growth with it later. He sighed inwardly again. None of these women with superpowers actually put effort into studying or developing their powers. Instead, they were obsessed with being intimate with him, fearing they would miss their turn. He truly could not understand how women thought. It seemed he would need to pay more attention to what these women were thinking in the future. This round of debauchery earned him another 4,120 points of special proficiency. Checking the system, he now had 8,060 points of special proficiency and a large amount of special energy. Among them, Chen Meimeng, this mutant woman, had given an enormous amount of special proficiency, 400 points in one go. She was a true experience feeder. If he had more like her, his dozens of urges per day would yield tens of thousands of special proficiency points, more satisfying than slashing zombies outside. Li Fan thought to himself that he needed to find more female mutants. Yuan Biyu and Yu Nuanyuan had already been bound, and there were 3 communities near Qianda Mall that also had many mutants. Forget it. Whatever. I will focus on clearing zombies and accumulating more special energy points first. With that thought, Li Fan slept in Chen Meimeng's room, hugging 2 gorgeous women until dawn. After some morning exercise, he earned another 880 points of special proficiency. The title Experience Feeder was well deserved. Perhaps sensing that their relationship had progressed, Chen Meimeng and Li Xianma brought up Yu Nuanyuan and the other 2 women, hoping he would help search for them. Li Fan agreed naturally and noted down the home addresses of Yu Nuanyuan and Ning Yuxiang. After breakfast, he returned to Pinyin Pedestrian Street to clear more zombies. At noon, during a break, Li Fan returned once to the Dijin International Community. He still remembered Yuan Biyu, the female mutant there. At Unit 3100C, Li Fan knocked on the door. Yuan Biyu saw him through the peephole and opened the door generously. I have moved to Biyun Mountain. I wanted to ask if you were interested in coming with me, Li Fan asked directly, using his mind-reading ability. So many women went with you before? Yuan Biyu did not answer directly, but in her heart, she had already agreed and asked with some surprise. Thus, Li Fan also saw what she was thinking. You deliberately left me here all these days. If you had come earlier, I would have agreed right away. I want to latch onto your thigh too. Yes. As long as they have slept with me, I can summon them to my side. That is one of my superpowers. Also, I can produce food out of thin air. It is because of these 2 abilities that they are all willing to follow me. Li Fan nodded and smiled as he shared the information. You already had water and fire elements, plus physical strength enhancement when you were in the basement, and 2 days ago, you turned into metal and flew, so you must have 8 superpowers? Yuan Biyu said, eyes wide open. There are many more that you do not know. Since I have told you all this, you are not allowed to refuse, or I do not mind using force, Li Fan said with a grin. I will go with you. If you do not mind that I have not bathed in several days, you can do whatever you want right now, Yuan Biyu replied readily. Li Fan realized that with rapid mind reading, it seemed much easier to conquer any woman he targeted. This discovery made him eager to test the 3 nearby communities around Qianda Mall. 15 minutes later, Li Fan returned to Biyun Mountain with Yuan Biyu's belongings. After placing her into the base and briefly greeting in Yun, he immediately rushed to Yuding Community. Using his perception ability, he located Mo Shaokai and the other 4 while they were enjoying entertainment. He glanced at the frolicking crowd and, feeling a little uncomfortable, stated his purpose directly. I want to trade food or evolution fluid for energy crystals. Are you willing? Mo Shaokai was startled by Li Fan's sudden appearance. So were the others. Once they saw it was him, they sheepishly dressed and sent the nearby women away with food. Once dressed, Mo Shaokai grinned obsequiously and asked, Big boss, how do you want to trade? I have meat, fruit, and snacks like instant noodles. The ratios are definitely different. For regular zombie energy crystals, 30 for 1 gene of snacks, 100 for 1 gene of fruit or meat. As for mutant energy crystals, I assume you will not want to trade those, Li Fan said after thinking. Inferior energy crystals were basically useless for mutants, and he still had not found any practical use for them. That is way too little. On average, 5 zombies only give 1 energy crystal. How about 20 crystals for a gene of snacks and 60 for a gene of fruit or meat? Mo Shaokai was clearly surprised when he heard the word fruit. He had found frozen meat before, but fruit was indeed rare, especially after being soaked in water. It was almost impossible to find now. 25 crystals for a gene of snacks, 90 for a gene of fruit or meat. Do not bargain. These things are useless to you. Leaving them there does nothing, said Li Fan, who could see his thoughts, cutting straight to the bottom line. Big boss, can I use 500 crystals to buy information on what these are actually used for? Mo Shaokai asked. Li Fan was speechless. He did not know the use either, only that the system could exchange them. No comment. Are you trading or not? If not, I will go ask Li Longlin. Mo Xiaokai took out all the energy crystals he had collected, nearly 800, in exchange for 25 gene of instant noodles and 2 gene of fruit. Those nearly 800 crystals were turned into 8,000 special energy points. Adding in what he had earned that morning from zombie cleanup and what remained from the previous day, Li Fan's total special energy value had now reached a high level. The instant noodles and snacks were all things he had scavenged from various shops, many of which had been soaked in water. Naturally, he would not give those to his family members. Once he realized they were still tradable, he rushed over. "Big boss, do you still want more women?" Mo Xiaokai quickly asked when he saw Li Fan about to leave. "Beautiful ones that you have not shared with anyone else, do you have any more?" Li Fan asked. Mo Xiaokai was speechless. He still cared about beauty and cleanliness? From what he knew, many women nowadays only wipe themselves clean, they had not bathed in days. "All right. You keep them for yourselves. I will check other communities," Li Fan laughed and, as a metal man, leapt into the sky. His strength and speed had increased slightly again. In the nearby Huading community, he traded another batch of energy crystals and gained more special energy points. And he also set his sights on a female mutant wielding a sword. Target for conquest detected, Zhao Lingfeng. Would you like to bind this target? Yes. Target Zhao Lingfeng successfully bound. Friendly reminder, upon successful conquest, all host attributes will increase by 4, family members will increase by 2, and you will receive a reward package. Please strive to expand your family and propagate. Level 0 Mutant, Zhao Lingfeng, 65% evolution progress. Strength, 120 kilograms. Speed, 32 meters per second. Attractiveness, 89. Purity, 97. Mental state, 88. Fertility, 1. Overall rating, 96. Awakened ability, enhanced speed. She looked like a young woman, yet surprisingly already had a daughter. Moreover, all her stats were very high. Zhao Lingfeng's thoughts at that moment were completely visible to Li Fan. How did he become so strong? My daughter has not eaten a decent meal in such a long time. I cannot believe that even as a mutant I still have to suffer harassment from disgusting men. Damn this apocalypse. That bastard even uses my daughter to threaten me. I wonder if this powerful man will help me. By the way, I am quite fond of women. I wonder if there are any women here who might need my help. Food, lodging, and safety all included, Li Fan asked. There is no need, we can manage ourselves, said the middle-aged man Feng Gang with a smile. But in his mind, he was thinking, if we had any good ones, would we not keep them for ourselves? Why would we need your help? I need help. They are threatening me using my daughter. Feng Gang, Chen Rixing, return my daughter to me, Zhao Lingfeng suddenly said aloud. That caught Feng Gang and the others off guard. Li Fan, however, was not surprised, since he had witnessed Zhao Lingfeng's entire train of thought in just that brief moment. Human minds are hidden behind faces, but Li Fan had been using his ultra-speed mind-reading technique, which consumed 10 energy points per minute. He did not mind, as his attributes were already approaching 230 points, and he had 2,240 energy points left, enough to last a long time. I am someone who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment, and I despise evil. If you do not want to resort to violence with me, I hope you will do as this beautiful lady requests, said Li Fan, who had transformed into metal. He extended his arm, forming a massive broadsword over 2 meters long, which he thrust into the ground as he looked at the 6 mutated men. Feng Gang, not wanting to go up against Li Fan's overwhelming power, looked at Zhao Lingfeng with a dark expression and said, Xiaofeng, we have always considered you a companion. Your daughter was merely being looked after by my wife and Chen Rixing's girlfriend. Are you overthinking this? I admit I am a bit paranoid, but can you and Chen Rixing honestly say you have no designs on me? Maybe only old Lin here is a decent person. The 5 of you have taken advantage of so many women in this neighborhood. You even deliberately let other women's husbands get bitten by zombies. Yet you pretend to be compassionate and console people. Disgusting, Zhao Lingfeng said with resentment. If that is the case, then let us part ways on good terms. Take your daughter and go with this big shot. I hope things go well for you, said Feng Gang. His face was dark, but he held back from starting a fight, clearly lacking confidence in challenging Li Fan. However, Chen Rixing, who could transform into a flame-powered being, stared at Zhao Lingfeng and Li Fan with blazing eyes, as if ready to attack at any moment. But Li Fan could see through his bluster, as he could read his thoughts clearly. Chen Rixing, damn it, if only my power could last longer, I would rush up and melt this hunk of metal. Feng Gang said something into his walkie-talkie. Soon, 2 women entered the room with a little girl, about 2 or 3 years old. Zhao Lingfeng, wielding his sword, rushed over and snatched the girl into her arms before returning to Li Fan's side. Alright then, happy cooperation. I have now relocated to Biyun Mountain. If you are interested in trading, you can come find me. Information about level 2 or higher mutant zombies is also up for trade, said Li Fan. With that, he leaped out of the building with Zhao Lingfeng in his arms. The water on the ground was now less than half a meter deep, making it possible to run. Compared to the hard-working Li Fan, the women back at the family base were living much more comfortably. They strolled leisurely around the base, played in the pool, napped in bed, took care of children, and even moved tables and chairs to the poolside to play cards in light clothing, completely absurd. Yuan Biu, who had just arrived that afternoon, was already shocked speechless by the scene, not even uttering her usual surprised expletives. The Mu family's 3 sisters, who had joined the day before, had received 9 apples and some snacks and drinks from Qin Xingyan. They were now lounging and feasting by the pool while bonding with the rest of the carefree women. After all, this was the life they had come for. Only now did they realize that yesterday's spontaneous decision was perhaps the wisest of their lives. However, not all women were indulging in leisure. Women like Yun Yun, Xiao Hui, and Zhu Ting, who cared about management and order, were not purely about pleasure. Older women like Kong Linghuiyan and Hame tended to listen to Yun Yun, often running errands, passing messages, and offering suggestions. Women with children, such as Zhou Shuwan and Jin Yuanxiang, preferred to stay close to Qin Xingyan. Xiao Hui and Zhu Ting, meanwhile, were rallying unmarried or childless women to form a faction, hoping to eventually unseat Yun Yun and Qin Xingyan from leadership or at least rotate the responsibility. These women naturally divided into 2 camps, those with children and those without. Of course, given the nature of women's minds, each group also contained numerous smaller cliques, which was hardly surprising. They often bonded based on previous living areas or shared past experiences. For example, women like Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, Xia Lei, and Feng Dandan, who had all experienced being taken advantage of, could tell that Li Fan did not treat them as intimately as he did others. Li Fan did feel uneasy about it deep down, but it was not enough to make him avoid them altogether. Still, he did instinctively interact with them less. At the moment, Yun Yun was gathering input to set rules for the women. Even daily entertainment was starting to be organized to prevent chaos. Of course, in reality, everything still depended on Li Fan's preferences. These women had no real will or spirit to resist. Nonetheless, it was necessary to try organizing things. As time went on, there would surely be more and more women in Li Fan's family base. It would be impossible for them to simply lie in bed, engaging in debauchery all day without doing anything useful. They needed to think of ways to utilize the vast space in the base. The 2 front halls alone covered tens of thousands of square meters, and next to the pool was another vast hall. Proper planning was needed. Fortunately, many of the women in the Dijin International Complex had been executives, wives of executives, or even officials themselves. And Yun Yun thought it was worth having a good discussion with them. At noon, Li Fan brought Zhao Lingfeng and her daughter back briefly, then set out again to clear zombies and earn points, as well as to choose female survivors from the 2 buildings. In the apocalypse, women were easier to acquire than instant noodles and snacks surrounded by zombies. After eating 1 bowl meal and 2 picnics, he gained a reward of 10 full attribute points and 3 types of superpower abilities. Acquired special ability, Shadow Clone, level 1, proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Special ability, Shadow Clone, can summon a shadow clone, 1 clone in total. Used to confuse enemies. The clone possesses only 10% of the original body's attributes. It has no superpowers and is not a fully physical entity. Acquired enhancement, Good and Evil in the Eyes, level 1, proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Enhancement, Good and Evil in the Eyes, allows the user to visually perceive the good or evil intent reflected in the eyes of the target, as well as 1 instance of their good or evil deeds. The observation of deeds is limited to once per day. Acquired enhancement, Heightened Sense of Smell, level 1, proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Enhancement, Heightened Sense of Smell, can detect scents within a radius of 500 meters. Feng Ningning's rewarded superpower was the special ability Shadow Clone. Ding Jinshin's reward was the enhancement Good and Evil in the Eyes. Luo Yulan's reward was the enhancement Heightened Sense of Smell. Feng Ningning brought along her 19-year-old daughter, Li Shouqi. Luo Yulan also had a 5-year-old daughter. Only Ding Jinshin was a single, older woman, 29 years old and still unmarried, 1 year older than Luo Yulan, who had a daughter. Special energy value, 9,000 points. Special proficiency value, 9,000 points. When night fell, Li Fan returned to Biyun Mountain, then teleported 5 women to his side and led them into the vast and spacious family base. The 5 women likely felt as if they had re-entered civilization, temporarily forgetting the apocalyptic world outside. They ate, washed, soaked in the water pool, and then came the absurdity shared with all the other women. As expected, both Yuan Biyu and Zhao Lingfeng, like Chen Meiming before them, each granted him 100 special proficiency points. At that moment, the family subsystem allowed the binding of another female member, so Li Fan, without hesitation, bound Yuan Biyu. He now had another experience partner. Yuan Biyu's rewarded superpower was an elemental ability, Ice and Snow Berserker. Zhao Lingfeng's rewarded ability was the enhancement, Great Strength Technique. When the 2 Ice and Snow Berserker abilities were combined, the result remained Ice and Snow Berserker, with no notable changes, no extension in duration, no reduction in cooldown. It was as if the merge had no real meaning. Soon it was late at night. After gaining 3,040 special proficiency points, Li Fan entered the training space and trained his superpowers for half an hour. Then, he was ready to sleep with An Yun, who had always been devoted and diligent toward him. However, An Yun was not in a hurry to sleep. Instead, she showed him the rules and regulations compiled from the day's group brainstorming. It felt somewhat like reading a company's internal policy manual. There were systems for personnel management, food and resource management, hygiene, rotating rest schedules, and kitchen duties. After a brief review, Li Fan was quite satisfied. He nodded in approval and said, "Madam An, you have done very well. I support this with all 5 of my limbs. Starting tomorrow, these will be implemented. We cannot allow them to live in complete leisure. Over time, it will turn into the kind of scheming and backstabbing you see in television dramas." And Yun then took another notebook from the bedside and handed it to Li Fan, saying, "The front and rear halls can also be put to good use. We could convert them into a kitchen, training room, rest and entertainment area, food storage, and more. After all, this is now our main base. If we keep storing all supplies in the alternate dimension and an accident happens, the loss would be irreparable." Li Fan nodded and said, "Xin Xingyan's child is still young and can stay behind. First, bring out the supplies from Ma Xiaotheng in Pantong. Make sure all inventory is properly documented. Just do not allow anyone to waste food and resources. Let us start by renovating the interior halls. Leave the outer one for now. In case I bring my father and mother-in-law over later, we can divide some rooms there for them." Hearing this, An Yun was naturally pleased, so Li Fan had to work some overtime. They enjoyed a good night's sleep. Today was the 14th day of the apocalypse, and the 4th day after the heavy rain. It was also the day when Li Fan had previously instructed everyone to face the zombies. After breakfast, Li Fan looked over the women and loudly announced, "As I said before, you had 3 days to adapt. Today, all family members with superpowers will accompany me to clear out zombies, starting from Biyun Mountain. There should still be some scattered zombies here, perfect for your training. Everyone else, except for a few who will stay to look after children, will come along to see the zombies. You need to overcome your psychological barriers, so that in the future, you do not go weak in the knees at the mere sight of a zombie." The names of those staying behind: Xin Xingyan, Zhao Feng, Zhou Shuwan, Jin Yuanxiang. Those of you staying should review these rules and regulations. If you have any comments or suggestions, write them down. I will review them when I return this evening. Alright, the rest of you, come with me. We will clear zombies gradually, from the base up the mountain and down. Also, keep an eye out for unusual plants or animals. Do not worry, I will be behind you to protect you." Li Fan finished speaking and was the first to leave the family base. However, many of the women had gotten up wearing light clothing, so they had to go back and change. That caused a delay of several dozen minutes. Split into 2 teams. "I have one shadow clone that can help protect both groups," said Li Fan, as he used his ability to summon a shadow clone. It was merely a vague black shadow, no face, no physical form. Li Fan tried to control it, making it run and jump. With only 10% of his attributes, the clone was approximately 2 to 3 times stronger than a normal human, just past the human physical limit. It could reach speeds of 15 meters per second and had strength equivalent to around 250 kilograms. It could interact with trees, flowers, and people's bodies, unlike a spirit which would pass through objects. However, others could not feel its substance if they tried to touch it actively. Anything produced by the system was, indeed, extraordinary. Each team had 8 superpowered women. If any of them were injured by zombies, Li Fan would truly not know what to say. An Yun, Fenglan, Yuxia, Peng Yanxia, Zhuteng, Zhang Liman, Zhao Wei, Zhao Fang, and Pan Tong formed one group. Zhao Wei, Ma Xiaofeng, Zhang Qiufang, Feng Dandan, Li Mua, Zhou Yixuan, Yuan Biyu, and Chen Meiming formed the second group. Each group was followed by 25 non-superpowered women. It was quite an impressive procession. Li Fan followed the group within Yun Yun, while his shadow clone accompanied the group led by Chao Hui. Chao Hui's group moved up the mountain, and Yun Yun's group went down. Previously, on his way here, Li Fan had already cleared all level 1 and level 2 mutant zombies from Biyun Mountain. Unless new ones had emerged, the group would not be in any real danger. Still, Li Fan kept his invisible perception ability activated to help scout ahead and prevent any accidents. As for the mountaintop, Li Fan believed it was unlikely for mutant zombies to appear there, since their evolution was generally linked to zombie population density. Very soon, Yun Yun's group encountered level 0 zombies. She set them on fire directly, while Yuxia used mental seeds to control them and keep them from running around. The zombies quickly turned to ash. Among the following women, a few screamed at first, but none turned and ran, so it was not too disappointing. And Yun Yun's team steadily advanced down the mountain. Li Fan watched with satisfaction. Aside from the effective cooperation between Yun Yun and Yuxia, the others also engaged actively with the zombies. No one showed fear or any signs of wanting to flee. As for the group of powerless women following behind, even if they were somewhat useless, Li Fan did not see a problem with their fear or hesitation, at least for now. However, using his ultra-speed mind-reading ability, he took note of a few women filled with inner complaints, intending to observe their behavior further. But just over an hour later, screams erupted from the mountain. Through the vision of his shadow clone, Li Fan saw something he had hoped not to see. There had actually been casualties, completely unexpected. I am going up the mountain to take a look. The rest of you can rest here for now, as our energy is limited, Li Fan said gravely. Then he transformed into metal and leapt toward the source of the commotion. Fortunately, it was not a mutant zombie. Otherwise, the injured would have been beyond saving. Still, seeing a woman who had been bitten into 2 halves and someone he did not even recognize alongside 7 or 8 injured women, including Kong Linghui and Jiang Menglan, whom he quite liked, deeply unsettled him. Without delay, he used his comprehensive healing technique on the upper half of the woman's body that was still struggling and rejoined the 2 parts together. Amazingly, it seemed to work. The 2 halves fused, and the missing flesh and blood visibly began to regenerate. However, upon checking the woman's condition, Li Fan discovered that the healing was only superficial, the internal organs and blood loss had not been restored. Family member, Zhang Wanjun. Vitality, 70. Constitution, 7. Strength, 5. Mental energy, 7. Agility, 6. Score, 80. Affection level, 71. Status, pregnant, in critical condition. Li Fan then looked toward Zhou Yixuan, who had transformed into metal and was standing in front of a monstrous beast, shielding the others. Yuan Biyu had transformed into an ice and snow berserker and was pummeling the beast's massive body with her fists. The beast looked like a jackal but was many times larger, bigger even than a typical tiger. Li Fan checked its details. Beast, level 1 mutant jackal, evolution progress, 5%. Size, 5 times larger than normal. Strength, 1,575 kilograms. Speed, 55 meters per second. Skills, bite, intimidation. High probability of generating beast core. Given that speed and strength, it was no wonder there were casualties. Most likely, no one had time to react when it attacked. After treating the injured, Li Fan used his earth collapse ability to sink the massive beast into a deep pit, then sealed it inside an ice prison. He now felt that this entire clearing operation had been too rash. He should have used his sensing abilities to sweep the area beforehand. This was my fault. I planned this operation too carelessly. I should have cleared out all potential mutant beasts first, Li Fan said heavily, holding the dying Zhang Wanjun in his arms. So many of us came out, and yet I am the only one who ended up like this. Maybe this is just my fate. I was never meant to live comfortably. Still, I want to thank you for not caring about how plain I look, and for looking after me these past few days. Really, I am deeply grateful, Li Fan, Zhang Wanjun said with tears in her eyes, smiling. Li Fan was silent. He truly had not expected casualties, given the number of superpowered women. But clearly, they were still too weak against even a level 1 mutant beast. His returned superpowers were different from the naturally awakened ones of mutants. They could not be upgraded using evolution energy crystals. He had already tested this, and it simply did not work for him. System, is there a way to increase the attributes of family members? Upgrading superpowers and practicing your dual cultivation techniques can both benefit them. Upgrading superpowers is helpful? Then why did upgrading Gold Frenzy to level 3 not seem to make a difference? If it were not useful, how could Zhou Yixuan have blocked the beast? That explanation made sense. It appeared that superpower levels did provide buffs to other female members. It was just that, since his own attributes were already extremely high, the improvements were less noticeable to him. He then checked Zhou Yixuan's status panel and found significant changes. Recently, he had been too busy clearing zombies and had not paid much attention. Family member, Zhou Yixuan. Vitality, 220. Energy, 150. Constitution, 22. Strength, 21. Mental energy, 15. Agility, 17. Score, 88. Affection level, 79. Status, pregnant. Superpower, elemental, gold frenzy, level 3. Looks like I should focus on upgrading all superpowers to level 3 before aiming for level 4. Having more level 3 superpowers might even boost my own strength, Li Fan thought. Can Zhang Wanjun be saved in her current near-death state? Li Fan asked the system again. Life and death are irreversible. She cannot be saved. Holding Zhang Wanjun's gradually cooling body, Li Fan felt disheartened and said to the women, "That is enough for today. The clearing operation ends here. Let us return home. I will come back later to see if there are any more monsters. You can stay in metal form for a long time, there is no need to switch back and forth. Zhou Yixuan, go and call back Sister An and her group. Be careful." Those who had been injured, including Kong Linghui, had fully recovered thanks to the comprehensive healing technique and were lively again. Zhang Wanjun, however, had simply been too unlucky. Had she only lost her limbs to the bite, she might have been saved. But being bitten clean in two left no real chance. After returning to the family base, Li Fan cremated Zhang Wanjun in front of everyone. He placed her ashes in a slot on the wall beside the woods at the very back of the base. Zhang Wanjun's rewarded superpower had been defense, liquefaction. As her death caused the ability to be reclaimed, the previously evolved combined ability defense, liquid form downgraded. Due to the death of family member Zhang Wanjun, the rewarded superpower defense, liquefaction has disappeared. The fused and evolved superpower defense, liquid form has now degraded into defense, radiant shield. Defense, radiant shield, level 1. Actively generates 3 to 5 radiant protective shields. Reduces damage to the user by 60% and to others by 50%. When receiving a fatal blow, a radiant shield is automatically activated for self-protection, reducing damage by 80%. This passive effect does not apply to others. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000 points. Energy cost, 10 units. Upon seeing this change, Li Fan decided it would be best to keep the women in the base for the time being. Only after their superpowers had all been upgraded to level 3 would he consider taking them out again to assist in clearing zombies. So he turned to the women and said, "You do not need to go out for now. Just stay here at the base." After Zhang Wanjun's death, the superpower we gained from her disappeared, which caused the fusion ability to degrade. When I become stronger, and when you all have become stronger as well, then we will talk about it again, Li Fan said solemnly. You are already very strong, and you have taken such good care of all of us. It was Wanjun's misfortune, she was not destined for a long life. Please do not blame yourself, and Yun said gently in comfort. Chao Hui added, anyone else would have run or scattered at the sound of danger. She froze in fear, and that is why the beast bit her in two. Otherwise, it would not have been so tragic. Yes, I am alright. It is just that today's events really were the result of my poor planning. I thought that with so many of you possessing superpowers, even if you could not win, you could at least hold the enemy back, giving me time to provide support. I never expected such an accident. Alright. Pang Yanxia's ability, the Wood Command, allows her to produce plant seeds out of thin air. Put it to use for growing vegetables and fruits. From now on, she will serve in logistics like Qin Xingyan. The same goes for Fenglan. If anyone in the base feels unwell, she can provide treatment. After lunch, Li Fan activated his invisible perception and made a circuit around Biyun Mountain. Finding no more mutant beasts or mutant zombies, he sighed once again with emotion. Returning to the mutant jackal frozen into an ice sculpture by the ice prison, he smashed open its skull and extracted a beast core that shone with white light. The system displayed a prompt. Mutant beast core detected, strength type, can increase evolution rate, can be charged, can be used for awakening, purity 100%, can be exchanged for 5,000 points of special energy. System Master, does awakening here mean what I think it means, awakening into a mutant? Li Fan asked in surprise. Yes. In addition to mutant beast cores, evolution serum can also be used for awakening. However, the success rate is uncertain. But if both are consumed together, superpower awakening is guaranteed. Can the copy ability replicate this kind of mutant beast core? Suddenly thinking of the copy skill, Li Fan asked curiously. Although the copy skill was described as duplicating superpowers, both beast cores and evolution serum essentially contained the energy that enabled superpowers. That was why Li Fan suddenly had the idea to ask. Yes, but there is a numerical limit. Also, once chosen, only mutant beast cores can be copied. The same applies to evolution serum. What is the limit? Li Fan was surprised, but it made sense after all. The system was exceptionally powerful. He followed up with the question. Level 1, 1 core. Level 2, 1000 cores. Level 3, 100 cores. Level 4, 10 cores. Level 5, 1 core. Holy shit, that is insane. A single level 1 mutant beast core is worth 50 million points of special energy. By that calculation, a level 2 core is worth 50,000 points, and a level 3 core would be worth 500,000 points? Correct. This was an unexpected windfall. Even if he could only copy one level 1 beast core, its value was 10,000 points of special energy. That amount would take him an enormous amount of time to earn by clearing zombies. Assuming he could earn 100,000 points per day, he would need to clear zombies for 2,500 days. And there was also Pan Tong, who possessed the copy ability. She alone was essentially a mutant beast core with a total value of 10,000 points of special energy. More importantly, mutant beast cores could awaken superpowers and create new mutants capable of evolving. That was a game-changing concept. This meant that even a single replicated level 1 beast core could potentially awaken a named mutant. It could absolutely be traded for even more valuable energy crystals. Acting on the thought immediately, Li Fan used the copy ability to replicate a single level 1 beast core, glowing with white light. Do not forget, Li Fan could exploit a loophole. Once he hit the replication limit, he could sell the copy ability, and when he encountered another woman who rewarded him with copy, he could resume duplicating. Of course, this was only his hypothesis. Whether or not he could actually exploit this glitch would depend on his luck and whether the system favored him as its diligent servant. It is possible. The system directly gave an affirmative response, filling Li Fan with great joy. With this, he no longer needed to clear zombies constantly. Instead, he could try contacting nearby shelters and trade beast cores for mutant energy crystals and women. Given the awakening potential of beast cores, Li Fan believed no one would refuse such a trade. He would just need to beware of people who played dirty. Looks like I need to keep a low profile for a while and grow stronger. Li Fan judged that his current strength probably still could not withstand high-powered explosives, so he gave up on immediately trading with large shelters. However, he could approach smaller survivor settlements, like those near the Chinda Mall, 3 residential complexes with fewer people. Fortunately, he also had the system's search function. Li Fan searched for nearby shelters and found one in Baojiang district, located on a mountain called Yunmen. He then searched for densely populated survivor settlements. On the virtual map, dozens of red dots appeared. Each red dot was marked with tiny numbers. If his eyesight had been worse, he might not have seen them. These numbers seemed to indicate the number of survivors at each site. Thinking about An Yunyun and Chen Meimeng, Li Fan decided he would first pick up An Yunyun's family, then go to the 2 addresses in Huangjiang and Baojiang districts to find Yu Nuenyuan and her companions. He would also ask the other women if any had immediate relatives nearby and help bring them in as well. After that, he would begin copying mutant beast cores and trading them with survivor settlements for energy crystals. One mutant beast core could be traded for 2,000 low-grade energy crystals or 20 level 1 mutant energy crystals. He still did not know how unreliable the unknown success rate really was. If it was too low, the deal might only work once, with no returning customers. Never mind, I will take what I can get first. Li Fan clenched his fist against his palm in determination. As long as there were no high-powered explosives involved, none of these survivors should be able to pose a real threat to him even if they tried. And then there were the women. He planned to find another 100 of them across the survivor settlements. This time, he would strictly follow the system's approval guidelines, no more reckless behavior with unapproved women. Returning to Zhonggu Garden residential area, Li Fan arrived at Building 3, Apartment 402, and knocked on the door. Fortunately, nothing had gone wrong. A slightly wary voice from inside called out, "Who is it?" "Li Fan. I came to take you to see your sister." The door opened, and Xinghua's delicate face was pale and bloodless. She looked distressed as she said, "My father passed away suddenly last night, and my mother took sleeping pills and followed him. If I had known, I would have brought you over earlier," Li Fan said in shock. This was far too sudden. Only a few days ago, they had been fine. They were just too anxious and burdened with worry. I tried to comfort them, but they would not listen, and Xinghua said, tears flowing as she choked on her words, "Let us cremate your parents and bring their ashes. You and your sister will at least have a place to pay your respects." Li Fan nodded. "Thank you. You are my new brother-in-law now, right?" And Xinghua wiped her tears and said. Li Fan nodded and entered the bedroom. As expected, he saw the elderly couple lying peacefully together, looking as if they had passed without pain. "Shall I burn them?" "Yes, I have already taken their memorial photos." A sea of flames engulfed the bed and everything on it, reducing it to ashes much faster than when zombies were burned outside. Perhaps it was due to Li Fan's improved attributes. And Xinhua knew that some people now had superpowers. He had seen Li Fan turn invisible before, but now he could summon fire. Though he was puzzled, he quickly composed himself and packed his parents' ashes into containers. After that, Li Fan had him gather some belongings, then stored the bed from the bedroom in the alternate dimension as well. Finally, he grabbed in Xinhua by the collar and carried him toward Bian Mountain. 15 minutes later, they arrived. And Xinhua squatted and vomited for a while. "We are here. This is where we live now." Li Fan brought in Xinhua into the main hall, spent 1,000 special energy points to partition 10 100 square meter rooms in a corner, selected one of them for Xinhua, and placed his belongings in bed inside so he could get settled. Then Li Fan went inside to call and Yun out. And Xinhua was completely stunned. What was going through his mind now was, is Li Fan a god? It was not until he saw his elder sister and Yun running toward him, tears falling like rain, that he came back to his senses. He took out the container with their parents' ashes and comforted her. Mom and Dad passed away peacefully and did not suffer. In times like these, this is already a blessing. "I should have asked Li Fan to bring you both here sooner, instead of just giving you food," and Yun said, shaking her head in regret, crying bitterly. And Xinhua tried to reassure her. They were already happy just knowing you and Chi-Chi were safe. You know how they were, they always worried about everything. Seeing the world outside full of zombies, I think their anxiety must have suffocated them long ago. I watched their hair turn grayer with each passing day. This way, maybe it is a release for them. Sisterin, you arrange things for your brother. I have other matters to attend to outside." Without waiting for a reply, Li Fan turned and left. He really was not good with emotional situations like this and did not know how to comfort people, so he simply walked away to give the siblings some time alone. After seeing Li Fan transform into metal and leap several hundred meters out of the front gate, which then closed automatically, and Xinhua finally asked, "Is my brother-in-law some kind of deity? I just saw him conjure 10 rooms out of thin air." Then he turned into a golden man and leapt several hundred meters. Earlier he ran faster than a car. What is going on? Even mutants cannot be that powerful, can they? And Yun cried for a while, but eventually calmed down. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Of course, she felt regret and sorrow, but time would heal everything. She gradually told him about how Li Fan grew stronger through relationships with women, and told him to stay inside the base and not go into the back areas to avoid awkward encounters or things that might upset Li Fan. After all, some women swam nude in the pool, and some preferred to sleep naked or lounge in revealing clothing with their doors wide open. In any case, outsiders were not meant to see such things. And Xinhua sat in a daze, as if listening to a fantastical tale. He had only one thought, so the chosen ones from novels really do exist. Li Fan, meanwhile, had arrived at a residential community in Huangjiang district called Yihiyuan, which was the home of Ning Yuxiang. According to Li Xiaomai and Chen Meimeng, Yu Nuanyuan and her two companions had most likely gone there first. If not, they might have headed to Yulin Bay in Baojiang district, which was Yu Nuanyuan's home. If they were not at either location, then they might be trapped somewhere en route. The two women had written letters and given Li Fan their phones, asking him to deliver them to the three women. Yihiyuan was massive, with 36 buildings, ranging from 24 to 36 stories high. Li Fan activated his invisible perception and discovered that many survivors were still there, more than 500 across all 36 buildings. One building alone had over 100 people gathered on just the third floor. Using the search function, he confirmed that this place was indeed one of the dense survivor settlements he had previously considered for trading mutant beast cores. So, he made an impromptu decision to try trading mutant beast cores here. And the matter of women could also be addressed. He went straight to Building 18, the most populated one, and entered invisibly. Just as he expected, it was similar to the Yuding community where mutants reigned as kings. Li Fan was not particularly bothered by men playing with women, but it was his first time seeing women playing with women. A beautiful woman who was playing some kind of facial cream game suddenly opened her hazy eyes and shouted in the direction where Li Fan was hiding invisibly. Someone just came in invisible. This beautiful woman turned out to be a mutant with sensory abilities. Li Fan checked her status. Level 1 mutant, Wushu Ma, 15% evolution, strength, 100 kilograms, speed, 13 meters per second, mental energy, 102, attractiveness, 81, purity, 55, mental state, 99, fertility, 2. Overall score, 52. Awakened ability, enhanced mental energy, perception, illusion. Her mental attribute had broken 100 clearly, she had consumed quite a few mutant energy crystals. Within the converted room, 8 other men and women quickly gathered, 6 men and 2 women. Including Wu Xueme, there were 9 mutants in total. Li Fan revealed himself and scanned the 9 people. None of them had unique superpowers, just the typical strength, speed, water, fire, and so on. He glanced at a dozen trembling, pale-skinned naked women, who seemed to be frightened but not mistreated, and did not form too bad of an impression. Smiling, Li Fan waved his hand and displayed a dazzlingly white mutant beast core. Greetings. I am here to trade. These are mutant beast cores that can awaken superpowers. 1 core in exchange for 2,000 energy crystals, or 20 level 1 mutant energy crystals. Interested? It really works, asked a twin-tailed woman leaning against a handsome man. No one else had spoken, so she broke the silence. Li Fan pulled out another mutant beast core and addressed them. You are my first clients. I can let 2 people try awakening right now with 2 beast cores. If the success rate is lower than 50%, I will not take any energy crystals, consider them free. How does that sound? Replicating the cores was easy for him. In just a few seconds, he could make one. As soon as he finished speaking, he began duplicating more mutant beast cores. When the number in his alternate dimension reached 52, the group finally agreed to test it out. Everyone felt Li Fan was too mysterious to read, and likely very powerful. Li Fan kept his ultra-speed mind-reading skill active, monitoring their thoughts at all times. If even a trace of malice arose, he would strike preemptively without hesitation. Biggie and Slutby, you 2 try, Wu Xueme ordered. These 2 women had always been obedient and well-behaved. When the group went out to scavenge, they helped manage the women and distribute supplies. The disobedient men had long been eliminated, and those who were both obedient and lucky were now just 6 male mutants. Wu Xueme was surprisingly the leader of this group, which caught Li Fan off guard. But considering her sensory powers, it made sense this was an ability for survival. The 2 naked women, one with an extremely large chest, the other oozing seductiveness, approached Li Fan when summoned. Li Fan, already seasoned by countless absurdities, showed no reaction and handed them 2 glowing white beast cores. The women returned to Wu Xueme and waited. Swallow them, Wu Xueme commanded. The 2 women obediently placed the pigeon egg-sized beast cores into their mouths. Before they could even react, the cores liquefied and flowed into their bodies. They felt a surge of heat rushing through them, and soon, intense pain filled every part of their bodies. They collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. 5 minutes later, the 2 women, drenched in sweat and covered in dust from the pain, stood up again, looking completely rejuvenated. They felt a surge of power, confident they could kill a bull with a single punch, and just as hungry, feeling like they could eat an entire one. Boss, I think I have become a mutant. My strength has increased, but I am starving right now. Both DE and Slutby showed visible changes in their physique. They appeared taller and stronger, as if they had gone through a secondary growth spurt. Put some clothes on first. Then bring them food. Everyone, back to your rooms, Wu Xueme instructed the naked women around them. Only then did she turn to Li Fan, smiling as she said, we need mutant energy crystals for ourselves, but we have stored up some crescent-shaped ones. Do you have more of these beast cores? We could exchange for 3 more. The team led by Wu Xueme was clearly stronger than that of Mo Xiaokai and the others. They must have cleared tens of thousands of zombies to accumulate such a large quantity of low-grade energy crystals. Considering her perception and illusion abilities, Li Fan was not entirely surprised. He took out 3 mutant beast cores and tossed them to her directly. He had no fear of being cheated. This confident gesture made Wu Xueme even more certain of Li Fan's strength. She then handed over more than 10,000 low-grade energy crystals the group had collected. If we want to trade for these again, how do we find you? Wu Xueme asked. I live in Beyond Mountain. You probably cannot get there for now. I will come by once every half-month, Li Fan replied. That works. Wu Xueme and the others felt increasingly sure that Li Fan was not someone to mess with. I also want to ask about 3 people. There was a woman named Ning Yuxiang from Building 6 who returned home with 2 companions to look for family. Have you seen them? Li Fan asked. Yes, I know who you mean. One of them could turn invisible and was also extremely fast, a dual ability mutant. I wanted to recruit them, but they were not interested and left, Wu Xueme said, clearly remembering Yu Nuanyuan. In addition to energy crystals, I also want to trade for women. Are you willing to exchange women? Li Fan asked. For beast cores? Wu Xueme's eyes lit up. Of course not. For instant noodles and snacks, Li Fan said with a smile. Alright, do you want me to call all the women here so you can choose? Wu Shueme asked. I do not want women who have already been with your group. I am not interested in forging relations with others' leftovers. I do not mind widows, married women, or those with children as long as they have not been used by you, Li Fan replied. Do not get the wrong idea. Most of the women here have not been touched. Unless they take the initiative, we do not force them. I am a woman too, I know what it is like to be forced. Everything you saw earlier was entirely consensual, Wu Shueme said, blushing slightly. Alright, let me take a look at the women here, Li Fan said. He could read everyone's thoughts, so he did not doubt her sincerity. Floors 8 to 12 in this building housed dozens of people. Aside from the 6 male mutants, the rest were women and children. The 6 male mutants did not follow. Wu Shueme brought along 2 female mutants to guide Li Fan through the floors to select candidates. To Li Fan's surprise, Wu Shueme held great authority among these women. They all called her Sister Wu or Sister Mei and obeyed her commands without hesitation. On the 9th floor, among 20 naked women, the system recognized only one, a young married woman named Feng Yuting, with a rating of 91 and a 6-year-old daughter. On the 10th floor, among another 20, the system recognized 2 sisters, Chao Jing and Xiaoan, both in their 30s. The younger sister had an 8-year-old daughter, the elder had none. On the 11th floor, 4 were recognized, again, pairs of sisters and mothers with daughters. Li Fan still chose to bind only the mothers, resulting in 3 actual bindings. On the 12th floor, among 10 women, one named Yin Dan was recognized by the system. The requirement for the women to be naked likely came from Wu Shueme, perhaps to show Li Fan they had not been mistreated, and to better present them to him unaware that his selections were system-based, not based on appearance. After the trade, Li Fan was not about to carry them one by one. He said goodbye to Wu Shueme and led the selected women into a clean, secure room on the 30th floor. He then poured water from his alternate dimension into a bathtub and let the 8 women bathe, while he distracted the 2 little girls in another bedroom with snacks and candies. As 2 women bathed together, they whispered about the man who had bought them with food. Wu Junmei and her 17-year-old daughter Yang Xiuxiu were soaking in the tub, whispering, "We must do whatever he wants. However he treats us, we follow. Right now, mutants are like gods, life or death in a single thought. Otherwise, we are as good as dead." I know, Mom, but I think Aunt Wu is really nice. No one here has treated us badly, and they even share food with us, even if it is not enough, the innocent Yang Xiuxiu replied. Sister Wu is good, but we have been sold to him now. Wu Junmei felt a touch of sorrow and confusion, wondering why Li Fan would pick her instead of a younger, prettier woman. That thought naturally led her to suspect certain unusual preferences, hence her warning to her daughter. The 8 women spent over an hour bathing. After that, including the time spent conquering them, more than another hour passed, and darkness had already fallen outside. While reviewing his rewards, Li Fan told them, "From now on, you are my women and also my family. Aside from you, I have more than 100 family members at Biyun Mountain. I will take you there shortly." He received a total of 14 attribute points. With that, all of Li Fan's attributes had reached 252. He could feel the significant difference in strength and speed. Of the superpowers awarded, 5 were duplicates of water, fire, wood, earth, and mental control. 1 was the previously lost defense, liquefaction. The only new ability was elemental, wood poison. Acquired, elemental, wood poison, level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Wood poison, after activation, plants within a 20-meter radius emit lethal toxic gas. Any target with poison resistance less than 50% of the users dies instantly. Also increases the user's wood poison resistance by 50%. Then the system automatically attempted to fuse abilities. The other 6 could be fused, but wood poison and the wood command were not considered the same type and could not be merged. Feng Yuting's awarded superpower was elemental, water flow technique. Chao En's was elemental, sand sphere technique. Chao Jing's was elemental, earth collapse technique. Du Xiuhua's was elemental, fireball technique. Du Xiuli's was elemental, a flame explosion technique. Wu Juanmei's was elemental, wood poison. Yen Dan's was defense, liquefaction. Seeing the women still standing there naked, Li Fan frowned and said, "Put your clothes on. From now on, unless I undress you, no one else is allowed to make you take off your clothes." Seeing Li Fan vanish into thin air from the room, the others finally snapped out of their daze. Xiaoan, with a worried expression, said, "He is not going to just play with us once and then abandon us, is he?" Wu Junmei glanced at her daughter and replied uncertainly, judging by what he just said, that should not be the case. Feng Yuting and Chao Jing went into another room to pick up their daughters. Upon seeing the pile of snacks, they could not help but nibble a bit. "You all should come eat something too." Stop overthinking it. If he really wanted to leave me behind, there would be nothing we could do anyway, phone muting called out to the others from the living room. But barely 10 minutes later, they felt an immense force pulling them away. Though they were frightened, they were helpless to resist until they saw the familiar figure of Li Fan and realized what was happening. Then they beheld the massive base and the many women living there, leaving them with the surreal feeling of stepping into a dream. Alright, this will be your home from now on. Eat first, and then later you can choose your rooms, Li Fan said as he took out the day's supplies and handed them over to Qin Xingyan. He had already seen many rooms labeled with names and thought of the nameplates from the family supply store, 100 points each. Now that he had discovered a path to wealth, it was no longer an issue. Once he earned enough points from trading mutant beast cores, he would start exchanging family utilities for each room. The dishes of food and hot rice on the table made Chowan and the others ecstatic. It turned out that being chosen by Li Fan meant enjoying a life of luxury beyond imagination. Only after tasting and filling their stomachs did they realize it was all real, not a dream or illusion, and many of the women wept with joy. Night had fallen. After evening activities, with the bonus from 3 experience partners, even the most indulgent moments yielded several thousand points of special proficiency. The naturally awakened Chen Meimang, Yuan Biu, and Zhao Lingfang were all now bound to the family subsystem. After exchanging 10,000 low-grade energy crystals, Li Fan's special energy value and special proficiency value had both increased significantly. The number of bound family members, including those with guaranteed hit effects, had reached 189, about to break the 200 mark, at which point the system was bound to change again. Currently, 18 women possessed superpowers. Li Fan summoned all 18 to a newly divided large room in the hall, where he had assembled 3 enormous waterbeds brought from the luxury suites of Dijin International Complex. Holding a gleaming mutant beast core, he explained as the women looked on in amazement, "This is a mutant beast core. It came from the mutated jackal that killed Zhang Wanjun earlier today. Not only can it help people evolve and level up, but it can also awaken superpowers. What is even more important is that my copy skill allows me to continuously duplicate these beast cores. I have already started trading them for energy crystals, and people are willing to exchange. With this, we can obtain a steady flow of energy crystals, convert them into special energy, and sustain this massive family base. We could even build additional housing nearby. The base already supports water, electricity, gas, internet, and communication. But since I have not yet exchanged for home utilities, you have not felt that yet." And Yun suggested, "Start by furnishing this room. Let us see if the internet and communication work properly." Others chimed in, "Let us try contacting the national military or at least ask about the situation outside." So Li Fan began exchanging for household items, various appliances, bedding, daily necessities, and network communication systems. Amid the women's chatter and suggestions, he unwittingly spent many points on unnecessary things, like a money tree at the entrance and decorative wall paintings. The originally single-level large room had now been transformed into 2 stories, with many items duplicated in sets. Of course, the comfort of the residents improved noticeably. Items from the original room served as models, and all the exchanged utilities came at a discount, as part of the system's preferential treatment for Li Fan as its host. And used items were returned to the alternate space for storage. Then they turned on the television to see if any stations were still broadcasting. To their surprise, there were. Though clearly filmed indoors, a straight-back mutant soldier on screen was teaching viewers how to exercise, demonstrating how to use energy crystals, and showing techniques for quickly killing zombies. While not especially useful, it proved that the authorities still existed and were working to expand safe zones. A list of satellite phone numbers for various cities was shown at the end. The satellite number for Coastal City began with 021, followed by 88s, easy to remember. "Should we try making a call?" And Yun asked, glancing at the phone in the room. Li Fan figured that sooner or later they would have to interact with shelters anyway, so he nodded. "Let us ask if we can enter the shelter and find out the situation elsewhere." The call soon connected, apparently to a dedicated operator. "Hello, this is the Baojiang District Shelter Base in Coastal City. Are you survivors from Baojiang District?" a professional female voice said over the speaker. "Yes, there are more than 100 of us here. Can we enter the shelter?" And Yun asked, "How many mutants, how many men, women, children, and elderly do you have?" 9 mutants, 12 men, the rest are women and children. "No elderly," and Yun replied after looking at Li Fan's hand signal. "You may enter the shelter, but you will need to find your own way here. Our base is located on Yunmen Mountain. Once you reach the foot of the mountain, we will send someone to receive you. Can you not send someone to pick us up? The roads are impassable, and helicopters cannot be used freely." You must find your own way. Do you know about the situation at other bases or the government? And Yun tried asking. I only handle calls and communications. I am not informed about anything else. As I said, once you arrive at the foot of the mountain, someone will pick you up. Alright, we will figure out how to get there ourselves, and Yun said and ended the call. Everyone listening guessed from the operator's tone that the situation outside was likely dire. Thinking back to the massive mutant beast from the morning, and the mutated hanging orchid Li Fan brought back yesterday, it was clear humanity faced not just zombies but an even greater number of mutant beasts and plants. And Coastal City, located on the ocean, was surrounded by water covering more than 70% of Blue Planet's surface. If marine life had also begun to mutate, the future for humanity would be unimaginably grim. The strength of the shelter is probably only just enough to ensure its own survival, so it has no capacity to send people to fetch survivors who actively try to contact them. It seems the government intends to conserve its energy and act gradually, Li Fan said with a frown. It might also be that the shelter is filled with different factions, constantly guarding against each other, and they do not dare to casually send people out afraid of being directly kicked out of the leadership if anything goes wrong, Yuan Bu offered, speaking up for once. Li Fan preferred Yuan Bu's explanation. Human nature tends to be combative. If what she said was true, then it meant the governing apparatus that had functioned for thousands of years was now disintegrating in this great catastrophe, and a new era of personal power had begun where strong mutants could carve out kingdoms of their own. Whether the shelter was as he said, or as Yuan Bu described, Li Fan saw the potential for trading energy crystals with them. A shelter that could only barely protect itself, or was consumed by internal power struggles, was the perfect place for him to use mutant beast cores to break the balance. Either a dominant force would emerge, or he could cultivate more mutants to gradually expand their management capacity. Either way, it would not affect him much. On the contrary, it could create a positive feedback loop. His special energy value would keep increasing, and the shelter would grow stronger. If the shelter did not turn hostile, they might even introduce him to other shelters for further trade. In that case, all he needed to do was keep finding women to exploit the duplication skills glitch. Putting thought into action, Li Fan voiced his idea and began duplicating mutant beast cores. Pan Tong, seeing this, wanted to help, but after Li Fan explained the consequences, she hesitated. Li Fan did not push her. The cores he could replicate alone were already enough for a long stretch of trading, and with so many superpowers at his disposal, one more copy skill was hardly essential. After replicating 500 mutant beast cores, the women all gradually returned to their rooms to sleep. Some, however, stayed directly in Li Fan's oversized bed. Figuring that was enough for now, and seeing that it was already 1 in the morning, Li Fan finally fell asleep with the women in his arms. Li Fan only needed 3 to 4 hours of sleep to feel fully refreshed. Unless he was especially exhausted, he did not sleep longer. Around 5 in the morning, he began playing around with the women next to him, those without children, Chen Meimeng, Yuan Bu, Zhou Yishuan, Zhang Qiufang, and others. He gained another 1,200 points of special proficiency. Li Fan recalled that upgrading superpowers could enhance women's attributes, so he checked his fused powers. Superpowers, Special, Copy, Elemental, Wind Soar, Enhancement, Phantom Step, Enhancement, Earth Listening, Control, Ice Prison, Elemental, Flame Berserker, Elemental, Ice and Snow Berserker, Special, Shadow Clone, Enhancement, Good and Evil in the Eyes, Enhancement, Heightened Sense of Smell, Elemental, Wood Poison. Fused Superpowers, Elemental, Lava Sea Level 1, Elemental, Absolute Frost Level 2, Elemental, Earth Collapse Level 1, Elemental, Lightning Chain Level 1, Elemental, Gold Frenzy Level 3, Elemental, Wood Command Level 1, Spatial, Control Level 1, Control, Mental Storm Level 1, Defense, Liquid State Level 1, Defense, Solid State Level 1, Special. Comprehensive Healing Level 1, Enhancement, Invisible Perception Level 1, Enhancement, Violet Sight Level 1. Enhancement, Heart of the Giant Level 1, Special, Phantom Invisibility Level 1, Special, Extreme Mind Reading Level 1. He spent a set amount of special proficiency points and 1,000 special energy points to upgrade all 14 Level 1 fused superpowers to Level 2. Then he spent another 1,000 energy points to upgrade Yuan Bu's Ice and Snow Berserker to Level 2 as well. Looking again at the attribute panels of women with superpowers, including in Yun, he saw substantial improvements. Attributes had increased from single digits to double digits starting with 1. Among them, the naturally awakened Chen Meimeng, Zhao Lingfeng, and Yuan Bu showed the most dramatic growth, jumping from single digits to double digits beginning with 2. Chen Meimeng's strength, for example, had risen from 14 points to 38. Clearly, natural awakeners had a significant advantage. However, the superpowers granted by the system to bound family members were effectively created from nothing, mass-produced, so to speak, and in a way, they felt even more powerful. Thinking of the day's tasks, Li Fan finished breakfast and headed once again to Yulin Bay in Baojiang district, to the home of Yu Nuanyuan, in search of the three women. Luck was on his side, they were all at home, but the three had a strong sense of caution. Even though Yu Nuanyuan knew Li Fan, she did not open the door right away. So Li Fan handed over the letters and phones from Chen Meimeng and Li Xiaoma. Moments later, the three women opened the door looking somewhat uneasy. Li Fan realized something and quickly retrieved the phone. It had a lock screen. Activating ultra-speed mind reading, he unlocked it using their thoughts and, sure enough, saw videos of the base's feasts, tour footage, and chaotic sex scenes involving Li Fan and the women. No doubt this was Li Xiaoma's doing. Upon checking, he found that Ning Yuxiang and Yu Fingfei were both mutants, one with water abilities, the other with fire. You are both mutants? Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng never mentioned that, Li Fan asked curiously. Big guy, it was after we rushed home in the rain. Sisters Xiang and Fei Fei got high fevers, but I did not. Later, I crushed and fed them glowing aloe from a plant I found, and they turned into mutants, Yu Nuanyuan said, still visibly shaken by the memory. Do you still have the glowing aloe? Let me see it, Li Fan asked, thinking of the evolution serum. Yes. We only used 2 leaves. There are 2 left. I figured this thing might grant superpowers, so I kept it safe, Yu Nuanyuan said, though she made no move, clearly aware of its value and reluctant to part with it. Li Fan took out 2 glowing mutant beast cores and said, these can also trigger superpower awakening, just like your glowing aloe. Want to trade? If the effect is the same, why trade at all? Yu Nuanyuan asked, confused. Because the 2 used together guarantee 100% success. If used alone, there is a chance of failure, Li Fan admitted. What happens if it fails? Ning Yuxiang asked. I do not know. I have never seen it fail. Probably not death, Li Fan guessed, thinking that with 100% pure energy, failure might just result in attribute enhancement without unlocking a skill. Alright, I will trade half with you. Li Xiaoma has not awakened yet, right? Yu Nuanyuan asked. She has not, Li Fan confirmed, without elaborating. Perfect. Then let us use 1 mutant beast core and 1 aloe leaf to awaken her, Yu Nuanyuan said, pleased. Li Fan had to admit, Yu Nuanyuan seemed to be extremely lucky. She had awakened naturally, her companions Ning Yuxiang and Yu Fingfei had gained powers from the aloe, and now even Li Xiaoma had the materials to awaken. If anyone deserved the title Child of Destiny, it was her. The glowing aloe was indeed an evolved plant, just like the mutated hanging orchid from before. Evolved plant, level 1 aloe, 5% evolution rate. Lifespan, 100 years. Evolution liquid, 10 drops. Evolution liquid effects, healing, regeneration, evolution, charging, awakening, requires 5 or more drops. But glow was likely due to its level 1 evolved status. Li Fan thought to himself that he should go out at night to search for more glowing plants like this. Then he had another thought, could it be that many of the mutated animals outside had evolved into monsters by consuming such evolved plants? You have read the letters and watched the videos from Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng, do you want to move into my place? Li Fan asked directly. The 3 women blushed again. Just thinking about the scenes in the video felt outrageous. But then again, their friends Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng were both part of it, and they actually felt like joining. Especially the banquet scenes. Just looking at the food made the 3 women, who had not eaten a proper meal in days, drool uncontrollably. However, Yu Fingfei and Ning Yuxiang both looked at Yu Nuanyuan. It was clear that her opinion was theirs as well. Food, shelter, and safety are all included. And I will not restrict what you do, except for one thing, no sleeping with other men. In the past I might have ignored it, but from now on, anyone who dares, both the man and the woman, will die, Li Fan added. You get to have so many women but expect us to stay loyal to you? For all you know, when you're not home, they might be messing around with each other, Yu Nuanyuan replied with disdain. How about I take you there to look around for 3 days? If you think it's worth it, stay. If not, you can leave, Li Fan said with a frown, though he held back from losing his temper. The Yun Mountain is at least 30 li away from my house. No car, no plane, how are we supposed to get there? Yu Nuanyuan asked, finally letting down her guard. I will take you there. Give me 10 minutes, Li Fan replied. Then he stepped forward and scooped her up in a bridal carry. Before she could struggle, Li Fan transformed into metal and leapt several hundred meters in a single bound. Within seconds, they had disappeared into the distance. Ning Yuxiang and Yu Fingfei looked at each other in disbelief. Are mutants really this powerful? One of them asked. Yu Nuanyuan, experiencing it firsthand for the first time, was also overwhelmed by Li Fan's power. The speed and strength, it was like a real-life superhero. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Biyun Mountain. Li Fan brought Yu Nuanyuan inside to meet Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng. At the gate, and Xinghua called out brother-in-law, to which Li Fan nodded before heading inside. Soon after, he went back to retrieve Ning Yuxiang and Yu Fingfei as well. After reminding Yu Nuanyuan not to spread word about the mutant beast core's revolution liquid, Li Fan made his way to the shelter at Yunmen Mountain. Along the way, he cleared out several level 1 and level 2 mutant zombies and beasts he encountered. There were no level 3 monsters. Thinking of level 3 monsters reminded him of the mutated flesh pile on Pinyin Pedestrian Street. He figured he would check on that after this trade, maybe even go hunting nearby. Upon reaching the base of Yunmen Mountain, he saw the path had been cleared for 4 to 5 li. The area was surrounded by barbed wire fencing, with surveillance cameras spaced every few hundred meters. Clearly the people inside could see him. Before long, someone from inside came out. A middle-aged man with the air of a leader opened the gate and walked out with a smile. "Welcome to the first shelter of Baojian District. You must be a mutant. We can assign you a female companion, assistant, chef, room, whatever you need. All you have to do is occasionally help our defense team clear zombies and monsters nearby." Level 1 mutant, Li Jianfeng, 81% evolution progress. Strength, 1,810 kilograms. Speed, 15 meters per second. Ability, enhanced strength. Li Fan scanned his info and guessed the shelter's mutants had not yet reached level 2, though he could not be sure. He got straight to the point. "Do not misunderstand, I am not here to join your shelter. I came to propose a trade. I believe you know that mutant beast cores can awaken superpowers. I have a large quantity of them and would like to trade for your unused crescent-shaped energy crystals, or even mutant energy crystals if possible. That kind of deal? We should talk inside. I'm just a guard captain, not authorized to make that call," Li Jianfeng said with an awkward laugh. "I am not going inside. I am cautious. Go in and tell someone who can make decisions. If they are not interested, just pass along the message. I have other bases to visit and trades to make." Though he had defensive and escape abilities, Li Fan did not want to put himself in a risky position. He also had no desire to clash with the shelter. After all, he still considered himself a patriotic citizen. "I will go notify someone right away," Li Jianfeng said, then returned to the shelter. About 10 minutes later, 4 middle-aged men and women who clearly looked like leaders came out together. Li Jianfeng introduced them. "These are the leaders of our shelter: Commander Zhang, Director Ding, Political Commissar Zhao, and General Manager Dai." This confirmed what Yuan Bu had said. The shelter was controlled by factions from the military, government, medical, and business sectors, probably still vying for dominance. Li Fan scanned them. None of the 4 were mutants. Either they had failed to awaken or had not found an ability they deemed worthwhile. The beast cores he held were all strength type, being copies. He assumed they would not be eager to use them. Political Commissar Zhao, a chubby man with a wide smile, was the first to speak. "Young man, how many beast cores do you have? What are you asking for in exchange for our crescent-shaped energy crystals?" 100 beast cores for 200,000 crescent-shaped energy crystals, Li Fan replied directly. "How could you people have acquired 100 beast cores?" asked General Manager Dai, a short middle-aged woman who clearly did not believe him. 30-something mutants. All strength type, level 1 cores, Li Fan said, making up a number. "What's the success rate for awakening?" Director Ding asked. 70 to 80%. "So, do you want them or not?" Li Fan repeated. "We definitely do not have 200,000. There are only about 2 million zombies in Baojian District total. We have only cleared the few li around here in 3 or 4 large settlements. We can give you 100,000, General Manager Dai said. "Then let us trade for 50 cores. I will also give you 4 extra, so you can test them first," Li Fan said, taking out 4 mutant beast cores and tossing them to the group. "That should show you I'm serious." Soon, Li Jianfeng went back and brought out 4 people, clearly one from each faction's inner circle. This time, Li Fan turned on his phone and recorded the process of the 4 taking the beast cores and awakening. He could not keep doing trial runs before every trade. Soon, 3 out of the 4 successfully awakened superpowers. Only the one from Political Commissar Zhao's faction did not, but he did not die, merely appeared weakened. The trade went smoothly. Li Fan received 100,000 low-grade energy crystals, and the shelter got 50 mutant beast cores. They also agreed to trade another 50 beast cores in 10 days. With 1 million special energy points in hand, Li Fan felt his heart beating faster with excitement. Nevertheless, he calmly walked toward another settlement, continuing to trade for the low-quality energy crystals that no one needed. By midday, after visiting 5 nearby survivor bases, he had traded away 15 mutant beast cores and obtained 30,000 low-quality energy crystals. Of course, he had also made a special trip to Pinyin Pedestrian Street to check on the upgraded meat mound. It still had not finished evolving, but Li Fan did not wait any longer. Instead, he directly peeled open all the meat mounds, killed the zombies inside, and extracted 2 level 2 mutant energy crystals and 8 level 1 mutant energy crystals. He also did not neglect the matter of finding women. After all, not every survivor base was as friendly as Wushu Mae's. With ease, he acquired 5 more women. This time, none of them had children. The following 3 days passed with him doing the same, going to various settlements to trade mutant beast cores for energy crystals, and at the same time, seeking out women. His special energy value had accumulated to a certain level, and so had his special proficiency value. In total, 136 mutant beast cores had been traded. Among the uses for the energy points, he spent 1,600,000 special energy points to construct 80 rooms, each room capped at a cost of 20,000 special energy points. The number of family members surged from the previous 189 to 254. However, the system did not provide any achievement rewards for reaching a milestone in member count. It only gave a secondary anchor point for the family member teleportation portal. Li Fan chose Yun Yun as the secondary anchor. This meant that in addition to Li Fan as the primary anchor point, where any teleported individual would appear beside him, there was now an additional teleportation anchor point where individuals could arrive beside her. Li Fan himself could not be teleported to the secondary anchor's side, but others could teleport from there to his location. Including Yuan and her 2 companions, plus the newly arrived 25 women, only 9 brought daughters with them. From this, one could tell that after the apocalypse, raising children had become increasingly difficult. The dilemma of saving the child versus saving oneself had become a stark reality. The number of members bound to the family subsystem had increased from 18 to 25. The 7 newly bound members were Jiang Dongfang, Zhang Lei, Qi Lingling, Zhou Jinxian, Kong Linghui, Yuan, and Ning Yuxiang. Jiang Dongfang's superpower was elemental, 3 feet of ice. Zhang Lei's superpower was elemental, earth collapse. Qi Lingling's superpower was enhancement, invisible perception. Zhou Jinxian's superpower was elemental, metal frenzy. Kong Linghui's superpower was elemental, wood command. Yuan's superpowers were enhancement, phantom technique, speed enhancement, and invisibility. Ning Yuxiang's superpowers were elemental, 3 feet of ice and water element. As for the rewards, in addition to 74 points to all attributes, pushing his stats to 312, there were 28 new superpowers awarded, among which 24 were duplicates, with some repeating multiple times. The 4 new superpowers were Elemental, Shadow Escape. Elemental, Light Rain. Special, Angel Wings. Summon, Maid. Acquired Elemental, Shadow Escape, Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Description, allows the user to escape using shadows. Maximum shadow gap distance is 100 meters. Acquired Elemental, Light Rain, Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Description, summons dazzling light rain within a 5-meter radius. Inflicts double damage to dark-type creatures. Acquired Special, Angel Wings, Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Description, grows a pair of wings from the user's back, allowing prolonged flight. Acquired Summon, Maid, Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Description, summons various types of maids at will. Maids have no offensive power. Unlimited quantity. Duration is 12 hours. Yuan received the reward superpower, enhancement, phantom technique. Ning Yuxiang received the reward superpower, elemental, ice technique. Yu Fingfei received the reward superpower, elemental, flame berserker. Yumanjin received the reward superpower, elemental, shadow escape. Wan Sueha received the reward superpower, elemental, light rain. Duan Shangtong received the reward superpower, special, angel wings. Yi Ziqing received the reward superpower, summon, maid. And Xinhua, at Yun's request, also awakened a strength-type superpower and occasionally went out to hunt around Biyun Mountain. Unexpectedly, he rescued 2 women, both of whom were quite attractive. Reportedly, they had survived by hiding in an underground storage room in a park. As for the matter of awakening, now that they had mutant beast cores and level 1 evolved aloe, stimulation was possible. Pan Tong copied Pang Yanxia's would command ability to stimulate growth. Once the aloe produced 3 extra leaves, they were cut and paired with Fonglan's comprehensive healing to prevent withering, achieving a sustainable cycle. Each aloe leaf, once crushed and consumed together with a mutant beast core, could result in 100% guaranteed awakening. Over 3 days, they had already stored 10 doses of evolution liquid. And Xinhua used 1. Deng Xiangwei used 1. Together, the two could produce 2 doses per day on average. Though the speed was not fast, it was steady and safe. As for the most recent group of 25 women, Li Fan had them housed together in pairs. Including Zhang Jing, Lu Binglan, and Meng Yiyao, there were 28 individuals. Thanks to his high-speed mind-reading skill, he had no concerns about resentment. If anyone acted up, they could be locked up and starved for 2 days, or, if necessary, thrown out. That was a method Yun Yun had taught long ago. Every day, Li Fan would gain special proficiency points through debauchery with the women, and then wrap up his activities. Among the many women, there were now 5 experienced partners who each granted 800 special proficiency points per encounter. Enjoying each of them 3 times would yield 2,400 points, with the remaining 3,000 points to be earned through others. The duty rosters and scheduling plans that Yun Yun had previously made turned out to be completely ineffective, because Li Fan himself kept breaking the rules. Coupled with the incident involving Zhang Wanjun and the mutant beast cores, Li Fan had also stopped pushing the women to go outside and adapt to the environment. On the 4th morning, Li Fan was awakened early by a torrential downpour outside. Just like the previous rainstorm, visibility outside was extremely low, and the rain was coming down in sheets. Li Fan did the math and realized that only 7 days had passed since the last rainstorm. Could it be that the rain comes once every 7 days and lasts for 3 days each time? Unfortunately, he was wrong. This rainstorm did not stop after 3 days. It had now been confirmed that the rain no longer turned people into zombies, but Li Fan still did not feel like going outside. He decided to stay inside the base and wait until the rain ended. After all, the amount of special energy he had stored was enough to last a very long time. In fact, staying in the base was not boring. He could play in the pool with the women, play cards, and enjoy blindfolded kissing and hugging games. There were also proper things to do: planning meetings in the strategy hall, drafting relevant family regulations, calling other shelters to inquire about the situation, deciding each night which room to sleep in, stimulating the evolution allo, duplicating mutant beast cores. In addition, kitchen management and chef assignments had also started to come into focus. Keeping all the supplies in the alternate space indefinitely was not practical. It was better to take some out now and then to supplement meals. In the blink of an eye, the rain had already lasted 3 days. But by the 4th day, it still had not stopped. Li Fan's special proficiency value had increased to a certain level, and his special energy value had decreased to another. The water, electricity, communication, and network systems consumed a set amount of special energy points every day, making Li Fan truly understand the burden of running a household. He spent another 80,000 points to set up 4 rooms for Zhang Yi, Huan Xiaotong, Huan Anna, and Kai Yan. He could not help it, they were extremely good at serving people and knew exactly how to whisper sweet nothings into his ear. Being a straightforward man, Li Fan readily agreed to their requests. And once the first wave was approved, things started to spiral out of control. Bit by bit, Li Fan went on to spend another 120,000 special energy points to build 6 more rooms for Meng Yiyao, Zhang Li, Cui Baiwe, Wu Winkai, Xia Yunhong, and Zhuang Xian. It was starting to look like Li Fan was becoming a bit of a spendthrift. As the newly arrived women became increasingly skilled at pleasing Li Fan, apart from the 5 experienced partners like Chen Meimeng from whom Li Fan needed to gain special proficiency, the other women gradually fell out of favor, including even Yun Yun and Qin Xingyan, who had been with him from the very beginning. Adding to that, the heavy rain had continued for 10 days without any sign of stopping. The area below Biyun Mountain had turned into a vast ocean, and one could imagine that buildings 10 or even 8 stories tall in lower-lying areas had already been submerged. And Yun Yun watched all of this coldly and without interfering, but she took note in her little notebook of the women who were constantly trying different tricks to charm and flatter Li Fan. However, Li Fan did not simply obey these women. After all, he had at least watched enough television to understand the importance of checks and balances. What was more, Li Fan possessed the divine ability of high-speed mind reading. Those women who blindly tried to win his favor were spared, but the ones who deliberately used psychological tactics to manipulate him were not going to get away so easily. After 10 days of indulgence during the rainstorm, Li Fan had had his fill. His special proficiency value had already reached a very high level. At daybreak on the 11th day, he directly locked up Zhang Yi, Huan Xiaotong, Huan Anna, Kai Yan, and Zhuang Xian, 5 women harboring ulterior motives, in the dungeon beneath the secret passage of the base. He would not kill them, of course. Keeping them locked up with some snacks and water to reflect on their actions was enough. As for the other nearly 30 women who had taken part in the debauchery, Yun Yun punished all of them based on her notes. Most of them were newcomers, but a few were unexpected cases such as Deng Shangwei, Tan Xian, and Zhao Anping, who had just received their superpowers. These women had blindly followed the crowd, assuming that if they pleased Li Fan, he would help them awaken their powers. Thus, the punishments were not too harsh, being forbidden to eat, to drink water, to bathe, or to sleep in their rooms, serving everyone tea, doing laundry, cleaning toilets, and other chores. The lightest punishments lasted for half a month, while the heaviest lasted up to 6 months. Anyone who refused could also be thrown into the dungeon. From that point on, the atmosphere in the family base began to improve somewhat. No longer would women casually run around in revealing clothes or swim naked in the pool. Of course, inside Li Fan's two-story mansion, things were quite different. Sometimes Li Fan would summon a few maids to work alongside the punished women, just to test whether these maids could do more than just cleaning and serving. It seemed they could also be used for seduction. Given that the number of summoned maids was unlimited, he even considered using them for a swarm tactic. Meanwhile, his alternate dimension space now held 5,000 mutant beast cores and 50 doses of evolution fluid. He was just waiting for the rain to ease up or stop completely before setting off to trade with the nearby shelters he had contacted. The rain finally stopped after 15 full days, giving Li Fan a huge sense of relief. He spent some of his special proficiency value to upgrade 15 fusion abilities to level 3, and then used 8,900 more to upgrade 15 additional abilities to level 3 as well. The attributes of all female members bound to the family system increased from the 10-point range to more than 20 points. If any unexpected situations arose, they should now be able to handle them. Li Fan still had some special proficiency value left. After all his abilities reached level 3, Li Fan found that his overall attributes had increased by 10 points. His current attributes were Constitution 322, Strength 320, Spirit 322, Agility 320. Biyun Mountain was just over 300 meters tall, and his base was built slightly above the mountainside. Another half-month of rain would likely bring the water up to the base entrance. The water outside was at least several dozen meters deep. It was even possible that seawater had backflowed into Coastal City, bringing in countless sea creatures. No one knew how long it would take for the water to recede back into the ocean. Fortunately, with the Angel Wings ability, Li Fan decided to fly out and take a look. All 25 of your abilities have been upgraded to level 3, and your attributes have improved greatly. You can go outside and have a look. There are no mutated monsters or zombies nearby. Just be cautious in case there are any mutated aquatic creatures in the water. Before heading out, Li Fan warned the women. He then activated Angel Wings and flew into the sky. It was his first time using the ability. He found that the wings sprouted from his back, much like Li Zhenzi from the classic novel Investiture of the Gods. The speed was decent, about 20 meters per second, but flying while lying face down was not very comfortable. He wished he could fly standing up, like a deity. The 15 days of torrential rain had claimed the lives of many unprepared survivors. From the sky, Li Fan could see some corpses floating on the surface of the water. When he searched for survivor bases again, the red dots on his virtual map had decreased by more than half. The once dense pattern was gone. Clearly, the storm had not spared the shelters either. 5 or 6 large survivor bases that he remembered had also seen their population drop drastically. The apocalypse truly treated human life as worthless. His current destination was the Baojian Yunmen Mountain Shelter, the Baoshan Qingfu Mountain Shelter, the Riverside Villa District, Yangjian Zhonin Building, and Huangjian Haidu Building. These 5 places were all within 40 kilometers of Biyun Mountain, arranged in a circle around it, and had been previously contacted by phone. It was known that each shelter housed more than 50,000 survivors. The other 3 locations had populations in the thousands, which was still significantly higher than any other survivor base Li Fan had searched. On the way to Yunmen Mountain, Li Fan saw some survivors moving on inflatable boats, plastic basins, wooden rafts, and other makeshift watercraft to collect supplies. Since he was not flying very high, it was likely that the survivors could see him as well. Li Fan originally had no intention of paying attention, but the system suddenly popped up with a prompt that made him descend and take a closer look at the target. Detected a target eligible for conquest, Yi Yu. Do you wish to bind the target? Yes. Target Yi Yu successfully bound. Friendly reminder, upon successful conquest, host receives +2 to all attributes, +1 family member, and a first conquest reward package. Please continue expanding the family and ensure reproductive growth. He examined the disheveled young woman sitting in a plastic basin, her hair tangled, appearance nearly unrecognizable. Level 0 mutant, Yi Yu, 18% evolution level. Strength, 500 caddies. Speed, 10 meters per second. Attractiveness, 82. Chastity, 100. Mentality, 80. Fertility, 0. Overall rating, 85. Awakened ability, strength enhancement. After checking everyone, Li Fan discovered that aside from Yi Yu, among the dozen or so others, 6 were also mutants. On one of the inflatable boats, a young man had already reached level 1 as a mutant and had awakened a water element ability. He was using it to manipulate the water and gently propel the group forward. It appeared they were collecting supplies while also searching for other survivor shelters. Li Fan asked, "Where are you headed? Your superpower is so cool, you can grow wings and fly in the sky," a 7 or 8-year-old boy sitting on the inflatable boat said, gazing at Li Fan with admiration. A beautiful woman next to the boy quickly pulled him back and stopped him from continuing, glancing toward the young man on the boat. There were 1 man and 4 women on the inflatable boat, plus the little boy. The 4 women all appeared to be with the level 1 mutant. Though they were dressed brightly, their eyes revealed confusion and numbness. Clearly, the man was having a hard time taking care of so many women. Other people navigating the waters using makeshift rafts made of wooden planks and plastic basins were mostly mutants themselves, and none of them had anyone else with them. "Hello, we are residents from the nearby Yunzhong community. We are heading out to look for a survivor base with more people. Mainly, we are afraid that if another heavy rain comes, our homes will be flooded." The level 1 mutant young man appeared to be the temporary leader of the group. "I know there is a shelter at Yunmen Mountain. They will definitely accept mutants. You can slowly paddle your way over." Li Fan volunteered the information. "Will they accept ordinary people like us?" someone nearby asked. "If you are together, they should allow a certain ratio of ordinary people in," Li Fan said. Then he turned and flew over to Yi Yu, asking her in a low voice, "In addition to flying, my superpower also allows me to conjure meals and other food out of thin air. Would you like to come with me?" To prove himself, he held out a boxed meal, a large apple, and some bagged snacks. Yi Yu raised her face, which had long been neglected and even deliberately dirted. She glanced at Li Fan and found his appearance ordinary, but the superpowers he described were indeed strange and tempting. She could feel that the boxed meal was warm, which convinced her that the food was genuinely conjured by his ability and not hidden somewhere in advance to trick her. She nodded in agreement. 3 meals a day. No, even if it is just 2 meals, or just 1 meal of hot food a day, I will go with you. All right. I promise you 3 hot meals a day. Shall I carry you while flying? Li Fan said with a smile, feeling once again how unmatched the power of food had become. It had now been 32 days since the apocalypse began. This half-month of rain had eliminated yet another large number of people. Zombies were likely unaffected, though most were now submerged underwater. Only those in open areas had been floated up by the water who knew where they had drifted off to. For all he knew, they might now be fishing for them. At any rate, both the surface and the depths of the tens of meters deep water were now nearly devoid of visible zombies. "I smell really bad," Yi Yu said softly, slightly embarrassed. "I'll take you back to wash up," Li Fan replied, flying toward the rooftop of a tall building with the pungent-smelling Yi Yu in his arms. He decided he would let her bathe and eat before anything else. Flying was not as fast as leaping, so it took more than 10 minutes for Li Fan to return to the family base. At the entrance, many women had come out for air and to see what the outside world looked like. Seeing them filled his heart with even greater contentment. Yi Yu had not expected so many people to be living at Biyun Mountain. Before she could even begin to daydream, Li Fan said something to her that felt both fantastical and absurd. "This is my home. These people are all my family now. You will be part of this family too. Except for the 1 man and 2 women at the entrance, you can call all the women inside your sisters. Your ability to conjure food can feed so many people?" Yi Yu's first concern was not about how many women there were, but about survival. She was practical. "Yes. As long as we maintain intimate relationships, I can produce large amounts of food to feed all of you," Li Fan replied with a smile. "Then you should find more women and take care of them. It's better than letting them starve outside," Yi Yu said, surprisingly. "That is exactly what I thought. That is why, when I saw you all alone, I brought you back," Li Fan said. From afar, Kan Linghui saw Li Fan flying back with a woman in his arms. Among the women in the base, none were particularly amazed by Li Fan's ever-growing list of powers. As long as they were fed and slept well, they never cared how many more women he brought home. They were quite sensible. And Yun and others came to meet him. When they got close, they all instinctively covered their noses and fanned themselves with their hands, making teasing remarks like, "So smelly, and you still had the nerve to carry her. A mutant, Yi Yu. These are your sisters. Sisterin, please take her to wash up. I still have things to do outside," Li Fan said, putting her down and offering a quick introduction before flying off again. Yi Yu was still wondering how he knew her name and that she was a mutant as she stood dazed and was pulled into the base by An Yun. The bolder mutants like Ma Xiaofeng, Zhao Lingfeng, Pan Tong, and Yu Nuanyuan wandered freely. Even the less daring ones had the courage to walk around the base perimeter. After all, being cooped up inside for half a month during the torrential rains made anyone want to get some fresh air. Each mutant was surrounded by a group of others. The two sisters Zhou Yixuan were accompanied by the largest crowd. In the distance, someone shouted, "Is that thing floating in the water a zombie?" Mother-daughter pairs like Kong Linghui and her daughter, and Hame and her daughter, Feng Ningning and her daughter, Zhang Jing and her daughter all stayed together. Someone spoke in a frustrated tone, "Last time was unlucky. I didn't get a superpower and ended up punished for half a month instead." "You too? You joined in that nonsense like it was worth the risk," someone scoffed. "Sisterin, you make it sound like you don't want a superpower yourself. What kind of nonsense? It was just messing around with a man. No need to categorize it." Zhang Jing snapped back. "Everyone wants a superpower, but there should be some limits. Honestly, with so many people and no rules, this cannot last," said An Hame, visibly concerned. Feng Ningning and Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. The rules set by An Yun actually had some use. It's just that the man prefers to live recklessly. Moon Yanqin whispered beside them, pointing to her head, "I heard from Aunt Yun that Brother Fan used to be a single working man before the apocalypse. He probably never thought this far ahead." The sisters Zhao Qingxue and Zhao Hanxue also sighed. "Who told Brother Fan that the more outrageous he acts, the stronger he gets? Have you not noticed how all the women with superpowers have become stronger these last 15 days? I feel like my body is getting healthier too. Doing that kind of thing feels like dual cultivation in fantasy novels. Brother Fan gets stronger, and so do we. Seriously, I used to have a bad cough on rainy days. But since I got here, even after all this rain, I hardly cough at all," agreed Li Xiaoqi, Feng Ningning's daughter, nodding vigorously. Kan Linghui now had a superpower herself. She felt her body was 3 or 4 times healthier and stronger than before. Her last punishment was only 7 days of confinement, and today An Yun had allowed her to come out for fresh air. "I really embarrassed myself last time, but thankfully we're all sisters here. Whatever people saw, it does not matter much. By the way, do we have any doctors, executives, or bosses in the community? Maybe we can push someone else forward to help with management. Why should An Yun and Qin Xinyan from that low-level Lingfu complex be in charge of everything?" And Hame whispered, "I'll go ask the Zhou sisters to talk to some of the other women. Come to think of it, our Imperial View community has over 30 people. We should have a role in managing things too." Kong Linghui agreed with a nod. "Aunt Kong, I think we can just go and talk to Aunt Yun directly to avoid unnecessary conflict. After all, their abilities are limited. There is no reason they would not let us help," Zhao Qingxue suggested. "With how fast Brother Fan brings in new women, there will only be more and more people in the future. Aunt Yun likely will not oppose joining forces with us, especially if women like Zhang Yi, Hua Nana, or even more impressive ones show up." Zhao Hanxue did not finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. Kan Linghui and the others thought it over and felt the reasoning made sense. What they should be on guard against were future arrivals, women with devastating beauty or seductive charm, not the current sisters who were more or less average in both looks and power. "Let us go with Hanxue's idea. I will talk to the Zhou sisters later and bring others to speak with An Yun and propose the suggestion together." Kan Linghui nodded as she patted the Zhao sisters' shoulders. Zhou Yixuan and Zhou Jinshan were walking along a small path nearby with a group of other single women, including Shangwan Qinghong, Zhang Meili, Miao Xiaoxiao, and Kai Lanjie. The timid Kai Lanjie nervously clung to Zhou Jinshuan's side and whispered, "Jinshan, maybe we should go back. If another monster suddenly appears, we powerless people will be in big trouble. We've walked this path before, it should be fine. We're just strolling around, and maybe we'll spot another evolved plant like that aloe back home," Zhou Yixuan replied as she remained alert to the wind and rustling in the surroundings. "As long as it is not some massive mutated beast like last time, we should be able to handle it." "Do not worry," Zhou Jinshan assured them, patting her chest confidently. Superpowers had brought on secondary development. What was once a chest hovering between B and C was now nearing D. It felt quite satisfying. If this were before the apocalypse, the two sisters could probably fetch a higher price as kept women. "Ready, I remember you used to be a general manager at some company. Now with so many people in our home and such chaotic management, have you never thought of volunteering to help run things?" Zhou Yixuan asked Shangwan Qinghong walking behind them. "Manage what? It is all just serving a man anyway. When things get wild, it is nothing but open debauchery. What is there to manage?" Shangwan Qinghong said indifferently. But some people always get their share, while others cannot even get close. It may be fine short-term, but in the long run, this will not work, Zhou Yixuan said. So what? I am just here for a bite to eat, Shangwan Qinghong replied without concern. What about you, Mei Li, Xiao Xiao, Ruyu, Xin? Zhou Yixuan turned to ask the others. We are just here to get by. We have not thought about it, and really, it is Li Fan's word that rules the household. Even if we have ideas, if he disagrees, it is useless, the women replied indifferently. But if we want to live off this long term, there has to be management and rules. Otherwise, think about what happened with Zhang Yi. Li Fan was not fooled that time, but what if a more alluring, seductive woman comes next? Are we just going to stand by and watch again? Zhou Yixuan asked seriously. Shangwan Qinghong and the others fell silent. If something like that happened again, they would once again be unable to get near Li Fan for a long time. Actually, with so many sisters from Imperial View, we should unite and work with Yun Yun to help Li Fan properly enforce rules at home. Even if things are wild, they should have limits. Not like now, where he shares a bed with everyone every night, Zhou Jinxian said from the side. If we do not step up, others will. It really depends on Li Fan. Even if we want to manage things and establish rules, if he gets in a mood, it all falls apart, Gongsun Ruyu said with difficulty. Look at what happened last time Zhang Wanjun died, and the entire training plan that had been set up was scrapped by Li Fan. I can just imagine how disappointed and let down Yun Yun must have felt, Shangwan Qinghong added, referencing past events. My main worry is that we will not be able to stay in the base forever. There will come a time when we need to go out. If we do not think of a proper approach now, when the time comes, rushing decisions might lead to more casualties, Zhou Yixuan sighed. Then let us go talk to her. In the end, we still need to listen to Li Fan, Shangwan Qinghong said as she came to a stop. Li Fan, meanwhile, knew nothing about what was happening at home. At that moment, he was standing on the mountainside of Yunmen Mountain, having just completed another transaction with the 3 leaders of the shelter, another 50 mutant beast pills. It seemed Director Dai had been ousted. Li Fan was not particularly interested in the details, though he did find it ironic that even in life or death times, people still had the energy to fight for power. Perhaps it was because he had never experienced wielding power, Li Fan simply did not understand its allure. Even with the growing number of women at the family base, Li Fan still felt his relationship with them was one of mutual exchange. They gave him companionship and intimacy, he gave them food and shelter. Of course, it was not completely equal, he was well aware of their deliberate flattery and cautious attentiveness. But he genuinely felt no thrill from the idea of power. Perhaps this was also because he did everything himself, while they enjoyed a more comfortable existence at the base. If he were to recruit some people to act as enforcers and errand runners like at the shelter, he might come to understand it more personally. Next, he flew to the Zhangyin Tower in Yangjiang. It was just a few miles from his old neighborhood at Linfu Community and Imperial View Community. After trading 10 mutant beast pills with the local leader, he flew around nearby to see if there were any survivors left. Unfortunately, all buildings below the 16th floor were underwater. Li Fan could not even find the exact location of Linfu Community, only a rough guess. However, the 32-story Imperial View and some other buildings over 20 floors still had portions above water. But he saw hardly any survivors. Flying quickly past, Li Fan headed for the Riverside Villa district. These villas were built halfway up a mountain slope, though some were still flooded. Many people were using dinghies and similar tools to retrieve useful supplies and move them to higher structures. Li Fan's descent from the sky startled these people. He called out, "I am here to trade with your leader, Zhang Xiangwen. No need to panic. I will go check." "Wait here," said a young speed-enhanced mutant, who immediately ran off to report. Within minutes, Zhang Xiangwen arrived with 4 others. Li Fan checked, they were all level 1 mutants, and Zhang Xiangwen had an evolution level of 92%, close to reaching level 2. After the transaction was successfully completed, what Li Fan did not expect was that Zhang Xiangwen offered to trade women as well, promising that they were clean, beautiful, and even untouched stock. This made Li Fan wonder if this guy was a human trafficker. Zhang Xiangwen, who appeared to be in his 30s, seemed like an elite professional. Sensing Li Fan's suspicion just by looking at him, he explained, "Brotherly, do not think of me as a bad person. I just felt that having too many women was pointless. I used to keep them around thinking that once the environment improved, I could enjoy them myself. Who knew a half-month-long torrential rain would flood the entire coastal city? I simply cannot afford to keep these beauties anymore, so I am looking to find them a new home." Zhang Xiangwen was a mutant with enhanced mental abilities. Li Fan was not sure whether he had done something to the women, but with his own strong powers, he was not worried even if that were the case. He nodded and said, I am indeed looking for women, but I need to see and choose for myself. How about 5 untouched women for 1 mutant beast core? Or 20 regular women for 1 core? Hearing him talk about 5 virgins and 20 women so casually, Li Fan suspected that this guy had probably been rounding up women even before the rainstorm. I will trade if you double the count, Li Fan said. He needed women to grow stronger, and he assumed that the untouched ones would score highly with the system. As for the others, he would need to check them first. Zhang Xiangwen looked troubled and said, doubling it is not possible, brother. We only have 7 virgins in total and just over 30 unallocated women. If it were not for this rainstorm, I might have been able to support more. But now, my beautiful dreams have all been drowned. That is why I asked if you might be interested in the women. You even had people out specifically looking for women before? Li Fan asked. I will not hide it from you, brother. Consider it making a friend. I used to think that women were a kind of resource in the apocalypse. Maybe I could build a business around it. But who could have guessed this half-month of rain would shatter all my plans? Now I cannot even feed this many people, let alone talk about doing business, Zhang Xiangwen said gloomily. Li Fan, hearing this, felt Zhang Xiangwen was someone worth befriending. He said, I also need to find women, and I can trade mutant beast cores or evolution fluid for high-level mutant zombies, mutant beasts, or evolved plants. Zhang Xiangwen was overjoyed. His plan had been to give women to powerful figures to gain protection, or at worst, use them for trades. To him, someone who could bring out this many mutant beast cores was surely a big shot. I can continue helping you look for women, brother, but the problem might be supplies. We need to spare people to go out and search, Zheng said, trying to subtly probe. Use the satellite phone to contact me anytime. It does not take me much time to travel. Also, we can trade food for women, but you will need to arrange a temporary place for me to stay, Li Fan replied, realizing that it was a hassle to finish things before teleporting the women back. Alright then, I will take you to see the women I have found, Zhang said, quickly leading Li Fan to a villa. There were guards posted around the entrance, confirming Zhang's earlier intention to run a business. The villa was freestanding and 4 stories high. The women on the first floor were of the lowest quality, neither attractive in appearance nor figure, about a dozen of them, and the system showed no reaction. The second floor was slightly better. Their looks and figures were decent. Out of another 10 women, only 2 Wajini and Qin Xiaoyu were recognized by the system. Clearly, the system had become picky. After selecting those 2, Li Fan followed Zhang and his men to the 3rd floor. Before even seeing anyone, the system popped up with 7 notifications. The women on the 3rd floor were even more attractive and youthful, 10 women, and the system approved 7. The 4th floor had to be what Zhang referred to as the virgins. Li Fan had assumed all 7 would be system approved, but only 4 were. The others were either fake virgins or had other issues. After selecting the women, Zhang, clearly itching to speak, brought Li Fan and the 13 chosen women into another recently cleaned villa. Brotherly, then I will treat you as my first long-term customer. This villa will serve as your temporary residence. But I do have a question I hope you can clarify, Zhang said, only speaking up after sending the women to bathe, flanked by his 2 closest men. Go ahead, Li Fan replied, already knowing what he was going to ask. I can understand why the women on the 1st and 2nd floors were not chosen. But why did some women from the 3rd and 4th floors not make the cut? Your selection criteria confuse me. I do not know how to help you find women anymore, Zhang said. Li Fan revealed his inspection ability and explained, aside from flying, I have other powers. For example, I can see all of your stats. I can see everything about these women, so while they may look perfect in appearance and body, their pasts and inner character reveal inconsistencies. I see, so you are a multi-ability mutant? Zhang asked. His only ability was mental enhancement, allowing him to subtly influence people without affecting their consciousness. His subordinates had all been slowly brought under his control this way. He had tried to test Li Fan, but was repelled by his stronger spirit, so he gave up. Yes, and I can confidently say that for now, in Coastal City, there is no one who can defeat me, Li Fan said matter-of-factly. Zhang asked curiously, have you fought many other mutants? No, but I have yet to meet someone whose attributes are higher than mine, Li Fan said with a smile. Zhang caught on and started guessing Li Fan's attribute stats but continued to flatter him, so it is true you really are a powerhouse. I hope you will look after us little guys who run errands for you in the future. Li Fan was not stingy. He took out 5 boxes of instant noodles and 50 pounds of snacks from his storage space and said, consider this a thank you gift. Whether you want to trade for beast cores or food, we can always negotiate. I guarantee you will not be treated unfairly, brother Zhang. This is another of your abilities? Dimensional storage? Zhang asked, shocked at how many powers Li Fan had. If I did not have some real power, would I dare gather so many women? You just focus on helping me find the right women. As long as I approve, I will trade with you no matter how many, Li Fan said boldly. He then remembered something and added, by the way, do you have any female doctors? Gynecologists or midwives will do, I need them. Also, beautiful and capable widows or single mothers with daughters are welcome too. I have other things to handle, so contact me when you have news. After sending Zhang Xiangwen and his men off, Li Fan thought to himself that this man did seem to have some brains. Although he briefly entertained a bad idea, it was just a fleeting thought. Li Fan's extraordinary mind-reading ability was something he usually kept active when out in the field. What struck him as strange was that the other people in the Riverside Villa district were extremely loyal to Zhang Xiangwen. When he checked, he found literal descriptions in their information panels stating absolute loyalty to Zhang. Clearly, Zhang's ability was likely related to mind control. Nevertheless, Li Fan focused on finishing his business first. He planned to send the women back to the family base, then head out to the remaining 2 trading locations, the Baoshan Kingfisher Shelter and the Huangjian Haidu Building. 3 hours later, 13 more women were conquered, giving Li Fan 34 attribute points and 13 new superpowers. The 4 untouched women each granted 2 extra points, better than nothing. Speaking of which, although Li Fan had already experienced women like Moon Yanqin, Zhao Qingxue, Zhao Hanxue, and Li Xiaoqi, only 5 had triggered the system's target binding: Yi Yuyu, Wei Lian, Mayashu, Miao Qianhe, and He Lianyu. As for the other 9, apart from Mi Rishuang, the most beautiful, and Yu Haiyao, with the most voluptuous figure, the rest were so unremarkable that Li Fan did not even bother to remember their names. There were just too many women now. Besides, with the system's infocheck function, he did not have to worry about calling the wrong name in the future. He took out food he had made during the rain from his storage and gave it to the 13 women. After eating a bit himself and seeing that it was only just past 1 p.m., he explained the teleportation gate system to them. While the women were still confused, he used the teleportation gate to send all 13 to an union side. At this time, most likely, the women in the base were out for a post-lunch walk or resting. Which is why Li Fan had no time or opportunity to enjoy any kind of power trip. If anything, the women at home were the ones starting to feel the allure of power. As for the new powers gained, most were duplicates and fused into existing abilities. The only unique ability this time was a special one, Puppet Substitute. Acquired, Special, Puppet Substitute, Level 1, Proficiency 0/100. Effect: when taking damage, the body transforms into a puppet to absorb the hit. In fatal situations, the Puppet Substitute blocks the attack and is destroyed, entering a 7-day cooldown period. This ability came from the reward package of Yu Haiyao, the most curvaceous among them. As for the 3 new available family member system slots, Li Fan had not yet decided whom to assign them to. He planned to think about it later. However, Li Fan had guessed wrong about the situation back home. At the family base, Yunyun, Qin Xinyan, and Xiaohui, along with over 20 ability users from Linfu and Daijing international residences, were meeting with the newer women to draft new household rules. Inside the main hall, the women were seated around various tables. The children were kept inside watching TV. Xiaohui, knowing she could not surpass Yunyun or Qin Xinyan in influence, was the first to propose, let's just adapt the rules in Jie made last time and tweak them. I believe that if it does not rain again, within 3 months we will exceed 300 members, and in 6 months 500. Plus, some of us might already be pregnant. Within a year the population might double. Qin Xinyan, who enjoyed palace dramas, thought a tiered system with ranks would better reflect human nature and commented, I believe it is better to have ranks. People from Dragon Nation respect hierarchy. As long as there is food, drink, and a path to rise, they will not stir trouble. And Yunyun leaned toward Qin Xinyan's idea. After what happened with Zhongyi and the others, she realized that running the family like a company with corporate rules would eventually lead to blurred boundaries. After all, everyone relied on Li Fan for food, shelter, and safety, and had no means of contribution. There was no way to push back if they were called out. This had to change. Now there were 26 women with powers, plus her younger brother in Xinhua. They were already a force. If they were to rank by level, she could be the top official. The only question was how to divide the titles. The other women all looked at Qin Xinyan. Was her suggestion essentially making Li Fan the emperor of this apocalypse? Then again, thinking about Li Fan's nightly routines, he already resembled a debauched ruler. Kang Lingui said, I think we should draft several proposals for Li Fan to review. For example, a company system, a ranking system, a merit-based system, or just go by what he prefers. We will not go wrong following his lead. Acting without his input may only upset him. How do we define merit or preference? How many times someone sleeps with him? Duration? So-called preferences? Come on, he just likes mother-daughter sets. No wonder Kang Jia would say something like that, Zhu Ting mocked. Kang Linghui flushed with embarrassment but still calmly replied, "Little Zhu, you're the same age as my daughter Xiaoqin, and just as impatient. I was merely offering a suggestion. No need to snap at your elder auntie. I think Kang Jia's suggestion makes sense. At the end of the day, we are all here to serve Li Fan. Of course, we should follow his preferences," said Anhame and other mothers whose daughters were over 10 years old, supporting Kang Linghui's view. And Yun Yun, recalling how her previously drafted system was scrapped, agreed with Kang Linghui's proposal. If Li Fan liked it, that was what mattered most. Otherwise, their efforts would all be wasted. "Any other suggestions?" she asked. "I have one," said Wan Fuling, standing up. "Even though life seems peaceful now, this is still the apocalypse. Unforeseen events can happen at any time. I suggest a military-like structure to organize the women. Seniors mentor newcomers. That way, if something happens, we can assist Li Fan." Those who came in hoping to be taken care of, especially women with children, immediately opposed. "We are weak and not mutants. We cannot even survive a flood, let alone fight zombies. We disagree with a military system." And Yun Yun ignored their objections and nodded to Wan Fuling. "I think it's a good idea. Please write it down in detail so Li Fan can review it." Then she turned to the others. "Any more ideas or suggestions?" Just then, the 13 women found in the riverside villa, including the strikingly curvaceous Yu Haiyao, suddenly appeared beside Yun Yun via the teleportation portal. Yu Haiyao's figure drew everyone's attention for a while. Even more voluptuous than Li Xioma, surely if she took off her clothes, her breasts would droop, right? And Yun Yun knew that these were women Li Fan had brought back from outside, future sisters in the household. We will proceed with what we discussed earlier. When Li Fan returns, he can make the final decision. You all, come with us. She beckoned to the newly arrived Wei Liyun, Yu Haiyao, and the others, leading them into the large house where Li Fan lived. Naturally, a few women who were curious and had a good relationship with Yun Yun followed along to inspect and evaluate the newcomers. Wei Liyun, Yu Haiyao, and the others had not expected such a situation. Before they could even react, they had already been teleported here by Li Fan. Seeing how large the house was, how many women there were, and how every one of them looked healthy and wore luxurious clothing, their hearts filled equally with fear and joy. "Go take a bath and change into clean clothes first, then we will talk," and Yun Yun said as she opened the wardrobe and picked out clothes according to each woman's body shape, then directed them to the bathroom. The bathroom was large and luxurious, and the bathtub resembled a small swimming pool. Even 3 to 5 dozen people bathing together would not be a problem. Li Fan's room was the largest and most luxurious in the entire base. Wei Liyun, Yu Haiyao, and the others obediently undressed and stepped into the bath. The other women who had followed and also got a clear look at Yu Haiyao. Indeed, she did not appear as youthful and perky as Li Xioma, and her figure did not defy gravity. Still, knowing Li Fan's preferences, they were not overly worried. Aside from her ample chest and pretty face, Yu Haiyao was not especially outstanding in other aspects. On the other hand, Wei Liyun, Ma Yashu, Miao Qianhe, and He Lianyu clearly appeared to be virgins, something that many men still fetishized. Look at how well Kang Linghui and her daughter, and Hame and her daughter, and Feng Ningning and her daughter were treated. Li Fan never neglected them during his escapades, clearly indicating his preference. And Kang Linghui had even gained superpowers later, which said a lot. After bathing, the women blushed as they dressed, then stood obediently in front of Yun Yun's group, waiting for instructions. It was evident these women were far more disciplined and sensible than the likes of Zhong Yi and her group. "We will take you to your rooms. After that, you can move about freely, but if you want to leave, let us know so nothing unexpected happens," and Yun Yun reminded them as they walked. As they passed hundreds of rooms, Wei Liyun and the others were once again stunned. They saw nameplates on some of the doors, indicating occupants. A quick glance confirmed that they were all women, matching what they had seen so far. It was not hard to imagine that these women, like themselves, were all Li Fan's personal property. Amazed, they could not help but think that this place was clearly far better than Zhang Shangwen's villa. Perhaps a hopeful future really was possible here. Once the room assignments were completed, and Yun Yun recorded their skills and hobbies. Now that they had a kitchen, many women with cooking skills were rotated to prepare meals. Tasty dishes were served, while less desirable ones were placed into Li Fan's spatial storage to be used for trade outside. Eating only system-generated meals could get tiresome, so occasional variety was welcome. Wei Liyun and Ma Yashu shared a room. Once everyone had left, the two of them rolled around in excitement and hugged each other. One said, "Li Fan, who bought us, must be amazing. Otherwise, how could he single-handedly trade with Zhang Xiangwen and still purchase us? The other replied, he must be. But no matter how strong he is, he probably is not stronger than missiles or nukes. As long as he does not provoke anyone, he should be fine. If he does, even the best powers won't save him from a bomb. Then he better not provoke anyone. It's so peaceful here, why not just stay low and live a good life? With so many women to support, he has to work. Otherwise, how can he afford to keep everyone fed? Can he even handle that many women? I thought we'd be part of a group of 20 or 30 at most. But now it seems there are over 100. He could probably beat hundreds of us rookies with ease. You experienced it before, right? Bet you Hai Yao is truly wild. She even dared to get on top of him and move. What a sight. I'm still a bit sore. Are you? A little. I heard that it starts to feel good if you do it often enough. Just look at you Hai Yao and the others. Let's see if the TV still works. It can actually play movies. This one looks like Kingfishin Shelter was larger and more complex than Yunmen Mounting Shelter and nearly had a conflict with Li Fan. Only after he used his purple-eyed vision to kill a shouting mutant as a warning did they give up any thoughts of robbing him. With intangible perception, powerful mental strength, and rapid mind reading, Li Fan could always preemptively eliminate danger. Another transaction was completed, netting another 1 million special energy points. With the 3 previous deals, he had now traded 122 mutant beast cores for a total of 244 million special energy points. Next was Huangjiang Haidu Building, which housed over 1,000 people. Although the first 17 floors were flooded, the upper floors remained intact. They had generators above the 50th floor, though fuel was limited. Most residents here were wealthy or high status, much like those at Daijing International. Their homes had stored food, allowing them to survive the hardest 10 days. Eventually, some awakened powers. Being well educated, they had foresight and quickly organized all mutants into a new hierarchy and resource distribution. Before the storm, they had rescued some scattered survivors and secured a large amount of supplies, which helped them endure the 2-week downpour without heavy casualties. They also had satellite phones and knew of nearby shelters, but chose not to get involved. Li Fan's contact and offer of trade gave them hope that they could survive independently without relying on shelters. They eagerly awaited their first transaction with him. The temporary leader, Zhang Jianlin, greeted him warmly. Though they only had enough energy crystals to trade for 2 mutant beast cores, Li Fan did not mind. He even mentioned that food and mutant beast cores could be exchanged for women as well. Using mind reading, he saw their hesitation, so he showed them videos of life inside the base: abundant food, swimming, and leisure. He said, "Do not worry. I have this one hobby: if I take a liking to a woman, I will ensure she eats well, sleeps well, and is kept completely safe." Seeing the scenes of meat feasts and pool parties, 2 young female mutants were visibly tempted. Was this really post-apocalyptic life? It looked like a pre-apocalypse commercial. Zhang Jianlin nodded and agreed to let Li Fan choose, but he did not tell the women the details. With 4 women per room, Li Fan spent over half an hour inspecting and ultimately selected 6 that the system approved. Since women had already been assigned, Li Fan did not intend to take anyone who already belonged to another man. What Li Fan did not anticipate was that one of the 2 young female mutants was also willing to sell herself to him, even going so far as to argue with Zhang Jianlin. "Brother Zhang, you have no right to demand anything from me. What is wrong with wanting a better life? Besides, I will leave the supplies I receive in exchange for my departure to you all, as a token of gratitude for taking me in," Yin Tungru said firmly. It seemed that Yin Tungru was not originally a resident of the Haidu building. Li Fan also examined the 2 female mutants. Yin Tungru was a strength enhancer, rated at 80, just at the system's passing threshold. Wang Huainan was a metal element enhancer, rated at 85. If both were willing, they could be taken along. Zhang Jianlin, noticing Li Fan's gaze, said somewhat awkwardly, "Brotherly, please do not laugh at us. We only have 8 or 9 mutants here. We truly do not want to let anyone go. We still need to unite and help each other to gather supplies." Li Fan interrupted him, saying, "I mainly consider personal willingness. As long as I find it acceptable and she is willing, I will trade supplies with you. As for your internal matters, you can handle them yourselves. Can you provide me with an empty room for them to pack their things?" Zhang Jianlin instructed someone to take Li Fan to an empty room, but Yin Tungru spoke up, "Do I meet your selection criteria?" "You do. What about Xiaonan?" Yin Tungru asked again on behalf of Wang Huainan. Although Li Fan saw Zhang Jianlin's face darken, he still nodded and replied, "She does as well." "Then do not leave yet. I will bring some more people for you to consider, Yin Tungru said, completely ignoring Zhang Jianlin's increasingly furious expression, and pulled Li Fan back. It seemed that things here were not as harmonious and friendly as they appeared. Just as Zhang Jianlin was about to lose his temper and rush at Yin Tungru with murderous intent, Li Fan directly used sand binding to trap him into the floor. Brother Zhang, since they are willing to come with me, I cannot allow you to harm them in front of me. I apologize for the offense, Li Fan said calmly. Brother Li, by doing this, you are destroying this place. I was just blinded by rage and acted impulsively. Could you release me? Zhang Jianlin, a speed enhancer, tried to break free but could not, so he pleaded. Truly, a person capable of great things can bend and stretch. Many women were forcibly assigned by Zhang Jianlin. They all clearly expressed their unwillingness, but he still acted arbitrarily. On the surface, he appeared righteous and democratic, but behind the scenes, he was autocratic and did not respect women's wishes. If it were not for the flooding caused by the heavy rain outside, I would have left long ago, Yin Tungru said, displeased, looking at Zhang Jianlin, who was stuck halfway in the floor. She also thanked Li Fan for intervening, otherwise, with her speed, she would not have been able to dodge Zhang Jianlin's sneak attack. Then she went to a room and used the intercom to call up 8 women. Take a look at these people and see if they meet your selection criteria, Yin Tungru said, having the women line up for Li Fan to inspect. As expected, the young women in this building had high overall qualities and met the system's requirements. They all meet the criteria. Then come to Xiaonan's and my room. That empty room has surveillance cameras, Yin Tungru said, betraying the former leader Zhang Jianlin without any psychological burden. Brother Zhang, what you did was not honorable, Li Fan said, unwilling to keep someone who might stab him in the back, and directly sent him on his way with a flash of his purple eyes. Li Fan then specifically asked, looking at the other 3 male mutants, are there any of his close associates that need to be dealt with? The 3 male mutants, frightened by Li Fan's eerie killing ability, knelt and begged for mercy. We are not his close associates. He has none. Please spare us. You can go to nearby shelters, one at Yunmen Mountain, another at Qingfu Mountain. The rest is up to you. Mutant beast pills can awaken superpowers and turn you into mutants. You can choose 2 close people to consume them and awaken, Li Fan said, not killing more, as there were still over 1,000 survivors here, and offered this advice. After speaking, he followed Yin Tungru and Wang Huainan to their room. These mutants all lived above the 70th floor. Upon arrival, Li Fan took out still-warm meals from his alternate space for the 16 women to eat and assured them twice, 3 meals a day will be of this standard. Once you come to my place, you will not doubt it. However, since there are many of you, you need to become my family first to hear about me and my family's secrets. Wang Huainan looked at Li Fan with some confusion, seemingly not fully understanding his implication. Yin Tungru, however, understood. Although she had some doubts, considering Li Fan's vast abilities, she was still willing to trust him. The other 14 women also looked up while eating, many nodding vigorously in agreement. They could not remember the last time they had eaten such food. This meal was enough to win them over. Seeing that none of the women objected, Li Fan continued, after eating, take a bath, then together. After that, I will take you home. Together? There are 16 of us, Yin Tungru finally spoke up, uncertain. Then line up? It is up to you. Only by becoming my family can I take you home as quickly as possible, Li Fan said calmly. Are you particularly powerful now? Can you seize a shelter? Yin Tungru suddenly asked an unrelated question. Li Fan looked at her in surprise and asked, why should I seize a shelter just because I am powerful? Shelters have abundant supplies and better living conditions. More importantly, they are already planned out. Perhaps you can even farm and raise animals there. If you can take over such a place, would it not benefit your future development? Yin Tungru looked at Li Fan curiously. I might be able to withstand powerful weapons like artillery shells, so I still need to wait a bit, Li Fan said. Yin Tongru's words made sense, but he had not considered seizing a shelter unless one actively caused him trouble. Of course, not yet having the strength to dominate the world was also a significant reason. I have long been disgusted by those manipulative officials in coastal cities. Look at how high housing prices have soared, and they do nothing. Every day, they just make suggestions and proposals. There are truly too many corrupt officials now, and many lackeys as well. Killing them is the only way to appease the public's anger, Yin Tungru said, possibly recalling unpleasant experiences, and gritted her teeth when mentioning officials. Li Fan had never thought about these things. He was just an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, earning 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month. After paying rent and utilities, he could save half, then spend on food, drinks, and entertainment, ending the year with just over 10,000 yuan in savings. He had never interacted with officials before, perhaps only seeing traffic police on the road. Therefore, he had no particular feelings toward high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen. At most, he thought the boss of Penguin was a bit unscrupulous, always encouraging people to spend money. Zhang Jinlin is hiding 2 more female celebrities. Are you interested? I can go get them for you. Yin Tungru abruptly changed the subject again. Before Li Fan could respond, Yin Tungru had already run upstairs and dragged the 2 female celebrities from Zhang Jinlin's place into the room. Li Fan did not seem to recognize the 2 actresses. They were probably not very famous. Yin Tungru explained, one is called Chahajaha, a Thai celebrity who came to the Dragon Country to make money. The other is called Luo Yaina, from western Xinjiang. Both speak the language of the Dragon Country. The system did not react to either of these women. He had no idea why. It does not matter whether they meet your standards. Just keep them for fun. Do not powerful people like keeping some pets? Yen Tungru spoke in her usual shocking way. Did Zhang Jianlin treat you particularly badly? Li Fan asked curiously. Not exactly. The main thing is that he is incompetent but still acts all high and mighty. Ask anyone else how they feel about him. He pretends to be virtuous and likes to put on a show. It is exhausting to stay around him, Wang Huainan added, summarizing for Yin Tungru. Yes, exactly. I heard Zhang Jinlin used to be a division-level cadre. It is unbearable. He talks endlessly and never says anything useful, yet insists on making us listen to his damn babbling and waste time. Honestly, when I saw you choosing people, I immediately wanted to go with you even if it meant worse food or living conditions, Yin Tungru said with a strong desire to vent, clearly fed up. Li Fan, too, felt that officials in the Dragon Country often shared this defect. Whether what they said had value or not, they always had to sound grand and fill up the word count. If they did not speak for several hours, people might say they did not know how to give a proper speech. That kind of endless verbosity extended from the top down. No one could say things as concisely, powerfully, and inspiringly as the great figures of the past. No wonder Yen Tungru had such strong resentment and impulsive desire to leave. It was likely that she had encountered unpleasant situations before and had long since grown to hate officials. A month of bottling it up had pushed her to her limit. Chahajaha and Luo Yaina were quite obedient. They did not shout anything stupid about having connections. Clearly, they were women who had already experienced the cruelty of the world. Eat, bathe, and then we will have plenty of time to talk. Li Fan's invisible perception had already sensed that the 3 male mutants had taken mutant beast pills from Zhang Jinlin, planning to use them to awaken powers in people they were close to. I want to ask, since Zhang Jinlin was an official, should he not have been able to get into a nearby shelter? Why did he stay here all this time? Of course it was because everyone here listened to him. He kept misleading us into believing there would be rescue missions and such. He used the satellite phone 2 or 3 times and even turned on the speaker so we could all hear. That is how he kept stringing us along, saying we would be taken into a shelter. So everyone stayed here for so long, Yin Tungru mumbled through a mouthful of food, pouting. She was a rather straightforward woman. Chahajaha and Luo Yaina watched the women eat, envy overflowing from their eyes as they swallowed their saliva, but they did not dare to approach. They stood obediently against the wall. You heard what I said earlier. Zhang Jinlin is dead. Are you willing to be my pets? Li Fan asked them with a teasing look. They were wearing only oversized men's shirts, which Yin Tungru had likely found for them. Otherwise, they were probably naked in Zhang Jinlin's room, typical new slave playthings. Such things, Li Fan had only read about in novels. He had heard some outrageous real-life rumors but never paid them much attention. Even if true, they had nothing to do with someone like him, a common man. He had not expected the end of the world to come and for him to end up working under a system, only then finding himself surrounded by women. Still, he had no desire to treat women as new slaves or pets. If Yin Tungru had not brought it up, he would have simply ignored the 2 of them. He could only sigh and say, city folks sure know how to play. Thinking along those lines, he found himself a little curious about what the shelters were really like now. Could they really be like those described in apocalyptic novels, each shelter an independent entity, reverting to feudalism, even to primitive society? Would women be completely unable to fight for themselves anymore and become nothing more than men's appendages? Li Fan made up his mind. Once his attributes surpassed 1,000, and his body could withstand missiles and dodge nuclear bombs, he would definitely go visit a shelter and see it for himself. There was not a single bite left on the table. The women had eaten everything clean and seemed satisfied. Then, chatting and laughing softly, they went into the bathroom in pairs to wash. Although there was still a bit of a stench, Li Fan managed to endure it. Meanwhile, Yin Tungru tied the 2 celebrities to chairs and sat with Wang Huainan, watching Li Fan and the other women engage in debauchery. More than 3 hours later, Li Fan received 28 points to all attributes and 28 new superpowers. 13 of those were duplicates and merged with existing abilities. Only one was new. It was called Enhanced Sonic Technique. Acquired Enhanced Sonic Technique, Level 1, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Enhanced Sonic Technique, when activated, all living beings within a radius of 50 meters are either injured or killed. The degree of damage depends on the strength difference between the two parties. Li Fan did not pay much attention to these new powers. Just looking at the long list of abilities sometimes made him dizzy. He could barely remember which powers he already had. The Enhanced Sonic Technique was a reward from a woman named Ma Wenlan. At this point, Li Fan's family had grown to over 300 members, reaching a total of 308. This time, the reward for passing the 100-member threshold was related to the daily expenses of the family base. As the number of family members increased, the base's daily operating costs would from now on be permanently reduced by half. Seeing this notification, Li Fan felt a bit regretful about having spent 2 million special energy points on decorating a room. If only he had received this 50% discount earlier, he could have saved a large sum. But the regret lasted only 5 seconds. Then he remembered that duplicating level 1 Newton Beast pills brought in over 100 million special energy points in income. 1 million was nothing, it had been spent, and that was that. You are now considered my family. Next comes the benefit exclusive to family members, the family-based teleportation gate. I will send you there first. With a simple explanation, Li Fan began using his teleportation ability to send Ma Wenlan and the other 14 women to Yunyun's side. After witnessing the 14 women vanish into thin air, Yin Tongru and Wang Huainan, initially shocked, quickly recovered and began enthusiastically tending to Li Fan. After taking both women, the number of bound slots in the family member subsystem reached 6. Yen Tongru's reward superpower was Enhanced Transformation Technique. Wang Huainan's reward superpower was Elemental Steel Flow. After sending the 2 women away, Li Fan turned his attention back to the issue of the 2 celebrity pets. Ultimately, he gave up on them. It was not his thing, and there were already enough women in the base, more would join in the future. After leaving them some food, he no longer paid them any attention. After returning to the family base, Li Fan reviewed the future plans written by Yunyun and the others. He felt that all of them were viable, and for the moment, he could not determine which one was better or more suitable. Therefore, he decided to implement each plan separately. The women who were willing to be managed under a corporate system were grouped and assigned positions for a trial implementation. The women who preferred to be managed under a court hierarchy were likewise grouped and assigned positions for trial. Those willing to follow a military-style structure were also grouped and assigned positions as part of a trial. As for management based on his personal preferences, there was no need to test it. After all, everything had previously been carried out according to his personal preferences, resulting in disorganized personnel management, clearly unsuitable. After making this decision and confirming the 6 members bound to the family subsystem, Li Fan resumed his daily routine to earn special proficiency points. Tan Xian's superpower was Elemental, Thundercloud Light Chain. Kong Xiaoyun's superpower was Summoning, Gunsmith. And Hamei's superpower was Defense, Solid State. Zhao Anping's superpower was Elemental, Flame Maniac. Xia Lei's superpower was Control, Ice Prison. Zhou Shuwan's superpower was Elemental, Wood Command. Including the previously recorded 25 people, the entire family base now had 31 superpowered individuals. If he could make use of them, it would constitute a formidable force. Unfortunately, Li Fan did not know how to manage people. When he woke up, Li Fan reached out across the bed. The usual smooth and silky sensation was gone, which surprised him. He opened his eyes with effort and was shocked to discover that he was back on the Simmons mattress in his rental apartment, Unit 805, Building C, Linfu Residential Complex. What is going on? Li Fan stared in disbelief at everything around him. Could his previous apocalyptic life have all been a dream? He climbed out of bed and looked out the window. There were many people and many cars. Everything was full of vitality, there was not even a shadow of a zombie. Have I been reborn to a time before the apocalypse? Or was that doomsday scenario just a beautiful dream? Li Fan picked up his phone and checked the date and time. It was July 18, 2038, 6:34 a.m. Saturday, clear skies, the day before doomsday? Although he was supposed to go to work, Li Fan had no intention of doing so. Instead, he planned to go out and see for himself what exactly was going on and why he had suddenly returned. Lord's system? Li Fan habitually tried calling the system, but there was no response. Only then did he remember the family reproduction system would not be bound until tomorrow. today, he was not yet a system contractor. He washed up and went downstairs for breakfast. In the elevator, he ran into Jiang Menglan, the resident from Unit 1405. She seemed to be heading out for breakfast too, dressed simply in a knee-length skirt and a round-neck t-shirt, yawning behind her hand. Li Fan did not greet her. After all, they were not familiar at this point in time. Outside the building, pedestrians filled the streets. The traffic of people never ceased. It was not yet 7 o'clock, but many elderly people had already brought their grandchildren to eat at breakfast shops. Some working individuals were also quickly buying breakfast, rushing off to catch the bus or subway. Li Fan also saw a few familiar faces. And Yun Yun was having breakfast with her daughter, Li Yuqi. He had not expected them to be up this early. Chao Hui and 3 other men and women were also having breakfast, probably after a night of card games. All 4 had heavy dark circles under their eyes and looked exhausted. As if sleepwalking, Li Fan kept walking forward and saw someone as thin as a bamboo pole running toward him. The person looked somewhat familiar, but he could not recall who it was. He kept walking. There were no zombies, and the scenes were not blurry. Everything felt real. Was the previous apocalypse just a dream? Li Fan stopped in confusion and looked around. There was no one he recognized. He stood alone in the crowd, overwhelmed by a sense of solitude. I will know by tomorrow. He made up his mind and walked into a supermarket to buy some meat and vegetables before returning home. At that moment, his roommate Zhao Bin was also brushing his teeth in the bathroom. With foam in his mouth, he mumbled, "Li Fan, did you fucking not flush the toilet again?" "I flushed it." Li Fan was frustrated. This kind of daily routine, which had been so frequent in the past, now felt somewhat comforting to hear. Then it must be due to a lack of yin and yang balance. The smell is nasty. You should be more proactive with the girl I introduced to you. Just ask her out and make a move. Once you make a move, kiss her. Once you kiss, it is basically a done deal, Zhao Bin said, leaning against the door with a cup in hand and foam in his mouth. I cannot even ask her out. You know what I am like. I know your personality, which is why I told you to change it. You are not a woman if you are never proactive. Are you planning to be single for the rest of your life? Not necessarily. Hurry up, are you going out again? Yes. I have 3 girlfriends, and it is hard to keep up. Today I am with Xiao Xiao, tomorrow with Xiao Xiao, and the day after that with Chan Chan. I also have homework to submit often. It is exhausting. Li Fan knew he was showing off, but he did not take it seriously. In the past, he might have snapped at him for being a sleazy bastard, but after experiencing the apocalypse, he no longer felt qualified to judge Zhao Bin. The truth is, the rich get richer while the poor get poorer. There is nothing more to say about it. Soon, Zhao Bin cleaned himself up, put on cologne, and left to meet his #1 girlfriend. Li Fan opened a game but had no interest in playing. He just wanted time to pass quickly, to see if it would really rain tomorrow and if people would turn into zombies. The entire day he felt restless, unable to focus on anything. Although he had the system, he did not hoard supplies or seek allies like other reincarnators. He did not know many people to begin with, no best friends, no close companions. He barely made it to evening when Zhao Bin returned, looking quite frustrated. Xiao Xiao has changed. She is unwilling to pay her share of the rent now, so I had to come home early. Tomorrow I will go see Xiao Xiao. She is more generous and should give me a little pocket money, Zhao Bin said with a sigh. Li Fan did not really want to talk to him. He still could not understand why Zhao Bin would not just live with one of his girlfriends instead of sharing an apartment with him while dating all 3. This question had always puzzled him. He never asked before, but now he wanted to know, Zhao Bin, why do you not live with one of the 3? Live together? Fuck that. I have heard all the tragic stories from my seniors. A goddess girlfriend might secretly be a disgusting slob who picks her feet or digs in her nose and does not wash her hands. Just imagining Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, or Chan Chan becoming like that after moving in is enough to make me lose hope. I would rather preserve some sense of mystery between us. Zhao Bin shook his head and reminisced. Once you live together, your girlfriend starts to take on the role of a wife. Even without marriage, she will definitely start trying to control everything, the sky, the earth, and even the air. That is a woman's nature. I cannot stand it. That is why I prefer sharing a place with someone else and just going out to meet them. But is it not possible that one of them might be understanding and give you space? Li Fan asked. No. If she does, it just means the relationship is fading. That is when it is time to break up. There is no point dragging it on. Look at the divorce rate these days, it is so high precisely because of this. If she is too controlling, it is unbearable. If she is too lenient, it still feels wrong. Either way, it ends in a breakup, Zhao Bin replied with the air of someone who had seen it all. With a heavy heart, Li Fan did not sleep soundly through the night. Instead, he kept waking up and falling back asleep repeatedly. He had not returned to the apocalyptic family base, but had remained in the rented apartment at Linfu Residential Complex. This phenomenon confused him. Nothing like this had ever happened in any novel he had read. Was this a situation of quitting mid-game and starting over? Had he not played the previous apocalypse round properly? With these chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Fan finally made it to daybreak. Looking at the yellowed marks on the ceiling and some dark gray cobwebs, he recalled that in over a year of living there, he had never done a thorough cleaning. Just like the previous morning, he had breakfast, went to the supermarket to buy groceries, and rushed home before the heavy rain began. His roommate Zhao Bin was not home. He had gone to accompany his second girlfriend. Li Fan had considered advising Zhao Bin to stay home for the day, but eventually gave up. Not only would Zhao Bin likely not listen to him, but he also had no reasonable justification to ask him to stay. After placing the groceries in the fridge, Li Fan walked onto the balcony and looked up at the clear sky, waiting for the rain to begin. As long as he was not directly exposed to the rain, he should not turn into a zombie. Checking his phone, it was 10:45 in the morning. The rain should be arriving soon. Previously, he had woken up a bit later and returned from grocery shopping after 11 o'clock. Too lazy to cook, he had simply ordered delivery and played on his phone while waiting. Time passed slowly. Li Fan paced back and forth several times until the heavy rain finally began. It came without warning, with the sun still shining in the sky and no dark clouds to be seen. Standing behind the glass door of the balcony, Li Fan watched the sudden downpour and began to question whether this was really the rain that triggered the global transformation of humans into zombies. He turned on the living room television, which had not been used in a long time, and switched to coastal satellite TV. The station was broadcasting an anti-Japanese war drama, either mixing romance with fighting, or even featuring Japanese soldiers in romantic subplots. Li Fan restrained himself from switching it off and flipped through several other channels. Nothing seemed unusual. It was all commercials, variety shows, and drama series. Thinking back to the time when he was on a winning streak after losing 2 rounds in Dawn Chronicles, the screams he heard likely occurred after 2 o'clock or even 3 p.m. Outside, the streets were still bustling with pedestrians and congested traffic. Some people were even running through the rain toward their destinations. It appeared that nothing serious would happen in the short term. This time, Li Fan did not order delivery. Instead, he cooked his own meal and then returned to the window to continue observing. Because he was paying attention, Li Fan quickly noticed that some people who had been caught in the rain did show signs of discomfort, holding their heads and faces as if in pain. However, they soon walked out of sight and disappeared from his view. Standing behind the glass door with a bowl in hand, Li Fan ate while keeping an eye on both the outside and the television. He checked the time, it was 1:40 p.m. Still 1 to 2 hours before that screen which had jolted him awake last time. Even so, he had already noticed some warning signs. Those who had been exposed to the rain were clearly exhibiting abnormal behavior. If they returned home, their entire household would be in danger. Around 2:30 p.m., the rain abruptly stopped. Surprisingly, the half-hour news broadcast on television briefly mentioned this strange rainfall, calling it an unprecedented global downpour not seen in centuries. Even deserts that had not seen rain for decades had not been spared. It might be due to climate change, and the public was advised to take precautions against the flu. Time ticked by slowly. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out from outside, startling Li Fan. He ran to the balcony and looked down. Just as he had seen previously, many people were screaming from unseen locations. On the visible street, a woman with disheveled hair was running barefoot in terror. A voice filled with panic shouted, "Monsters! Help!" 3 human-like figures were chasing her like rabid dogs. The woman, focused entirely on her pursuers, failed to notice someone suddenly rushing out of a nearby alley. The woman was tackled to the ground and screamed even louder. Her cries were chilling and tore through the sky. As the attacker buried their head into her neck, the screams abruptly stopped. Then the other 3 caught up and threw themselves onto her body like wild dogs, biting and tearing. It looked just like a zombie scene from a television show. Li Fan continued watching until the 4 figures stood up from the woman's bloody, mangled corpse. Everything was unfolding exactly as before. The apocalypse had not changed. This time, Li Fan did not tremble like before. Instead, he calmly observed the street and even looked into the buildings across the road. Next came the sharp wailing of the city's emergency sirens, followed by the blaring of police cars. Out on the road, the sound of crashing vehicles, bang, bang, began echoing. Chaos was now clearly visible. Just as Li Fan confirmed that the heavy rain was indeed turning people into zombies, the system also arrived on cue. The apocalypse has begun. Binding to host. Please wait. Family reproduction system successfully bound. Host is encouraged to reproduce and contribute to the survival of humanity. Warning: host is a reincarnator. All binding rewards, reproduction rewards, and upgrade rewards are halved. Upgrade difficulty is increased. Li Fan was stunned. Not only were all the system's rewards halved, but the upgrade difficulty had increased. Binding reward 1, 1-hit accuracy, every attempt hits the mark, increasing reproductive success rate. Binding reward 2, daily family survival supplies, based on the number of family members. Note: due to reincarnator status and halved rewards, the two bound rewards may occasionally become unavailable. Family survival supplies might not be retrievable? That is cutting off my lifeline. This is so damn unfair. Li Fan loudly protested to the system. Unfortunately, at this stage, the system had not yet been upgraded and was unable to communicate. As Li Fan was voicing his complaints, someone knocked on the door. Opening it, he found his next-door neighbor, and Yun. She had shared his bed for over a month, understanding, thoughtful, and devoted. She looked just as flustered and disoriented as before. One of her shoes was not even fully on, and she had come running to confirm with Li Fan whether what she was seeing outside was real, or if she was hallucinating. Potential conquest target and Yun detected. Would you like to bind this target? Yes. And Yun had to be bound. For now, Li Fan did not plan to deviate from the path he already knew. Conquest target and Yun successfully bound. Beginner tip: after a successful conquest, all of the host's attributes increase by 5 points. The number of family members increases by 2. An initial conquest reward pack has been issued. Host is encouraged to expand the family and reproduce to ensure the continuation of the human race. The reward for successfully conquering an Yun had been reduced from doubling all attributes to merely increasing them by 5 points. This halving of benefits was truly frustrating. If this was really the case, then the daily family survival supplies reward would also be halved, likely meaning food would be available every other day instead of daily. Given that, he would need to prepare a suitable residence and stockpile food in advance. After giving an Yun some food as usual, Li Fan stayed home and began reflecting on everything that had happened over the past month in the apocalypse. The first 7 days had been manageable. On the 8th day, it would rain continuously for 3 days. This time, he needed to make good use of the 5 to 6 days before that to understand the survivors in Linfu residential complex and surrounding areas. He had to fully utilize the system's function of displaying a conquest target notification whenever he encountered a woman, provided it had not changed from before. If things remained unchanged but his rewards were halved and his strength reduced, that would seriously undermine his plan to grow stronger while lying low. But this kind of thing could not be rushed. Most women were not as decisive as in Yun and Qin Xingyan, who had agreed to join him simply because of food. His roommate Zhao Bin had not returned. Li Fan had already made an action plan. Once he obtained the invisibility skill from Chao Hui, he would go to an Yun's home in advance and eliminate the 4 thugs who were causing trouble in the neighborhood. Also, Yu Mingguang from Unit D had to be dealt with early to avoid future irritation. On the 2nd day of the apocalypse, the same events repeated, and Yun wanted to go downstairs but got scared by the zombies in the elevator and stayed at Li Fan's place. That evening, Li Fan successfully conquered an Yun 20 hours earlier than in the previous timeline. With his experience fighting zombies, Li Fan could not possibly have been trapped at home by ordinary level 0 zombies. However, to help an Yun adapt more quickly to the new reality, he had to pretend to be temporarily afraid to fight zombies. Having spent over a month with her previously, he already understood her bold and action-oriented personality. Once she accepted something, she would give it her all. Fortunately, her fireball technique had not been nullified by the halved rewards, which helped convince her of Li Fan's claims. Li Fan did not even want to imagine what might have happened if an Yun had not believed him. That evening, under an Yun's arrangement, they picked up Qin Xingyan, Zhao Feng, and 2 others from the 12th floor. Receiving food convinced the 3 women that Li Fan's claims were real. However, Li Fan was annoyed that Zhao Feng's summoning ability was no longer available. He felt somewhat lucky that, fearing an empty reward box due to halved benefits, he had chosen to open Zhao Feng's reward first. If he had lost Qin Xingyan's storage space ability, he had no idea when he would be able to obtain such a critical survival skill again. He also explained the situation with Zhao Feng's missing superpower to the 3 women to prevent any misunderstandings. All following actions were carried out a day earlier than before. Zhao Hui easily agreed to live with Li Fan in apartment 806, but this time Zhu Ting, who had willingly opened the door before, did not. Relying on his prior experience, Li Fan, with An Yun and the three women, quickly gathered food from the vacant apartments on floors 7 through 16. Qin Xingyan stayed behind to look after the three children. Li Fan did not rush to conquer Chao Hui, as he was worried that failing might result in not obtaining her invisibility technique. That ability still had value in the early stages, especially since he needed it to find female survivors in other buildings and bind them as conquest targets. On the third day of the apocalypse, An Yun brought back the Zheng sisters. Only then did Li Fan begin the conquest of the three. As expected, the first reward package did not contain a superpower. The second did. He left the third unopened. Chao Hui's reward was second. He got the invisibility technique. During the day, he collected food and searched for female survivors. After binding the female survivors from Unit C, he suggested going to the Zhongguiwan community where An Yun's parents lived. She agreed enthusiastically. There were still no mutant zombies on the road. Using the invisibility skill, Li Fan quickly arrived at Zhongguiwan and gave food to An Qinghua. Then he went invisible again and decisively killed the 4 thugs in apartment 601 who would have endangered the whole building. Afterward, he knocked on some doors and, through the cracks, found several women as conquest targets. Among them were Pan Ton, Sun Lanyan, and Lin Yuzhou. At this point, Pan Ton's husband had not yet begun abusing them. On the way home, Li Fan visited several neighboring complexes. If he saw lights in a room, he would knock and check if there were female survivors. By the time he returned to Linfu Complex, he had bound nearly 46 female survivors, and that was after selecting carefully. There could have been even more. At this point, there were still many survivors. A single building could still hold 30 or 40 people. But after the 7-day rainstorm, many would likely starve to death or be bitten by zombies while scavenging for food. When Li Fan returned to apartment 806, it was already 11 o'clock at night. An Yun and the others had persuaded Zhu Ting, who lived alone, and a new woman who had not appeared last time, Jia Yueru, a married woman with a 16-year-old daughter. However, Li Fan did not act recklessly. He proceeded step by step and successfully conquered Zhu Ting and Jia Yueru. He opened Jia Yueru's reward package first, and just as expected, it did not contain a superpower. Then he opened Zhu Ting's reward package and obtained a defensive energy shield useful in the early stages. This time, Li Fan used all of his special proficiency points early to upgrade his superpowers, aiming to fuse and level them up faster once the system upgraded. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, Li Fan cooked meals using the gathered food and stored them in his space. Early in the morning, he broke through the walls of the 16th floor between units B and D and entered them. Yu Mingguang had not yet awakened his power. Li Fan recognized him after knocking on one of the doors and immediately beat him to death with a steel rod. Then he moved on toward units A and EF. The number of bound conquest targets had reached 87, but only 8 had been successfully conquered so far, including An Yun. The original reward for 10 family members now required 20. The family reproduction system underwent its first upgrade, introducing the family member subsystem, allowing one member to be bound. Li Fan did not overthink it and immediately bound An Yun. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Li Fan left the management of Linfu Complex to An Yun and the other women, having already eliminated all internal threats in the building. Though he had not yet received any special energy points, it was time to begin clearing zombies on the streets in preparation for relocating to the Imperial Scenery Complex. At the same time, cries for help began to sound. Just like last time, Li Fan rushed in to save people and brought back many women who were bound as conquest targets by the system. Tao Zhenxin, who had previously been diagnosed as mentally ill by the system, was also brought along. Naturally, the stores on both sides had also been thoroughly scavenged. Now, Li Fan needed food even more than he had before. Once he became stronger and faster, he planned to raid nearby resource warehouses. By the 6th day of the apocalypse, many households were running out of food, and public faith in national rescue efforts had diminished. That was why Li Fan was able to bring people out of their homes. Of course, many also saw how powerful Li Fan was and figured that following him was at least better than waiting to die at home. That evening, Li Fan did not indulge in debauchery. Instead, he asked An Yun to have 3 or 4 female doctors examine everyone's health and inform them that they would be relocating to the Imperial Scenery Complex the next day. At the same time, Li Fan brought An Yun's family from Zhongguiwan, along with other men and women in the community who were willing to follow him. This time, he actively sought to gather more people. After all, he knew the upcoming heavy rain would flood areas up to 50 or 60 meters deep. Within his capabilities, he wanted to save as many willing people as he could. Although the roads had been mostly cleared, traveling at night still resulted in casualties due to sudden zombie attacks. Li Fan decisively executed anyone bitten by zombies, which left many people looking at him with newfound respect. However, no one stepped forward to criticize or confront him. Most of the surviving people had already developed some discernment and quickly adjusted their worldview. The apocalypse left no room for talk of righteousness and morality. On the seventh day of the apocalypse, Li Fan led everyone to move into the Imperial Scenery Complex to avoid the storm. There would be a 7-day respite afterward, followed by half a month of continuous rain that would flood the entire city. There was strength in numbers, but casualties were inevitable. Some of the survivors who saw their group moving through buildings boldly joined them. The group continued to grow. Li Fan's number of bound conquest targets had reached 143, but only 8 had been successfully conquered so far. Therefore, Li Fan's current task was relatively simple: just protect Yun and the others. If there were any casualties, Li Fan would mercilessly eliminate both the zombies and the injured. Compared to the previous timeline, Li Fan spoke much less this time. This sudden rebirth had left him with a deep sense of unease. He no longer explained superpowers or made up excuses. His mind was preoccupied with understanding why he had suddenly been reborn. For now, he had no answers. But once the system became communicable, it might shed some light on the matter. With 200 to 300 people marching toward the Imperial Scenery Complex, it was inevitable that zombies and other survivors on nearby streets were alerted. By the time they arrived, not only had they not lost people, but their number had increased by another 40 to 50. Including the more than 50 who died or were injured, they had attracted over 100 additional survivors along the way. About half of the casualties were people bitten by zombies, all of whom were swiftly executed by Li Fan. His ruthlessness frightened many, and several resolved to find an empty unit at the complex to settle in without following him further. Some who had joined temporarily would return home once they found supplies, perhaps their homes still felt safer. After clearing the lobbies and elevators of 6 buildings, Li Fan took Yun and the women who were willing to follow him to apartment 3100 in Building D, a luxury flat. 52 women, along with their daughters, totaled 76 people. In addition, other willing men and women, including Xinghua's family, also moved into Building D. Li Fan laid out his rules to the women, based on the traditional 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and formally declared Yun as the matriarch of the family. He was the patriarch of the Li family, and everyone else had to follow the orders of both him and Yun. As for further details, he did not elaborate. He had not thought that far yet. Then he cleared each floor of zombies again, and Yun and the others split into groups, knocking on doors and prying open unresponsive locks to search for supplies. They had become proficient and were no longer deliberately kept inside by Li Fan. By evening, it was harvest time. It took 6 hours to complete the task with 41 women, and Li Fan had to eat an extra meal to replenish his energy. He deliberately did not touch the 3 female doctors. The one-hit accuracy effect had weakened. Of the 49 women, only 24 were pregnant. The system did not upgrade, which left Li Fan baffled. Last time, it upgraded after only 19 women. Why had it not done so after 52 this time? Was the system failing him? The rain on the 8th day came right on schedule. Li Fan used invisibility to reach Building C's basement and rescued Yuan Biu, who was trapped inside a car and at the brink of despair. He carried her home. After upgrading to level 3, his invisibility skill could conceal anything or anyone he touched, but only for 15 seconds. Back home, he was stunned again, and Yun had brought with her a group of both familiar and unfamiliar women. Among them were the Zhou sisters, Kong Linghui and her daughter, Lu Lianqing and her daughter, and Heme and her daughter. There were also 2 unfamiliar women, whom he bound as new conquest targets and continued his daily conquest missions. Notably, the unupgraded system allowed him to bind women like Mu Nianqing, Zhao Hanxue, and Zhao Qingxue as if they were single. Previously, Jia Yuaru's daughter Zhang Chang had also been bound together with her mother, so perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. There were advantages to not having the system upgraded. After completing the conquest of these 12 women, Li Fan's family member count reached 89. He had acquired 44 superpowers in total. 10 were duplicates, so only 34 were unique, roughly the same as before. The family member subsystem's binding limit had not changed. He could now bind 8 members. Li Fan chose 7: Qin Qingyan, Zhao Wei, Jiang Qiufan, Fenglan, Jiang Menglan, Li Muhua, and Qi Lingling. The system still had not upgraded. Without an upgrade, there were no special energy points, no family base, no teleportation gate for family members, no superpower fusion, and no features like favorability or loyalty levels. Li Fan was beginning to worry. Would the system only upgrade at 100 members? Or should he start thinking about establishing a base? Then he thought of the shelters. That could serve as a good substitute for a family base. 3 days of continuous rain trapped everyone indoors. But Li Fan used his invisibility and teleportation abilities to visit the other 5 buildings and connect with the women he had interacted with previously, pushing the family member count to 100. The system finally upgraded as he had hoped. However, once he saw which functions had been removed, Li Fan could only sigh in frustration. Newly added features: opposite sex favorability and same-sex loyalty attributes. New method of acquiring special energy points. New ability to view the life status of non-family individuals. New supply and materials exchange shop. New timeline selection function. First option, start from day 33 of the apocalypse / second option, start from day 11 of the apocalypse / third option, start from the day before the apocalypse. Seeing the 3 options, Li Fan froze for a moment before realizing what they meant. But why was this the case? This system, with its have functions and lack of communication capabilities, could not answer the questions in Li Fan's mind. Li Fan had a theory: if he chose the first option, then the second and third might no longer be available. This feature was probably exclusive to the family reproduction system with halved rewards. At the same time, 3 functions had been removed: the family base, superpower fusion, and evolution of survival resources. Li Fan was not the type to be indecisive, but when he saw this new option, he genuinely did not know which to choose. After a long period of hesitation, Li Fan finally chose the first option. Regardless of anything else, the family base and family survival resources were the most stable and comfortable features in the apocalypse. However, what he expected, that he would immediately return to the family base, did not happen. Instead, the timeline selection now required special energy points to activate. First option, start from day 33 of the apocalypse, note, requires special energy points to unlock. Starting from day 10 of the apocalypse, Li Fan left the safety of his home and braved the non-toxic rain to kill zombies and accumulate enough special energy points. Since he had found a way to return, that became his only goal. He no longer actively pursued other targets. His metal morphing ability no longer came from the Zhou sisters, Zhou Yixuan and Zhou Jinxian, but from another woman. After reaching over 100 people, he now had 55 superpowers in total, including 12 duplicates. Due to the halved reward system, Li Fan's current speed was around 150 meters per second, and his strength was approximately 3 tons. Although powers like Flame Explosion, Flame Bullet, Ice Blast, Ice Spike, and Flame Maniac had not been fused into stronger abilities like Sea of Fire or 3-foot Ice, they were still effective in clearing zombies. Since Li Fan had not yet found mutant beast cores or evolution liquid, his path to wealth had not begun. On average, he collected about 20,000 special energy points per day from clearing zombies and exchanging energy crystals. Even though he was no longer actively targeting women for conquest, strong-willed female survivors still approached him. By the 15th day of the apocalypse, Li Fan had successfully conquered 168 individuals. At the same time, he did not forget to sweep the large supply depots for resources. The 1,000 cubic meter subspace that had been upgraded to level 3 was no longer sufficient. He stored most of his supplies with Qin Xingyan and another woman, Ma Xiaomei, who also had spatial abilities. He obtained mutant beast cores and evolution liquid from Biyun Mountain, Ping'an Pedestrian Street, and Yulin Bay, where Yu Nuanyuan and her 4 companions resided. Next came the process of duplicating mutant beast cores and trading them. Because the system lacked a search function this time, Li Fan could only visit known nearby locations to trade Yunmen Mountain Shelter, Qingfu Mountain Shelter, and the Riverside Villa District. Without the family member teleportation gate, Li Fan focused purely on trading energy crystals and no longer searched for women at survivor settlements. His main goal now was to save up enough special energy points to return to the family base and enjoy his previous peaceful post-apocalyptic life. Of course, unexpected incidents still occurred, but with Li Fan's overwhelming strength, they always ended with him as the victor. He also paid some attention to nurturing the survivors in those settlements, helping a few more of them survive the apocalypse. Time passed. By the 18th day of the apocalypse, Li Fan had finally accumulated 10 million special energy points and was ready to return. However, the previous selection menu had changed. First option, start from day 33 of the apocalypse, note, can only be activated once day 33 is reached. Now this was interesting. The system kept adding layer after layer, first demanding 10 million special energy points, now also requiring synchronized timeline access. This half-baked system clearly had a few screws loose. From that point on, Li Fan gave up and began wasting time, holding nightly orgies in the Imperial Scenery Complex that no one could stop. He knew this rain would last for half a month, flooding up to the 18th floor. So, he used superpowers to connect rooms on higher floors. There was no way 2 floors could accommodate over 100 people. The other 5 buildings had also been completely organized. Male survivors and their families lived in Building A. Women not yet bound by the system lived in Building B. Many bound conquest targets brought in from outside lived in Buildings E and F. Women and families who came from Linfu Complex and nearby areas stayed in Buildings C and D. The Imperial Scenery Complex was nothing like the family base, neither spacious nor comfortable. Li Fan missed it deeply. Still, the quantity and quality of women around him allowed him to temporarily forget the benefits of the family base. He began considering whether he should seize a shelter to house his family. Sometimes, he regretted making his choice too hastily. But whenever he thought of the family base and its grand feasts, his resolve instantly returned. In the apocalypse, women were nowhere near as important as a family base and abundant banquets. Of course, more women also meant more conflict. Whenever Li Fan went to another building, fights would break out among the women left behind. There was none of the harmony found in the family base. Because of the halved survival resource output, if they did not fight, some would miss out on hot meals and fresh fruit. Of course, no one was killing or silencing anyone, but there were constant arguments and battles for favor. Li Fan was the beneficiary, and since his mind was mostly on returning to the family base, he did not bother mediating. He let them fight. And Yun Yun and Qin Xingyan's status remained unshakable, but the rest were a different story. This time, when Li Fan selected family member subsystem bindings, he focused on practicality and functionality. Although Chao Hui had a superpower, her invisibility technique was not combat suitable. For reconnaissance, perception-based abilities were better. Of the current 24 superpowered family members, half were women he had not bound previously. The most prominent among them were Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian. Why were Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian the ones leading? This was something Li Fan could not understand, because among the 24 superpowered family members, these 2 women were not included. In other words, they were ordinary people yet could give orders to other mutants, utterly absurd. However, Li Fan did not dwell on it. He figured he would just ask the system once he returned. He continued with his reckless indulgence as usual. Half a month passed like that, and Li Fan's special proficiency points had reached a terrifying 5 million. Over 4,000 times in 15 days, more than 270 times per day. Even though Li Fan's physical constitution was already monstrous, he still could not get out of bed afterward. At the same time, he confirmed that the energy in his body, when exchanged through intercourse, functioned like evolution liquid for the women, charging them up and enhancing their evolution rate. It was highly beneficial for them. Finally, on day 33 of the apocalypse, Li Fan opened his eyes and found himself back at the family base. Looking at familiar faces like Yu Nuanyuan, Chen Meimeng, and Zhao Lingfeng around him, he immediately asked the system about the sudden rebirth. Each time a family member dies, a parallel world is created, where that individual continues living with the status of the world's ruler. The system is capable of something this outrageous? Li Fan was stunned. Was this not exactly like the rebirth of protagonists in novels? The parallel world is an illusory realm created by the system, a place to test the willpower of the host. If the host fails to break free, they will lose the system in the real world, and the illusion will eventually vanish. Then what happens if I am still trapped in the illusion and cannot break free? You will remain in a coma in the real world, and your consciousness will be forever immersed in the illusion. No wonder Zhang Wanjun could become the second in command. Turns out she was the main heroine of this rebirth world. With just a few lines from the system, Li Fan quickly grasped the enormity of the situation. He then asked, so every time a family member dies, a new parallel world is created? And I have to accompany them each time for a while? Yes. Since Li Fan already understood it was an illusory parallel world, and felt confident he could break free, he asked again in his mind, system, is the reason you could not communicate with me inside the parallel world also part of this test so I would not know too much? No. The illusion cannot support the full functionality of the family reproduction system. It is merely a small world created using the system's power. Seems like it is not very useful, so why go through the trouble of creating all these little worlds? Li Fan asked, puzzled. For the living and the dead to each have their place. Is that not something you humans always worry about? What if I die then? Li Fan asked curiously. All the small worlds will collapse. If you live, they live. If you die, everything turns to nothing. The system will unbind and search for a new host. That ruthless, huh? I thought I would also be reborn as a world master in one of these small worlds. Li Fan sighed at the reply and accidentally grabbed the soft, fair breast beside him. A gentle moan caused him to turn his head. It was Moon Yinqin, looking at him affectionately. Kang Linghui's best qualities had nearly all been inherited by Moon Yinqin. Although she was only 17, she was among the top tier of women present. Li Fan thought of the mutant beast cores and evolution liquid. These could awaken superpowers in the next generation of young women, increasing the strength of the family base. They did not need to risk their lives outside, but at least they could defend the base when he was away. Sure enough, the morning began with another round of seductive moans. After breakfast, Li Fan saw the women divided into 3 groups in training as planned. He then spoke his morning thoughts out loud. We have plenty of mutant beast cores and evolution liquid now. If any of you want to awaken a superpower that enhances strength, you can register with Sister Chin. I have to go out often, and while I do not need you to follow me into danger, I still hope you can deal with threats near the house. I do not want a repeat of what happened to Zhang Wanjun. Really? Moon Yanqin, who had been drowsy a moment before, jumped up like she was injected with adrenaline. Others like Zhao Hanxue, Zhao Qingxue, and Li Xiaoqi widened their eyes in excitement. Even Xiao Hui and the other superpowered women looked at Li Fan with surprise. Until now, he had never indicated any intention of giving unpowered women access to these resources. This sudden shift caught them off guard. Naturally, this change was tied to Li Fan's rebirth experience. Ultimately, the apocalypse belonged to the mutants. Ordinary people might be overwhelmed by nothing more than the storm and flood outside. More superpowered people would benefit the family. He had previously worried that too many mutants would be hard to manage. But now he realized, with his strength, if they do not obey, he would make them obey. Overwhelming strength would solve it all. Li Fan needed the authority of a true patriarch, not a mediocre life of hiding and compromise. Just like the nearby survivor bases and shelters, he no longer planned to negotiate with them. He wanted to seize control, pacify internal conflict, and redirect focus outward to rescue more people and restore productivity. However, the bizarre weather made Li Fan somewhat pessimistic about the future. These are only strength-enhancing beast cores. You should think carefully before deciding. There may be other types later. I will be visiting various survivor camps and shelters. Once you have made up your mind, register with Qin Xingyan. We will discuss it tonight. After speaking, Li Fan transferred half of the evolution liquid and beast cores in his spatial storage to Qin Xingyan for safekeeping, then left the family base. Flying above the floodwaters, Li Fan looked out over the landscape and thought, this apocalypse is insane. Zombies, monsters, plants, and on top of that, natural disasters. He first headed to the Yunmen mountain shelter. This time, he wanted to go inside and take a look. If possible, he planned to eliminate several leaders and use brute force to intimidate the rest. Now that he could check loyalty levels, he could instantly eliminate any hypocrites who pretended to obey. Currently, Li Fan's attributes had nearly doubled compared to before. He should be able to flatten a small shelter with ease. This was already Li Fan's 3rd time coming to the Yunmen mountain shelter. The first 2 times, he had not gone inside. This time, he actively expressed to the now somewhat familiar guard captain, Li Jianfeng, that he wanted to take a look inside. Unexpectedly, Li Jianfeng refused him and quietly warned, Mr. Li, I think you had better not go in for now. There is intense infighting inside, and you carry those mutant beast cores that are very tempting to others. Li Fan did not expect Li Jianfeng to show him goodwill. He glanced at him, and the rapid mind-reading ability confirmed that he was being sincere. If I kill all those people scrambling for power, will you be able to run the shelter properly and help more survivors nearby? This was a new ability Li Fan had discovered through his sonic power skill, a sort of sound transmission technique, like the voice transmission often described in cultivation novels. Li Jianfeng was stunned for quite a while before turning his head and asking in surprise, was that you just speaking to me? Yes, it is an awakened ability, Li Fan said with a smile. Just from what I have seen, you already possess several awakened abilities, mental transformation, flight, subspace storage, and now this voice transmission. That is at least 4. Our shelter at most has 2. You are beyond extraordinary, Li Jianfeng said, unable to express his shock properly. Take me inside. If they truly have some scheme, then I will have a reason to act. I want access to the shelter's resources too, Li Fan said bluntly. This time, Li Jianfeng no longer tried to dissuade him. The words Li Fan had transmitted earlier still echoed in his mind, and he was filled with a vague sense of anticipation. As Li Jianfeng led Li Fan into the shelter, the surveillance system had already relayed the scene to the control room. The personnel there used walkie-talkies to inform each of the leadership figures. Commander Zhang En, Director Ding Haiba, and Political Commissar Zhao Wenshan quickly gathered in a secure room upon hearing the news. The kid who was selling mutant beast cores suddenly entered the shelter. Should we capture him and force out the method for creating those cores? Commander Zhang En, typically a calm man, was visibly anxious now. After all, this could determine whether his soldiers could awaken en masse. Director Ding and Commissar Zhao exchanged glances, both seeing the concern in the other's eyes. They unanimously opposed the idea. No. We already observed that he possesses at least several awakened abilities. Just his subspace ability alone means we could never extract anything from him. You two were the ones who proposed this, and now you are the ones opposing it. Do you want to grow stronger or not? Commander Zhang slammed the table in frustration. He was no fool, he naturally understood that the other two were wary of him as well. Leaving aside the scheming of the three shelter leaders, Li Fan followed Li Jianfeng's footsteps deeper into the shelter. The shelter was large. One could see many military-green tents at a glance, likely set up because some survivors had not been assigned rooms and were living temporarily in tents. As they passed through, Li Fan, whose senses had been enhanced, could hear faint sounds and catch a strange stench. When he looked at Li Jianfeng, the latter also glanced back and explained, "The shelter's supplies are limited. It is impossible to ensure that everyone gets enough to eat. Some people resort to other means to get food. These tents form the slum area of the shelter. Those who came in without bringing supplies must find their own ways to obtain resources from others." Without even looking, Li Fan could guess what was happening inside. Gazing at the dense clusters of tents, he felt that the Huangjiang Haida building he had been at before was actually better than this. No wonder the people from that building had not migrated to the shelter. As they passed by some tents, several people lifted the flaps and looked at Li Fan, who was walking behind Li Jianfeng. Many were scantily clad women. It was obvious what business they were in. One particularly attractive married woman smiled and asked Li Jianfeng, "Captain Li, is this young man a new arrival?" Li Fan glanced at Li Jianfeng, who wore a cold expression and ignored her. But then a young and pretty girl crawled out of the same tent. Her tender face rested on the woman's thigh as she looked at the two men walking past. After passing the tent area, Li Fan could not help asking, "That woman just now, is she a madam running a sex trade?" Li Jianfeng shook his head with a somewhat pained expression. "She is the daughter of Director Dai. Her name is Dai Yunxin. Commander Zhang spared her life. She used to live inside, but now she has been kicked out to the tent area." Li Fan had not expected that woman's background. No wonder she still looked so clean and fair-skinned. She must have only recently been banished to the tents. They treated her like that? Did no one remember the goodwill owed to her father? It is the apocalypse who still cares about gratitude? Even we, the mutants, cannot eat our fill. How could they? Upon entering the sealed residential section of the shelter, the noises and foul smells of the tent area finally vanished. This is the real shelter. The tents outside are just for temporary survivors. Without an awakened ability, they are not allowed to live in here. They only receive basic survival supplies. For everything else, they are on their own. Li Jianfeng led the way, occasionally turning to say a few words to Li Fan. Compared to the tent area, the residential zone was sparsely populated. Most of the people there were elderly, women, and children. There were very few men. Li Fan understood that the men from those families were probably off working like Li Jianfeng, so he did not ask. Many homes had small items placed outside their doors for food exchange, with one person keeping watch. Even so, the entire shelter gave off a lifeless atmosphere. It lacked vitality, suggesting that the apocalyptic disasters and monsters had drained all hope from the people. Li Fan asked, "The shelter should have enough food for everyone. Why not distribute more to the people in the residential zone? I can understand not feeding those in the tent area, but why can your own families not eat their fill?" Everyone is pessimistic about the apocalypse. It is only late August now. In 2 or 3 months, if it continues snowing and freezing, the situation will become even worse. Many people are out gathering resources to prepare for the coming winter, Li Jianfeng sighed. Also, the men in our residential zone are required to support at least 4 women each. Some even bring along their families. Making sure everyone gets enough food is nearly impossible. Ahead, Li Fan noticed several women standing at their doorsteps wearing extremely revealing clothes, so sheer that nothing was really covered. "What is with those women up ahead?" he asked. "Selling, of course. At this point, everyone accepts it. You just have to lower your moral standards a bit. In the face of survival, none of that matters anymore," Li Jianfeng replied numbly. This was a situation Li Fan had not anticipated. The conditions outside the tents were one thing, but even people living inside the shelter had to rely on trade just to barely survive. Then what was the purpose of this shelter? From the looks of it, the shelter was even worse than the survivor outposts outside. Has it always been like this since the heavy rain, or did it only start recently? Li Fan asked, puzzled. Since the 10th day of the rain, the food supply has drastically decreased. Some people who could not bear the hunger began standing at their doorways, and then more people followed. Li Jianfeng replied with a sigh and a shake of the head. If food is being reduced, How are there still people who can offer food for this kind of thing? Li Fan asked in disbelief. There are researchers and foreigners in the shelter who receive special treatment. Most of the customers for these women are foreigners. They have nothing else to do all day but look for women, Li Jianfeng said bitterly. With everything falling apart outside, and even basic food for your own people inside the shelter being insufficient, yet you still support foreigners? Are your leaders mentally ill? Li Fan stared wide-eyed at Li Jianfeng, unable to comprehend it at all. For some reason, a surge of anger rose in his heart, and he had the urge to kill all the leaders and foreigners in the shelter. Saying it out loud only brings tears. If my entire family were not here, and if there were any place safer than this, I would have left already. Back when Director Dai was still around, at least he would speak up for us and fight for better conditions. Now, anyone who resists has already been eliminated. This place belongs solely to the three of them now, Li Jianfeng said quietly. Just as they were walking and talking, 3 foreigners approached from the opposite direction. They were speaking Chinese, though their accents were odd. Their expressions were arrogant, and their eyes shamelessly roamed over the women soliciting on either side. Perhaps accustomed to having access to women, they were not in a rush to touch anyone. Instead, they critiqued the women aloud. Jack said he banged a military officer's wife. She was wild and really good in bed. I want one like that too. Too bad most of these hookers are like wooden dolls, and they all look pale and starved. Total turn off. Do not even bring that up. Last time, me and James accidentally killed a woman we picked up. Her family came out and demanded we compensate them with food. So annoying. If the military dog had not shown up, we would have killed that whole family. Easy girl. After that, they switched to gibberish. Li Fan could only understand the first 2 English words, but even that was enough to make his murderous intent boil. Before the apocalypse, he often read some rather radical views. Back then, he had dreamed of one day kicking all these people out of the country, but he lacked the power. Now that he had the power, it was time to act. He immediately cast a sea of fire and lava at the 3 foreigners, setting them ablaze. The 3 screamed wildly as they were engulfed in flames. But Li Fan's level 3 sea of fire and lava was now vastly more powerful than the initial flame ball. Within 4 or 5 seconds, their cries abruptly ceased, and all that remained were piles of ash. Li Fan thought for a moment and then pulled out some food from his subspace to give to the women selling themselves. In the face of life and death, he did not demand that these women uphold ideals or die with integrity. Everyone can spout grand principles, but those who can truly act on them are never the ones who talk. Since he intended to take control of the shelter, Li Fan loudly declared from the center of the street. My name is Li Fan. From now on, I will open the shelter's food stores so that everyone can have something to eat and drink. But you all know how dire the situation outside is. Until production is restored, please conserve resources as much as possible. As for the foreigners in this shelter, and the irresponsible, incompetent leaders, from this moment on, they are already dead. What I, Li Fan, say will be fulfilled within the next 1 to 2 hours. As Li Fan spoke, Li Jianfeng tried to stop him but could not even get close. He could only anxiously shout, "Sir, please do not shout like that. The military and the mutant squads will be here any minute. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot take on 100, or even 1,000, by yourself." I know. I just want everyone to see how strong I am, Li Fan replied, unfazed. The more people there were, the less likely they were to use high-powered weapons. That meant Li Fan would be safer. With physical stats over 400 times stronger than the average person, ordinary bullets could not harm him. Even bombs, he figured, he could probably take head-on. And now, not even level 2 mutants could hurt him. Li Fan's only targets were the foreign nationals and the corrupt leaders. With rapid mind reading, he could instantly detect hostility and eliminate those with ill intent. Besides, he did not plan to live in the shelter. After removing the current leadership, he would simply assign some tasks to the people, such as restoring agriculture in the mountains, setting up test plots inside the shelter, rescuing others, and so on. Anything would be better than the current situation of housing a bunch of foreigners. Li Fan genuinely could not understand why. It was already the apocalypse. Many people probably would not even be able to leave the coastal city, let alone travel abroad. Did diplomatic relations still matter? For all he knew, the countries these foreigners came from might have already been wiped out by zombies or natural disasters. A mere mortal's mind could not grasp the twisted logic of those in power. 2 or 3 minutes later, Li Fan was surrounded by Commander Zhang En, Director Ding Haiba, and Commissar Zhao Wenshan, along with their troops and mutant squads. It appeared they had finally reached a decision. Mr. Li, we have always had a friendly trade relationship, and we hope to maintain that. But now you have come into the shelter and killed our foreign guests. That puts us in a difficult position, said Commissar Zhao Wenshan with a fake smile, his eyes narrowed. Some things do not need to be said aloud. Let us not pretend. If you want my mutant beast cores, I can give them to you, but I have a condition, Li Fan said directly, knowing full well what they were after. Oh? What condition? Director Ding Haiba asked. How many mutant beast cores do you still have? Commander Zhang followed up. Expel all the foreigners from the shelter. And ensure that the people inside have enough food to survive, Li Fan proposed, while scanning the surrounding mutant squads. Foreign guests cannot be expelled, this is a matter of national diplomacy. We also cannot distribute food. The situation outside is unstable, and we need to conserve enough supplies for a potentially worse future. Political Commissar Zhao Wenshan flatly rejected the request and explained his reason. Li Fan did not press the matter but instead took a step back and asked, then is it at least possible to treat everyone equally, so that foreigners are no longer given preferential treatment? The Dragon Nation is a country with a 1,000-year tradition of etiquette and hospitality. Even if our own people go hungry, we cannot allow our foreign friends to starve. This is a beautiful moral tradition that every citizen of the Dragon Nation should uphold. Mr. Li, you appear young, so perhaps you do not yet understand such a long-standing virtue, Zhou Wenshan replied sarcastically. Li Fan seethed inwardly, but on the surface, he smiled and asked, since it is a millennia-old virtue, can you leaders set the example and teach by action? Sure enough, Zhao Wenshan dropped all pretense of logic and began speaking in strategic terms. Friendliness toward foreign guests is national policy, not a matter of personal conduct. Let us instead talk about your unauthorized killing of foreigners inside the shelter. Do you all share the same opinion? Li Fan stopped paying attention to Zhao Wenshan and looked directly at Commander Zhang and Director Ding Haiba. Commander Zhang nodded and said, the three of us jointly manage the shelter, so naturally our views are aligned. In that case, you all truly deserve to die. Li Fan was genuinely furious. Even after all this time in the apocalypse, these bootlicking traitors who worship the foreign and belittle their own people still had not realized what should or should not be done. If this did not warrant death, what did? He did not bother speaking further. He immediately activated his violet divine eye. With a single glare, then another, and yet another, the three Yunmen mountain shelter leaders fell to the ground, taking their friendly intentions toward foreign guests and moral traditions to the grave. As for the others surrounding him, Li Fan used his rapid mind reading to identify the three leaders' close associates and glared each of them to death. The violet divine eye killed with one glance per person, and each target was clearly designated, so there was no chance of mistakenly killing the wrong person. This was the first time Li Fan had used the violet divine eye in this way. After killing so many, he realized it was not nearly as slow as he had imagined. Killing 3, 5, or even 7 or 8 people in a single second was effortless. After the killings, he paused for just 3 to 5 seconds before deactivating the violet gaze. He then addressed the soldiers and mutant squads surrounding him. I am not some bloodthirsty villain. I simply saw the condition of this shelter and realized that a place like this, unable to protect its people, would be better off gone. But clearly, I cannot bring myself to destroy everything, so I had no choice but to execute a few of the leaders who made the rules that classified Dragon Nation citizens as second class while fawning over foreigners. Those people deserved to die useless, boastful, and treacherous. What was in the past is in the past. But now, I hope that on this land of ours, we support our own people, not foreign wolves with hidden agendas. Captain Li, from now on, you will reorganize the mutants and military forces to protect this shelter. Open the granaries and provide every citizen here with 6 months' worth of survival supplies. As for those vile foreign men, execute them on the spot. There was no resistance from the soldiers or mutant squads. It seemed that many within the shelter had long been disillusioned by the leadership's favoritism toward foreigners and their mistreatment of their own people. Perhaps they were on the brink of revolt already. Had Li Fan arrived a little later, the shelter leadership might have been overthrown even without him. A soldier suddenly spoke up, no need to execute them outright. We can send them to chop wood and clear land, or even throw them to the zombies. Killing them quickly would be letting them off too easy. Yes, exactly. Killing them is too easy. The thought of them using our food to defile our women makes my blood boil. I have wanted to feed those foreign dogs to the zombies for a long time. We were powerless, thank heavens Mr. Li brought justice. Let's raid their homes right now and round them all up. Let's go. In moments, more than half the soldiers and mutant squad members who had surrounded Li Fan dispersed. All the foreigners lived near the three leaders so they could stay connected and maintain friendly ties. Li Jianfeng was truly shocked. Li Fan had simply killed the three leaders, and not a single person had resisted. He could not help but wonder, if they had dared to make a move earlier, maybe the shelter would not have descended into the miserable state Li Fan had witnessed. This clearly showed where the hearts of the people lay. Sometimes, that matters most. Had even one person charged at Li Fan, others might have followed, and a massacre would have been unavoidable. But the fact that no one acted showed just how despised Commander Zhang En, Director Ding Haiba, and Commissar Zhao Wenshan were. Their deaths were deserved. The rest is up to you, Li Fan said. No matter how many leaders you choose, the only requirement is this: treat Dragon Nation's citizens as human beings. Stop favoring foreigners. Since the apocalypse began, foreigners are no longer our friends. The ancients said, those not of our race are sure to have different hearts. Instead of feeding them, you would be better off raising a few dogs. They are at least obedient and loyal. As for mutant beast cores, I can trade them with you at half price. That way, you can awaken more mutants, strengthen your forces, rescue more survivors, and start organizing people to rebuild and resume production. As he spoke, Li Fan pulled out 50 mutant beast cores from his subspace and handed them to Li Jianfeng. Have the mutant squads ever clashed with your security force? Li Jianfeng shook his head. No. The mutant squad is made up of loyal soldiers who awaken using the cores you traded. They used to serve under Commander Zhang. But judging by how they acted earlier, their families are probably not doing well either. Since they did not attack you, they likely have their own thoughts. I have 3 requirements, Li Fan stated directly. First, even if you do not kill all the foreigners, at the very least, they must never again be brought here and coddled. Second, quickly send people to gather survivors from the surrounding area. The more people saved, the more hands and population you will have later. Third, I need capable women, those with leadership, awakened abilities, or who are virtuous and self-disciplined. As long as they meet my standards, even if they bring their daughters, I will provide food, housing, and safety. Li Fan did not mince words. He stated his terms plainly. Upon hearing Li Fan's request, Li Jianfeng looked at him with a hint of uncertainty and asked, Mr. Li, are you suggesting selecting women from the shelter who meet your criteria, and having them live outside the shelter? Li Fan nodded and patted him on the shoulder. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I will not interfere with the management of the shelter. As long as you maintain order, we will remain partners. However, the shelter must not favor foreigners or mistreat civilians. That is a fundamental requirement. Li Jianfeng patted his chest in assurance. You can count on that, Mr. Li. We are all children of the people and would never do anything inappropriate. Right now, we must unite to overcome these hardships together. The two of them arrived at the leadership's secure defense residence, a circular fortress constructed entirely of metal, surrounded by surveillance cameras, guards, and an electric defense grid. Had Commander Zhang En, Director Ding Haiba, and Political Commissar Zhao Wenshan not underestimated Li Fan and chosen to face him directly, instead of sending their trusted aides to bring him here, the outcome might have been different. Nevertheless, Li Fan believed that victory would still have been his. At this moment, Li Jianfeng's face was slightly flushed, and he was visibly excited. Even without using his rapid mind-reading ability, Li Fan could sense his turbulent thoughts. Fortunately, he harbored no dangerous intentions, which made Li Fan feel more favorable towards him. By the way, have you found any mutated beast pills or evolutionary plants in the shelter? There should be some, but I do not know where they are stored. It might take some time to locate them. Li Jianfeng was merely a squad leader of one of the 5 guard teams in the shelter and not a confidant of any leader, so he naturally was unaware of such confidential matters. If you have time, please help look for them. Next time I return, I hope you will have become the actual leader here. With that, Li Fan prepared to leave, having no interest in continuing to provide protection. Li Jianfeng did not expect Li Fan to be so decisive, killing the shelter's leaders and then leaving without further involvement, merely stating his conditions. At this moment, he could not let him go. If others were dissatisfied and caused trouble, it could lead to another bloody conflict. He quickly grabbed him and pleaded, Mr. Li, you cannot leave just yet. Opening the granary and distributing food requires your supervision, and selecting suitable women to serve you also needs your guidance. Otherwise, how would we know what to do next? In that case, I will stay a while longer. Once you have cleared out the foreigners, we will gather the shelter's people to announce the leadership change and the matter of selecting women. Li Fan already had a large family behind him and did not wish to be the savior of the apocalypse. He lacked the intelligence and ambition to rule over the coastal city, so his current plan was to trade energy crystals, mutated beast pills, evolutionary plants, and women. When he became strong enough to disregard everything, that would be the time to dominate all. A homeland where one could act as they pleased was his ultimate goal. As for the power and wealth of the apocalypse, they were but illusions. In the face of overwhelming strength, Power and wealth were fleeting, one could take them or discard them at will. And his path to strength was remarkably simple, he just needed to sleep with women. A life with such advantages was indeed beyond reason. Subsequently, Li Fan took command within the circular fortress until all the foreign guests were cleared out by the soldiers and guards. Li Jianfeng then brought the 5 guard squad leaders, 2 middle-aged military officers, and 2 mutant researchers from the institute. Since you 9 have decided to manage the shelter together, I hope you will unite and support each other. The situation outside remains complex and uncertain, posing a severe challenge to humanity's survival. Li Fan had no objections to the decision of Li Jianfeng and the others. He was merely curious whether these 9, now friendly and united, would eventually fall into internal strife like the previous leaders. Li Jianbao pushed the 2 mutant researchers from the institute in front of Li Fan and said, "We know you want mutated beast pills and evolutionary plants. We have found them in the institute. Apart from those used for research and consumption, only 3 mutated beast pills and 2 evolutionary plants remain. Chen Yuanfang and Li Zijuan can take you to see them." Chen Yuanfang and Li Zijuan were middle-aged men wearing white lab coats and glasses, with awakened abilities enhancing their intelligence and mental faculties, but with low combat capabilities. Li Fan had always held great respect for domestic researchers. Their dedication made them some of the most admirable people in the country. I only need to see the mutated beast pills. As for the 2 evolutionary plants, I would like to exchange them for mutated beast pills. Would you be willing to trade? Li Fan did not intend to use the shelter's resources without compensation. He hoped the shelter would grow stronger, survive longer in the apocalypse, and rescue more survivors. Of course, we will trade. Li Jianfeng was the first to respond with a smile. Among the other 8, 3 immediately nodded in agreement after Li Jianfeng spoke, and the remaining 4 also nodded after exchanging glances. Without any haggling, Li Fan's generous offer of 10 mutated beast pills for 1 evolutionary plant pleasantly surprised the 9. The transaction was completed in a short time. Regarding the shelter's mutated beast pills, Li Fan was somewhat disappointed. Among the 3, only 1 was a level 1 speed type, while the other 2 were level 1 strength types. When he examined them, he duplicated the speed type mutated beast pill and stored it in his alternate space, unnoticed by the shelter's personnel. Later, they gathered the shelter's survivors and opened the granary, a process that took half a day. Li Fan reviewed the records. The Yunmen Mountain Shelter housed 18,000 survivors. There were very few elderly over 65, only 267, indicating the apocalypse was particularly harsh on the elderly. There were 3,000 middle-aged individuals aged 40 to 65, 6,363 young adults aged 16 to 40, and 8,370 children under 16. Based on this scale, the total population across the 13 shelters in the 11 districts of the coastal city likely did not exceed 500,000. Including scattered survivor settlements, the coastal city's population had plummeted from nearly 25 million to about 1 million in just over a month since the apocalypse began. This meant there were over 23 million zombies in the entire coastal city. Fortunately, the zombies were currently submerged in water. Otherwise, another zombie outbreak could leave humanity with no chance of survival. The Yan Mountain Family Base. And Yun Yun and Qin Xingyan were now gathering the women from Lingfu community and some women who had daughters to study court etiquette together. They all hoped to live like women in palace dramas, safe, worry-free, raising children in peace. They truly had no interest in fighting and killing outside. And Yun Yun looked troubled as she glanced at the notebook filled with names and complained to Qin Xingyan, who was keeping accounts next to her. "Sister, the way everyone addresses each other is a huge problem. We do not have maids or eunuchs, so the palace atmosphere is completely missing. It feels awkward and annoying. Sister, why take it so seriously? Everyone just wants an excuse to be lazy. Living comfortably at home is surely 1,000 times better than being out in the wind and rain. Everyone is just playing along. Look at those new women, they eat, sleep, and chat all day. How leisurely." Qin Xingyan put down her pen and smiled at An Yun Yun. She naturally knew An Yun Yun had a small ambition. From the start, she actively helped Li Fan find women, partly to help him grow stronger quickly, but also imagining a future where they could stand high above the world. However, the women Li Fan found later, besides those from Lingfu community, were all selected by the system. Compared to An Yun Yun, they clearly lacked ambition. They only thought about living comfortably, giving birth, and raising children. Fighting zombies was Li Fan's job. Finding supplies was also Li Fan's job. Everything outside was Li Fan's responsibility. They just needed to serve him at home. Since Li Fan did not push them to go outside, they had even less desire to become stronger. Yu Caixia hesitated and said, "And yeah, I agree with Qing Yan. Look at Chao Hui and Xu Ting, they are so relaxed eating, drinking, playing as they please. The newer women all follow their example. Now they're the only ones using company-style titles. Shangwan Qinghong and Wan Fuling claim they're following a military model, but they haven't even left the base once. That's what they call training? Lu Lianqing, one of the women, whispered. My daughter told me they are practicing yoga and physical training in private, doing intense moves, clearly just trying to last longer with Li Fan. You saw last night how bold and wild they were. Li Fan's physical ability was now beyond superhuman. All the women in the base knew it. Any woman who could stay on top of Li Fan for more than 5 minutes was already in the top tier physically. Women without awakened powers could only last 3 minutes before their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Their experiences with him had already gone far beyond anything they had imagined. Some women, like Yi Yuyu and Wei Lijuan, could savor just one encounter for a long time and would not even approach him again afterward. Li Fan's waist could no longer be described as just powerful, it was like a titanium alloy perpetual motion waist. None of them could match him. The training plans submitted yesterday by these women were just form over substance. They needed better guidance to truly improve. If things continued as they were, the training would turn into mere bedroom games and fall apart. They all knew this would not last. While everyone was chatting casually, Li Xiaoqi suddenly ran in, panting, and said, Anton, Aunt Xin, everyone, Aunt Xiao and Aunt Wan, Aunt Shangwan, they're fighting. And Yun Yun shot up and cursed. Clearly they're bored to death. Everyone followed Li Xiaoqi to the second-floor hall. Many people had gathered. Chao Hui's group was on the left, Wan Fuling's group on the right. In the middle were in Xinhua, Yu Nuanyuan, Ning Yuxian, and others. Fortunately, nothing serious had happened, and Yun Yun was a bit relieved. They still had some sense. Chao Hui and Zhu Ting immediately started complaining. And Jia, Xin Jia, you really need to set some rules. Wan Fuling and Shangwan Xinhong were doing splits and rolling around here, completely ignoring that your brother and others were nearby. So shameless. And Yun Yun looked at her brother in Xinhua, who appeared innocent. They had all been training decently dressed. How did it sound like an orgy when Chao Hui talked about it? Even if he could not see everything happening in the base, and Xinhua could imagine what kind of heavenly life Li Fan was living, surrounded by so many women. Probably every man's ultimate dream. Yeah, everyone, it was simple. Aunt Xiao's group said something rude while watching Aunt Wan's group train. They cursed at each other, then Aunt Xiao turned invisible and kicked Aunt Wan. Then they just started fighting. But Zhu Jia, Yu Jia, and Shangwan Jia quickly pulled them apart. And Xinhua stepped back and explained everything to Yun Yun quietly, including the insults. And Yun Yun could already guess what they were fighting about, basically who had the bigger chest in front of Li Fan. Li Fan clearly favored women with powers, but he treated some like Chao Hui and Pan Tong differently, and all the women knew it. They just never said it aloud. Li Fan himself never tried to manage them like a politician. He just acted according to his own whims. Whoever he liked, he showed it clearly, especially in bed. He particularly liked Yun Yun and Qin Xinyan, Kong Linghui and Mu Nianxin, and Hame and Zhao Hanxue, Chen Meimeng, and Li Xiaoma. After clearing away the crowd, and Yun Yun took Chao Hui, Zhu Ting, Wan Fuling, and Shangwan Qinghong into Li Fan's room. You all stay here and wait for Li Fan to come back. If you still want to fight, go ahead, as long as no one dies, do whatever you want. She only said one sentence and prepared to lock the door and leave. But Chao Hui, Zhu Ting, Wan Fuling, and Shangwan Qinghong immediately grabbed her, pleading. And yeah, please don't tell Li Fan. He'll get annoyed. We will not fight again. And Yun Yun smiled and replied, if you've already fought, then it's out of my hands. Only Li Fan can deal with this now. Since you're all so idle, I think he might take you out for a little tour. The others had not yet shown any particular reaction, but Chao Hui immediately dropped to her knees with a sorrowful expression, clutching in Yun Yun's leg, looking pitiful and desperate. Sisterin, I also serve Elder Li Fan alongside you. Although it has only been a little over a month, compared to those who have just arrived, I can already be considered an experienced member. Li Fan never really liked me. If he finds out that I caused trouble at home, he might very well lock me in the dungeon to reflect on my actions. It was only then that Wan Fuling and the others remembered there was a dungeon beneath the base. People like Zhong Yi, Guan Xiaotong, and Huan Nana were still imprisoned there. They had almost forgotten about it. They could not help but shiver at the thought and all dropped to their knees, bowing beneath Yun Yun's white gauze dress, tearfully begging for forgiveness. And Yun Yun had not even thought about the dungeon. However, after hearing Chao Hui's words, she realized that Li Fan might actually punish the ringleaders, Chao Hui and Wan Fuling, as a warning to others. Oh, right, Sisterin, I believe your idea of managing all the women through a strict hierarchical system is much better. Just look at this woman with the surname Wan. If we had followed your method and assigned everyone their ranks, I believe no one would have dared to cause trouble. I have decided it is best to follow you from now on and listen to your teachings. Xiao Wei was genuinely worried that Li Fan would use her as an example to warn everyone in the family base to stay in line. After all, he would not feel any pity for her. Seeing Xiao Wei so afraid, Wan Fuling also became frightened and hurriedly expressed that she would obey in union from now on. She promised to abandon her militaristic mindset and accepted that a hierarchical system would be better, helping to avoid many unnecessary disputes and arguments. While Yun Yun was bringing order to the family base, Li Fan was at the Yunmen Mountain Sanctuary, selecting a temporary residence and completing the strategy for conquering the 12 selected women. Naturally, the number of women who met the system's criteria was much higher than 12. However, upon review, Li Fan found that most of them had a purity rating below 90. According to the system, that meant they had approximately 10 former boyfriends. Because of that, he raised his standards and only selected 12 women with a purity rating of 97 or higher. These 12 flowers had purity ratings ranging from 97 to 99. After carefully examining their appearance and inner qualities, he confirmed they were all natural, with no enhancements, which made him very satisfied. What made him even more satisfied was the surprise during the reward phase after the strategy was completed. Special proficiency plus 240. Certainty effect activated successfully. Strategy targets Lin Miaomiao, Dong Shuyu, Li Xiaoer, Wang Shichuan have been successfully conquered. Host's overall attributes increased by 30 points. Family members' attributes increased by 15 points. 12 conquest reward packages granted. Host is encouraged to expand the family and continue the lineage. 12 initial conquest reward packages available. Would the host like to claim them? Yes. Acquired space ability World in the Sleeve, Level 1, Proficiency 0 out of 100. World in the Sleeve, a spatial ability used for storing objects and living beings. Acquired summoning ability Scout Birds, Level 1, summons 5 Scout Birds, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Scout Birds can summon invisible Scout Birds. If killed, the cooldown time is 30 minutes. Acquired defense ability Golden Light Shield, Level 1, protects one person, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Golden Light Shield provides comprehensive defense from all angles. Cooldown time is 30 minutes. Acquired special ability Light Concealment, Level 1, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Light Concealment, an invisibility method undetectable by the naked eye and low-level perception. Effectiveness is reduced by half at night. Acquired enhancement ability Death Stare, Level 1, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Death Stare, the longer the gaze, the more lethal. Even peripheral vision causes injury. Acquired space ability Spatial Jump, Level 1, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Spatial Jump, each jump allows the user to appear in an active area within a radius of 3 miles. Lin Miaomiao's reward was World in the Sleeve. Dong Shuyu's reward was Scout Birds. Li Qiaoer's reward was Golden Light Shield. Wang Shichuan's reward was Light Concealment. Xin Baochai's reward was Death Stare. Mo Shangtao's reward was Spatial Jump. The remaining 6 rewards were duplicates and not elaborated further. Upon fusion, a significant transformation occurred. World in the Sleeve, Spatial Jump, and Spatial Control merged to form a primary spatial superpower. Acquired primary spatial superpower, Level 1, Proficiency 0. Primary spatial superpower grants extraordinary space-based abilities, including short-distance teleportation, long-distance dimensional warping, space blades, spatial displacement, flight and survival in any environment, telekinetic-like control of objects, permanent storage space, time-limited farming and breeding space, time-limited habitable microworld, and spatial shielding for defense. In addition to this major change, there were also minor transformations. For example, Death Stare and Purple Heavenly Eye combined into Cursed Death Eye Technique, with the light emission function removed entirely. Acquired enhancement, Cursed Death Eye Technique, Level 3, Proficiency 0. Primary enhancement, Cursed Death Eye Technique. When activated, everything within a 100-meter radius of vision dies. If the power level of the caster and the target is equal, the target dies, but the caster's eyes are damaged and blinded. It takes 49 days to heal, and once healed, the power of the eye technique is halved. The primary spatial superpower in particular made Li Fan realize a new direction, the possibility of acquiring all categories of superpowers. According to the system's classification, there are at least 7 major categories: spatial, elemental, enhancement, summoning, defensive, control, and special. Compared to the currently known elemental, enhancement, and special types that awaken automatically, the system introduced 4 additional categories. Of course, Li Fan understood that many superpowers could overlap and integrate. For example, control-type powers could be combined with elemental, spatial, or even spirit-based enhancements. The same applies to summoning and defensive types. What surprised Li Fan even more was that the 12 women he conquered this time represented 6 different types of superpowers, completely different from the repetitive superpowers he obtained from many women in the past. This made him wonder, could the diversity of the rewards be related to the effort he put into selecting the women? Was the system indirectly encouraging him not to indiscriminately pursue quantity over quality? Regardless, this discovery left a strong impression on him. Even if he wanted a harem of 3,000, he could not remain confined to just this small patch of land in the coastal city. The Dragon Nation is vast. He should go out and explore it. However, the primary spatial superpower could only be possessed by Li Fan. The spatial control abilities of Qin Xingyan and Ma Xiaofeng did not undergo any further upgrade or transformation. It seemed that the family member subsystem did not fully replicate all the abilities of the main system, effectively holding something back. Regarding this, Li Fan could not help but exclaim once again, "What a thoughtful system!" He transported the women back to the base through the family member portal. To verify whether the superpower rewards were indeed related to the effort he put into selecting women, Li Fan made another trip to the nearby Baoshan Qingfu Mountain Refuge. Qingfu Mountain Refuge was similar to Yunmen Mountain Refuge. There were multiple leaders, and the internal management was even more chaotic, with the power struggles having reached a fever pitch. The last time he came here, even the guard captain who received him tried to rob him. One could imagine how dire the situation was for survivors inside. At that time, Li Fan had come with the mindset of doing business. He did not go on a killing spree, nor did he dwell on the matter. He simply stared a guard who attacked him to death with his eyes and completed the transaction outside before swiftly leaving. Upon arriving at Qingfu Mountain Refuge this time, Li Fan immediately noticed something was off. There were many more corpses and fresh graves outside, and even the stagnant water at the foot of the mountain had turned unusually murky. The original security team was nowhere to be seen. It seems something major has happened at Qingfu Mountain Refuge. After activating Phantom Invisibility technique, he performed a spatial teleportation and entered the interior of the refuge. The scene inside was completely different from the Sea of Tents in Yunmen Mountain Refuge. At a glance, there were dismembered men and women lying scattered everywhere. The blood on the ground had long turned black and coagulated. It was a hellish sight. In addition to these mutilated corpses, some naked men and women lay motionless in pools of blood. The stench was unbearable, to the point that even Li Fan, who had long since developed immunity to the foul odor of zombies, felt nauseated. The sight before him led Li Fan to pronounce a mental death sentence on the power usurpers of Qingfu Mountain Refuge. One may seize power, but one must not be inhuman and slaughter indiscriminately, nor leave corpses unburied to pollute the environment. However, when he performed another spatial teleportation into the residential zone, the moment he heard the language of the island nation being spoken throughout the area, his rage boiled over. No wonder the new rulers of Qingfu Mountain Refuge were so devoid of humanity. It turned out that bastards from the island nation had occupied it like cuckoos laying eggs in another's nest. The original leaders of Qingfu Mountain Refuge deserved to die. Their infighting had allowed these island nation bastards to become the final victors. A sharp scream of awe was suddenly cut off. Li Fan, using his invisible perception, saw an islander cursing in his language while standing over the body of a woman who had just been stabbed to death with a bayonet. Before the apocalypse, Li Fan already knew that the coastal city had a significant number of island nation scum. He never imagined he would encounter them like this, and the blood in his veins surged as if ignited by righteous fury. He revealed his form and roared loudly, "Bastards from the island nation, all of you go to hell." Then, as some island nation residents opened their doors to see what was going on, Li Fan immediately used Cursed Death Eye technique to kill them on the spot. The fused Cursed Death Eye technique was an area of effect skill. Everyone within 100 meters of its gaze died instantly, including the men and women who had been imprisoned in those houses by the islanders. However, Li Fan did not care. In just over a month since the apocalypse, more than 90% of humanity had perished. Killing a few cowardly weaklings who did not resist would not make him feel guilty. He advanced, slaughtering along the way with the Cursed Death Eye technique, and quickly wiped out the entire residential zone filled with island nation scum. Naturally, he did not spare any guards or mutated beings who shouted incomprehensible gibberish at him. The only part of Qingfu Mountain Refuge where there were still survivors was inside the circular fortress, the last stronghold of the islanders. Li Fan knew that since they were not rushing out to die, they must be planning a counterattack. There was a high chance that powerful weapons existed in the refuge, so Li Fan proceeded with caution, using invisibility and spatial teleportation to sneak into the fortress. As expected, he saw several islanders in the middle of a heated argument. Unfortunately, Li Fan could not understand a single word. He did not bother trying to. He simply unleashed the cursed Death-Eye technique and killed everyone on the spot. At present, there were no level 2 or level 3 mutants, so the cursed Death-Eye technique could be considered an invincible superpower. However, Li Fan was slightly concerned that his inability to level the superpower up to level 4 might mean that no matter how many level 3 powers he obtained, he would still only be considered a level 3 mutant. Just when Li Fan thought he had eliminated all the island nation scum and the refuge and was summoning the endless maids to clean up, someone unexpectedly emerged from underground. Li Fan quickly received the information from the maids, teleported in front of the people, and coldly asked, "Are you from the island nation or the dragon nation?" "From the dragon nation. We are all from the dragon nation. The islanders divided, consumed, and ambushed us, seizing power. We had no choice but to retreat to the underground base. Fortunately, you, great hero, arrived just in time. Otherwise, they would have eventually found a way to open the passage and come down to kill us," said a balding man in his 40s, standing in front of the others and addressing Li Fan. Li Fan used his inspection ability to examine the 8 men before him and confirmed they were all from the Dragon Nation. He then asked coldly, "Besides the large number of islanders here, are there any in other refuges as well?" The balding middle-aged man, named Dong Ruegwa, along with everyone else from the underground base, had witnessed this cold-faced young man massacre the island nation scum in the refuge without lifting a finger. Therefore, their reverence for Li Fan had reached an unprecedented level. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Dong Ruegwa replied, "There should not be too many. The islanders have their own bases and refuges in the coastal city. We were in contact with them before. They asked us to temporarily look after their nationals in the refuge, saying they would send someone to retrieve them later." "They have bases and refuges in the coastal city? Where exactly?" Li Fan became interested. The thrill of using the cursed Death-Eye technique to kill was exhilarating. He felt an urge to wipe out every last islander in the coastal city, perhaps even all foreign bastards. Dong Ruegwa hesitated slightly. However, one young man behind him, eyes filled with admiration, answered Li Fan without a trace of hesitation. "There are bases and refuges for the islanders in both the Hongdong district and the Puqiao district. Under the current circumstances, it should be easy to locate them. Besides the islanders, there is also a place called the Black Ant Gathering Site in the Hongdong district. Great hero, you can go take a look. I fully support your mission to wipe all these bastards out." Yes. Black bastards and islanders are equally disgusting. I cannot understand why people before the apocalypse tolerated so many scandals and disgraceful behaviors. Just thinking about it makes me sick. We all support you in exterminating them." The other 5 young men echoed enthusiastically. Only Dong Ruegwa and another middle-aged man of similar age remained silent, simply watching Li Fan. "How many people do you have left? Are there any high-powered weapons in the refuge? Do you still have the strength to hold this place?" Li Fan's dark expression finally relaxed a little as he began to inquire about the situation within the refuge. "We have over 600 people. Great hero, you saved all of us. We are all willing to follow you as our leader and obey your every word. Whatever conditions you set for staying at the refuge, we are ready to accept them." Dong Ruegwa unexpectedly knelt as he spoke. "You are Dong Jianpei's son? All 600 of you are the descendants and families of the former leaders?" Li Fan had previously met one of the leaders of Qingfu Mountain Refuge, District Chief Dong Jianpei, during a transaction involving a mutated beast core. "My name is Dong Ruegwa. My father and Uncle Su did not retreat to the underground base because the islanders knew who they were. If they could not find them, they definitely would not have let the matter go. The surveillance room connected to the outside allowed us to witness everything those inhuman islander bastards did. We have already used the satellite phone to report the situation of the refuge to other regions and have issued warnings about the islanders and other foreigners." Dong Ruegwa remained on the ground, not daring to rise, speaking while lifting his head to observe the face of the man known as the God of Death. Li Fan was satisfied with what Dong Ruegwa had reported, and his expression became more relaxed. Seeing that the man was being extremely respectful, he no longer kept his cold face in front of the crowd. "You all should also bring everyone out, clean up, and check for any places where people might still be hiding. It is always better to remove hidden dangers early than to regret later. I will first go check the situation in Hongdong District and Puqiao District." Li Fan recalled all the maids. Before anyone could try to stop him, he used his spatial shifting ability and reappeared 80 miles away at Jinta Mountain in the Hongdong District. Jinta Mountain was still more than 10 miles from the refuge in Hongdong District. Li Fan flew slowly toward the refuge. Having seen the cautionary example of Qingfu Mountain Refuge, Li Fan thought that the Shuashan Refuge in Hongdong District was unlikely to repeat the same mistake if Dong Ruigwa had truly warned the other refuges using the satellite phone. However, he could not completely rule out the possibility of an accident. After all, the islanders in both Hongdong and Puqiao districts were numerous, and most of them were organized, disciplined, and acted with forethought. It was not likely that a mere warning or two could counter such deliberate scheming. While flying, Li Fan also scanned for nearby survivor shelters and supply depots, using his invisible perception to detect mutated monsters and zombies, all as a matter of routine. A level 2 mutated fish? Did it come from the sea? Its evolution speed is faster than that of mutated zombies? Indeed, Li Fan detected a mutated creature, a group of mutated fish. His invisible perception revealed one large and 4 smaller clusters of fiery red energy, confirming that they were not zombie fish. Monster, level 2 mutated barracuda, 15% evolution. Size, enlarged 15 times. Strength, 1150 gene. Speed, 85 meters per second. Spirit, 215. Skills, intimidation, water control, illusion. Guaranteed drop, mutated beast core. Monster, level 1 mutated barracuda, 25% evolution. Size, enlarged 5 times. Strength, 650 gene. Speed, 35 meters per second. Skills, intimidation, water control. High chance of drop, mutated beast core. The lead mutated barracuda was level 2, its size comparable to a shark. The 4 behind it were all level 1 and 5 times larger than ordinary barracudas, far more ferocious. Li Fan quickly transformed, using metallization to summon a long blade and descended from the sky, slashing the level 2 fish cleanly in half. The 4 level 1 fish immediately scattered, but they were not faster than Li Fan and were quickly hunted down. If not for the inconvenience of using the cursed death-eye technique underwater, he would not have needed to go through this much effort at all. The beast core from the level 2 mutated fish revealed an awakening of the water element, rather than the mental element Li Fan had expected. The 3 level 1 cores were also all water element awakenings. Li Fan was somewhat disappointed. He also realized that a beast core likely inherits only one of the mutated creature's awakened abilities, rather than containing all of them. He stored the corpses of the mutated fish in his alien space for future experimentation, perhaps feeding them to animals or using them as fertilizer for plants. Now that Li Fan possessed the cursed death-eye technique, clearing zombies and mutated beasts was certainly much faster and easier. Unfortunately, the floodwater was too deep, and he dared not fight zombies in the water without transforming. Master System, is there still no cure or immunity to the zombie virus? No. Was the last time reversal really caused by Zhang Wanjun? No other reason? No. Li Fan felt that the system had become colder toward him, though he could not understand why. Still, it did not matter much to him as long as the system remained the same considerate, fully functional companion. That was good enough. Along the way, he encountered some survivors traveling by inflatable boats in search of supplies. Due to the city being submerged by rainwater, most survivors were now pale and emaciated. Unless they were mutants, they clearly lacked sufficient resources. Moreover, both groups he encountered were composed entirely of men, no women or children among them. It was clear that, since the onset of the apocalypse, the status of women had rapidly declined. Many had likely become playthings or captives of male mutants. Even female mutants might now be facing the same crisis. Driven by curiosity, Li Fan searched a nearby survivor shelter, planning to observe the conditions within. The nearest shelter was about 3 miles away, along the road to the Shuashan Refuge. On a whim, Li Fan used a spatial jump to arrive at the building, which still showed signs of life. Under the invisible perception, Li Fan was able to sense nearly 100 faint clusters of reddish energy. It was clear that the survivors here were physically very weak, most likely due to hunger. Li Fan entered the building while remaining invisible and discovered that all the people inside were young women, ranging in age from 16 to 36. There were no small children, nor any middle-aged or elderly people, only women. Moreover, their clothing was extremely minimal. Most of them wore only a windbreaker on the outside, and under their open jackets were various styles of lingerie. 2 women with especially curvaceous figures were even completely bare underneath. These women were not merely gathered idly, rather, they clustered in small groups, gossiping and ridiculing others. What they said made Li Fan feel even more deeply how the apocalypse had impacted human nature. Eating people, so what? It is not a big deal. We have had enough of living like this anyway. Better to die sooner and be done with it. Eating people causes disease, incurable disease. Do any of you even have a shred of conscience or humanity left? And if it really comes to cannibalism, those of us without awakened abilities will be the first to be eaten. We should have gone to the refuge earlier, but everyone kept delaying. Going to the refuge means being controlled by others. Here, at least we have freedom. Look at Chenin and his group, they are living better than emperors from ancient times. But if they go to a refuge, at most they will be just another unremarkable mutant, some low-level errand boy. But we are all about to starve to death. If we do not go to the refuge, and it rains for another 10 days or 2 weeks, this Ipin Tower might end up completely submerged. What the fuck is the point of saying all this? None of us have awakened as mutants. Even if we wanted to go, we could not. Besides, the refuge might not even be willing to accept so many people. Strangely, the system did not display any prompts for any of the nearly 100 women present. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Li Fan asked the system, "Master System, not a single one of these women meets the requirements? Or have you raised the standards again? You raised the standards yourself, a purity rating above 97. Not a single woman here meets that requirement. You adjusted the selection criteria in the refuges according to my temporary standard? This system serves the host wholeheartedly and naturally follows your intentions. I only raised the standard temporarily to avoid selecting too many at once. You directly set it as the baseline?" Yes. Li Fan wanted to curse, but could not decide whether or not he should. There is no need to say it. I already know. In an apocalyptic world like this, how many women with a purity rating above 97 could he possibly find in the future? Had he just destroyed his own prospects? Without another word, Li Fan silently left the women's floor. In truth, he had seen a few women who were very much to his liking, but unfortunately, the system kept limiting his options. His dream of a harem of 3,000 might become increasingly difficult to achieve in this post-apocalyptic world. Preoccupied with such thoughts, Li Fan arrived at the Shawashan refuge. Upon landing at the entrance, members of the security team came forward to question him. Li Fan did not pay much attention to what they were saying. Instead, he used invisible perception and ultra-fast mind reading to assess the situation. There were many tents inside the refuge, but no rivers of blood or signs of intense conflict. The guards' thoughts were mainly focused on the daily distribution of supplies and the awakening of mutations, nothing suspicious. Compared to the Yunmen Mountain and Xingfu Mountain refuges, Shawashan Refuge seemed much more orderly. Supplies were distributed daily, there was no discrimination against foreign individuals, and no internal power struggles that benefited third parties. It seemed that, because the island nation's base was nearby, there were very few of their people in this refuge, and they had not caused any trouble. I am a trader dealing in mutated beast cores. You can go inside and inform your leaders. Since he was already there, Li Fan thought he might as well try trading beast cores with the refuge. Now that he had the spatial shifting ability, it would be much more convenient for him to conduct these trades and cultivate more partners to help him find women who met the system's criteria. The Dragon Nation was vast, with a population nearing 2 billion. Even if 90% were gone, there would still be tens of millions, even over 100 million survivors. Finding 3,000 women with a purity rating above 97 who also met the system's comprehensive criteria should not be impossible. Because Li Fan wanted to inspect the internal situation personally, he accepted the invitation from the guard and followed him into the refuge. As with the other refuges, once inside, there was a large area filled with tents, where many malnourished survivors lived. However, during the daytime there was no obscene talk, perhaps due to refuge regulations. After passing through the tent area, they reached rows of simple housing units. Many people opened their doors to look at Li Fan, and some who were acquainted with the escorting guards shouted out loudly, "Brother Zhang, is this a newly admitted mutant? Mutants can at least support 5 women. Big brother, come to my house and take a look at my daughter, guaranteed born single, factory default, completely natural, no enhancements. Oldly, your daughter lost weight from 300 pounds to 150 pounds. Sure, she may be born single, factory default, and natural, but she is not very appealing. This big brother should come see my daughter, tall, long-legged, eats little, fair-skinned and beautiful, truly value for money." Although Li Fan had guessed what was going on, he still looked at the guard, Zhang Wenbin, with a confused expression and asked, "Are they offering their daughters?" Every family has a limited food supply. Keeping daughters at home means they will eventually be assigned out anyway, so families want to find a capable mutant for their daughters. Right now, every mutant in our refuge has at least 5 women, some even have 10, Zhang Wenbin replied with a smile, giving Li Fan a brief explanation. Then, with a stern face, he shouted at the families promoting their daughters, "Have some discipline. Do you want me to report you to the captain or the leadership?" Watch out or you will lose your food quota. After that, the path ahead was much quieter. Li Fan was very pleased with the atmosphere in this refuge. At least the leadership here was not solely preoccupied with internal power struggles, but was genuinely trying to protect the survivors. This was a rare stronghold of decency. With that in mind, he mentally lowered the price of the beast core trades. He hoped this refuge could obtain more beast cores and awaken more mutants. Only when such orderly places multiplied would the survival rate of humanity truly improve. Eventually, they arrived at a large conference room, where Li Fan met with the leaders of the refuge. Unexpectedly, the leadership had completely changed, now composed entirely of middle-aged and young mutants, 9 in total, 6 men and 3 women. Using the system, Li Fan discovered that the man wearing glasses who appeared to be the leader was actually a level 2 mutant, the first level 2 mutant Li Fan had encountered. Level 2 mutant, Zhong Yulu, 5% evolution progress, strength, 6450 gene, speed, 38 meters per second. Awakened ability, strength enhancement. A level 2 mutant showed immense increases in both strength and speed. One level 2 mutant could easily handle 10 level 1 mutants. Besides Zhong Yulu, there was another woman named Wen Qinglan who was only 5% away from evolving into a level 2 mutant. Level 1 mutant, Wen Qinglan, 95% evolution progress. Strength, 1450 gene. Speed, 128 meters per second. Awakened ability, speed enhancement. There was also a mental perception type level 1 mutant named Chen Minong. Level 1 mutant, Chen Minong, 75% evolution progress. Strength, 1000 gene. Speed, 18 meters per second. Spirit, 121. Awakened ability, mental enhancement, perception. Li Fan guessed that this refuge must have evolved plants used specifically for enhancing mutation. After all, for mutants with mental abilities to evolve, besides the necessary mutant energy crystals, they must also rely on evolutionary fluids from evolved plants. It was also evident that the mutants here were diligently gathering resources such as mutant energy crystals, beast cores, and evolution fluids. This showed a stark contrast between this refuge and the ones Li Fan had previously visited. They were more focused on improving their capabilities than on internal conflict and infighting. Zhong Yulu and the others were very friendly and did not show any hostility toward Li Fan despite his arriving alone. Being able to read their thoughts, Li Fan's impression of them rose even further. This brother dares to travel and trade beast cores on his own. His strength must be formidable. I wonder if we could join forces to eliminate the islander base nearby. As for the supplies inside, we can split them evenly, or even 60-40, you 60, us 40. To Li Fan's surprise, instead of starting with negotiations about trading beast cores, Zhong Yulu directly invited him and his team to destroy the nearby island nation base together. Li Fan, however, rejected the proposal. His cursed death-eye technique inflicted area damage, and if he were to go to the island nation base alongside Zhong Yulu and the others, he might accidentally harm his allies. If he chose not to use the cursed death-eye technique, the operation might take significantly longer. More importantly, he did not want to see these patriotic and kind-hearted leaders suffer any casualties, which could lead to unnecessary upheaval and power struggles within the Shuashan refuge. The main reason I came here is to eliminate the island nation base and the Black Ant gathering. The Qingfu Mountain Refuge in the Baoshan district was ravaged by the island bastards. Nearly all of the tens of thousands of survivors were slaughtered. Zhong Yulu stood up with a heavy expression, visibly agitated, and said, "We heard about this from Mr. Dong, who narrowly escaped. It was precisely because of his warning that we began to recognize the threat posed by those island bastards. If they are allowed to continue, they will certainly bring more suffering to the survivors of our dragon nation. On our own land, we absolutely cannot allow such atrocities to happen again. However, after seeing the situation in your refuge, I noticed that survivors here are treated fairly, and your evolution progress is the most advanced I have seen recently. It is clear that all of you have been working hard to strengthen yourselves. So, the only way I can help you is by offering mutated beast cores at a lower price to enhance your strength, to give you the ability to protect this pure land." As he spoke, Li Fan placed 120 mutated beast cores on the table, 40 of each type: strength, speed, and water element awakening. These are the 3 types of mutated beast cores I currently have: 40 strength type, 40 speed type, and 40 water element type. You only need to pay 120,000 crescent-shaped energy crystals to complete the trade. For a brief moment, the thoughts of all 9 leaders flickered with a dangerous idea: kill him and take everything. Fortunately, the greed passed in an instant. Still, it left a cold sweat on Li Fan's back. If these cores had been enough to awaken such greed and forced a bloody confrontation, he feared he would lose all sense of right and wrong in the future. As for your suggestion to join my team in eliminating the island nation base, my team and I will handle it ourselves. You should focus on managing this refuge and helping the survivors nearby. As long as the Dragon Nation has more awakened mutants and greater strength, the bastards from the island nation and other foreign enemies will never be able to defeat us. Oh, and my name is Li Fan. I am currently a level 3 mutant, probably the highest ranked mutant in the coastal city. Besides the matters we discussed, we might also collaborate on another issue. When the name level 3 mutant was spoken, Zhong Yulu and the others visibly tensed. Fortunately, their previous greed had been suppressed, otherwise, none of the 9 of them, or even all the refuge's mutants combined, would have stood a chance against this man who called himself a level 3 mutant. What matter would that be? In the current world, beyond survival supplies and resources to enhance power, all other needs had been greatly diminished. However, some desires continued to grow unchecked. Naturally, Li Fan understood their concerns and waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so tense. I have no interest in political power or control. In this environment, power means nothing compared to strength. I simply need your help finding certain women. I have a strong preference for women, and wherever I go to trade, I always look for beautiful, obedient ones. Zhong Yulu laughed with indifference. As long as Li Fan was not trying to seize his authority, it was fine. That is not a problem at all. Every mutant here keeps 10 or more women at home. If we issue a public announcement, most of the unassigned women will gladly follow a powerful man like you. My standards are very strict. Beauty and obedience are the minimum. I also require that they have had no more than 3 intimate partners in the past. Mothers are acceptable, but only if they have daughters. Age must be between 16 and 36. Is there a quantity limit? When Qinglan asked from the side, she was likely Zhong Yulu's partner. There is no limit. However many you have, I will take them. I will exchange them for beast cores or food. This partnership will be long-term. Li Fan intended to treat this refuge as a long-term partner, so naturally he would not set a limit on numbers. How exactly is the exchange carried out? When Qinglan followed up, for virgins, 5 women for 1 beast core, or 50 gene of food. For others, 15 women for 1 beast core, or 50 gene of food. The food includes things like snacks and instant noodles. Li Fan slightly lowered the terms of his agreement compared to the one he made with his first partner, Zhang Xiangwen. In addition, you may also exchange female obstetricians, or experts in agriculture and animal husbandry. Only females, though, since my base is composed almost entirely of women. Your entire team is made up of women? When Qinglan and the others asked in surprise. To be precise, they are all my women. Naturally, Li Fan referred to the more than 30 family members bound to the auxiliary system as his team. Saying he was operating alone would be too shocking. What is their level? Zhong Yulu was more concerned with their mutant strength. They are all level 3 mutants like me. Li Fan was exaggerating somewhat. Although his bound family members had abilities upgraded to level 3, they were not comparable to naturally awakened level 3 mutants. Just looking at the stats of Zhong Yulu, a level 2 mutant, one could tell that even 10 of Li Fan's women combined might not be able to defeat him. However, Zhong Yulu and the others had no way of knowing this. To them, Li Fan was unfathomable, a truly formidable presence. Even their refuge's 9 strongest mutants might not be a match for him. What they believed was that, even if the rest of Li Fan's team was not as strong as he was, the difference could not be too large. In a 9 versus 9 battle, they would likely be thoroughly defeated. As a result, in their eyes, Li Fan and his team became almost terrifying in strength. Naturally, Li Fan could read their thoughts, and he almost burst out laughing. But he kept a straight face, doing his best not to let it show.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.